So like that's the one I protect a little bit because if something happens to the camera, it might not really get.
I think he's gonna get something to block.
Yeah, I think some beans around.
Does it pick up sound?
No, in the elbow it's coming like some.
Yeah, excuse me. Then we're just gonna block this. We're gonna block this area.
Oh, they're trying to change.
Yeah. Yeah, probably needs to come in with his way. Yeah. Just trying to stop the camera from being knocked. You probably go there.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, good morning everyone watching at home. Happy Sunday here from the Sleeman Supercross complex here in Brisbane, Queensland. We have our round number 1 of our national series here today. Some great racing coming ahead at Superclass up on the gate. Just have a short delay in starting. We should be underway very, very shortly. I'm joined today by Abby Asmus from Moto number 1. Abby, how did you enjoy yesterday?
I really enjoyed yesterday. It was some really good racing, a lot of good competition. Really good riders here. It was very hot though. I didn't envy the riders on the track at all.
No, absolutely not. Today there is a bit of a reprieve, probably a few degrees cooler. We've got a bit of cloud cover around, a slight breeze here at the moment. Hoping for the riders that just remains that way. So they can be safe out on the track, especially when they're in the air. They don't really have any chance of resisting the wind once they're in the air. So anyway, as we said, should be underway very, very shortly. Just have a few medics to return to the track. Crowd's certainly starting to build up here. First straight looking really good. Plenty of people around at the moment. I think we've got about 1,256 odd riders here today.
Yeah, it's certainly plenty of riders and plenty of talent. One thing I noticed yesterday, Peter, was the number of world plates that we've got here. We had a lot from Australia, obviously, and also some of the New Zealanders. And plenty of Australian plate holders, obviously. So, yeah, some of the races that were motos actually looked like they could have been finals at a Australian or world event. So
yeah, that's right. I thought we should just mention at home there might have been a little voice change there. We just had Abby just had to step away for a moment, so Mum Alex has stepped in. Getting back to those riders, we've got a lot of international riders here today. If you get the opportunity to have a look, if you're following the scoring system on home, you can get on the scores, the website there, and you can follow along with scoring and timing and so forth. But if you go in and have a look at the riders in the Superclass women, it's really nothing short of a World Cup field. So many international riders here at the moment, obviously looking to get as much track time as they can prior to the 2026 World Championships here in Brisbane.
yeah, so anyone who may be watching, anyone who's tuned into the live streaming maybe doesn't know BMX so well, this is a national level race we've got today, but on this very track in July we have the world titles, which is a really big and exciting thing for the BMX community. It's been a number of years since we've had a world event in Australia. We have some very, very committed riders from every age who travel all over the place, Europe and America, to go to world titles every year, but to have it in our own country is just going to be spectacular, I think.
So Alex, you'll probably be able to answer this question for me. The last World Championships, I believe, were in 2012. Would that be right down in South Australia? I believe it was an indoor facility.
Yes, I don't know it really well. We were racing at that stage because my oldest son is 26 this year and he started when he was 4. But it was in our very, very early days of racing. So I do remember hearing the stories of the Adelaide indoor track for the world titles. But yeah, as I said, there hasn't been one since. So we had the World Cups here in 2024, which was very, very exciting, and just the whole atmosphere. And one thing I heard from the riders is hearing the cheers from the Australian riders in their hometown was just something they never experienced, because BMX is very, very big in Europe and America. And so when you go to one of those countries, like when you go to France, you were there, Peter, I think, the year it was in France, and just you hear the roar of the crowd when a French rider is on the track. And our Australians, we take a good support crew to world titles overseas, but just to have that home crowd cheer, it really does lift the Australian riders racing. So I'm really excited to see what Australia can do in July this year.
Yeah, well, certainly the riders are building in speed heading towards that event. So hopefully we get a lot of riders. We do have a lot of qualifying, or a number of qualifying spots.
Yep.
I'm not sure of all the numbers in all the different age categories in championship classes, but I believe we do have quite a few spots there up for grabs. Obviously, yesterday was let's call it a tick of the box if you could make it on a podium yesterday, but it's not the be-all and end-all. There's still some other events and results that, you know, if you do well, you can be considered for those spots. So.
Yeah, that's right. And for those who don't know BMX, and even those who maybe do know BMX and have younger riders, the race yesterday was quite a high level. And so the results that all of those, the junior elite, under 23 and elite men, those results yesterday, the podium getters, was actually a huge tick on the box, to use your language, in their career, because it's not just a podium, it's actually criteria that Peter said they're ticking it off. And so, yeah, like the difference between third and fourth, for example, in a race yesterday is huge in those riders' careers. So today's a little bit different. You're going to see some great racing, but today is really just good racing experience. So for our superclass riders, it's just a national level event, and so they're out there today just to get some good laps, to get some good practice. But the intensity that they would have felt yesterday with that pressure to get that high level result is not going to be there today. So I think the race is going to look a little bit different, but no less exciting.
Yeah, definitely. And even if you delve a little bit deeper, it's not just a criteria race for them yesterday. They also earn UCI points because it was a UCI accredited race yesterday. And as they collect points, definitely heading to the World Championships actually helps with your lane selection in your first moto.
Yeah.
So if you have a really high number of points, you may get the first lane selection as opposed to someone with lesser points. So there's some good UCI points up for grabs there. We don't have as many what they call C1 events here in this country as they do in Europe, but it was a good opportunity to grab some points.
Yeah, that's right. And like you said, there's not as many in this country. So to have one here yesterday was really a great opportunity for these riders to get some points on a track that most of them are quite used to. A great way to start this year of campaigning for their world places, because for our challenge riders to race at the world titles this year, we take the top 32. So some age classes, like our 11 boys, I think was a really big one yesterday, they do have to work pretty hard to make it. They got to make it through, like about half the riders to be able to qualify. But when you go to our championship riders, so our junior elite, our under 23 and our elite, they have a really limited. Sometimes they have as little as 3 riders for some of the classes. Sometimes 1. I've seen some of the age classes. I think under 23 women last year, we only qualified to take 1. So it all depends on what Peter said. Like, the riders are collecting individual points, but as a country, those points are accumulated and they determine how many riders Australia can take. So there's so much to think of when you get to that top level that a lot of younger families coming through may not quite realise. So it's something you and I are learning as we go through, and there's quite a lot of technical details behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. that's something a lot of parents don't have to worry about for a long time and shouldn't. Just enjoy the racing, make sure their kids enjoy their racing. That's what it's all about. Also, I believe we start points accumulation towards Olympics soon. I'm not sure when.
It is very soon. So, yeah, there's so much on the line for these riders. And a lot of them are aiming to make a career out of it. So all of these results are not just, ticks of the boxes or not just, good for them standing on the podium. It's also, they've got sponsors and, different endorsements behind them that rely on results. So, it's a balancing act for these riders because they're trying to be at their peak condition, do the best they can, get the results, but often having to work and support themselves as well. So, yeah, we have a lot of respect for our top riders trying to make it through the field. And the younger ones. I mean, we've got so much. Let's turn our attention to our younger ones now. We've got so many young ones coming through, and I get so excited to see the determination of these little riders just doing so well and travelling to events.
Well, speaking of young ones, Alex, let's turn our attention. We have a test team qualifying today. So built into today, those riders that will be turning 11 or will be 11, I'm not quite sure the ins and outs. I think year turning 11, they have the opportunity to race Trans-Tasman test team. Now, they'll take the 4 or 5 fastest riders from those 11-year-old boys and girls today, providing they have entered to be eligible to qualify for the test team. And then where is the test team racing this year? Is it back here in Australia? Oh, no, I think it's in New Zealand. I'm pretty sure it was in Australia.
No, they have 2 each year.
Oh,
so
2 each year, that's
they'll have an
correct.
Australian round usually around June-ish. It might be different this year because of our world titles, I'm not sure. And then they have the New Zealand round towards the end of the year. So there's 2 chances for our Australian riders to make that test team. And I did notice yesterday, Peter, sorry to turn the attention back to our championship riders, there's quite a few in the finals yesterday of our junior, under 23 and elites who were test team riders back in their day, back when they were 11. So it's a huge learning curve for them. It's a great opportunity for them to learn to work as a team and to listen to coaches and just to be away from their family in that race situation.
Yeah, certainly do encourage those riders. They'll take a lot out of the test team if they do qualify. Certainly you'll see a change in your rider after the test team. It's just I don't know how to explain it, but just takes you that next level. Just the environment they put you in throughout the week of test team racing, the team bonding they do, and the racing itself is just really exciting for those kids, and certainly they will get a lot out of it.
Yeah, that is so true. But yeah, some big names up there yesterday who probably 10, 15 years ago, less for some of them, were in that test team as little 11-year-olds. And when you see them, they all look so grown up, and then you look back on them and they're little kids, but they're little kids with a passion and a dream and usually a lot of talent, and they learn a lot.
Yeah, it's quite funny. Look back over the years now and you see those riders are in the test team, and they still are around today. But then you see other riders your kids rode with that are sort of dropped off. It is, in my eyes, the majority of the riders that make test teams are still around today. They've got a real passion for the sport and a real drive and determination to succeed.
Yeah, well, I know three riders in the elite final yesterday were in the test team together, and the 4th one was here watching. He's not doing the sport now, but he was here watching. So I was like Ollie Moran, Jack Davies, not Ollie, sorry, it's Aston Whippich-Coles, Jack Davies, Jesse Asmus, and then Morgan Seaward was here watching. But they were all in a test team together. Jai Ferner was with them in one of the rounds as well. I know he's still riding from time to time. I think he could be injured at the moment. So that's a whole test team from 12 years ago who are still mostly out and about.
Yeah, I know 7 years ago, I know Bailey was in the test team with AJ Donald and Cam Gatt. Preston as well, yes. So, trying to think who the 5th rider was back then.
One of the girls in that year too. She's here commentating with us.
Yes, that's right, Abby Asmus. I'm not too sure. The other girls They were in the test team when Abby was in it.
Oh, Portia. I saw Portia Longbottom riding yesterday. She was in the test team with Abby.
And there was Abby Stevens as well, I think, from up north. I don't know if
Yeah,
she's still riding.
and where's Imogen? Imogen Healy.
Yeah,
she was
not
riding the Aussies last year.
She didn't ride yesterday.
No, I didn't see
She
Emmy.
may be injured.
Emmy, if you're watching, shout out to you.
Yes,
We
hello.
miss
If you're
you.
watching at home, you might even be trackside. We just haven't seen you. Hopefully
I
you're at
would've
home
seen
in
her.
your air conditioning.
All right, so on track here, we will be getting racing underway as soon as we have all of our officials and medics back on board. Peter and I have just been chatting to the live streaming crew, the live streaming audience about a bit about today's racing. Thought we should include the crowd here in it too, Peter. One thing we've just been chatting about is today is the Mighty 11s trials, or the Trans-Tasman Test Team. So you'll see a little bit of a change in today's racing because there's a special race today for our 11-year-olds, or those who are 11 at a certain time of the year. They have a chance to be selected for the Trans-Tasman Test Team, who will compete against the New Zealand team. So watch out for that. There'll be racing today and then a presentation a bit later on. Peter and I were just chatting about what a great experience the test team is for the riders.
Yeah, that's right, Alex. And also looking at, I believe, I know my young fella is pretty much, his test team is lined up on the gate today from 9 years ago or 8 years ago to race Superclass. So good to see all those riders still performing many years later. And I believe you were just saying that Jesse, there's a few of the riders that Jesse rode with some 12 years ago.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember how old he is. I'm doing the math in my head. Yeah, I think it's about 12 years ago. Aston Whippich Coles, Jack Davies, they were in the team back then. Morgan Seward as well, if he was listening to the live streaming. He was here yesterday watching. Jai Ferner, if you're listening to the live streaming, he was out and about in Mighty 11s as well.
Yeah, Jai unfortunately not able to join us this week up here. He did have a training accident here a few weeks ago. I believe he's all right. He's probably just going to sit this one out, make sure the body recovers well, and I'm sure we'll see him on the racing scene here back very, very soon. Right, if you're listening at home, looks like we are ready for a start. Well, very, very close now to a start for our Superclass men.
If I stand here at BMI in your way, if I stand here, I'll make sure I'm off crowd. Just give me a thumbs.
It's away, made our number one superclass man. Looks like the Canadian rider did get off to a good start there, but he's just slipped back through the field there. He's going to put Argent in a good spot, but Hughes, he'll come in front at the moment. He's going to attack that second pro set in that one spot. In the two there, we're going to have Argent. Looks like Berkey sitting back in about fourth wheel at the moment as they swing around turn number two. But here comes Argent on the outside. It's still Andy Hughes on the chase colours. He's the one to catch at the moment. Starting to wind up now. It's going to be a 2.06 spike, I think it might have been, as they go in and out of the final turn. Still Hughes in front. Hughes will hang on to this one. And a couple of riders going to cross the line there in Argent for two. Will leave the third place rider, the transponders.
Alright, the gate drops on the second rack of Superclass men. We've got a good start out there from Guy in the middle. I think that might be Declan McGee doing a great job, but he's got someone coming the inside there. Let's see if we can make some moves there, come around, but I don't think so. It is all going to be the 1.58 of Declan McGee in the number one position, but he's got some people holding his tail as they come around that second berm into the third straight. But it's going to be the New Zealand riders. It's all going to be Bennett Greenoff in there. Let's see if anyone in there for the number two, and got someone really close there for the number three, which will come around. So all going to be Declan. I don't think there's any going to be catching him, and Bennett is going to hold on to that number two position. I think that might be in for the three.
Right, here we go now. Moran gets off to a good start, but also through the middle there. That's probably going to be Greenoff, I think it is. They go around turn number one. Oh, one rider doing a little bit of shopping, leaning on him hard around the turn, but still Greenoff's going to be the one that's going to hang on tight. Down through the second straight we go. I see Moran doing a little bit of shopping there around the inside on exit of turn number two. As we come down through the third straight, still going to be Jack Greenoff, the one in charge at the moment. He's got the 5.06 on the back wheel there. It's a drag race down the finishing stripe, but I think it might have been Greenoff hanging on to that one.
Alright, we've got a really good start from lane number two there. I think that might be Aaron Becker who's come around that first corner, but he's got some people really close to him who's come over that pro straight. There's that T-squared rider in there for the number two. Let's see if they can catch up. He's coming on the inside there, but it's all going to be Aaron at the moment. There's no going to be catching him. Oh, but we've got some heat in his tail there. That's going to be Austin doing a great job there. He's doing some fishing, trying to get the number one position. Let's see what he can do. He's got, oh, here comes the third rider there. He's doing some fishing. That's number 441 doing a great job there, but it's all going to be Aaron. He is going to lead this race from start to finish with Austin in there for the two.
Big start there from Swiatek. Gattle put himself in the two spot. So Stopper goes back to about fourth wheel there. That's going to leave, I think it might be Jolie Marsh in the three. In and out of turn number two we go. Still Josh Swiatek, though, is the rider in charge. They go down through the third straight now. Swiatek, the one in front. In the two, that is McGee. Yat's starting to close the gap, but Swiatek's going to hang on to this one. Gat will take the two. Marsh and Stopper will go 3-4.
Another reckless superclass out there. It's going to be pretty close there between 1, 2 and 3, but that's all going to be Jesse Asmus. He has gotten that whole shot coming around that first berm. He's got some people real close in his tail there. And that number two position, that's going to be Assume in there doing a great job for the number two, but it's all going to be Jesse. Let's see if anyone can catch him coming down that third straight. It's pretty close there between 1, 2 and 3, and here comes AJ in there. He wants to get that podium position. Let's see if he can make some moves. Oh, I can't quite hold on to that, but it's all going to be Jesse. He will get that number one. I think that might be Bailey second order, and he might take that number two off Assume.
Oh, a little loose moment there for O'Grady, but he hung on to it. Got Shimada in that two spot there. Benny Schramm on the outside in the threes. They head up over the pro step, but still your race leader there is slamming Sam O'Grady. He's going to lead us down the third straight. Shimada trying to look for a way around him. Here comes Schramm, starts to wind up down through the third straight. A triple one bike, putting the heat there on O'Grady there, in and out of the final turn. Still O'Grady. Look at Schramm flying home. He might steal it on the line there. Benny Schramm gets it done.
All right, we've got the Superclass women out there on the track now. That was a really great snap from the inside. Right, I think that might be the New Zealander of Megan Williams doing a great job in there for the number one. She is getting a bit of a gap on the rest of the pack. We'll see if we can do some work as we come around, but it's all going to be the New Zealand rider. There's going to be no catching her at the moment. We've also got Nanika in there for the number two, with Camille doing a great job in there holding out that top three. Bit of a battle there for that fourth position. Let's see who gets as we come around. That's going to be the 205 in there for the number four, but it's all going to be Megan. There's no catching her coming down there with Nanika in there for the two.
Have a go at the Canadian rider there, the 44 biker. Molly Simpson gets off to a cracking start. 518 Brooke Penny. She'll move into that 2 spot now as they charge down through the second straight. We got Banks in there as well as Memory. Corley's in the mix there and Stephanie Alexander, but it's all Simpson at the moment, the 44 bike, leading them down through this third straight now. Still Penny in that 2 spot. Corley looking for a way around the third place rider in Alexander. I think it might be. She might hang on to the 3 spot though as they get down the stripe. Now Corley will grab the 3.
Oh, got another rack of the Superclass women out there. I think that might be the Switzerland rider doing a great job in there for the number 1 position. That is going to be Zoe. In there for the number 2, we've got the New Zealander of Layla Walker doing a great job holding out there, and Bollett is going to be holding out at that number 3. But as we come down that third straight, it's all going to be the Switzerland rider. We've also got Bella Schramm. She's just made some moves there. She's going to be holding on to that number 3 spot, but it's all going to be the Switzerland rider. She is going to win this race today. New Zealander of Layla Walker is going to hold on to the 2 with Bella Schramm for 3.
Out of France, Axiel Etienne gets a great snap and great first straight there, but she's got the 6-6 machine. That's going to be Powell in the 2. Back in the 3, looks like we might have Mighty Mia Webster there in the Rift colours as they turn and burn and head it down through the third straight now. There's still your front runner there is Axel Etienne out of France. She's doing a great job there. The 66 biker, Powell's the 2. Webster's in there for 3. Then we've got the Canadian rider there, Victoria Dubé, holding our 4th spot. That's the way they'll cross the stripe with Etienne holding off a fast finishing Sienna Powell.
We've got the Junior Superclass men out there. It's going to be pretty close between number 1, 2, and 3, but there was someone on the inside there. That might be Nash doing a great job in there for the number 1. It's going to be pretty close, though, as we come down that second berm. Let's see if we can make some moves, but it's all going to be the same order. It's still going to be Nash Harvey doing a great job in there for the number 1, followed very closely behind Nixon. Let's see if he can do some, but here comes Jaden. He wants a piece of the action, but it's all going to be Nash. Oh, we've got a bit of a move there in that last berm, and it is Jaden. He has taken that number 1 position from Nash. He's going to have to settle for the 2.
Right, another rack of Junior Superclass men. Let's pick them up as they exit the second turn and head down the third straight. Hayden Gross going to be a great race leader there. Petroni, though, tucked into that 2 spot on the 86 bike. Looks like we've got the 414 or 411, sorry, Finch. He's holding down third wheel at the moment. Finch trying to attack Petroni down the last straight as he jumps onto the tabletop, but as the way they cross the line will be Gross, Petroni, Finch.
Another rack of the Superclass men out there. That is all going to be Dylan Secker. He is going to be holding on to that number 1 position as we come down that third straight. But here comes Harry. He wants a piece of the action. Let's see if he can overtake that first position coming around the outside. It's going to be close there, but no, it is all going to be Dylan. He is going to hold on to the number 1 position, but Harry, he's not giving up. He really wants that spot, and I think that might be Crosby for 3.
Justin Jung out of the Narang Club just down the freeway. Here's the rider in charge at the moment. He's got Foxy hot on his hammer though as they go down through the third straight. Foxy looking for a way up the inside there. In that 3 spot's going to be Lillycrap Thorns holding out the 4 and the 17 bike and the chase colours. But it's all Justin Jung at the moment. Tahiko coaching colours. You'll get it done there. Foxy will have to settle for the 2.
Another rack of the Junior Superclass men. That's all going to be the world number 4, Cameron Miller. He is holding out that number 1 position very nicely, but Eli Schroeder's doing a really good job in there for the number 2. He's got the number 187 hot in his heels there for that number 3 position. Let's see if he can make some moves around that last straight, but it's all going to be Cameron Miller in that number 1 position. Eli's going to have to settle for 2.
Rightio, let's pick up Junior Superclass women now as they swing around turn number 2. We've got Bax, Walker, Walters, Pogmore, Heyman and Williamson. Pick up the race leader now as they come back towards us. Looks like it's the 152 followed by the 53. 152 bike, that's Beth Walker out of New Zealand. Molly Williamson on the 53 machine. She's trying to charge it. Walker down that home straight, but Beth Walker will hang on for the win. Williamson will take the 2.
And we've got the Junior Superclass women out there on the track. That's all going to be Dusty Schroeder as they come down that third straight. But Tilly Guy, she's not giving up. She's hot no tail as we come into that last berm. There's also going to be Georgia in there for the number 3 position, but it's all going to be Dusty. I don't think there's any catching her, but Tilly sure is going to try. But I think Tilly's going to have settle for the 2 because Dusty is going to take that 1.
Right, the 27 machine, the FD2 colours. She's leading the charge at the moment. Down through the third straight, it's going to be Zoe Weatherhead. She's got Maya Ellis in there in that 2 spot. We'll go for the third place rider there. Looks like a 315 on the Guernsey. That is Stitchbury. Stitchbury going at Ellis down the home straight there. She might have got her on the line, but taking the win. Zoe Weatherhead.
Got the Masters female on the track, and that's going to be Ashley Gunn. She is going to be leading this track as they come down that third straight, but here comes the other rider on the outside. That is going to be the world number 3 of Tony James. She's a New Zealander rider. She wants a piece of that action, trying to get that single digit, but Ashley Gunn, she is holding on nice and strong to that number 1 position. I don't think there's any catching her. It's going to be Ashley, and Tony is going to settle for 2.
Rightio, we move on now to our 8 boys. First rack of these guys. We'll pick them up as they come down through the second straight. Hudson Hislop is the one in charge at the moment. He had a great day on the bike here yesterday in the Oceania Champs. He's going to lead us around at the moment. So it's the Kiwis 1 and 2 at the moment. Hislop's the race leader. Ollie Deitch, he's in that 2 spot there. He's coming up alongside Hudson now for a bit of a challenge. And then we'll go back to the 3. Look like a 4:01. That's Boston's Earl out of the Maitland BMX Club down there in New South Wales. They get the line. It's going to be very tight to the line there. I'll have to leave the transponders between Hislop and Deitch.
Oh, we've got a battle here for that number 1 position for the 8-year boys. I think that might be Ace Cohen in there for the number 1 position, but he might have been overtaken by the little rider in the blue there. I think that's going to be Jake. Jake is doing a great job there. I think he might be in that 1 position there. Ace might have just slipped back in the number 2. It's going to be pretty close there. We've also got that 3 and 4 rider there, and in fact they're battling it out, seeing if they're trying to get a piece of the action, but it is still going to be Jake in there. Oh, here comes Ace, so he wants that first spot back. Let's see if he can get that as it comes down that last straight, but I think he might have set up there too. I think Jake might be taking number 1 in this one.
Oh, big move. 4-4-4 and a 5-2-8 leaning on each other. Let's left the door open for the rider in the Japanese jersey. We'll try and grab his numbers there. There's a drag race going on downtown at the moment, down through the second straight. This is more 8 boys. Rubbin's racing. The riders pick up their bikes now. Give them a round of applause. Let's try and grab some numbers now after all the carnage. You're 1-2 at the moment, charging down through this third straight. You've got your Kiwi rider there, the 2-1-7, followed by the 4-4 in that 2 spot. In and out the final turn they go now. Headed down the home straight. We'll have to leave that one in the transponders.
Alright, we've got the New Zealand rider doing a great job there in that number 1 position. That is going to be Freddie Stansfield in that number 1 position as we come down that third straight. But I'm going to have to catch some numbers as we come through. We've got that fluoro yellow. That's going to be the 11. That's going to be Noah Merritt doing a great job in there for number 2. Oh, we got a good battle there between 3 and 4 as we come around. But I've got that little rider there. He's going to hold on to that 3. So we're going to be the New Zealand rider of Freddie. Noah is going to settle for the number 2. I think we're up to 9 boys.
Yeah, it looks like we jumped up to 9 boys now. You got your world number 2 now charging down here. That's going to be Archer's Werdner. He's doing a nice job out front at the moment. We might add a couple of mechanicals there, or maybe one just threw us out of our race order there. But Werdner, the world number 2 out of the Kalula Club, got that one well and truly wrapped up.
Ooh, we got another round of the 9 boys out there. Let's see if we can get a piece of that action as they come down that second straight. It's pretty close there between 1, 2 and 3, but I think they've got a little rider out there in that number 1 position. We got another one coming on the inside there. He's trying to get a piece of that action as we come down that third straight. It's going to be pretty close. 1, 2 and 3. That's going to be number 315 in there. That's going to be Toby doing a great job. Oh no, but here comes the 217. That is going to be Xander. Xander wants a piece of the action. It's Xander, Toby. Let's see who's going to get it as we come down. Oh, it's hot on the heels there. I think that might be Xander or Toby. They're going to go for the 1 and 2.
Rightio, the 8A of, 13 bike, Nick Viljow, and his rider in charge at the moment. He's got his 8A there of Mason Ballantyne. He's trying to reel him in as they go in and out of turn number 2. They come back towards us now. The rest of the field there, we've got Duff, Rushbrook in there, McKinley, as well as Hudson Thorne, Knox West and Zentangao. But the 13 bike and the 8A, they're still your 1-2 at the moment. Nathan Duff is throwing himself into that 3 spot now. Duff charging for a 2 as they head down the home straight. Still your race leader is going to be Viljow. Nick Viljown's going to get it done. Duff will have to settle for the 3. Ballantyne will grab the 2.
Oh, he's got some riders down there in that first straight. Let's hope that they're going to be okay, but I believe that's still going to be the 111 of Soda Shimada. He is a New Zealand rider out there doing a great job in there for the number 1. He's got some riders catching up to him coming down that second straight. I'll try to catch the numbers as they come around. That might be William or Flynn in there for the number 2, but it's all going to be the New Zealand rider of Soda in there for the number 1 position. I don't think there's going to be any catching him. He comes flying down that straight. I'm going to catch a number here for that little rider in the number 2, but we also got 3 and 4 battling there a little bit, but I don't think there's any catching Soda as he comes flying down that third straight, and that is going to be William. He is going to hold on to that number 2 ahead of the rest of the pack.
Alrighty, our gate goes down 9 boys. We got all good Rezigan, Walker, Gregory, Isaacs, Bellany, as well as Wiggers and Price. Henry Price usually up the pointy end of racing here in southeast Queensland. But let's see on a national stage, you got the 3A and the 10 bike. going to lead them there. That's William Wiggers and Sydney Gregory. They go 1-2 at the moment. So Wiggers, he'll be your race leader. Gregory is in that 2 spot at the moment. We'll try and pick up the 3rd place rider as they come down through the 3rd straight. But still Wiggers, the rider in charge out of the Park Orchards Club down there in Victoria. He's doing it nicely at the moment. Still that 2 spot there is Sydney Gregory. Then we look back in the 3. It's a 5 on the plate there. NZ5 going to be Archie Walker out of New Zealand. And they turn and burn, headed down through the home straight. It's Will Wiggers get it done. The Bayside rider just up the road from here. Sydney Gregory will take the 2.
All right, we're going to move on to the 10 boys. I believe that might have been a really good start from the 3-1 one rider of Lachlan McConey. I'm going to have to catch some numbers. It might be Daniel Chen doing a great job in there for the number 2, but he's got some heat in his tail. As the 42 rider of Ezekiel comes by, he's trying to get that number 2 position, but it's all going to be Lachlan. I don't think there's going to be any catching him as he comes flying down that straight. Oh, a bit of a battle there between 2 and 3, between Daniel and Xavier. Let's see who's going to get it. I think Daniel might hold on to the number 2.
Yeah, we had your Natty Champ laid down in the 1st straight there, so he's going to finish off now. Make sure you give him a round of applause. But racing's happening up front at the moment. The 7-2-8 is going to be Hooley and Verrett. They're having a ding-dong battle there. Hooley's still the one in front at the moment. Verrett trying to reel him in as they go down the home straight. But I think Hooley is going to hang on to this one. Jaden Verrett have to take the 2.
Another rack of the 10 boys out there. I think that might have been Bodie Doring getting the whole shot there as we come around that straight. But it's also going to be Kingston, the New Zealand rider. He is doing a great job out there with Zach sitting in there very nicely for the number 2. We've got that 3rd rider get there. The 1, 2, 3 are getting a bit of a gap on the rest of the pack as we come around. But it's all going to be Kingston. He comes flying down that 3rd straight. There's a bit of a battle there between number 2 and 3. Let's see. That's going to be Zach in there for the number 2. But a bit of a battle there. Let's see who's going to get. I think Zach is still going to hold on. But Keegan, he is doing a great job there. He's going to hold out for the number 3 with a
we got national state plates plenty at the moment. Looks like Richie Luck, I think, might be your race leader there. Marcus Brereton in that 2 spot. Got a couple of other Victorian riders out there as well. You got your 3V of Leworthy and a 5V Joshua Cleverly. So I think it's Richie Luck and Marcus Brereton across the stripe. You're 1-2.
All right, another rack of the 10 boys out there. I think that's going to be your Mackay rider in there for the number 1. That's Patrick Kempton. And in there for the number 2, we've got a rider. Leon is from Chile, but he's got some hot in the tail. Is with number 161 rider. Who's that going to be? That's going to be Lenny. Lenny's trying to take Leon's spot in that number 2. Let's see if he can do it. Oh, I think Leon might hold on to that, but here he's coming. He wants that number 1 position of Patrick. Let's see if he can do it. Oh, 1, 2, 3 between Patrick, Leon, and let's see who got it.
Right, just missed the riders as they exited turn number 1, but I think that might be Thor Pizzo there, the 351 in the plate. He's the one leading him around at the moment. He had a hot day on the bike yesterday. He's got the 2A tucked behind him in Murphy Cooper. So Thor Pizzo doing a great job there to hoe off the 2 Australian rider there of Murphy around this Sleeman complex. But Thor will get it done there. Taking the 2 will be Murphy.
Got the New Zealand rider there in the lead for that. For the another 10-year boys, we've got Xavier sitting in there very nicely for the number 2 and Tate in there for the number 3. But as we come around, it's all going to be the New Zealand rider, the 111 machine coming down that 3rd straight. Let's see if Xavier has anything to say about that coming in for that last berm. Tate's doing a great job in there for the number 3. The number 2, that's going to be Levi doing a really great job in there holding out that number 4 position. But it's all the New Zealand rider. He is going to hold on to that number 1 position. Xavier, he will have to settle for the 2. Tate is going to get the 3.
Danville Jones, the rider in charge at the moment. Bray Flanagan out of the Hinterland Club. He's the one riding in second wheel. We got Wu in there as well as Milne. Butterfield's in the mix. Looning, Delaney, Solano. We'll pick up the 3rd place rider. Now it's going to be a Q2Q. Butterfield is back in the 4 spot, but still going to be Bill Joan and Flanagan. They are going 1-2 at the moment. Butterfield, he'll be back in there 3 or 4.
All right, now we got the rack of the 11 boys out there. That's all going to be the 15 machine of Harris and Cullen in there for that number 1 position. I think that might be Leon McLeod in there for the number 2. Let's see. Oh, we've got the 333 machine of Jet in there for doing a great job for the number 3. He is doing some shopping coming down that last straight, but it's all going to be Harrison. There's no catching him. It's going to be pretty close. So oh no, Jet got a bit wobbly there. He's not going to get the number 2 position from Leo.
Alrighty, 11 boys now in Guerra, McDonald, Maben, Stagg, Pickett, Grossman, Pereira. It's going to be McDonald leading them down the 3rd straight there. Braxton Stagg, he's in that 2 spot. The 43 bike, that's Oliver Pereira in the 3 on the SE machine. They'll swing around the final turn now, but still going to be a race leader there. Off Caden McDonald out in New Zealand. He's got it all wrapped up there. Big airtime from Braxton Stagg over the tabletop to take the 2. Pereira for your 3.
All right, got the 11-year-old boys out there. That's going to be the big 1A machine of Kai holding on that first spot. We've got the New Zealand rider. He is battling out there very nicely for the number 2. And the number 3, that's going to be Will in there for the 3 spot. But he's got some riders hot in his tail trying to get that position from him. But it's all going to be the 1A. It's all going to be Kai. He is going to lead this race from start to finish. The New Zealand rider, Fletcher, he will hold on to the 2. And I believe Will might get the 3.
Hendrix Kahakura out of the Bathurst Club. He's the rider in charge at the moment. Another supercross track in this country. The Bathurst BMX Club down there in New South Wales. But it's Kahakura is going to be your race leader. Pretty sure it was Stokes in the 2 there on the 27 bike, and it is. So you got your 6V holding down the 3 spot there. That's Callum Ritchie out of the Frankston Club as they point their way towards the finishing line now. That's a way to cross the stride with Kahakura and Stokes taking your 1-2.
Got a bit of a battle there for that first spot position. I think that might be the 3A of Bo and the 8A of Hugo. Battle of the A plates out there for 1 and 2. Let's see who's going to get it. I think Bo might have just pulled ahead a little bit there coming around that second burn, but here comes the 8A of Hugo. He really wants a piece of the action. No, that's going to be the 8A. That is Hugo in there for that number 1. The 3A, he's battling up. He wants to get that 1 position back. We also have the 73 of Jamie. He is holding on to that 3 spot really nicely. Oh, but here comes the 3A. There goes Bo. I think Bo is going to take that 1 position off Hugo and Jamie for the 3.
Dylan Johns is the one in charge at the moment with your 12 boys. First rack of these guys headed up down through the 3rd straight now. Finley Power looking for a way down the inside there. Just closing the door was Johns. So they go in now the final turn. Still Johns trying to hold off Power. Power really putting down the power down the last straight. But is it going to be enough to get him there across the stripe? I think he steals it on the line. Finn Power gets it done. Dylan Johns, your 2.
Got an Aussie jersey doing really well there in that number 1 position. That's going to be Ethan holding on that number 1. But we've got the New Zealand rider doing a great job in there for the number 2. Let's see if he has anything to say about that. Sitting in there very nicely for the number 3 might be the 6A of Anderson doing a great job in there as well. But it's all going to be Ethan Fenton. There's no catching him as he flies down that last straight. The New Zealander of Sam, he is going to have to hold on to that number 2 with Ethan for the 1.
All right, yeah, William Adams, your 5SA, is the one in charge at the moment, the rider out of South Australia. Let's see if he's still the front runner at the moment. I think he is. Looks like we've got an NZ3 holding down the 2 spot at the moment. It's going to be Tate Burton. You could throw a blanket over him as they go around. I think Burton just did a little bit of shopping there on that first place rider. Plenty of positions changes as they head down the home straight. We'll leave all that lot for the transponders.
All right, we've got a bit of a stacked race in this one. We've got a couple of A plates. That's going to be, we've got the 1A and the 2A battling it out there. But I believe that's going to be the 2A of Oliver Bergman doing a great job in there for the number 1 position. Holding on for the number 2 is going to be the New Zealand rider of Artie. Let's see if he can hold on to that number 2 because the 2A is falling on very closely behind in there. That's also going to be Oliver doing a great job. But Oliver, he is going to take that number 1. A bit of a battle for 2 and 3.
Cordell Daly is the rider in charge at the moment. Another rack of 12 boys hitting up the 3rd straight. Gets it high in the skies. He heads down through the 3rd straight. The Ashmore rider in Hardy, he's in the 2. We've got the 777 and in the 19 bike in your 3-4. That's going to be 777 there of Evans. The 19 of Hunter Truella. But as the way they cross the stripe, it's going to be Daly, Hardy, Evans, Truella.
Last track of the 12 boys out there for number 1, 2 and 3. I know that's going to be the Zenkwi in there for doing a great job for the number 3. That's going to be the 563 of Matatini from New Zealand doing a great job in there for the number 1. But he's got some rider hot in his tails. Let's see if he can hold on to that number 1 as we come down that last straight. Oh, I think he's going to lose it. Matatini is going to hold on to that number 2.
Rightio, Clofter's the one they're trying to catch at the moment here, the Park Orchards Club. He's the one in charge. Got to be at 3 lengths back to the 2nd place rider there. That's Brock O'Neill. I can see Braxy Brent holding down 3rd wheel as they make their way down the end of this 3rd straight. Back in the 4, it might have been the Nixon Murphy. But as they get to the stripe there, Clofter's going to take it over O'Neill and Brent, your 2-3.
All right, just everyone listen up for a bit. If anyone out there has a blue Nissan, the plate DL26CP, you need to go and move your vehicle, please. That is a blue Nissan. All right, we've got another 13 boys out there. That's all going to be Finn Lawrence from New Zealand. He is going to take that number 1 position. Memphis McCloy doing a great job into the 2, and New Zealand for 3.
Holland and White, they go 1-2 at the moment as they turn out of second turn there, head down through the 3rd straight. Holland there might have just got a little bit loose, but he's gathered it all back together. Still White in the 2 spot, the 186 in the 3. Going to be Logan Roberts. But but still Holland, the one they're trying to catch. They're not going to get him though. Holland's going to take it quite comfortably over White and Roberts for 2-3.
Another active 13 boys out there. This is a bit of a stacked race. We've got 3A, 7A, and 1Q out there on the track. And I think that might be the 3A doing a great job in there for that number 1 position. We got the number 100 of Noah in there for the number 2 as we come around that last corner, but it's all going to be that 3A. He is going to hold on to that number 1. Let's see, Noah's got some heat in his tail, but I think he might just hold on to that number 2.
Righty, I think that might be the 238 of Jarrah Benning out front at the moment as we pick them up as they come down through the third straight. Got one rider coming up alongside the challenge now. That's Carter Dorman as they go in now the final turn. It's a ding-dong battle down towards the stripe there, but I think positions will remain unchanged. Benning will get it done. Dorman will take the 2.
First rack, the 14 boys out there. That's all going to be Albie Flanagan. He is holding on to that number 1 position. Let's see if Felix can say anything about that as he comes up. We've also got the 777 of Felix. He's in there for the number 3. I'll have to catch that rider in 2's position, but it's all going to be Albie Flanagan. He is going to take the win for this race. Bit of a battle there for that 4th position. Let's see.
All right, Dalian Stevens, I think, will be your 1-2 at the moment. The Rocky rider, followed by the Kalula rider down through this third straight here now. It is the 5-7, I think, sorry. So that's Hansen out of New Zealand. Looked like a 5Q on the plate on the exit of the first turn, but Hansen, he'll take the 2, Hudson Daly for the win.
Another rack of the 14 boys out there. I have to catch some number plates as we come around. Oh, we've got that leading rider here. He's got a bit of a pack on everyone else. Don't know if there's going to be any catching him as he comes around there. I have to grab that number plate. That's going to be number 289 of Jaden. He is going to be doing a great job in there for the number 1. I don't think anyone's going to be catching him out there. That's also going to be the 134 of Cooper or the Logan in there for the number 4 position.
Right, yeah, looks like Petroni's going to pick up where he left off yesterday. He's up the pointy end of racing at the moment, so he's going to lead Withington down this third straight. So Petroni and Withington certainly separated from the rest of the field now as we got the 2SA coming through. That looks like it's Kruger. Here we go now. Look at the ding-dong battle down the line. Throws down the challenge there. Peroni gets pushed back the 2. Withington out of New Zealand will take the win.
Got another New Zealander rider out there in that first spot out there. That's going to be Rico Ryan, I believe, doing a great job. Going to lead this race from start to finish. Very followed closely behind by the 5A, I believe. That's going to be Chase as he comes around that last bend, but he's got someone hot in his tail as he comes down. Let's see if he can hold on to that number 2, but it's all going to be Rico. He will take that 1. I think Chase, he might get that 2, and with Mason for 3.
Good exit there from Butterfield. It was Miller to go in that turn first. Butterfield exits quite nicely. Starts to put a few lengths on them now as they go down through the third straight. So Butterfield's still going to be a race leader there. James Miller is in your 2. He's out of Great Britain. He's travelled a long way to be at this event here today, but Butterfield will get it done.
All right, we had a great snap from lane 8 out there. That's going to be the New Zealand rider of Nixon Banks. He's snapped and he's coming over, and I think he's going to lead this race from start to finish. Now, we've got Kai Field in there for the number 2. Let's see if he can say anything. Oh, we also got the 34 rider in there battling it out for the that's going to be Kai battling that for that 3rd position. Oh, we've got some battle there for that number 1 position. Can Nixon Banks hold on to it? I think he can, and they're going to have set up a 2.
Dylan Secker certainly put him in the sword down the first straight, opened up plenty of real estate in the rest of the field on the exit of turn number 2 also. So Ben Anderson, he'll move in that 2 spot. Going to be Finch in there for 3. He's under siege at the moment by the 7-7 bike of Eli Smith. Might have been Smith now just sneaking through there to grab that 3, but as they head down the home straight, Secker and Anderson, they go 1-2.
Another rack of the 15 boys out there. That's going to be Tate sitting in there very nicely for that number 3 position. I think that might be Nash in there as well, doing it somewhere at the front there, holding on to that number 1 maybe. I think that might be Timothy. Oh, no, we've got some 4-1-4. He has overtaken Timothy. He is going to be taking that 1 position off of Nash. Let's see if he has anything to say about it. No, I think Timothy, he is going to get that 1. Nash is going to have to settle for the 2, and Tate's going to hold out the 3.
Right, more 15 boys action. Zeta, Dowes, Fitzgerald, Myberg, Regan, Lister, Clifford. But the rider out front at the moment doing it nicely is your 333 of Zeta. I'm pretty sure Ethan Dowes might be in that 2 spot now. He is. Dowes is under siege there. We've got a ding-dong battle going downtown for that 2 spot there as they get to the stripe. But Dowes will hang on to the 2. Zeta takes the win.
Another active 15 boys out there. It's pretty close in that first round between Jax and Cade, but I think Jax, is the one that came out in that number 1 position, but here comes Cade. He wants to try and get that spot back. Let's see if he can do it coming down that last straight. We also have Mason sitting in there very nicely for the number 3, but it's all going to be Jax. He is going to come away with that 1. Cade will have to set up for the 3, and Mason for the 3.
Backer, Langford and Mangan, they are your 1, 2, 3 at the moment as we pick up 15 boys as they head down through the third straight. Still go Backer there, Crosby Backer. He's out of the Kalula Club I think he's doing a great job there as he headed down through the home straight. Mangan's still in that 3 spot there. Crosby Becker will take the 2. Langford, sorry, for your 2.
First track of the 16 boys out there, I think that is going to be pretty close there between some of those riders. They'll catch a number places to come around, but it might be Eli in there for the number 1. Potentially that's going to be 101, followed very, very closely by Heath sitting in there very nicely for the number 2. They're getting a couple of bike lengths ahead of the rest of the pack, so it's all going to be Eli. He is going to get that number 1. I think Heath for the 2 is pretty close there between 3, but it might have been Jonte.
Justin Jung's your race leader out in the Wren Club. I think the Bendigo rider there of Salisbury in that very bright kit there is the rider holding down 2 at the moment. The through 2.9s, Aidan Cosford. He'll be in your 3s. They pointed towards a white stripe now, but running away with this one. Jung over Salisbury, Cosford for your 3.
All right, Gay drops on another rack of the 16 boys. Got a really good snap from the outside. Someone that might be Tyler in there for that number 1 position, but let's see, we also have someone on the inside, maybe Austin, doing a great job there following him down. I have to catch down the number place. That's going to be the 1-2-2. That is Austin sitting in there very nicely for that number 2 position, but let's see if he can catch that number 1 from one of those outside riders. I believe that is going to be Riley in there for the number 1 position. He is holding on to that really nicely. We've also got Cameron in there for the in the pack somewhere as well, but it's all going to be Riley. He is going to be leading this pack. Oh, a bit of a battle there between 3 and 4. Let's see who's going to get it. It's shoulder to shoulder coming down that last straight, but I think that might be Tyler. He is going to hold on to that number 2 position, 3 position. Riley's going to get the 1.
Gosselin Berg out of Canada, who's the one they're trying to catch at the moment. That's Dominic, but look, who's just slipped in front, stole the show. Harry Rowlands, he moves into that 1 spot now. Nice jump to manual there from Gosselin, though, in the 2. Gosselin starts to, he takes back that 1 spot now. Gets a little untidy as they get down the home straight, but Gosselin will take it over Harry Rowlands.
All right, we've got another rack of the 16 boys out there. That's going to be Italy rider in there, in the William. He is going to be has a few bike lengths ahead of the rest of the pack. That's going to be 107, but the 95 of Joel, he is in there for the number 2. With Luke in there for the number 3. But it's all Italy. He looks like he is going to lead this race from start to finish. Joel is going to have settled for that number 2 position.
Right, yeah, let's pick up your race leader in the chase colours there. It's going to be Noodles. That's going to be Noah Hart. Lead him down that second straight to 45. Going to be Shepherd, I think, in that 2 spot. So Cadell Shepherd trying to reel in Noodles as they go down through the home straight. Shepherd might reel him in, actually, as they get to the stripes. A very tight one there, I think, Shepherd over Hart.
17-24 men, that looks like it's going to be Jack in there for that number 1 position, but he's got number 2 and 3 really close to him. That's going to be number 139 holding on that number 3 position nicely. That's going to be Tyler. Let's see if he can catch up on that last straight, but I think Tyler is going to have to hold on to that number 3 position. Jack, it did get that number 1.
Jacob Bremer, good to see him back in the FD2 colours here today. Makes calling a lot easier, I'll tell you what. Then we've got a couple of Darko riders, I think it might be, in your 2-3. It's going to be Nate Pennell and Jack Fraser on the 20 bike, but still out front there is Jacob Bremer in those FD2 colours. He'll take the win in this one. 3's up for grabs as they get to the line, but I think it's going to be your 2 Darko riders in Purnell and Fraser.
17-24 men, let's see, that's going to be Zachary. He is going to be rounding out that in the front there, but it was pretty close there between AJ is there doing a great job in there for the number 2 as well. I think that might be Kai in there for the number 3, but it's all going to be Zachary in there for the number 1. Don't think there's any catching him. Pretty close there between 2 and 3, but I think Kai's going to have set up with the 3, so AJ's got that 2.
Oh, Connor West there, the con man, gets the best of the starts, a 1-8-1 machine. I can see Mitchell James sitting in about 3rd wheel there on exit of turn number 2, but it's going to be West. He's leading them down there out of the Maitland Club. So Schroeder's in that 2 on the 21 bike. Then we see Mitchell James in the 3, 777 on the back of the jersey. That is Brody Wilson, but Connor West, he'll get it done there. Schroeder will take the 2, James 3, Wilson 4.
17-24 men out there. That's all going to be Nate Morosky leading out of the pack. He did come away with the win yesterday, so I'm sure he's going to want to double back today. But that's also going to be Jet Brunton. Oh, Jet Brunton in there for the 2, but he's got, who's that going to be? That's going to be Mateo. He wants a piece of the action in that 3 position. Here comes a few other riders coming out of the back there. Oh, it's all going to be, I think Mateo got that 2 position, but Nate did come away with the number 1.
Zach Hutton, look, I have a little scary moment there down that first straight, but he's absolutely out front, flying at the moment, doing it nicely there. The world number 2 on the plate. Got Mitch Burke in the 253 bike. He's holding down 3rd wheel. That is Liam Goodwin. But Hutton, Burke and Goodwin, they'll be 1, 2, 3.
All right, we're back to the 17-24 men. That's going to be Blake Jackson in there. Oh, he got a bit wobbly coming down that third straight. Let's see if he can hold on to it. But also Jack Armstrong. Let's see if he can overtake Blake coming down that last berm. But we got another riders coming down there low. I think Anthony might be there in the pack as well. But it's all going to be Blake. He will have to come away with that number 1 today. We'll have to see who got number 2.
Right, 787 Amande Aringo is the one they're all trying to catch at the moment, but he's going to lead us down the home straight there. Joshy Nash, he'll have to settle for the 2 out of the Cairns Club.
All right, I think we might have the 30-34 men out there potentially on the track. We've got a few riders out there. We've got this rider here a bit ahead of the rest of the pack. That's going to be the 94 of Matthew Blake. Bit of a battle there for 3 riders with that 2 position. I think that might have been the 188 of Bailey who is going to come away with that number 2, but it's all going to be Matthew. He did get that number 1. Bailey, he's going to come away with the number 2. Pretty close to 3 and 4.
Webb and Wadeworth, they are going at 1-2 at the moment. It's all Zach Webb, though, out front on the 147 machine. Fresh showing the skills down through that third straight. Rider in that 3 spot there might be the 987 there. It's going to be Andrew Aston. But Zach Webb's got this one shot to bits. He'll hang on to the win there. Wadeworth will take the 2, Andrew Aston 3.
9 men out there. That's going to be the 1A of Troy Roberts in there for that number 1 position. We had that New Zealander rider. He did a good move in that, Joel. He did a good move in that first berm. Let's see if he can catch up. Coming to that 14 play of Troy in there for the number 2. But it's all going to be the 1A machine of Troy. Oh, there's a bit of a battle there between 2 and 3 between the New Zealander rider. But I think Joel is going to have settled onto that number 3 position. Troy's got the 2.
44 men coming at us now. Charlie Rhodes doing it nicely. He's got a bit of company on the outside now in Sean Brunton, but still stuck on the outside there. Brunton nowhere to go, so Rhodes still your race leader. Looks like they're going to get off the gas and finish off. It's Tony Motos at the moment. Paul Adams will take the 3.
40-44 men. I think that might be plate number 485 maybe of Nick doing a great job in there for the number. Oh, a bit of a battle there. We've got 1, 2 and 3. They're all really close. Let's try to catch some of those number plates to come on. But they've got the number 12 on the outside there, but we also have Nick on the inside. Let's see who comes out of it. But we also had another rider come down on the inside. I think that might have been Nick. I think he did come out in that 1 position. I think Glenn's going to hold on to that number 2. Very close for 3.
Right, yeah, looks like we've got a couple of riders in March and Potter going to sit this one out in your 45, 49 men. Whippy's going to be your race leader there as he comes alongside Jamie Chambers now. Chambers goes around the outside, so he assumes that 1 spot there. Whippy goes in the 2. Mark Hughes just cruising around. He'll settle for the 3.
All right, we've got 45-49 men out there. That was pretty close there between number 1 and 2. That's going to be Joshua and Tiago. Tiago is from Brazil, all the way from Brazil. He's doing a great job out there. Let's see if he was going to want to get that 1 position. Oh, I think he might as well. The 46, the Brazil rider. He is going to go around that last berm in first position. Let's see if Joshua can catch up as he comes around that number on the last straight, but I don't think so. I think the Brazil is going to come away with that number 1. Joshua has to settle for 2.
All right, 50-54 men now out and about. Nigel Coombs is the one in charge at the moment, but it looks like he's got someone come out of the wild in that kit to go around him on the outside there in the leopard skin print. That's going to be Yates, so he rounds him up now. He goes into that 1 spot, so Yates is going to take the win there. Nigel Coombs, you'll take the 2 down to the 3. Will Phillips.
50-59 men. There was a bit of a battle there between Alec and Domingos, who is also another Brazil rider out there battling on the track. That's all going to be the 105. That's going to be the Brazil rider again. We're going to go Brazil back to back for that first place there, but let's see if Alex can say anything about it. He's got some heat in his tail as we come around. It's going to be Mike. He wants to get the piece of the action, but I think Mike's going to settle for the 3. Brazil for 1.
Rightio, Mustian is out front at the moment, doing it nicely where he usually is. So you've got Steve Hewitt there in the 2 and the Chris Brothers Racing colours. He's starting to close the gap now. He's on that Mean Mother bike there, the crisper machine. But we go back to the 3. That's Jason Ecken, and he's under siege now from Menino Vaccarella. But Ecken looks like he might hold him off as they get down to the stripe. Ecken will grab the 3. Vaccarella for your 4. Your 5 will be Billette.
All right, we've got the 8-year girls out there on the track. That's all going to be Marjorie. She's doing a great job there. Oh, no. I think Marjorie might have just come down, actually, so that leaves the door wide open for Hannah there in that number 1 position now as she comes around that straight. Hopefully Marjorie's going to be all okay, but Hannah, she comes flying down that third straight now. She's got another rider pretty close behind her. Let's see if they can catch up. That's going to be number plate of 3, maybe Zara, or yeah, Zara in there for the number 2. She comes by, but it's all going to be Hannah. Hannah is going to get that number 1 position. I think Zara's going to have to set off that number 2, and hopefully Marjorie's back for the next race.
Alrighty, yeah, more 8 girls action. Just go around that crash there on second straight. They're in and out of turn number 2 now. Poppy Ewing's the rider they're trying to catch. Zi Lu out of China is in that 2 spot there, but it's still the 2:03 of Ewing. Lu is in the 2 to 171 maybe of Brooke Matthews is in that 3 spot now, but Matthews trying to reel in the 2 as that China rider gets a little bit of airtime. But down the line, Poppy Ewing gets it done. It's actually good to have a few Chinese riders over here recently. Accompanied by the one and only Maris Strombergs, 2-time Olympic gold medalist. So having the Chinese team got a good coach.
Alright, put your hands together for Marjorie. She's just getting up and off the track. Two key riders somewhere sitting in there as well as they come around that first jet up to catch their numbers, but it's all going to be number 137. That's going to be Winnie from New Zealand. She has got the number 1 position. We've got 2 and 3 following very closely behind her. Let's see if that order's going to change at all. That's going to be the 2Q rider of Audrina for the number 2, and Luca, she is holding on to that number 3. That's all the New Zealand rider as they come down that third straight, but here comes Audrina. Let's see if she has anything to say about that as we come into that last berm. She's getting pretty close, going for that inside line, but the New Zealand rider is holding it nice and tight. I don't think she's going to be able to get past, but let's see as we come down that last straight. But I think the New Zealand rider, I think she will be holding on to that number 1 position. Audrina's going to have to settle for that 3, and Winnie for 3.
Right, yeah, 9 girls out and about now. We'll pick them up as they come down the third straight. Payette there, it's Nico Payette. Out of the Terrigal Club, she's the rider in charge at the moment on the 5A plate. Then we'll go back to the 2, that's Ellie Adams, the 1 National Series plated rider. The 3 is Ling Yu Zhu out of China. I think that's the way they're going to cross the stripe there with Payette, Adams and Zhu.
All right, we've got the last gate, the 9-year girls out there. That's all going to be the New Zealand rider of Pippa Walker. She has got that number 1 position in there, followed by the 17 of Lucia in there for that number 2, and Olivia doing a great job in for the number 3. As we come around, I don't think the order's going to change much coming down that last straight. It's all going to be the New Zealand rider of Pippa. She is going to take that 1 for this one. Lucia is going to have to settle for the 2 with Olivia for 3.
Got Daly and we're going to pick up Daly and Reed. Nearly lapping a rider there. So they come down through there into the home straight now. Third place rider just missed them there, but this is 10 girls there. Evelyn Daly, Isla Reed, W12.
All right, we've got the 10-year-old girls out there. That's going to be number 2A of Olive. She is holding on to that 1 spot really nicely, but Elisa's also coming with her, but they've got a bit of a gap on the rest of the pack, but it's all going to be Olive. She is going to look like going to lead this race from start to finish with that big 2A on her. We also have Libby doing a great job in there for the number 3. It's pretty close between Lillian and Audrey for the 4 and 5, but it's all going to be Olive. She is going to come away with that number 1, Elise for the 2, and Libby for 3.
Yeah, we step it up now into 11 girls. We'll pick them up at the end of the third straight. It's going to be a 3:05 of Barrington going 1 there. Peepers in the 2. She might have been just pushed back to the 3 now. Just missed the rider that stole her spot there as they go bar to bar down the home straight. But out front at the moment doing it nicely. Hattie Barrington out of New Zealand.
All right, we got the 11-year-old girls out there. That's all going to be Marley doing a great job in there for the number 1 position. Oh, but here comes the 444 of Cora. She's coming around the outside. Let's see if she can make some moves. We've also got the New Zealand rider coming into the pack as well. It's pretty close there between 1, 2, and 3, but I think that is still, it's all going to be Marley. She will hold on to that number 1 position. I think that might be Cora for the 2, New Zealand rider of Georgia for 3.
Right, our 11 girls now, Johnny Caldwell, Grantham, Holder, Campbell, O'Connor, Ferguson. Rider out front's going to be your 25, is it? 25, Bonnie Grantham in the 2 there. Holder out of the Ashmore Club on the woo with Spike. Moving into that 3 now. That could be Ferguson, I think it is. Ida Ferguson, she's under siege now, but Rider just making the sore sake, so Ferguson will hang on the 3. Holder will grab that 2.
All right, we've got the 11-year-old girls out there. I think that's going to be Lottie McDougall in there for that number 1 position, followed very closely behind by Aislinn and Sophia doing a great job in there for the number 3, but it's all going to be Lottie as she leads the pack all the way to over that finish line. There's no catching her. Lottie's going to get the number 1.
Right, yeah, coming at us now down the 3rd straight, 33 bike, Lily Bolger. She's the one they're trying to catch at the moment. Bolger in the 251. They are your 1-2 there, so that is Cameron Colloquin out of New Zealand. So Bolger, Colloquin, they'll be your 1-2.
All right, we've got the 1 of the 2. I think that might be the 2A of Harla doing a great job in there for that number 1 position. But Esther is in there in the pack as well, holding racing really well. But it's all going to be pretty close there between 1 and 2. Let's see who's going to get a bit of a battle. Got a rider there coming on the outside. I'll have to catch her number plate as she comes around. I think that might be Esther in there doing a great job with that number 1. That's how the race is going to finish with Indy and Harla.
Blackwell and Wallace going 1-2 on exit of turn number 2. We've got Raquel in there, McMillan. We've got Grant, Eatwell and Ella Moss. But still out front at the moment, Penelope Blackwell out of the Happy Valley Club there. The 2's going to be Wallace out of New Zealand as they turn and burn. They're going to drag race it down that home straight. But getting it done, Penelope Blackwell on Wallace the 2.
And we've got the world number 1 rider. She is from New Zealand doing a great job out there. I think that might be... we've got Josie Bunt doing a great job in there as well. It's going to be pretty close. I think Josie's sitting in there for the number 2 position at the moment. So it might be that world 1 rider of Addison doing a great job in there for that number 1. Oh no, there is going to be Josie Bunt in there for the number 1 position. There's going to be Charlie sitting there very nicely for the number 2.
Rightio, McKee, Simmons and Soak. You're 1-2 through at the moment. We've got Mellor, Cully out there at the moment. Cully sitting about 4th wheel, I think it is, trying to make a way through the field down that 3rd straight. But as we go in and out of the final turn now, still race leader there is Kaylee McKee. Kaylee McKee. She's got this one all wrapped up.
All right, we've got another one of the 13 girls out there. That's going to be the New Zealand rider doing a great job in there for the number 1. We've got Neve, I believe, out there as well. We've got Amelia sitting there very nicely. Oh, here she comes. She wants to get a piece of that action. That might be Amelia. She might be overtaking that New Zealand rider at number 2. So I think Amelia, she might be taking that 1, New Zealand 2.
Wrench McDougall go 1-2 down the 3rd straight. Wrench got about a couple of lengths there. McDougall closing the gap now as they head towards the final turn. Looks like the 31 bike in that 3 going to be Chloe Pieper out of the Castle Hill Club. But still holding her off though is Wrench. Wrench will hold off McDougall as they get the line in a tight one. Pieper will take the 3.
All right, we've got some 14 girls out there. I know there's Maggie, Dusty Schroeder out on there on the track. That's going to be number 31 in there. Yeah, that's Dusty in there for the number 1 position. She's going to, I think she might be leading that. It might be Amelia doing a great job in there for the number 2, but it's all going to be Dusty. There's no catching her as she comes flying down that straight. Amelia's going to set up for the number 2.
Hendricks, Clifton and Newcomb, they are your 1-2 at the moment. Hendricks Clifton out of the Manning Valley Club down there in New South Wales doing it nicely. Maddie Newcomb out of New Zealand in the 2 in the Riff colours there, the 272 holding down our 3rd wheel. That is O'Hara Radigan as they go in and out of the final turn now, headed down the home straight. Hendricks Clifton will take the win there. Maddie Newcomb 2, Radigan 3.
All right, we've got the Ashmore riders of Indiana doing a great job. Oh, we have some moves there in that 2nd berm. I think that's a battle between Indiana, Brianna and Indy for the number 1, 2 and 3. We got there close there. It's going to be the number 1, 1, 1, I believe, of Brianna. She might have just taken on that 1st spot away from Indiana, but let's see if the order changes, they're all coming down. But I don't think it will. I think Indiana's going to take the 1.
Mackenzie Butterfield, she's on the comeback trail at the moment. She's leading us down through the 3rd straight out of the Ashmore Club. Rider tucked in behind her there is going to be your 151 trying to rule her in. That is Luca Penny out of New Zealand. But it's still, have a look at Butterfield and Penny. Drag race down the finishing straight, but Mackenzie Butterfield, she's going to hang on to her. Luca Penny will settle for the 2.
15 girls, it's pretty close there between 1 and 2, but that is going to be Maya in there for the number 1 position. But here comes the New Zealand rider of Sophie. Let's see if she can do anything as they come around that last bend. But Maya's playing her ride smart. She comes around. I think she might be taking that number 1. Sophie for the 2, and Penny's going to hold on to that number 3.
Ruby Pereira with the 1 Queensland plate. She's led us around at the moment. She's got about 5 lengths back to Maya Perrott out of New Zealand in that 2 spot on the 777 bike. We've got the 111 in the 3 of Willow Pogmore as they go in there the final turn. Pogmore under siege there from the 237 bike as they go down the home straight, but running away with this one is Ruby Pereira out of the Redlands Club.
It's going to be Zoe Weatherhead sitting in there very nice for that number 1 position, but we've got Georgia is going into that number 2. She's doing a bit of fishing. We've also got Amelia sitting in very nicely as well, but it's all going to be Zoe Weatherhead as it come around that last strap berm. I don't think there's going to be any difference because that's also going to be Amelia. Here comes Amelia. She wants a piece of the action. Let's see. I think Zoe's going to hold on to the 1, Amelia for 2.
Kadir and Colquan, I hope I'm pronouncing that one right. It's a tough one there. Your race leaders at the moment, Melinda Kadir on the Maybo. She's going to lead us around the final turn now. Colquan, that's Sophie out of New Zealand. She'll hang on to 2. We've got a great battle going down the home straight there for you, 3 and 4 that we'll leave to the transponders.
17.24 women, that's going to be Stella Begg doing a great job in there for that number 1 position, and we've got the New Zealand rider of Amber doing a great job in there for the number 2. It's going to be pretty close between that 1 and 2. They're coming around that last burn, but Stella Begg is holding on to that first place nicely, but here comes the New Zealand rider. She's not giving up. She's going to ride this race all the way to the finish line, but Stella, she will hold on to that number 1, so New Zealand's going to have to settle for 2.
Rightio, Ivy Westbrook and Lauren Winter, they are your 1-2 at the moment. We got Kuhn, Kelly, Dow's in there, as well as Robinson and Longbottom. This is more 17 to 24 women action now. We pick them up as they come down this third straight, trying to find a way around. Our race leader is Winter, but Westbrook still out in front at the moment. Ivy Westbrook looking super strong on the bike today. She heads it down the home straight. She'll hang on for the win there. Lauren Winter will take the 2. Longbottom will 3.
Another ruck of 17.24 women. That's going to be Mackenzie doing a great job. Oh no, we just had a bit of a mix up there. That's going to be Chloe. She did a really great move in that second berm. She's going to be taking away that 1. But here comes Mackenzie. She's not giving up. She really wants to get that number 1 position back. Holly's doing a great job in there for the number 3 with the FD2 rider in there for the number 4. But it's all going to be Chloe. She is going to take this win from this race.
Talia Marsh had the best of the first straight there, but Georgie Venables comes in with a high low. Now she picks up where she left off yesterday, up the pointy end of racing. She was at the Oceania Championships, taking out the win in this age class. Here she goes now down the home straight. Venables the 1, the 2 is going to be Marsh.
All right, we've got the 25-29 women out there. I think that might be the New Zealand rider, potentially Amy Martin doing a great job in there for the number 1 position. But as we come around, it's going to be pretty close there between 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. But let's see who's going to get it. It's going to be the number... that's going to be the 581 of Selena. She is also a New Zealander rider doing a great job in there for the number 1. I think that might be New Zealand in there for the number 2, so they're going to lead this race from start to finish, but that's all going to be Selena.
Oh, weather-wise, we're going from one extreme to the other here at Brisbane at the moment. We've just got the rain falling if you're watching at home. But it's going to be 35-39 women out on track at the moment. We'll pick them up down the third straight with Courtney Whitby out of the Terrigal Club. She's the one they're trying to catch at the moment. The 44's tucked in behind her. That's going to be Brooke Goff. We'll go back to the 15 and the 90 bike there. The 15 is Amanda Hale. The 90 bike is Monica Henry. But it is all Courtney Whitby. Running away with this one, the 2 will be Goff, 3 Hale.
45-49 women out there. That's all going to be the New Zealand rider of Donna Head doing a great job in there for that number 1 position. But we've got another rider, I think that might be 1W Wave Michelle doing a great job in there for the number 2. But it's all going to be Donna. She is going to lead this race from start to finish. But Michelle, she's holding on really nicely for that number 2. 3 and 4, there's a bit of a battle there. I think we might need to leave that to the transponders.
Right, yeah, we're just loading the gate up on the hill now. Bit of a change of pace. We're going to go to our under 5 sprockets. A little bit of a cheer here. We get to sort of chillax a little bit. Sprockets out on track. Look around the track now. I can see not too many people protesting about the rain at the moment. They may be. They're probably welcoming the cool change. The rain's just getting a little bit heavier if you are watching at home. The rain just getting a little bit heavier now. Loading our gate for our sprockets. Just the tracks around starting to clear out a little bit. A few people ducking for cover. Certainly not the sprocket parents though. Their riders are up on the gate. They're ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, nothing stops these BMX riders, sunshine or rain.
Rightio, here we go now. We'll resume racing with our sprockets. We've got McMurdy, Scarborough. We've got Mahari, Zhao, Bates, Sturgis and Harry Tame out of the Ashmore Club. Little Harry, first big race meet ever. Probably is for a lot of these riders here. The 13 bike, though, I think he might have thrown the rear end out there. The 13's going to be a race leader. That's going to be Scarborough. The 911 is Mahari in the 2. Harry looking to pick up that 3 spot now. He's starting to wind up there. He's just caught on the outside. Let's watch him with interest. But still our race leader there is Scarborough, I think, and Mahari. They're going 1-2. Scarborough started to clear out now. It is the under 5 sprocket class. We can have riders as young as 3 out on the track here at the moment. At the 13 bike, though, he's doing it nicely. Got Bruce Scarborough. Bruce, the 911, the Porsche 911, that is Kobe Mahari. Here comes a 55 machine, that is Edmund Bates. The 212 coming through at the moment, that is Mick Murdy. Here comes Harry. I can hear Mum yelling. He's doing a great job out there on the big track. He's had a bit of track time up here. He's making moves now. Looking to try and steal a spot down the last straight. But that's one rack of your under 5, the Sprocket boys.
And we got the 6 Sprocket boys. It's pretty close as we're coming to that first berm. I can see the number 117. Oh, Levi, look at him go. He took that berm nice and tight, and he's now there in that number 1 position. He's got some supporters in the background back here. But we also got the number 222 battling out there as well. That's going to be Hudson. I think he might be holding on to that number 3 position. But Levi with that nice move in that berm. I don't think there's going to be any catching him now as he comes flying down that 3rd straight. Oh, he has a little bit of heat in his tail there from another little rider coming down that 3rd straight. I have to catch his number as we come through. Oh no, Levi, he's got someone coming up on the inside there. I think there's going to be the 98 rider, Theo. Let's see if Levi can hold on to that. Oh no, Theo's coming underneath Levi. It's a battle there for 1 and 2. Let's see who's going to get it. Oh no, I think Theo might be holding on to this number 1. Levi is going to have to set up that number 2 with the 222 of Hudson for 3.
Rightio, Caleb DeFow's your race leader here in the 7 Sprocket boys. Bentley Harrison's in there as well. So too Sullivan Hunter, Kate Forresters, Kieran Gallagher, Max Breen, Isaac Pickett, John McDonald. They're all battling it out in this 7 Sprocket boys. Race out on track. We'll pick them up now as they come down through the 3rd straight. It's Caleb Defoe out of the Lake Macquarie Club, another New South Wales club rider there. Bentley out of the South Lake. He might have just got past there by the 244 with the Park Orchards rider there. Of Sullivan Hunter as they headed down through the home straight now. Defoe, Hunter, Harrison. That'll be a 1-2-3.
Another rack of the 7 Sprocket boys out there. I believe that's going to be the 111 machine coming nicely on the inside there around that first berm. He is going to overtake number 182 for that number 1 position, so it's going to be Carter. He had a beautiful move overtaking Weston in that first move. Noah in that first berm. Let's see if Noah has anything to say about it as we come down that 3rd straight, but I don't know. Carter, he's getting a bit of a gap on the rest of the track now there, but there's that little 3rd rider battling out. He wants a piece of the action, but here comes Noah. He's catching up. Let's see if he can make some moves coming around that last berm, but I don't know because Carter's looking real strong. We've also got the 900 bike. That's going to be Quinton, and the 500 of Dylan doing a great job in there for the number 4, but it's all going to be the 111 machine of Carter. He is going to take this race today. Noah's going to have to set off that number 2 with Quyan for the 3.
Right, yeah, the gates away on 6 Sprocket girls. Look like we are missing a couple of riders there. They might have had too big a day yesterday. It was a long day for them, but I tell you what, a couple of riders getting a great start here. We should have De Silva, Andrews, Werdner, Boxall, Cole, Isaacs, and Corball. Let's grab a couple of numbers. They go around turn number 1. We've got the 19, the 161. We've got the 252. So the 19 bike's going to be Isla Rose Isaacs. The 161's Corball. 252, Jalen De Silva out of the Ashmore Club. It's Isaacs, so Isaacs and Corball. They're having a great battle there as they go around turn number 2 now. In and out of turn number 2. Isaacs, Corball. They are your 1-2. De Silva's in the 3. We got Andrew in there. We got Zwerdner, Boxall. Also Nina Cole. A few riders, like I said, are missing out there. But the 19, the 161, the 252, they are all there. And the 19 of Isaacs. Is a race leader, 161 Corball. We've got De Silva. Here comes the 22 machine. Little Millie's Werdner out of the Kalula Club. One rider just battling with the rollers there. Getting going again now. 179 Hallie Boxall out of Gawler.
Another rack of the 6 Sprocket girls. We've got the number 570 in there, and that's going to be Grace doing a great job. But I think that might be maybe Isabel doing battling out there for that number 2 position. These girls are doing a great job out there, pedaling so hard in this rain. But it's all going to be Grace as she comes around. Oh no, I think she might have lost her first spot position. Let's see if she can gain that back as we come down that 3rd straight. But I don't know, we've got that little one rider in there, getting a bit of a gap on Grace now as we come down that 3rd straight. I'll have to catch her number plate. I think that might be Mackenzie, the New Zealand rider, in there for that number 1. Grace is doing a great job in there for the number 2. We've got the 54 rider of Evie in there for the rounding out the number 3. We've also got these other 2 little riders. That's going to be the 222. That is going to be maybe Asher doing a great job in there as well. But it's all going to be the New Zealand rider of Mackenzie. She is going to take that 1 away from Grace.
All right, Abby, I'm going to hazard a guess there's a couple of riders that might have missed their race. So the good crew here, the AusCycling officials, are going to let them go and get their lap in. So we've got a couple of riders there. The 40 on the back of the jersey, the 251. What race there come from, I don't know. It looks like Cora Nielsen. That's a 40 in the 251. It might have been 281, was it? Anyway, they're out and about, putting down a hot lap now. Almost like a time trial for these guys. As we've got one little shredder finishing off, just going under the finishing line now. But the 40 bike, got to be Cora Nielsen out of the Kalula Club. And it looks like the 251. Maybe it's 281 of Gregory. Smallest numbers I've ever seen on a race plate. Yeah, it is probably Gregory there. Got the Bayside jersey on, out of the Bayside Club. Just down the road here. So they finish off, we'll hand you over to Abby for your 8 to 10 Cruiser boys.
All right, the gate drops in at 10 Cruiser boys. Let's see who's got that great. There's this little rider in there. I think that might be the 96 of Keegan, getting a great snap out there in the front. But we've also got the 618 of Frank doing a great job in there for the number 2. We've got the 88 rider sitting in there of Arlo for the number 3 position. But it's all going to be Keegan. I don't know if there's going to be any catching him as he comes around there. But Frank, he's not giving up as he comes down that 3rd position. But we've got Keegan. He's getting a bit of a gap on the rest of the pack. But it's pretty close there between 2 and 3, between Frank and Arlo. But I think Frank, he is just getting a bit of a gap there from Arlo, but Arlo's getting some heat in his tail there from, I think that might be Aiden in there for the number 4. He wants a piece of the action as well, but it's all going to be Keegan. He is going to take that number 1 from Frank.
So it's a great start for the Cairns rider there out of lane number 8. That's Elijah Moy to pick up the whole shot. The 99 bike of Elijah is going to lead us down the 3rd straight. Throw him down the manuals too. Plenty of skill on board that 99 machine. So too the 999 Lewis Anderson out in the Rang Club. He's looking to do a little bit of shopping there in the final turn as the door's left open. But coming around the outside there, hanging on to it, Moy. So Moy's going to get it done. Anderson, he will take the 2. As we go back to the 3, I reckon that might be, that's going to be Jersey Blake, your 248.
8 to 10 Cruiser boys out there. That's going to be the 17 machine. Zach doing a great job in there. He's got quite a few bike lengths from the rest of the pack, but we've got a battle there between Bowden and Arlo for that number 2 and 3 position. Let's see who's going to get it. Oh, it's pretty close between them as they come shoulder to shoulder down that last straight, but it might be the New Zealand rider who takes that 2 away from Arlo for the number 3 and Zach for 1.
All right, 11-12 Cruiser boys. We'll grab some numbers now. 197, 154 in the 11 bike, I think it might have been. The 197, that's Georgie Hardy leading them around. Harrowfield's the 2, Leisman the 3, the 333 bike, that was Jet Cortina in the 4 spot there, but getting the job done there was George Hardy.
8 to 10, 11 and 12 Cruiser boys out there. That's going to be Aston doing a great job in that number 1 position. He's got some heat in his tail there coming down that last straight. Let's see if he can hold on to that number 1 position. Oh, I know it's going to be pretty close, but I think he will. I think Aston is going to come away with that number 1, maybe with the New Zealander into number 2.
Right, 11-12 Cruiser boys coming at us now down this 3rd straight. Johns, Handcroft, Hustler, Blake, Searle, Baldock, Winch. The 670 bike's the one in charge, Dylan Johns. Johns there on the Supercross, I think it might be. Got a couple of riders tucked in behind him, but Dylan Johns, he'll get it done.
All right, we've got 11 and 12 Cruiser boys out there. That's all going to be Cordell Daly in that number 1 position. But here comes Eli Smythe in there for the number 2. He wants a piece of the action, but I don't know if he can catch Cordell as he comes flying down that 3rd straight. We also have the number 4Q, it looks like, sitting in there very nicely for that 3 position. That is all going to be Hugo. Oh, and here comes Cordell and Eli. Let's see who's going to hold on to that number 1. I think Cordell will come away with the number 1. Eli for 2 and 4Q of Hugo for 3.
Right, yeah, good couple of good snaps out of the middle there. Might have been out of lane 4 and 5. Cowley and Sanderson might have got the best of the starts. Let's watch them as they head down the home first straight there. The 1-2-8 there, I think that might have been 1-2-5, sorry. He's got the best of it. That's Ransom. Cowley, he'll move in that 2 spot there on the 1-2-8 machine, but Ransom's going to be a race leader at the moment. Cowley in the 2. Got Clofter in there, out of the Park Orchards Club. Sanderson, Orble, Tanner and Searle all in the mix. They come back towards us now, though. I'm pretty sure it's still Ransom and Cowley, your 1-2. Your 3 is going to be a 998 machine. 898 machine off Clofter as they go down the stripe. Very tight for your 1-2-3. You could throw a blanket over them, but Ransom, Cowley, Clofter, that'll be your 1-2-3.
Cruiser 13-14 boys, that's all going to be Gus in there for that number 1 position. I think he's going to hold on to that. It was pretty close there between the 2 and 3 rider, but I think that might be Ryder. Oh, it's the 5-8 machine. That's going to be Jensen in there for the number 2. That must be Ryder sitting in there nicely for the number 3. As we come around that last straight, it's all going to be Gus, so he is going to take this race from start to finish. The 4-8 for the 2 and Ryder for 3.
13-14 Cruiser boys. Another rack of these guys out on track. Mason Park out of the Frankston Club. He's doing it nicely at the moment. He's got the Lake Macquarie rider of Dorman just tucked in behind him. Then it looks like we had the 3Q there. Alexander McCabe holding down third wheel at the moment. McCabe out of the Pine Rivers Club. But down the line we go. Park, Dorman, McCabe.
13-14 Cruiser boys, that's going to be your Mackay rider of Brody doing a great job in there for the number 1 position, but he's got some heat in his tail. Someone coming up on the inside of him on that 3rd straight. Let's see, that might be Hudson Daly, and then the inside. Let's see if he can get a piece of that first place action, but I don't know. It's going to be a bit hard because Brody's holding on really nicely. I think Hudson's going to have to hold on for that number 2. Bit of a battle there between 3 and 4.
Alrighty, 15-16 boys. Sam Langford is the one in charge at the moment. Donaldson, McDonald, A. Beckett and Smith and Lupton all in this one. I think that might be Lupton, is it? On the 2-1-2 bike in that 2 spot he is. In the 3 he's going to be a 5Q with Smith, but Sam Langford still the rider in charge. Lupton trying to reel him in down the home straight, but Langford and Lupton, they'll be a 1-2. Smith will take the 3.
We've got the 15-16 Cruiser boys. It's all going to be your 5A out there of Nicholas doing a great job in there for the number 1. Here comes that 2 rider coming up and really nicely behind him though. I think that might be maybe Ethan doing a great job in there for the number 2. But as we come around that last bend, it's all going to be Nicholas. He's getting a bit of a head start on the rest of the pack now. So it's all going to be Nicholas for the 1. Ethan's going to have settled for the 2.
Right, you're pretty sure that's 3WA there, the Mandurah Club there. Lachlan Morris, the one they're trying to catch as they go down the 3rd straight. Morris going to be a race leader. Got the 17 bike in behind him. That is Levi Anning, but still Morris in front. Anning as they go down the line. Morris and Anning, they'll be a 1-2. Transponders be a 3-4.
We got the 17-24 Cruiser men out there. That's going to be Jacob doing a great job in there for the number 1. We've got that New Zealand rider's hole going on that number 2. He wants a piece of the action as we come around that 2nd straight. Let's see if he can get it. We've also got Lewis doing a great job in there for that number 3. Clayton and Lincoln round out the pack as well. But it's all going to be Jacob. I think Jacob is going to be able to hold on for that number 1. New Zealand's going to have to settle for 2.
Right, yeah, Beams, Fraser, Wilson, Trigg, Lord, Taylor, they are your 17-24 men heading down that 3rd straight at the moment. Oliver Beams, though, is the rider in charge. Brady Wilson, he's in the 2. We've got the 20 biker, Fraser in the 3, the 7-8-8. That's going to be Lord in that 4 spot. Down the home straight they go. Win there is going to be with Beams over Wilson.
Cruiser 55-59 men, that's going to be your shepherd and rider of Wade Worth in there for the number 1. Oh, but he's got some battle leg coming around that 2nd bend. We'll have to catch that number plate as he comes around, but Wade is sitting in there. I think he's going to... Oh, we got the 990 of Adam, the New Zealander rider in there for the number 2 position, overtaken Wade, but here comes Wade. He wants to get the number 1 position back, but I don't know. I think Wade's going to have settled for that number 2.
Right, our 1-2-3 at the moment. We're going to go with Anderson, the 1, Stewart's the 2, Thorne is in the 3. That's Steve Thorne. We've got Mello and a lot in there as well, but your 92 bike is your race leader, Benjamin Anderson's got a little bit of company on the outside in Bailey Stewart. Stewart tries a high low now, puts on the drag race down the home straight, so Stewart's going to stir that 1 spot there. Anderson will have to be pushed back to the 2, Stephen Thorne 3.
Cruiser 40-44 men. I think that might be the 12 machine of Luke out there in the number 1 position. You got the 111 there and there for the number 2, and 27 is doing a great job in there for the number 3 spot as well as they battle down around that last berm. But it's all going to be the 12 machine of Luke. He is going to nicely take a win for this one. The 111 of Jeremy Gilbert is in there for the number 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause. You ever seen a hill ridden like that? He did a sensational job. So for those watching at home, we lost a rider on the hill, and Really put on the show to get down the bottom. I'll tell you what, Murphy and Knights there, you 1-2. Who's this legend? We'll pick up the number now as he comes around on the Maybo. That's going to be your 5, 8, 9. Lindsay Verrett out of New Zealand. Kiwi showing us how it's done over here today.
Cruiser 45-49 men. Let's see, he got a good snap out there. I think that might have been from lane 2, maybe, of Cameron Coley in there for the number 1. We'll have to see as they come around that first berm. Let's see, get a piece of this action as we come around. But I don't know, I think it still might be that same number. It's going to be the 17 out there. That is going to be Shane Whitby in that number 1 position. We've got someone's got hot on his heels though as he comes around that third berm. Let's see if we can make a bit of a difference in that pack. But it's all going to be Shane. I don't know if there's going to be any catching him as he flies down that third straight. So we've got that one rider coming down. I'll catch his number. That is going to be the number 2 of Derek. He is holding on for the 16 in there for the number 3 as well. That might be, but it's all going to be Shane. But here comes Derek. He wants to get that 1 position. Let's see if he can get it. Oh, I think Derek might have just taken it over Shane.
Rightio, 45-49 Cruiser men out on track. Pretty sure it was Jamie Chambers there on the 393 was the run in charge. He's got a rider sneaking down the inside of him now. Might be the world number 5 there of Gertz Jonkas, the Latvian. So the Latvian there just being led around by Jamie Chambers at the moment. So Chambers getting the win. The 2 is Jonkas.
Cruiser 50-54 men. I'm going to have to catch that number players who come around, but here comes Jason. Jason is sitting in there for that number 2 position. I think he's really wants to get that number 1 as he comes around there. That is going to be 28. Yeah, Jason did get that number 1 off the 280 of Ross in there for the number 2 as we come around. Let's see if that always going to change because they're pretty close, but I don't know. I think Jason might just be able to hold on to that number 1, but here comes Ross. Oh, no, Ross is going to take the 2.
Geez, they are bunched up like a swarm of bees down there. As they went down the second straight, they're into the third now. Nige Coombs, though, was starting to clear out, but here comes a 110 machine. Darren Perrott out of New Zealand. So they go now the final turn now. Perrott and Coombs, they go your 1-2 as they head down towards the stripe.
All right, Cruiser 50. We got the Jason. It looks like Jason's going to be sitting in there very nicely with that number 1 position. He's getting a bit of a gap on the rest of the pack, but Daryl's sitting in there super nicely for the number 2. We've got the number 3 rider doing a great job in there as well. I think that's going to be the 2, 3, 5. There might be Anino sitting there for number 3, but it's all going to be Jason. He is going to take that win today behind with Daryl in 2.
Right, yeah, Greg Hughes doing Nash there, 1-2 at the moment. We got Hollywood, Jeffrey Williams on the outside looking for the 3. He'll probably grab that 2 spot as he gets down the end of this straight. Now he moves up in the 2 there, the 777 machine in the Seville colours. In and out the final turn we go now. Look at Williams, he lights up the last straight now. He moves into that 1 spot, he'll steal the 1 there. So Hughes will take the 2, doing Nash 3.
And that's going to be the Brazil rider doing a great job there in that number 1 position. But we also have the 1A of Carl. He's coming to battle on for that top position. Let's see if he can get it as they come around that last straight. But I don't know, Brazil's holding on. Oh no, here comes Brazil. Brazil in 1A. Let's see, he's going to get it. We're getting a bit wobbly there. It's going to be pretty close. But I think the 1A might just take it over Brazil.
Right, yeah, these girls, I tell you what, they're keeping the pace on as they go around that wet turn. Number 1, Evelyn Daly, Olive Birch here, you're 1-2 at the moment. Harper Matthews is in there, Luca Upshaw, Willow Whitby, Audrina Smith, and Indiana Shooter. But as they come down this third straight, Evelyn Daly, she's the one they're trying to catch there. Oliver Birch in the Ace Race colours. She is second wheel at the moment. Then we go back, looks like a number 6 Q on the plate. That is Harper Matthews out of the Murrumbar Club, but as they go down the line, Evelyn Daly will take it over, Birch and Matthews.
Cruiser 11 and 12 girls. We've got a really good battle there for 1 and 2. I think that might be Adeline and Micah battling it out. Let's see who's going to get it as we come down that third straight. Oh, but Micah, she is stuck on the outside there, and Adeline's doing a great job on the inside. Oh, it's going to be pretty close though. They're neck and neck as we come down that that last straight. Let's see who's going to get it. Oh, I think Adeline, she might just be able to hold on to that number 1. Micah, the New Zealander, is going to have settled for 2.
11 to 12 Cruiser girls. We'll pick them up as they exit turn number 2. We've got Cyril Hinchcliffe, Sim, Knight, and Morgan and Foss. Poppy Hinchcliffe is the one they're all chasing at the moment. Olivia Foss, she's in that 2 spot there. Looks like the 7Q and the 27. They're your 3-4 there of Chloe Knight and Regan Morgan. But Hinchcliffe and Foss, ding-dong battle down the line. I think Foss might have stalled at the end. Poppy Hinchcliffe got pushed back to the 2.
Oh, we've got some good plates in this one. We've got World 1 and World 7 battling that top position. But I think that might be the World 7 of Addison. I think she might be taking the win on this one. The World 1 of Maggie McDougall is going to have to hold on to that number 2. We've got 4A of Penny Simpsons in number 3.
Righty, here we go now. Pick up our race leader, Josie Bunt, your 1A. She's the one in charge at the moment. She's got the 31 behind her there in Chloe Peeper. A couple of riders just having a ding-dong battle there. I think Silo Finch just passed Paige Knights to slip into that 3 spot, but Bunt will take the win with Peeper 2.
17 to 24 cruiser women, that's all going to be Chloe Hart in that 1 position. A really nice battle there between Brianna and Gabby in there for that 2 and 3. Leslie's going to get it. Brianna's on the inside, but here comes Gabby. I think she might just be holding on to that number 2 as you come around there, but it's all going to be Chloe. She's going to lead this race from start to finish. Gabby's getting a bit of a gap there, but now we've got a battle between 3 and 4. I think that's going to be Mackenzie and Brianna. I think Brianna might get the 3 over Mackenzie.
Right, 25-29 women out on track, cruiser women. As we pick up a couple of riders having a great battle here at the moment. Going to be a 591 and the 2 bike, a 591. That's Selena Pfister. The 2 bike there, Tori James, your world number 2. So your world number 2, I think, gets down there the line, gets it done.
All right, cruising 35-39 women, that's going to be Nicole in there for that number 1 position, but here comes Emily. Emily's coming, she wants a piece of that action as we come down that 3rd straight, but Nicole, I think she's going to be holding on very nicely for that number 1 position as they come around. We've got number 70 battling that there, and 17, that is going to be Courtney doing a great job in there for number 3. Oh, as we come down that 4th straight, it's going to be a bit of a battle there between Emily and Nicole. Let's see who's going to get it. I think Emily might be taking that 1 away from Nicole.
Rightio, 45-49 cruiser women action out on track at the moment. The Bayside ride there of Letitia Weatherhead was in charge, but sneaking into that 1 spot now is going to be Donna Head, so Head leads them around. Weatherhead, though, starts to wind up down the last straight. It's going to be a great battle down the line. Will Letitia get there? It's going to be very tight. We'll leave that one of the transponders for your 1-2, but your 3-4 will be O'Grady and Stevens.
Cruiser 45-49 women out there, that's all going to be the world. 1 of Jeanette doing holding on, great job in there for that number 1 position. Michelle's doing a great job in there for that number 2. And I just need all the mini wheelers to start getting ready for their second moto. Can I get all mini wheelers getting ready for their second moto? But it's all going to be Jeanette for the 1, Michelle for the 2.
Rightio, ladies and gentlemen, last race of moto number 1. We've just been through about 1,250 odd riders. Give or take a few. The 36 machine, though, of Adiamo. She's the one they're trying to catch at the moment. The 52 of Langfeld's in the 2. This is 55-59 cruiser women, but there's Lulai out of the Sydney BMX Club. Sandy Cameron sneaks into the 2 there.
Righto, morning everyone. We've got the country boys on this time. The Cairns and Emerald connection. Welcome to the live streamers.
Thank you.
Whoever's ringing me can stop ringing me.
Alright, so while you answer that phone call.
It's my mum ringing.
Oh, you better answer.
She loves me, I suppose. Anyway, she's probably looking at the live stream now, going a bit embarrassed, but anyway, we're into Moto 2. Joe, good start to the day, mate.
It's a fantastic day today. I just checked the forecast as the rain patch is going over now, so it should be blue skies and a bit of cloud after right now. So good to see everyone coming back out. So the elite, sorry, not elite today, it's the superclass on the 8 metre. I don't know how they're doing it. I'm looking right up there. I used to do the 8 metre and I was absolutely petrified to go down that hill. You got to get that timing right. It's a different race. Everything's faster, and you got another 7 riders beside you. So it's unbelievable racing these guys. The technology on the bikes are unreal. And speaking of unreal, look at the little mini wheelers getting ready.
Yeah, the little mini squealers are ready to go. Crowd's decked out again today, ready for the hot day of racing. The mini wheelers are off and running. Not sure whether they're running just 1 or 2 races here, but they're off like last week's pay. It's the 420. That's Caspian Gundry. He's off and gone. He's got the legs up. He's going to try and pump through this last little section here. The 723. Marshall White from the Hinterland Club all over his back wheel like a rash. The 222, who's that? That's got to be Rory there. We've got the 309 as well. That has to be, that might be Presley Owers maybe, or Oh, maybe Mason Fuge will try and get some other numbers there. But, geez, the mini wheelers, they've put on a show for us the last couple of days. Future superstars of the BMX tracks coming out riding at the Oceania Championships. Awesome to see.
Future of the sport, all right. I called out to one of them yesterday. I said, "Go Oakley," because I know him. And then he looked at me and went almost off the track. So that's the thing. You want to cheer for them, but then you don't want them to crash too. But they can ride straight, and they can look backwards and still ride straight.
I think we just had the commentary curse there, mate. One's just dropped it like a hot pie in the back straight there. But off and running now on the little pink bike there.
Loved the launch too. I used to tell my mum, like, push me as hard as you can on the gate. Didn't help at all, but mentally it helped a lot.
Right, eyes to the sky. Want me to go?
And everyone watching on live stream on YouTube, welcome everyone. We just had a rain patch. I'm just looking at the asphalt corner too, the steam that's coming off it. That's how hot it's been around here. But I'm from Cairns and you're out west, so we know what it's like to be when it's hot. But yeah, it's scorching temperatures here. But still great blistering racing around here.
It is quite funny. A few of the southerners complaining how hot it was. I was thinking it was like the air conditioner was on when we come down here on Friday. It's unbelievable. Gate drops, one just slips there. That's probably a little bit of sign of what it's like up on the top there. But it is your 115. That's got to be 185. That's Ashton. How about the 105 of Asumi Nakai from Japan in there for that one spot. Rory Southwell, he's just sent it high in the sky there. He's in about the number 2 spot. Maybe back to 3 in a second. Nice tight lines there. It's your Japan rider though. Ryo, he's out and about. Shauna McLean's at a heel. Southwell in there for the 2. The 47 is Shimada. The other Japan rider, he's in there for the 3. So it's Japan 1, 3, Australia 2.
Here we go next, Rack Superclass, man, flying down the first straight here. I'm looking for Jesse Asmus out here, absolutely blistered yesterday, but we've got the New Zealand rider, Max Richardson. He is out in front right now, hitting the sky right now. I'm looking for Jesse Asmus in that 4th position. Watch him go through this track. He knows it like the back of his hand, but the New Zealand rider is showing us how it's done right now. Here we go, got company all over his back wheel into the final corner right now. Who's going to take it out? New Zealand's holding it. Oh, triple the first thing. I love it when they triple it. Into the line they go. Richardson's got it.
Righto, here we go. 4th rack here, Superclass men. It is your 158 out in front. That's Ryan Tugas. He's from Canada. Oh, Canada! Here they go. It's the Canadian out in about. Ryan Togas all over his back wheel. There might be Deegan Maloney. We'll try and get a bit of a number on him from there, but it's Canada out in front. It's the 206 by the looks of it. That's Jack Grenos. Sorry, Jack. It's New Zealand v Canada. It's like a World Cup race here today.
Here we go, next Rack Superclass, man, out on about, coming down over, launching the triple step as they fly around the first corner. The number 12 plate rider from France, Hugo, is leading the charge right now. Look how low they're boosting that big step up as they fly over the second straight into the second corner. They go down that 3rd straight. It's all the French rider, Hugo. Every French rider I see, they are absolutely flying out here, followed by the 917 of Hughes in there for the 2 spot. That's Andrew Hughes. Wadey Turner, he's in there as well. He always sneaks himself into the final, but it's all going to be France going to take this one out.
Righto, next rack of these lads are up. Might be your 1. That's Jesse Green out and about, doing it nicely. They're used to the rain over there in New Zealand. It's your 610 off 510. Austin McNair, he's in there for the 2, but it's Jesse Green, your New Zealand rider there. He's in front, in there for the 2 spot. Is McNair at this point in time. Zach Stopper, the showstopper, he's in there for the 3, maybe soon to be the 2. It is the 2. Zach moves into that 2nd spot, but it's all your New Zealand rider, Jesse Green. He's going to take this one out. The showstopper in there for the 2.
Gate drops down now. Ollie Moran had a great start. Aussie in the middle of the pack, but he's got riders right beside him in the inside. He cuts them off. So it's Aussie out in front, the 4-4-5 in there for the 2 spot. That's Jai Copland in there for that 2 spot. But it's all Ollie Moran leading the charge right now. Into the second corner they go. As they go around that second corner, holding on to the grip on that corner. It's all Ollie Moran. Here comes the rider in there for the 2 spot, making the move. Just got cut off there, but in the 4-4-5, Jai Copland in there. Even the number 2 spot, Kobe in there for that 3 spot, but it's all going to be Ollie.
Well, looks like O'Grady's just slipped on the gate there. Another rider as well, a bit wide, same deal. I've missed that start there just from that. But back to the racing, it is your 6-2-2 and your 1-1-6. That is Daniel Franks from New Zealand and Bailey Seckold making the best of it there. Seckold in the 2, maybe soon to be the one. He's had a nice little burn there, ridden this track 1,000 times. But it's your New Zealand rider, Franks still out in front. Seckold all over his back wheel. He can just about smell the rubber sitting there. But it is a New Zealand rider. Here comes Seckold on the back wheel. Almost that straight. He'll take this one out. New Zealand rider Daniel Franks in second.
Superclass women out on track right now. Looks like Molly Simpson is leading the charge right now. She won the ABA Grands last year and absolutely flying out here today. 8:02 in there for that 2 spot. As they fly down that second straight, absolutely flying by Molly Simpson. This is why she won the ABA Grands last year. Absolutely consistent, stepped it up from the year before and last year as well. But it's all Simpson, the Canadian, leading the charge. 8:02 in there for that 2 spot. The 8:02 plate rider in there for the 2 spot is going to be, I think it's Madeline Hunter and Kira Murphy in there for that 3 spot for the podium. We've got to ride it down that second straight, but it's all Molly Simpson absolutely blistering it out here today.
Yeah, I think there might be a couple of riders down there. Let's hope they're all okay. We've got the officials with them there. In the best in the business, 1300 medics. Appreciate your support. Bit of a shout out to all the volunteers here today and yesterday. It's no small undertaking for all of the volunteers required to ball on one of these events, so really do appreciate it. That rain seems to have subsided, Joe, so that's good. The track's drying out nicely. It's always good to have a bit of a ride in the rain, isn't it?
Yes and no, because every track's different at the start, because some starts a little bit slipperier than others. So you look at up there, a little bit of sandpaper on that start too, especially the tyres as well. Depending on the tyres, it's a bit slippery, and the hill, as we see the rider getting to her feet.
Yeah, awesome to see. I suppose I was probably more getting at just a good, you never know when you get to a big competition, like a world titles, and we have a sprinkle of rain, and the fact that you've ridden it in the rain just can be a bit of a tad of a help sometimes, if that makes sense.
I think at World Titles, didn't you lose your wallet at the World Titles in Rock Hill?
I lost my passports actually. I left them on the plane. Don't remind my wife about that, but anyway, I got them back.
Times over in Rock Hill, Charlotte Airport.
Yes, let's not talk about that.
But yeah, with the rain on the track too, there's all heaps of puddles, but there's no mud. So you see a huge puddle of water, you're thinking, okay, I might slow down a bit. But the track surface is so quick now, you just fly through it. So, especially when you drive, you've got the aquaplane, so I'm careful with it, but the young superstars now, they just go through it as fast as possible. They even go faster, I believe. Yeah,
it's awesome. Look, the track, pretty sure TK, if he's around, if you can hear me, he's done a wonderful job on the track. They've done obviously some upgrades here as well and some improvements. Quite a bit of maintenance in prep for obviously the world titles a bit later on in the year. But we'll go to the big hill again here. It's your second second rack of Moto 2 for the Superclass women. We've got
also what we're waiting to. Thank you for all the first 80s. One of my mates crashed yesterday, Shaven Twardale. He got concussed on the first straight. Brenton Harrison, one of the commentators here, his son had a crash over the second double in the first straight. He got concussed too, had a bit of a brain bleed. But I wish you all the best, Flynn. He's getting discharged today. But yeah, make sure, especially if you're a rider too, make sure you have a good warm-up, have some reaction warm-ups too, because at any chance you get a little bit off balance, you've got to rechange your position on the bike. and yourself too. So always have a really good warm-up, stay hydrated, and stay safe out there.
Gate drops. Who's got the pop? Powell, the Weet-Bix girl. She's out of the one. Looks like she's got the best of it coming into that first turn. She has, mind you, on her outside will be the 1-3-4. That's got to be Schramm, Isabella Schramm in there for that 2 spot. But it's still Sienna Powell from Terrigal. She's taking control of this one into that second berm. It's still Powell out in front. Schramm in there for 2. Local Ashmore rider just down the road there in that 3 spot will be your 577 of 6-7 of Boletta Schluter from Denmark. What a beautiful country you live in. But it's all Powell. She'll take this one out.
Superclass women again out on track. Zoe Claassens had a great start. Triples the jump into the corner. The World 8 in there for that 2 spot. That's XL from France in there for that 2 spot. But it's all Zoe Claassens leading the charge right now. World 8 in there for that 2 spot of XL as they sweep around that second corner and fly down the third straight. Look at these women go absolutely flying. This is why they're professionals, making it look easy out there. But it's all Claassens. Claassen leading the charge. World number 8 in there for the 2 spot. Brooke Penny in there for 3. And that's going to round out those top 3 riders.
Gee, feels like we're calling a World Cup here. Seriously, some of these names, it is awesome to see. Here's another one up. We've got Corley. She's in there for 1. Oh, nice move there by Layla Walker. She's out of New Zealand. All over at back willow is Ava Corley from the US of A in there for that 2 spot. It's still Walker, though. She's taking control here, and she will lead him out into that rhythm section now. It's still Walker. All over at back wheel is Ava Corley. Is she going to try and take her on? Maybe not. Your 26 of Mia Webster in there for the 3. That's about your race at this point in time, but it's going to be Walker. Layla Walker, she'll take this one home.
Junior Superclassman out on track right now. Drag strip down the first straight. Here we go right now. Junior Superclasses 14 to 16-year-olds as they rip around that first corner. It's the 77 plate rider out in front. That's going to be Harry Rollins leading the charge right now. Eli Schroeder in there for that 2 spot as they rip into that second corner. Triple manual that triple into that second corner as they fly down that third straight still. It's all Harry leading the charge right now. Here we go, the number 2 rider in there for that 2 spot. Eli hanging in right there. They're going out wide. High, low move, engage right now. So Eli's taking over right now. Harry's gone from first to third, just like that.
Righto, gate drops here. Junior Superclass man Nash Harvey out in the mid. He's got about the best of it. He's got the Aussie flag on the sleeve there. It's Nash Harvey out of Warrnambool. He's leading him in, leading him home at this stage. It's your 414. That's Timothy Creswell out of New Zealand. All over his back wheel. He's going to try and make some moves to groove to pay the bills here in that second spot. But he's still got to make up a couple of bike lengths. It's still Harvey out and about. All over his back wheel is the 414 of Creswell. That's about your race at this stage. In there for the 3 spot will be your Frankston rider, Austin Hooven. But back to the front of the race. It's Nash Harvey. He's going to lead him home.
Gate drops down now. Justin Jung had a great start from lane 6, but the Fox is going with him right now as he slides into that number 1 spot on the brand new radio. So it's going to be the Fox leading it out right now. Justin in there for that 2 spot as they boost that double into the second straight and into the second corner they go already. They fly around the wet corners and not making a difference at all because these boys are flying out here for the junior superclass, man. But it's all the Fox tripling it into that corner. Justin in there for that 2 spot as they fly into that last straight. It's all going to be Fox leading the charge and Isaac in there for that 3.
Righto, couple of whippets in this one as well. And we'll see who's got the best. It might be your world 4 out and about. It is. Should have trusted himself. Cameron Miller, he's leading him in this stage. We've got Brad Brook there as well. Who else have we got? Jaden Soulsby, he's in there for the 2. But it's back to the front of the race. It's your W4. That's Big W, Big 4. Your current world number 4 out in front. It's Cameron Miller in there for the 2 spot. Issue 179. Jaden Soulsby in there for 3. Is Kai Field riding a nice race there as well. But they're not going to catch your world 4, Cameron Miller.
Gate drops down there. Here we go, next rack of junior superclass men as they fly into the next rack right now. It's the 107 leading the charge as they fly into. He's got the Stay Strong colours. It's all going to be the rider out in front, absolutely front. We've got Jed Lillycrap in there too, and Seka, the young fella in there as well, from Bukai Pioneer as they fly down that third straight right now. It's all the leaders still out in front. Here we go, they're all bunched up. Here we go, the final corner action. They left the gate open right now, rider from fourth to second. Grace makes the move, one straight right now. Every moto counts in this one, especially junior superclass. Great racing, fellas.
Righto, junior superclass women, Dusty Schroeder showing the slightly older girls how it's done here today. She's got the gun run in as well and takes the position. Nice riding there, Dusty. She's 350. That's Maya Ellis in there for the 2 spot. In there for the 3 will be Tilly Guy from memory. But back to the front, it's Dusty Schroeder all the way down the hill from Toowoomba today. It's Schroeder showing them a clean set of heels out by 2 bike lengths. Make that 3 bike lengths. Guy in there for the 2 spot. Maya Ellis from the Frankston Club. She's in there for the 3. Can Dusty hang on? Here comes on the inside Tilly Guy, but no, she will. Dusty Schroeder, she'll take this one out.
Gate drops down now, junior superclass women again, out on track, triple, they go. It's all Zoe Weatherhead leading the charge right now. The 53 in there for that 2 spot. That's Molly Williamson in there for the 2 spot. So it's all Weatherhead, Williamson, 1 and 2. Here we go, the back of the pack. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th are all getting bunched up as they move into that second corner down that 3rd straight. It's all going to be Zoe Weatherhead leading the charge right now. Williamson is still in there for that 2 position, makes the move, 1-5-2, makes the move from 4th to 3rd. That could have been Beth Walker in there for that 3 spot, but it's going to be all Weatherhead taking this one out, followed by Williamson.
Righto, here we go. Junior superclass women as well as 1,000 of these girls today, which is awesome to see. Might be the 4, it is 2. It's Zali King in there for the 1 spot at this stage, trying to pick up that 2nd place rider. Might be Amelia Stitchbury, I think it is, out of Tuggeron Club, but it's Zali King that's leading this one at this stage. Stitchbury still in there for the 2. Oh, might have had a bit of a lead change there. It might be to the 315 of Stitchbury. She's gone from 2 to 1, and then the 116, that's Georgia Kelson from Lake Macquarie. She's going to take out that 2nd spot. Nice ride there.
Masters riders out on track right now. Tony James had a great start from lane 8, and she is out in front right now. We've also got Nicole, Mickey, Samantha, Ashley Gunn, and Emily as they fly down that 2nd straight. Into the triple they go, and around the 2nd corner they go. It's still Tony James, world number 3, as she flies down that 3rd straight, over the step up, step down. She goes. Here we go. The fight is on with Ashley Gunn and the 72 plate rider Samantha Mulloy in there for that 2 spot. So it's all going to be Tony James in the number 1 spot, followed by Moy in there as the 2 spot, and Gunn.
Down last straight, hold the gate.
Righto, 8 boys, here we go. In that 2 spot there will be Zach Newlands trying to pick up to 24 of Tahiro Hall. He's in there for that 1 spot. Got the it's Aussie sleeve there. It might be the New Zealand sleeve. I'll have a bit of a look, but it's Hall in front, and we've got just a rider down there too. But in that 2nd spot is Zach Newlands out of Bayside. They're having a ding-dong battle coming down 3rd here, but it's back to the front of the race. It's your 24, Tashiro Hall, and in there for the 2 spot will be Zach Newlands. Back to our 3rd spot will be Luke Thompson by the looks of it, and but that's how the guys will finish by the looks of it.
Down from the Masters women. Great fish of the volunteers too. So when there's a rider down, the officials jump onto the track and guide the riders up. So especially when you're a rider too, it's cool. Just look up, eyes up riding too. Make sure you're aware where the volunteers are and the riders. So the round of applause for the fallen rider. That's Ashley Gunn.
It is Ash. Let's hope Ash is in. She'll give us a little wave there. Hopefully she is doing well. We see a lot of Ash up in central and northern Queensland. One of our great riders, been up there for a lot of years, and yeah, let's hope she is okay.
Alright, next up we've got the 8-year boys locked and loaded on the gate. Looning, Merritt, March, Cousins, Searle, Dutch, Zhao, and Duncan. Getting ready here. It's always exciting to watch the 8-year boys. They have 4 racks of 8. So 8, 12, 16, 32 riders of the 8-year boys. You need more than 32 to make it into quarters, so they are guaranteed they'll be going into 8-man semi, so 16 riders get cut. It's tough racing out here too, so every rider, you got to fight for every inch as you can too, because the nation's best are here. They're trying to qualify for the world titles this year, and yeah, you got to try and get that top 32 in the country.
Were you ready to go? Were you the only ones who got it?
Here we go, gate drops down now. 8-year boys, lane 7 had an absolute flying star. That's Roger. Roger's out in that number 1 spot. We're going with him though with the bright orange bike. I love seeing those colours. He's in the number 2 spot. That's going to be the 199 Travis Pastrana numbers. That's going to be Ollie in there for that 2 spot. So it's all going to be the rider out in front though. It's going to be the rider of lane 6, which is going to be Roger leading the charge. Ollie in there for that 2 spot, and Charlie in there for that podium 3 spot as they fly into that second corner right now. Look at the body positions as they fly into that 3rd straight. Looking at making it look so easy right now. The skill level of these riders are improving every single year. 199 has taken over the lead right now. Ollie has taken over the New Zealand rider, showing the Australians how it's done. So it's all going to be Ollie. He's going to take this one out for the 8-year boys.
Righto, back to 8 boys, rack 3 of 4 here. This will be Hudson Hislop out of New Zealand. Freddie Stansfield, he's out of New Zealand as well. It's the New Zealand show here at the moment, going 1-2. In that 3rd spot will be your 21X of 22-1, might be Haru Shimada, might be New Zealand. Oh, what a move there by that New Zealand rider. Oh, they're going to have a ding-dong battle 2 and 3 in there, but it's your 3-1-1. Hudson Hislop, he'll take this one out.
Jake Anderson leading the charge, the Kiwi leading the charge so far. 3-1-8 going with him right now. Make some noise. That's Ace. He's in there for that 2 spot as they fly into our last straight action right now. Jake Anderson, Ace, 1 and 2 goes over, boosts that tabletop and over, boosts the step down as he goes over line. Anderson and Ace.
Oh, some nice racing there in that second corner. It's your 9 boys. Here we go. It's Toby Cronus. He's in there for that 1 spot, trying to pick up that 2nd place number there. Might be an 8A. I think it might be Mason Ballantyne. Maybe we'll just have to apologise if it isn't, but it's definitely out front. It's Toby Cronus. He's in there for that 1 spot. He'll take it out.
9-year boys, William Wiggers absolutely boosting that double in the 3rd straight as he leads the charge. 333, Lachlan Bellany in there for that 2 spot. Here comes 55 and 999 as they go into the corner. Makes the move, goes from 4th to 2nd, but here comes the other rider in there for that 2 spot now. Zach had a great move, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, great racing. Down applause for the fallen rider. Crashing down.
Righto, 9 boys, here we go, out they pop. Who's got the pace there to take this one out? Nice little drag down first straight. There might be Jaxie Moss. I'm sure it is going on his racing style there. It's got to be Jax Moss, my little mate from Toowoomba down the road there today. It's Jax Moss. He's in there for the 1 spot. Try and pick up that 2nd place rider. Might be just Lewis Anderson there from Narang. I'll try and have a look at that, or it might be one of your New Zealand riders. We'll get a bit of a better look as they come through. It's Jaxie Moss, so he's all over him at the front there. He's hanging on. It is your 5Q Z5 Archie Walker from New Zealand. He's in there for the 2 spot. They ought to catch the Toowoomba rider though. It's going to be Jaxie Moss. He'll lead him in, lead him home. He'll take this one out.
9-year boys, another rack on track right now. The Australian champ leading the charge. That's Nash Lucas, followed by Sota in there for that 2 spot. Nicholas in there for that 3 spot. As they go in, they're hugging that white line down that 3rd straight. Final corner action. Let's see if they can hang on to it. But it's the champ, the Australian champ, Nash Lucas. He's going to take this one out, followed by Sota on the 111 in there for 2. And Nicholas Villagen in there for 3.
Righto, couple of big platers in here, none other than your current world number 2, Archie Warner out of the Kalula Club in there for 2, Dimitri Doran Cairns. Watch him for a bit later in the year as well. This kid can seriously ride as well. In there for the 3 might be Cooper Rushbrook. Mind you, there's another rider coming up strongly there as well. Or just slipped a pedal, the 217. That might have been Sander Randall trying to make a groove and move there, but just missed out. But it's going to be Zorna. He's going to brain him in this one.
Lachlan McCartney, he's in the number 1 spot right now. Josephson in there for 2, and Richie, the 3A, in there for that 3 spot as they fly into that last corner action. The reigning champ, Thomason, he wants that number 1 spot. He's got to fire Lachlan for it, but Lachlan's too big and strong right now, leaving it to a line, but it's going to be Lachlan 1, Thomas 2, and Richie in there for that number 3 spot.
Righto, here we go. Righto, out and about here we got, let's just try and pick up some numbers as they come through here. Might be Aston Jones here from the Pine Rivers Club. I reckon it will be, might be Gleig actually out in front, riding a really, really good race there as well. It's Gleig, he's out there. Aston Jones, he'll be in the roundabout as well. Nice riding there, boys. Robinson, Griffiths, Harris, Wright, Jones, Lamb, all doing great things there, boys.
The New Zealand rider leading the charge right now. That's all going to be Thor leading the charge right now. Absolutely pulling away from the pack. Followed by the other rider in there for that 2 spot. Looks like Daniel on the 17 machine. He's in there for that 2 spot. Sorry, that's Zach in there for that 2 spot. The 401 in there for 3. That's Tate. Coming down the last straight. It's all going to be Thor Pisso from New Zealand. Absolutely flying out here. He's going to take this one out.
Righto, here we go. Marcus Brereton out and about. It's Mav Luworthy from the KC Club in there for the 2 spot. And I think it's Will Rocco in there for the 3, but I'll check the 3rd place as they come through. But it is Marcus Brereton. He's out and about. Sean McLean set of heels. Here we go. Bit of moving and grooving coming on here. It's your 2V and your 3V. It's Leworthy versus Rocco. Who's going to hold on here? The ding-dong battle down 4th for these 2 Victorian riders. But we'll leave that one to transponders, but Brereton, he'll win that.
Another rack of the 10-year boys as they fly down that first right now. Lane 1 had an absolute screamer of a start. That could have been Jaden Barrett from New Zealand as they fly into that first corner right now. It's all going to be the 589 leading charge. Inside move there from the 33 plate rider. That's going to be Carter Felston from the Ashmore Club in there for that 2 spot. But it's all going to be the leader out front, Henry. Henry leading the charge, followed by even Gainey in there for that 3 spot as they fly down that around that second corner and down that 3rd straight. I want to see the skills. There we go. They're boosting that double over the step up, step down they go, into the last corner they go. It's all going to be the run of Jaden, absolutely flying out here right now. Can he hang on to it? Let's see if they can jump the last straight. Last corner, yes he does. Both of them heard me as they go over the last straight, over the tabletop they go, boosting it, but they got to make sure they keep it low.
Righto, that might be Matanui Hill here from New Zealand. Rode really well there again yesterday as well. It's your 2A of Murphy Cooper in there for the 2 spot, but it's your New Zealand rider Hill. He's out and about. Cooper, he's in there for the 2. We'll pick up that 3rd, 4th, 5th place riders as they come through, but it's Hill out of New Zealand. 111 on the front plate there, doing a great job as he comes down that rhythm section. Your 2A, Cooper, he's in there for 2. Needs to ride a little bit tighter line there. He might get undercut. He left the door open, mind you. He's got a good run out. Can he hold on to second? He's going to try his hardest to do so, but it's Hill in front. Leave 2 and 3 to transponders.
Gauge on sound now. Here we go out in front right now. Looks like it was Leon leading the charge right now. The 45 Xavier in there for that 2 spot. Well, it's all going to be Leon leading the charge. Xavier Ryan in there for 2 spot 1 and 2 as they go down that 3rd straight right now. Let's see what they do with a manual or jump. Yeah, I think it's the best option is to stay low down that 3rd straight. And as they come down the last straight right now, it's all going to be the leader out in front, Leon, followed by Archie. In there as well, we got Tate, Dougie, and Levi and Cooper in there for the 4th, 5th, and 6th positions.
Righto, here we go, 11 boys. It's Daniel Viljan out in front. Leo McLeod, he's in the 2 spot. In the 3 will be Braxton Stagg from the Bayside Club, but it's all Viljan. Shona McLean set. He's got to be 10. Make that 15 metres. Oh, ding-dong battle on for 2. Make that 3 and 4. Might be Jarvis O'Shaughnessy banging bars there. Dad'll be proud of you there, bros. But back in front, it'll be Daniel Viljan. He'll take this one out.
Gauge drops down. Looks like Hendricks leading the charge right now. Caden McDonald in there for that 2 spot. Cullen in there for 3. Here we go. 1 and 2 are fighting it out. Here we go. Last corner. Who's going to get a beautiful high-low position and turn? 1 and 2. Handlebar to handlebar action. Step down. Lunging at the line. Great racing there for the 11-year boys.
Right, 11 boys. Bode, he's out and about. Harrison Merritt, he's in there for the 2 spot. I reckon that's got to be Lawson Chemmings. He's in there for the 3. It's put that on repeat. because Boday's out by about 10 metres. He's holding that lead. You have 47 Merritt. He's in there for that 2 spot. Chemmings, he's there as well. You can throw a bit of a blanket over the rest of them. But I tell you what, they've got to catch Boday because he's off like last week's pay.
George and Fletcher fighting it out, 1 and 2 beautiful moves on that first corner, and they're still making moves on each other down around the track, but it's all going to be George and Fletcher, 1 and 2. Here comes 3, the 27 plate rider, Cooper Stokes from the Townsville Club in there for that 3 spot, but coming down the last straight right now, over the single step up they go. It's all going to be the riders, Fletcher and George, 1 and 2, and here comes Cooper Stokes from Townsville securing that 3rd spot.
Right, 11 boys. Kai Hooper out and about. He's taking the 1 spot there at the moment. Callum Ritchie in there for 2. Bray Flanagan, he's in there for the 3. Put that on repeat as well. He's out by about 15 metres. Showing them a really good sight there in front. Callum Ritchie in there for 2. And Bray Flanagan, he's holding down that 3 spot. Maybe coming through strongly is another rider there. Can Flanagan get there? We'll leave that to transponders.
11-year boys, Will Goff had a great start from the Stay Strong colours in the number 1 spot. Henry Fraser in there for a 2 spot as they fly into the last corner right now. It's all Stay Strong colours from start to finish. That's all going to be Will Goff in there. The second rider, Fraser's got company right over his right-hand shoulder, lunges at the line, so Fraser could have hang on to that 2nd spot.
Oh, ding-dong battle here, 12 boys. Oliver Mace out and about. He's showing them what it's done here at this stage. In there for the 2 will be your 2 sets. Might be Kahukara there, just trying to do his best. I can see the Rockstar. He's there in the 4. Can he get to 3rd? Don't think so. But in front will be Ollie Mace. He'll take this one out.
Gate drops down for the next rack of riders out on track right now as they fly down the 3rd straight. It's all going to be Knox, the 3N. He's in charge right now. The 6th plate rider, 6A, Anderson Ritchie in there for the 2 spot. It's all going to be Birch leading this charge. Ritchie in there for the 2 spot. But Birch is absolutely killing it out here today. He's going to take this into the race for mode number 2.
Righto, here we go, 12 boys. Dallin Johns from New Zealand. I reckon it's going to be the New Zealand show out in front here with these 2. Matani Hill, he's in there for the 2 spot. Yes, he is. Just trying to pick that number. It might be the China rider in there for 2. That's Shangui Zhu out of China in there for the 2. Challenging for 1st, but he's got to get past Dallin Johns. I don't think he will.
Gate drops down there. Here we go. The 12-year boys. It's all power. Putting down the power right now. In there for that 2 spot. It's going to be the rider Prescott in there for 2. And the 3rd rider's got company all over his back wheel. That's Winch in there for 3. But it's all power leading the charge, showing us he's got the power to take this one out. So it's all going to be Finlay Power taking it out for the 12-year boys.
Righto, here we go. Memphis Blake, Ashmore. He's been on this track a few times as well. It's Blake out and about. Got those fast gloves going on there. It's Blake in there for the 1 spot. The 197 coming through. George Hardy in there strongly for that 2nd spot. Is he going to be able to hold on there? They would have catch Blake though. He's got a good break. He's out by 5.
On his tail, those Fenton in there for 2, so 1 and 2 are fighting it out. The 3rd place rider is trying to reel him in there for that 3 spot. That's going to be Max Stevenson, but they come down the last straight. Over the single step up they go. It's all going to be Oliver Bergman taking this one out. Ethan Fenton in there for the 2 spot, and Max in there for 3.
Righto, that might be Liam Wilson, I reckon, out and about there. Mackay rider doing a great job. It's Wilson, your current Queensland champion. On the outside, though, is the 320, I think, and that 328. That'll be Xavier White from Hinterland all over his back wheel like a rash. Can he hold on? Ken Wilson needs to get on the gas here. Something fierce. Not sure. Leave that one with transponders. It's either Wilson or White.
13 boys, Albert to Albert, Axel, Shake and Bake was in the number 1 spot, got pushed back in there for 3rd. Let's see what he can do down this last straight. 152, Ryder Brooks made the move on that 2nd corner, and he's made himself in that number 1 spot right now. Company right over his right-hand shoulder, lunges to the line. I think Ryder Brooks has got 2nd in that one.
13 boys, here we go. We've got Memphis McLeod. He's been riding well for the last couple of days. Freddie Coote and also Carter Dorman in there for the 2 and 3 ski spots, but it's Memphis McLeod. Oh, nice move there. Nice move there by Freddie Coote. Is Memphis going to be able to hold on? We'll leave that one to transponders.
Jax O'Connell leading the charge, followed by Copper in there for the 2 spot. The 3rd place rider, Holland, in there for 3 as they fly down the 3rd straight. It's all 3A. Beautiful wheeling style down the last 3rd straight. I'm looking at the bike. It looks like a radio bike. Those radio bikes are absolutely flying out here this weekend. But it's all going to be Patrick Clopper. He's going to win this race for the 13 boys, followed by Jax O'Connell in there for the 2.
Righto, here we go. Finn Lawrence from New Zealand. He's in there for the 1. Jarrah Benning in there for the 2. Noah Joyce in there for the 3. That's about your race. Bit of a gap back to the other boys from there. But it's your NZ1. Finn Lawrence, current New Zealand champ. He's out and about on the Maybo in there for the 2 spot. Jarrah Benning all over his back wheel like a proverbial rash. But Joyce in there for the 3. Oh, Benning's come through strongly as well. But I think Lawrence, he'll hang on.
Gate drops down now. Here we go. The 14 boys out on track. Miller is leading the charge right now. Cowley in there for that 2 spot, but it's all going to be the leader out in front. Miller absolutely pulling away from the pack. Here we go. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all bunched up. Final straight action. Let's see who can maintain their nerve as they go down the last straight. Over the steep tabletop they go. They're going to stay in the same order.
Righto, 14 boys. Luke and Petroni, he's out and about. He's been riding well, this young lad as well. It's Petroni out and about. Shauna McLean, set of heels at this stage. 917 of Braxton Gillard out of New Zealand. He's in there for the 2. Your 178, LB Flanagan. He's battling in there for 3 or 4, but it's all Petroni they got to catch, and that's not going to happen.
Another rack with the 14 boys. Logan Willoughby leading the charge right now. Make some noise for your riders. The 5Q, Jack Stevens in there for that 2 spot as they fly down that 3rd straight. Look at the skills on this kid out in front. On it looks like a Speedco bike as they rip around the last corner right now. It's Logan Willoughby with the famous last name. He's in the number 1 spot, followed by Jack Stevens in there for the 2.
Righto, one of the tallest kids in BMX out there at the moment, Maxi Ransom, your 6Q from Mackay, doing great things. Oh, he's gone from 1 to 2 though, left the gate open. I think Brodie Wilmot has taken that on the inside there as well. It's just 3-2-1 now in front there. Ransom, he's had to settle back there for the 2 spot. Your 1-3-4 of Cooper Murphy from New Zealand coming through strongly as well. I tell you what though, Ransom shut the gate there quickly. He'll take 2nd.
Lane 7 and 8 in this one had a blistering start, and it's Bradbrook and Withington 1 and 2 as they fly down that 3rd straight. Triple Manion on the beautiful Maybo bike in the number 1 spot. It's all Jaden. Jaden take this one out so far. He boosters over to the tabletop. Charlie hunting him down, but couldn't keep it smooth. So it's all going to be Bradbrook and Withington 1 and 2.
Righto, Rico led everywhere on that first straight, except when he went out of it, he slipped back there to 2nd. Try and pick the, might have been Hogan maybe in there for that one. It's your 3A, of Reese Tisdale in there for the 1. Rico's gone back there to 3, trying to pick up that 2nd place number. Always just bonked it a little bit there, fella in front, but yeah, it'll be Tisdale. I think it'll take it out there.
8-8 Crosby backer for the 15 boys are out on the track. Had a great start from lane 1 and he's pulling away, but here comes 34 plate rider in there for that 2 spot. The 34 plate rider all over and trying to make the high-low move. Went a little bit too early. Manuel's up to the tabletop, but it's going to be Crosby backer. He's going to take that one out for the first rack of the 15 boys.
Righto, it's a New Zealand show here. 1 and 2. Nixon Banks out and about. Timothy Creswell in there for the 2 spot. In there for the 3 will be the 11 of Sammy Langford. Great to see these guys over from Western Australia, but it's your 2 New Zealand lads battling out in front there. We'll leave that one to the transponders, but I think Banks might have just got there by a nose.
15 boys out on track right now. We've got Jarvis, Deacon, Mason, Nash, Darcy, Jack and Blake in this one as they go down that 3rd straight right now. It's all going to be the rider out in front. I believe it's the 182 of Nash Harvey leading the charge as they fly down that last straight right now. 3rd and 4th are battling now. Look at the beautiful rims in there for that 4th spot as they go down over the step up, step down and lunge into that line.
Righto, 15 boys. Here we go. Harrison Regan out in the ring in there for the 1 spot. Jax Alderton, he's in there for the 2. We'll pick up that 3rd place rider, which is your 911 Ben Anderson from New Zealand. He's in there for the 3. But back to the front, it's Harrison Regan. He's going to hold on here, I think. Alderton, he's in there for the 2. And 3rd will be Benny Anderson out of New Zealand.
Triple three, Alex Cameron's number, former elite men's champion, but it's little Lucas Zeta though. He's got the colour, the numbers, of triple three. He's leading the charge, followed by Tate in there for that 2 spot. The 189 in there for 3. That's going to be Aiden in there for that 3rd spot. As they come down the last straight, it's all going to be Zeta taking this one out. Lochtenberg in there for that 2 spot. Well done, boys.
Righto, Dylan Secker. Gee, he's got a motor on him, this lad. Don't you worry about that. It's Secker. He's out and about. Give him 10 metres back to second. He's not even full wound up there at this stage. Your 3-4-2-6 maybe it is. Cade McNamara, he's in there as well. But there's no doubt in your winner. It's going to be Secker. He's turned the afterburners off.
Lane 5 had a great start. It's all from Canada. Number 1 spot right now. He's absolutely fine. That's going to be Dominic leading the charge right now. This kid can ride a bike. The 101 hot on his tail though. That's Eli Schroeder. Last straight action. Eli Schroeder. Beautiful move. And he takes the number 1 spot away from the Canadian. So it's all going to be Eli 1, Dominic in there for 2.
Oh, Canada, 16 boys again. It's Connor Brereton Styles out of Canada. He's leading this one in there for the 2 spot. William Gall out of Italy. Gee, it feels great calling these names. I tell you what, it's awesome. It's Connor Brereton Styles, so from Canada, still holding on here. It's your Italian of William Gould. He's in there for the 2 spot. They'll hold on.
16 boys, another rack out on track. Isaac Bays in the number 1 spot. Here we go, 2nd, 3rd and 4th are fighting it out as they come down that 3rd straight right now. It's all going to be a beautiful corner. This last corner right now, let's see if anything makes the move. But it's all going to be still the 24 plate rider, Isaac Bays. He is absolutely styling up right now. 2nd and 3rd are fighting it out. Lunges to a line, but it's all going to be Isaac taking that one out.
Right, I think this will be Austin to pay the bills. He's got a big motor on him as well. He's out and about. The 23, Brody Kane off Cockburn. He's in there for the 2. The 72, William Donald. He's in there for the 3. They would have catch Austin though. That's not going to happen. He takes this one out.
16 boys, here we go. Ding dong battle for 1, 2 and 3. They're all bunched up in that 1st corner and the 2nd corner. Jade and Salisbury leading the charge so far. Right, we've got Luke Morris in there as well. Here comes Jonty Yates in there for that 3 spot as they make the final corner and down the final straight right now. Here comes Jonty Yates from the Cairns, hanging on to it right now. Well, it's all going to be Morris. Could have been Yates in there for 3.
Righto, Jack Hewen out of New Zealand. He's in there for that 1 spot. Might be Connor West, I think, from Maitland in there for the 2. We'll confirm those numbers as they come around. Yeah, I think it is. He is in there for that. Might be Jed Phillips or Jackson Phillip, possibly in there for the 3. But they've all got a catch in New Zealand rider. Jack Hewen, that's not going to happen. He ballistas them home.
17-24 men out on track right now. It's all going to be the 45 plate rider, Cadell Shepherd, leading the charge as they sweep around that 2nd corner and down the 3rd straight right now. 25's going with him. He's going to be the rider in there for that 2 spot. That's going to be the Canadian Vacellera. Oh, here we go. Beautiful move around that last corner. Anything can happen down that last corner, but it's all going to be Cadell Shepherd taking that one out.
Righto, 17-24 band again. It's VJ Oz, local Redlands rider. He could have just about walked home. That's how close he is to this track. The 16 of Zachary Van Bladel from Hinterland. Actually, it's now Van Bladel that's gone to the front there as VJ Oz turns off the afterburners. He'll want to watch himself. He'll end up in 5th here. No, he just sneaks in for 4.
Another rack of the 17-24 men. Hines, Wilmot, 1 and 2 as they go around that 2nd corner, down that 3rd straight, over the step up, step down section they go. Still Hines leading the charge. Wilmot in there for 2. The 20 in there for 3 of Jack Fraser as they come around the last straight, over the step up they go. Great seeing all the different lines from these riders today, but it's all going to be Hines 1, Wilmot in there for the 2.
Righto, it's your 777, Brody Wilson out of the Mackay Club. He's leading them in this one. In there for 2 will be Tyler Julian from Happy Valley. If I've got that number right, I think I have 139. Yes, it is Tyler in there for the 2. They're going to catch Brody, though. He's on that Red Prophecy, making it go pretty darn quick as well. It'll be Wilson. He's going to hold on here. Julian in there for the 2.
Another rack, 17-24 man. Nate Morosky absolutely flying out here. He won yesterday, and hopefully he does it again today. Triple manual over the step up, step down. Absolute skills to pay the bills. So it's going to be Morosky 1, Bremer in there for 2, Jackson in there for 3. As they style up down that last straight, it's all going to be Morosky, Bremer, Jackson.
Righto, talking about a bit of style. Noah Hart's just triple manualed into berm 1 there, doing it easy on the back wheel as well. In there for the 2 will be your 11, Mitchell James from the Beanley Club, all over his back wheel like a rash. But I think Noah's just turned the afterburners off there. James is going to take the win though.
25, 29 men out and track. Zach Hudson absolutely flying. He's going that fast. He was crashed over that second double down the first straight. He's hanging on to it right now. All over his back wheel though. The 23 of Mitchell Burke in there for a 2 spot. Hanging in there with the world number 2. But it's all going to be Zach Hudson riding for Stay Strong Australia. For world team, sorry. Zach Hutton 1. Mitchell Burke in there for that 2.
Righto, I think this is old Canada again. It's your 787 Armando Aringo. Hopefully I've got that right for you, brother. I love that bike too, the old Supercross. She's out and about. That's flying. That is a beautiful machine. The 188 there of Bailey Stewart. He's in there for the 2. You can kiss the other riders goodbye, because I tell you what, the Canadian Armando Aringo, he's going to take this one out.
30 to 34 men out on track right now. Matthew Blake leading the chart. Joshua Nash had a bad crash last year, broke his ankle, went over the corner, so it's good to see him back out there. Panopoulos in there as well, but it's all Blake absolutely flying out here. Nash in there for the 2 spot. We got the other fellows in here as well. Brandon, Benjamin, Timothy, and Gavin Harrison as well, but it's all going to be Matthew Blake. He's absolutely flying out here today. He's absolutely won it.
Righto, 35-39 man. Matty Kennedy out of the... one of the clubs down there, Happy Valley might be, no, maybe, who really know. There we go. It's Zach Webb from Terrigal. He's in there for the 2. Where's Thorny? He's flying there in the number 5 spot, but he's not going to be able to make up those sort of metres there. It's Matty Kennedy, though. He's going to take this one out. Zach Webb, he'll hold on for second.
The champ out in front right now. We're hearing noises out there, and he's absolutely flying out there and going to the stratosphere. So it's all going to be the champ right now. 177 in there for 2. That's Joel Hook, but it's all Troy Robertson, the 1A leading the charge right now. Joel Hook is cruising beside him with the awesome mullet. He's going to secure that second spot.
Righto, 40 to 44 men starting to get to near the sheep stations now. It's Sean Brunton, Caboolture out of the snake pit down there at Caboolture. He's leading them out at this stage. It's your 58 of Paulie Adams. He's in there for the 2 with the Aussie sleeve on, but it's all your Caboolture rider. Sean Brunton, he turns off the afterburners there. He's going to take this one home.
40 to 44 men, another rack. This is heat number 2, motor number 2, as they fly down that second corner, down that third straight. It's all Joel Rhodes leading the chart, pulling away from the pack right now. I'm trying to see what type of bike. He's got the beautiful Prophecy bike in there for that number 1 spot. GT colours in there for that 2 spot, but it's all going to be a leader out in front. That's Joel Rhodes. He's chilling to the line, absolutely styling it up for us for the 40 to 44 men.
Righto, 45-49 men. Mark Fuse out of Maitland. He's in there for the 1 spot. Kerry Nakovic from Townsville. Love you, Nackers. I got your name right for once, mate. He's in there for the 2 spot. Who's going to come through strongly there? It might be your 17 of Paul Drury. He's in there for the 3, but it's all Fuse. He's going to hang on here, I think. Nackers, he's coming through strongly. Is he going to get there? Hang on, Nackers. Oh, leave that to transponders.
Shout out to 46 Tiogo Dias. He is absolutely flying out there, trying to keep it straight right now. He's got the power to win this race, but he's got to try to keep it straight as he flies down the second straight, overtaking number 1 spot right now. So it's all going to be Tiogo Dias from Brazil in the number 1 spot. So it's going to be Diaz going to take this one out.
Righto, 50 to 54 men. Here we go. Matty Yates from Cairns. He's in those infamous colours of his. You can't miss him. It's Yates out and about. He's got a 5 metre gap there back to Coombsy, I reckon it is, from the Pine Rivers Club. The 280 of Ross Davidson from Terrigal. He's in there for the 3. Nice little ding-dong battle between 3 and 4, but it's got to be your Cairns rider, Matty Yates. He'll take it out.
55 to 59 men out on track right now. We've got 4 riders in this one. We've got Nino, Brian, Brad, and Jensen as they fly down that third straight already. It's all your leader out in front. Brian on the 71 machine, leading the charge. 25 in there. Jason in there for 2. 5, 3, 1. Oh, Canada in there for the 3 with the gold Mabo. He's got to secure that number 1 spot though to hang on to that gold Mabo, but it's all going to be the leader out in front. Brian Dunn and Egan in there for 2.
Righto, 55 to 59, man. It's Carl Mustian, none other than Carl Mustian. Want to ride a CFL rider bike? Have a look at this lad. It's your 105 coming through strongly. It's your Brazil rider in there for 2. Mind you, Mustian's turned the afterburners off after about straight 1, but he's still rolling through there. He'll probably still get second. It'll be your Brazil rider though. Domingos Lamoglu.
Gate shots down now for the 8-year girls out on track right now. It's a full rack of them. It's all pink and purple out there as they fly down that third straight right now. 1 and 2 are fighting it out as they go down the step down for the section. It's all the leader out in front. The 203 makes a noise as they go around the last corner. It's going to be Poppy leading their charge right now. Here comes some last straight action right now for the 8-year girls. It's absolutely flying down that last straight. Step up, step down. And it's all going to believe it's going to be Poppy.
Righto, 8 girls. Next rack of these guys, it's Severe Kovacs, I think, out of Bayside, out and about. Where's young Hannah Leishman? She won't be far away. She'll be working her way through the pack. There she is. She's in third. In there for second is your 37 or 32. Zara Bergman from the Maitland Club. Oh, this is a nice little battle out in front. Kovacs, can she hang on? Mum's screaming over there like a pig. It's awesome to see, but it's Severe Kovacs. She's going to hang on. Nice ride.
9-year girls out on track 5A, 1NS and 7N in this one. All state plates in this one as they fly around the second corner and down the third straight. It's all going to be Pyatt in the number 1 spot on the 5A plate. In there for number 1, 1NS. Ellie Adams in there for 2 spot. Here we go, third and fourth are flying it out as they fly around the third straight right now. The leader, Nico, going out wide, hanging on to it. She's got to cut down low down the last straight, but it's all going to be Pyatt 1. Adams in there for that 2 spot.
9 girls. This will be Pippa Walker from New Zealand. She is leading them home at this stage. Winnie Murphy. It's the 2 New Zealand girls. Geez, they got some good riders coming through. Australians, watch out. Lucia Sturgis from Rockhampton. She's riding a great race in there for the 2 spot as well. It's your 2 New Zealand riders. Pippa Walker, Winnie Murphy. They'll take 1, 2.
9-year girls make some noise as they come down that first straight already, as they fly down. Audrina Smith absolutely flying on the 2Q colours in the number 1 spot. The 126 in there for that 2 spot. That's Kennedy in there for 2. So it's going to be Smith, Kennedy, 1 and 2. We also got Pieper in there as well. Hawes and Daffo as they fly down the second straight already. Over this triple step up they go. The leader out in front. The second in the state is going to be Audrina Smith as they fly down that third straight over the single double and over the step up, step down they go. She's pulled away from the pack. She's absolutely fine. She's in her own race right now. Here we go, second, the 3N in there for that 2 spot. That's Olivia Pippa in there for the 2 spot. 1, 2, 6 got company. Aria Kennedy has moved back to second, to third, possibly fourth right now. But it's all going to be the leader, Audrina Smith.
I'll tell you what, if you want to see a big motor, have a look at this girl here in front here. It's Evelyn Daly out of the Rockhampton Club. She gives me a bit of a smile even on the way through. Your 2A, Olive Birch, in there for second place. Make that about 5 metres back, though. I reckon Daly's turned the afterburners off there. Birch still won't be able to get there. It's going to be Daly. She's going to take this one out.
10-year girls out on track right now. Reed, Isla Reed, 6'1". Oh, who got handled by the handler action in there. Right it down on the second straight as they fly down around the second corner and down the third straight already. It's your leader out front, Isla Reed from New Zealand. Our buddies from over there, the 611. Here comes a rider 4A in there for the 2 spot. That's Harper Matthews trying to secure that number 1 spot. The beautiful rainbow colours in there for the 2 spot. So it's going to be Reed and Jefferson, 1 and 2. Sorry, 4A of Matthews, sorry.
Righto, 11 girls, here we go. It'll be Mia Holder riding awesome at the moment. So good to see from the Ashmore Club. Ida Ferguson, here she comes. Young Ida from down south there. She's in the 2nd spot. In the 3rd spot will be your 7A maybe. That might be Paige. Sorry, might be Paige Pieper there, the 1N in there for the 3. But back to the front of the race. It's all going to be Mia Holder. She's going to take this one out.
Here we go, 11-year girls, McDougall had a great start, but got company right beside her though. The world number 1, is leading the charge right now as they come down into the second straight right now. Here we go, McDougall still leading the charge as they fly. So that's New Zealand number 1 as they fly down that second straight. It's all going to be the New Zealand rider leading the charge. Georgia as they come down that third straight. Over the stubble they go. It's all going to be New Zealand 1. McDougall in there for 2. 46. Samara Jani in there for that 3 spot as they come down the last straight right now. It's all going to be the leader around front. She's in this race right now. She's absolutely blistering. And going to be McDougall in there for that too.
Ooh, nice little race there, Piglet. Righto, 13 girls. It'll be Cora Stevens, I reckon, in a ding-dong battle out in front here with, let me just pick that other number up. It's just 20, Is it Isaac's out in front there? I'm just trying to pick that up, but it's definitely Cora Stevens there is in there for the 2 spot. But awesome riding, girls, 11 girls.
11-year girls out on track. We've got the Australian champ, the state champ for Queensland in this race as well. But it's all going to be the Australian champ, Dway in the number 1 spot. Sophie McKenzie in there for that 2 spot. The 3:05 in there for 3. That's Hattie Barrington from New Zealand in there for that 3 spot. But come down that last straight right now. Let's see if anything changes. It's all going to be Dway 1. McKenzie in there for the 2 spot.
Righto, here we go. We've got some of these girls trying out for Mighty 11s as well, which is awesome. So each race for those really does count. Micah Wallace, she's in front here. She's a New Zealand champ. All over at back wheel is Indy Eric. Where is our rider, Adeline Eatwell from Mackay? Oh, she's in there for the 3, doing a really good job. Lily Bolger in there for the 4, battling out, but we'll leave that to transponders. Great racing.
Great racing down for this race as well. 12-year girl feels free across into 2nd, 3rd and 4th over that triple step up in the first corner. But look at the leader out in front in the pink and white colours. Absolutely fine. That's 2A of Harley Sinclair leading the charge. The battle is on for 2nd, 3rd and 4th as they make their way down the last straight right now. Here we go, 2nd and 3rd of Bella now. Over the tabletop she goes from high to low. She's going to steal that 2nd spot.
Righto, it's your big W, big one. Your current world champion in front. It is Penelope Blackwell. She is a cruising there. Doesn't even look like she's trying, and she just flies, this girl. So good to watch her ride. Mia Grant, she's in there for the 2. I'll tell you what though, there's got to be almost 20 metres back to them because it's Blackwell. She's going to brain them in this one.
13 girls out on track. Charlie McCulley from the Ashmore Club in the number 1 spot. So she got 3. Victoria in there for the 2 spot. Oh, she got a bit unstuck. Went across the 3 feet back, hit her back wheel and went over the handlebars. But it's all going to be the lead around front. Charlie hang on to it with the Stay Strong colours in the number 1 spot, followed by Gia. She's on the ground as they make their way. The volunteers are making them moves around the track. The riders are all going to be looking up around this next race.
Righto, here we go. We've got a rider on the track there. Wrench has just gone ahead there. Looks like that will be Addie sitting in there for the 2 and just trying to pick up that 3rd place rider. Just a rider on the track there getting attended to at the moment. Hopefully that rider is okay.
Tough sport, tough crash too. I've seen it too. Front rider just tapped the step up, landing and went a little bit sideways, unfortunately, and then the rider on the ground just got her front wheel washed away. And unfortunately, when that happens, you go either head first or hand first into the next jump. She's in great hands though with the volunteers that move straight into positions.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the best in the business here, and we certainly don't want to see that. But it is sort of part of the sport. But in the best of hands. Who are you trying to back in for Superclass today, mate? Like some beautiful racing there yesterday afternoon. Jesse Asmus, the track speed king, as I call him. He put it all together though yesterday afternoon. It was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I was in the hospital. I was looking at scores and I was seeing Jesse's times and Isaac's times. So Isaac had the fastest times down the hill. Jesse had the fastest times around the lap, around the whole track. So I knew if Jesse had a bit of room to move, he did take it out. But what a race. You can see those state riders in the academy, they're training on this track. And I believe this track is one of the most difficult tracks in Australia to ride on. So the more practice you have on it, the more comfortable you feel. And that's what Jesse Asmus looked like yesterday. Absolutely flying. Schramm as well. He is absolutely flying as well too. So those Queensland Academy Riders are absolutely flying here this weekend.
Yeah, no, it was a good thing to watch, and obviously Josh Jolly as well. That was a very quick lap as well. Anyone that's into the statistics will have a look at the times run there yesterday. Like that's it's insane. Some of the times these boys are riding. Shouldn't say boys, gents.
Young generation coming up right now too. So Josh Jolly with the beautiful Mabo bike too. He's on that Mabo World team. I was just watching him yesterday on practice too, just picking up manualing stuff too. The way he cruises over the bike too, the bike control, his balance is unbelievable too. I was watching his gates too. Very simple movements, but simplicity is key, and he's got that. He's having fun on the bike, and then I believe that too. If you train hard, you have fun, you're going to perform well too.
Yeah, it's certainly a motto of the McDougall family. You sort of train up, you got to have some fun doing it, mate. And we always say you got to have a smile on your face when you're doing it, and if you can do that, it certainly helps out in your performance. So, and in the women's, like there's 1,000 of them there today as well, which is fantastic to see. There is some big names, obviously there. Gee, I tell you what, Zoe Classens will be hard to hold out today. You've got Molly here as well. We'd literally swear we're at a World Cup meeting, mate.
Yeah, all these countries are just unbelievable to call out. So we've got Brazil, Canada, absolutely. Italy, I heard you say that one before too. I believe someone said to me about 12 to 15 different countries around the world are at this event right now. But yeah, Zoe's absolutely flying out here. Molly won the ABA Grands last year in America. She dominated the American series, and you can see she's carrying on her form here this weekend as well. But Zoe Claessens as well, absolutely a star in a class of her own as well too.
Yeah, it's great to see. The sport's certainly in a very healthy spot. And talking about healthy, they've been getting healthy numbers here too. Sleeman's like the numbers that are coming over here to ride. Obviously, this track prior to the world titles this year. It's awesome to see the facility getting used so much as well. And can only hope that we see some investment in the sport, both at state and federal level due to that as well. It'd be awesome to see. So we'll see what happens there. But
yeah, especially this world. The worlds are in our home country this year. If you don't know, it's the top 32 that make it through to the world titles. So everyone's training harder. Everyone's trying to perform harder too. But I believe training hard and keeping it fun is secret to success too. So if you're not having fun out there, you can the pressure builds on the gate. So if you got that more pressure on you, you got some of the best riders in Australia trying to compete and make that world team. If you're just calm and relaxed and having fun, I believe you have an advantage over everyone else too. So always try to have fun. So everyone's different. So you listen to music. Some people I know, they go, remember when Sam Willoughby was here, you wouldn't see him. He'd go all the way to the car park and then he'd be back at staging just in time. So everyone's different. I know I like to just have fun and just move around and say hello to people and keep it moving too. But you just got to find your groove too. So so when you go to racing, you know what routine you got, and then it's not a panic situation. So you already know what you're going to do. You're calm and relaxed, and then you're on the gate, and just tell yourself there's nothing else you can do really, because all the training's done. You can't go faster on the track. You just can perform your best, and that's all it is. It's having fun and doing your best.
Yeah, I love to hear that. And Joe, what is the plans for you, mate? I can't help but notice you've got a couple of fingers in a cast here. When are you back on the bike, mate? Are you going to have a crack at Worlds this year, or what's your plans?
Give me a crack right now.
Whee, that's the go.
Well, I broke my bone in my hand, so the doctor said 6 weeks. Nationals about 8-9 weeks time, so it's going to be a close one. So I'm either going to strap it up. I'm going to take a lot of supplements before that first race, but I'll do what I can. But especially getting older too, you got to listen to your body. I've noticed that too. So when you're young, you can eat whatever you want and then train hard and jump up the next day. But if I do that, I got to get up and warm up for about half an hour just to feel good, just to move. So my plan is just keep it simple. I'm just going to try and do the best I can with training. It's scorching up in Cairns at the moment, so it's about 30 degrees. Feels like 107, but yeah, I'll just do what I need to do and just take care of myself. And if I make it, I make it. If I don't, it's just another race in the end. And as long as I'm having fun out there, that's the main thing for me.
Yeah, awesome. It'll be great to see you back on the bike. And I suppose the next big one will be Shepparton in a couple of months' time, I suppose, 9 weeks' time. Down there for the national championships, which will be fantastic. It's a beautiful facility. Anyone that hasn't been to Shepparton, the town itself, the hospitality, but the BMX facilities down there are, certainly world class. So it'd be great to see a contingent of riders down there trying to make the world's team. Obviously there's been a few little changes there with the process to qualify this year, and particularly in some of those older age groups now having to meet some time requirements there as well. So it'd be interesting to see how that plays out. But I'll tell you what, I reckon it's going to be a massive Aussie team and contingent here competing for Australia at the World Titles. It's probably going to be one of the biggest teams ever assembled, I suppose, for Australian BMX.
Yeah, like former Olympians, people that just been off the bike for 10 years, they just come back out and jump on the bike too and have a go. I see Tristan Kroenke's out here too, so he hasn't been riding much, and he's out here riding masters too, so it's great to see him as we see the rider on the stretcher getting carried off. So round of applause everyone for the fallen rider.
Never want to see a rider finish their day like that, but in very good hands. Once again, thank you to our officials and 1300 medics doing a great job helping all of our riders out. We wish that rider all the best in their recovery. As we take our eyes back up, we're up to the 13 girls on the gate. This is the third moto of 4 of the 13 girls. Some great numbers in the girls competition this weekend, both yesterday and today. It's fantastic to see the sport growing and a lot of pink and purple, as Joey said there before. It's awesome to see. But this race, we've got Kelly Miller, Kaylee McKee, Josie Bunt, Caden Sandry, Harmony Griffiths, Shiloh Finch and Takira Rose Wickenden all battling it out here, trying to get through to that semi-final spot for a crack at the final later in the day.
I remember yesterday my mate crashed and got concussed, and the medics were absolutely phenomenal. They just took care of him too. He didn't want his jersey to get cut or the helmet to get cut, but they didn't do that, thank goodness too. But they're in great hands. They're lovely people out there. They took care of him, took care of me too as well, because I was with my mate as well. But yeah, I was with my mate too, and I kept saying to him, hey, this is what you got to say too, because they always ask you questions, and he remembered quite a lot. We just couldn't remember the hospital name, so they kept saying PA to him, and he had no idea where that was, because he's from Townsville, I'm from Cairns, and I kept saying to him, PA stands for, here we go, Princess Alexander, because there's so many hospitals here in Brisbane. But yeah, in great hands as well with the medics. So thank you so much, those people that helped my mate too, and helping all the riders that crash too, because it's not fun when you crash. It's a horrible feeling. You train months and weeks and years for this. They just doing a practice skate at the moment. And then when you collapse too, and sometimes it's not your fault. There's someone that just goes sideways, or your front wheel washes out. But yeah, just wish you all the best for your recovery, and hope you are healthy and back on the bike as soon as possible.
Gate drops, old back bunt in to be winning the gate here. She can gate this girl, don't you worry about that. I'll tell you what though, on the inside, that might be Kaylee McKee going with her. Here's Shiloh Finch as well in there for the 3, but it's Bunt, she's out in front. Kaylee McKee sitting there for the 2, Shiloh Finch in there for the 3. There's a little bit of a gap back there to 4 and 5, back to the front of the race, so it's Bunt, she's dominating in this one. Kaylee McKee all over Bunt's back wheel there as well. Is she going to try and take her on down 3 here? She certainly is going to have a crack here. Here comes Bunt, here comes McKee as well, back to Finch there. Bunt's got a good break. Don't think they're about to catch her from there. She's got too many skills to pay the bills. It's going to be Bunt. She's going to take this one out. McKee in there for 2. Finch in there for 3.
13 girls out on track right now. The world number 4, Maggie McDougall, leading the charge right now as they go into that second corner and down the third straight. It's all McDougall. The McDougall family absolutely flying here this weekend. They've been putting in the work. They're followed by Simmons in there for 2. Soak in there for 3 for the Mackay Pioneer Club as they fly down that last straight right now. It's all world number 4, Maggie McDougall, showing us how it's done. So it's going to be Simmons too and Soak
Awesome. Here we go. 14 girls out and about. Dusty Schroeder, no surprise there. I don't know whether she still is, but was leading the junior superclass women there before. Fastest time. What an amazing rider she is. It's Dusty Schroeder out and about doing great things in there for the 2 spot. Will be Maddie Newcomb from the New Zealand area as well. But back to the front, it's all Schroeder. She's going to do this one. She's going to do it easy. In there for 2 will be Maddie Newcomb.
Indiana Clifton had a great start from lane number 6. She's pulling away from the pack right now. I can see Stay Strong colours in there for the 2 spot. That's going to be Radigan in there for 2. The rider in there for 3. That looks like the 30 plate rider in there for 3. That's Miller Brax in there for that 3 spot, trying to high-low move in there for 3. Down that last straight they go. It's all going to be Indiana going to take this one out, followed by Radigan and 30 of Miller Brax.
Righto, Zali King taking control of this one here. She's out and about. She's got a good break on the rest of the riders there at this stage. See if she can hold on. She might just turn the afterburners off a little bit here as well. In there for the 2 will be the 7Q maybe. That is Sarah Kedge there as well, doing a great job. And we've got McMullen, Luna Due as well. She might not be there. And Hallie Fox from Cairns.
15 girls out on track. That looks like 191 of Sophie Penny from New Zealand out in front right now, followed by the rider in there for 2, a Penny in there securing that 2 spot. 23 of Sophia in there for 3, 777 Maya all over her back wheel, trying to high-low move them, but coming down the last straight, it's all going to be Penny, Allen, and it's going to be Maya going to be securing that 4th spot.
Righto, Ruby Pereira was in the 1. Maybe she's back to the 2. I'll get the numbers as they come through. Luca Penny might have just taken her over there. Oh. It is Luca Penny. She's out and about. She's going to lead them in, lead them home. In there for the 2 spot will be Ruby Pereira from the Redlands Club just down the road. Yeah. But it's all going to be Penny from New Zealand. That's Luca Penny. She'll take this one out. Pereira in there for 2.
Gone a bit sideways over that triple step as they come down that first straight, but hanging on to it now. Down the 3rd straight they go. Step up, step down. Here we go. 1 and 2 are fighting out. Coming around the outside though, there's going to be Jacqueline Waters from the Knox Club out in front right now as they fly down the 3rd straight. Manually skills over the tabletop. Nose dip to tabletop and over the step down. That's going to be the 15 girls.
Talking about different countries, here's Latvia out in front. This is Maliana Kuder from Latvia, one of the most passionate BMX countries you'll ever meet in the world. It's Holly Tribble, I think. She's in there for the 2 spot from New Zealand. So it's Latvia v New Zealand. Feels like I'm at a world titles, but it's going to be Kuder from Latvia. She's going to take this one out.
16 girls, rack number 2, mode number 2, 1 and 2, Stitchbird and Weatherhead, 1 and 2, as they come down the 3rd straight right now. The 315 Amelia has taken over command on the gold Mabo, so it's all going to be 315 Amelia Spurbury, 1, Zoe Weatherhead in there for that 2nd spot.
Righto, 17 to 24 women, none other than Talia Marsh. Got a skill set, this young lady. It's Marsh out and about in there for 2. I reckon that'll be Stella Begg. It is Stella Begg with the Hinterleg Club. She's in there for the 2. That's about your race, but it's all going to be Talia Marsh. She's going to lead them in, lead them home. She's going to take this one out. Begg in there for 2.
Next rack, the 17-24 women out on track right now. Looks like the Stay Strong colours are leading the chart. Going with it was a 3-3-1 in there for the 2 spot. That's Amber Robinson from the right in there for the 2 spots, taking over the lead right now though. So it's all going to be the NZ rider, Amber Robson, taking this one over the tabletop. She goes, and the rider in there for 2 of Lauren Winter on the 96 machine.
Righto, 17 to 24 women, rack 3 of 4. It is Molly Oldham out of New Zealand. She's in there for that 1 spot at this stage. All over her back wheel though is our local Pine Rivers rider. That's Chloe Hart. Oh, nice little line there, Chloe. Can she take her on? Oh no, the New Zealand rider's going to hold on here. Leave it to transponders, but I reckon New Zealand has just hold on there.
Another rack, the 17-24 women out in front. Georgie Venables absolutely flying right now over the step up, step down. She goes to about 5 bike lanes. The Cairns riders in there for 2. That's Kelly and Stevens, 2nd and 3rd. Here comes the 4th rider right now, trying to high low move. The 27 in there. It could have been Samantha Molly, but coming down the last straight right now, it's all Georgie. 1, Cairns, 2nd and 3rd.
Talking about role models for young girls, this lady out in front, Amy Martin from New Zealand, doing great things in here. 581 New Zealand rider as well, Selena Feister. It's the New Zealand show, 1, 2, but it's going to be Amy Martin. She's going to hang on. It's the New Zealand 1 and 2.
35 to 39, out on track right now. Courtney Whitby absolutely had a great start from lane number 8. Brooke Goff in there for the 2 spot. Monica Henry in there for 3. That's your top 3 right now as they make their way down the 3rd straight already. Coming down, it's all going to be still Courtney Whitby on the 17 machine with the beautiful purple Speedo as she flies into that last corner and down the last straight right now with the Australian colours, the Australian sleeve. It's all going to be Whitby 1, Goff with the Stay Strong in there for 2, and Henry.
Righto, 45, 49 women. It's Michelle Newport from Mandurah Club out and about. Oh, coming through strongly though is your 161 of one for that's Donna Head from New Zealand, and she's just taking control of this one. Newport's back to second there. We've got Ruth Begg as well, Sharon Bourne, Natalie Upshall, and Mainsbridge out of the Caboolture Snake Pit as well. But it's going to be your New Zealand rider Donna Head that'll take that one out.
Excellent women right in there from the women. Now we've got the under 5 sprockets to lock and load on the gate. We've got Kobe, Edmund, Bruce, Harrison, Parker, Angus, and Ethan. Making sure they're in the right lanes. Locked in for mode number 2.
Quite nice. This little bit of cloud cover there, Joe.
Yeah, it's nice. I just had a look at the bureau before when the raining patch went past, and I didn't see after that too. It was all clear, but it's great to have a bit of overcast as the 5 and under sprockets gets called right now. All right, here we go. 5 and under sprockets. Lane 1 had a great start. It's going to be Kobe, moves into the inside line, but another rider has taken over the lead right now. The sprockets are looking over to the crowd. Shout out to the crowd looking at him. It's a tricky situation. Oh, he hangs onto it, slits the pedal. You want to wave to the kids, but then they look at you and they distract them. It looks like the big 3 leading the charge right now. It's going to be Bruce Almighty in the number 1 spot right now. We've also got Kobe, Edmund, Harrison, Parker, Angus, and Ethan as they fly down that 2nd straight. Look at the huge jump these riders got to go over into the triple step. Oh, here comes a rider coming down the hill right now. He's giving them a head start. Let's see if it pays off as he comes down the 3rd straight right now. Usually there's a sprocket that goes over the pro section, but not yet today. But it's all going to be the leader out in front. It's all going to be 23 leading the chart. So that's 13 of Bruce Almighty in the number 1 spot. 55 in there for 2 of Edmund, 911 in there for 3 of Kobe in there, 5-2-3 of Ethan in there for that 3 spot, 21 of Harrison. Giving everyone a head start right now. Let's see if he can make the move. I think he's doing a time trial out there. But coming down the last straight right now, here we go. A huge track for these riders. It feels like 3 tracks for 1 for these guys, and every lap is a world title.
Righto, it's your 88 out in front. That might be 98 of Theo Williams. And then where's Huddy Moy? He'll be there somewhere as well. Don't you worry about that. Your 222 Hudson Bell. I reckon he's slotting in there for about the 3 spot. But it's back to the 98 Theo Williams. He's leading him out at this stage on the Supercross. Doing a great job there. He's on the cranks every chance he can get as well. He's doing a great job out in front there. It's going to be a little Supercross rider. Theo Williams, he's going to do this one. Your 222 of Hudson Bell, he's now moved in there to that 2nd spot. Your 99, that's Moy. Can't miss the Moys. They're all riding 99s. I love it. He's in there for the 3, and I think they'll finish that way.
All right, make some noise. A 3-5-1. Caleb and Carter fight it out. The 111 looks like Monster Energy colours in there for that 2 spot on the 111 machine as they fly down that 2nd straight right now. Ryan, Carter, Caleb, Ollie, Bentley, Harrison, Quay, Dang, Sullivan, and Cade Airtime Forrester in this race as they fly down that 3rd straight right now. I love calling the sprockets because anything can happen. They usually boost the jumps. They look sideways, they look downwards, and they still manage to pedal their little hearts. Look at that beautiful Speedco in the number 1 spot as they fly into it. That's the monster colours of Carter West in the number 1 spot right now. 3-5-1, Caleb in there for the 2 spot. He's going to try reel him in, but it's all going to be Carter taking that one out.
Righto, next rack of 7, Sprocky boys. Who's got the pop here? We'll get some numbers as they come around. A couple of them are hard on the gas there. It's your 182 and your 500. I like those names. That's Noah Heron from Warrnambool. He's in there for the 1. In there for the 2 will be Dylan Smith out of Lake Macquarie. Bit of a break back to the other boys. I can see a 24 there as well. That's Archie Wang. He's doing a great job there. In there for the 4 spot. But it's all Noah Heron. He's out and about. He's got a good break. Can he hold on the 500? Dylan Smith. He's trying to bridge it up. He's on the gas. Will he be able to hold on here? Oh, he's going to put in a big effort on that 4th straight. He's on the gas here. But I think it's going to be your 182. It's going to be Noah Heron. He's going to hold on to this one. Your 500, Dylan Smith. He'll be in there for the 2.
Gate drops down now for the 6 Sprocket girls. Out on track right now. 589 leading the charge. 19 in there for the 2 spot. That's Isla Isaacs. But it's all Mackenzie leading the charge right now. Isla in there for the 2 spot. We've also got Nina, Isabella, Jalen, Elk, and Asher as they fly down the last straight. We've got the micro mini bike in there in that 6th position as they fly around the 2nd corner already down the 3rd straight. It's all going to be the rider out in front. It's going to be the rider, the 591. 589 Mackenzie, absolutely fine from New Zealand, coming over right now. Let's see what bike she's got. I don't know what bike she's got, but she's absolutely fine. GW colours in there for that 2 spot. The 252 in there for 3. Jalen Da Silva. The 222 in there of Elke in there for that 4 spot. But coming down the last straight right now. Chia, get behind your riders. As they come down, it's going to be Mackenzie taking this one out for the 6 Sprocket girls.
Some awesome riding here from the little girls in pink and purple. Who's got the pop here though? Oh, nice little line by the 570 and the 54. The 570 is Grace Hennessy. Nice first name there, Grace. And you got Evie Warner trying to take after Dad and big brother there as well, Archie. She's sitting in the 2 spot. That's your Kalula rider, Evie Warner. But it's all Grace Hennessy from the Knox Club. She's out and about. She's on the gas. I think she's just about pedalled that whole 2nd berm. She's got a good gap now. She's out by about 10 metres. Maybe make that 12. Back to Zorna. She's in there for the 2 spot. The 161, Hallie Caldwell. She's in there for the 3. That's about the race. The 40 of Cora Nielsen coming through strongly as well. And your 528, Isla Heron. That's about your race done and run. But it's all going to be Grace Hennessy. She's going to take this one out. Doing a great job there. We've also got the 22 there. That's Millie's Warner. It's the Warner's taking over here. It's fantastic. And the 179, Hallie Boxall. Well done, Hallie, on the little yellow radio.
Oh, I can hear someone screaming down that 1st straight right now, and I'm absolutely loving it. Here we go. We've got the 8 to 10 year boys coming down the 1st straight. 17 leading the charge right now. 96 in there for that 2 spot. So it's going to be Zach and Keegan, 1 and 2 fighting it out. Over the double they go. Still Zach leading the charge. Keegan in there for 2. We've got Jackson, Alexander, and Frank in this one as well. But coming down the 3rd straight already, it's all going to be Zach still hanging on. Keegan in there for 2. 1 and 2 as they fight it out. Who comes in there for that 3 spot? That's going to be the 615 plate rider in there. That's going to be Frank Waters from NZ. But coming down the last straight right now, doing the big wheelies, it's all going to be Zach Keegan.
Righto, Cruiser 8 to 10 boys, up to the big wheels, 24-inch if you're wondering at home. It's the Cruiser. Oh no, he's put it down like a... dropped it like a pie. He wanted to have a little bit of a taste of the glue there on the... Oh, we've got another one. Oh, hang on there, brother. But that was Lewis Anderson that put it down there. Hopefully he's okay. There's a bit of a change in the racing now. It's your 242. Berkeley Eastdale looks like he's going to take control. He's got a bit of a run off. No, he's going to have to hold in there for about the 2nd spot at this stage. It's your, that might be Luke Thompson, I reckon, is going to take this out. 21.
8 to 10 year boys last rack. Elijah Moy from Cairns. He's out in front right now with the fluoro croupy bike. Has a big look over his shoulder. The 876 on his tail though. Bowden Lamb in there from 2. From NZ. Arlo MacArthur in there from 3. Coming down the last straight, it's all going to be Moy, Lamb and MacArthur.
Righto, Cruise 11 to 12 boys out and about. It'll be your New Zealand riders, Dallin Johns. He's in there for the 1 spot. That might be Jordan Dawson. He's in there for the 2. Where's young Jack Hancroft? He'll be in there roundabout as well. He'll be digging in, but it's your 2 New Zealand boys. They're going to go 1-2.
11 to 12 here, boys, out on track right now. We got Darcy wins. Cordell Daly, I think he's taking the number 1 spot right now on the 31 bike as he flies down the 3rd straight already. It's all Cordell Daly with the beautiful Supercross colours bike as he flies down that last straight. It's sad to see that mullet gone, but he's absolutely flying out here still. So it's going to be Cordell Daly 1, Darcy Winch in there for that 2 spot.
Righto, here we go, Memphis Blake, 11 to 12. Boys, he's sitting there in that 1 spot. Can't pick up that 2nd place rider's number. The numbers are too small, so can't even read that, to be honest. But it is Memphis Blake in there for the 1 spot. We'll try and pick up that in 4th spot. Is your 15 maybe of Lukey Harrafield's there as well. But it's all Memphis Blake. He's going to take this one out.
We've got 2 SA, 4N and 4Q in this one. We've got 3 state plates as they make their way down the 3rd straight already. It's all the leader out in front, absolutely flying right now as he goes with a black Krupi bike, which is awesome to see. So it's going to be Krupi colours leading the charge right now. 2nd and 3rd to fight that out. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, all bunched up down that last straight. Over the step down they go. They hold their composure and over the line they go.
Hudson Daly's out and about. He's got a good gap there too. Make that about 7 metres, 21-28 of Cody Cowley from Harbour City. He's in there for the 2. All got to catch the young fella. It's the recent Supercross rider of Hudson Daly, and they will not get there. It'll be Daly 1, Cody Cowley 2.
Next rack of 13 boys out on track right now, already down the 3rd straight. Look at the rider out in front, absolutely styling it up as he flies into the last corner. NZ number 1 for a reason as he cruises around that last straight, making it look easy. Make sure, I reckon he's going to be a hot shot to win in this one. 2nd and 3rd are fighting out all the way to the line, lunging it. We'll leave that one to the transponders.
Righto, this looks like it's a battle of Central and it is Central Queensland actually. Maxi Ransom, he's in there for the one of the tallest fellas in BMX, in there for the 2. Cannot miss this bike. It is BEA Beautiful, the Marshall, in there for 2. I'll tell you what, stolen like a thief like the night. That might have been Jensen. No, Jensen sitting back there in the 4th spot. Didn't get that number, but gee, what a move on the 3rd boom. Jeepers.
Another rack of 13 and 14 cruisers. Here we go. They're all bunched up. 1, 2, 3, and 4 as they come down the 3rd straight already. It's all Patrick Copper in the number 1 spot. Here comes the rider in there for the 2 spot. Out wide. Here we go. It's got shut down by the other rider from 3rd to 1st. Made the move and is stuck it right now. So coming down the last straight. Over the step down he goes and takes the victory.
Righto, cruiser 15 to 16, boys. That might be Hunter or Nicholas Minogue out in front. I'll try and pick up that number as they come through. I think it is, Nick, by looks of it out in front. Your 17 of Levi Anning, he's in there for the 2 spot. Minogue, though, looks like he's going to hold on to this one. In there for 2 will be Levi Anning, and they'll finish that way.
15 and 16 boys out on track right now. Sam Langford had a great start from the outside. The 2 boys on the inside, Van Smith and Eli Smith, going sky high, but didn't pay off this one. Here we go, down the 3rd straight they go, all bunched up. These riders are pedaling everywhere too, but it's all the Slamming Sam leading the charge right now. Has a quick look around. They're all over his back wheel though, but Slamming Sam's going to take this one out for the 15-16 boys.
Righto, here we go. Ollie Phillip out and about. Ethan Dowse, he's in there for the 2 spot. We'll pick up, might have been Maverick Lister in there for the, might have been Tyler Turif actually in there for that 3rd space. But it's all Ollie Phillip. He's gapping him now. He's got a good break there and he's going to take this one out. Ethan Dowse, he'll be in there for the 2.
NZ colours number 1 right now, 77. Kea leading the charge right now. Brody Wilson in there for 2 from Mackay Pioneer. The 3rd place rider in there for 3. That looks like Lincoln Edsbury in there for 3 as they fly down the 3rd straight right now. 777 lead the charge right now. Those Brody Wilson's taking over lead. Then Zed in there for 2 spot as they chill down that last race, styling it up. It's all going to be Brody Wilson and Timona in there for 2.
Righto, no doubt, and your fella out in front know that jersey. It's Jacob Craig. It's so good to have their numbers back on their backs today. It's Craig out and about, doing a great job there. Might be Jack Fraser in there for the 2. Yeah, maybe not. It might be Ollie Beams there, I reckon, might have come through strongly as well. And Jack Fraser will be there around abouts, but it's going to be Craig from Centenary Plains. He'll take it out.
Johnny is going sky high right now. Bailey Stewart in there for that 2 spot as they go down the third straight. This is 35 to 39 men giving me a little heart attack as they boost that first straight. But they're coming down the last straight right now on the beautiful Prophecy bike. It's all going to be the 72 of Johnny. He's going to take this one out for the 35-39. We've also got Bailey Stewart, Wade, Stephen Thorne, and Marius.
Righto, Cruiser. 35-39 men. We've got New Zealand versus Australia. We've got Lawrence, Anderson, Scurry, Jones, Mellor trying to pick up that first number plate. Still didn't get it on the way around there that time. But we've got, it might just be Adam Lawrence or James Mellor there from New Zealand taking that one out.
40 to 44 men out on track. We got number 12, came from lane 4, Luke, boosting that first straight. He made sure the wind wasn't picking up in there for the 2 spot. Boldick and Knights in there for the 3 spot as they fly down that third straight already. There's only 3 of them. There's 7 on my piece of paper though, but they're going to cruise this race right now. So it's going to be Luke 1, Boldick in there for that 2 spot. That's the places there for the 40 to 44 men.
Cruiser men 40 to 44 is Scott Murphy in front. I reckon that might be Jeremy Gilbert in there for the 2. That's the 111. But it's all out in front. Scott Murphy, he's leading this one out. The 111 from Terrigal, Jeremy Gilbert, and Gareth Harris. He's slipping in there for about the 3 spot. It's going to be Murphy though. He'll take this out.
These followers are boosting the first straight, and I'm absolutely loving it. It looks like the world number 5 leading the charge right now. It's going to be Jonkers, followed by Whitby in there for that 2 spot as they fly down that third straight right now, making it look easy, turning back time as they fly down that third straight into the final corner they go. Let's see if they stay on their bikes and making it keep it straight with that timing, especially as downhill that last straight, but it's all going to be the same situation down that last straight.
Right, I think that might be Marco Gall, our Italian rider out in front. I wish I could speak Italian. I'd say something half nice, like really cool, but I can't. But it's your Italian rider out and about in there for the 2 spot. Just trying to pick up that coming through strongly there as well. Is maybe Stephen Shamansky. We've got Alex Milne there as well from Bayside.
50 to 54 men out on track. Matt Yates, Nigel Coombs in there for 1 and 2. Oh, they've got a new leader out on track right now, though. It's going to be Nigel taking over the lead. The 238 in there for the 2 spot. That's Ross Davidson. Yates, he moves back into the 4 spot. Now, boys are changing the leads. Now, Nigel's gone back to 2nd. Now to 3rd. And the new leader out in front, it could have been the rider of Ross.
Righto, here we go. Ewan, Parrott, Lewis, Gilfeeder, Coleman and Stephen Dale will pick up their numbers as they come down close to it. Oh, it's a good ding-dong battle. It's your 28, Jason Ewan. He's out in front. In there for the 2 and 3 spots might be Parrott and Lewis doing a great job. Is he going to be able to hold on? Where's Ewan? Is he still there? Transponder time, that will be.
50 to 59 men. Cruisers out on track right now. Around the 2nd corner, they go down that 3rd straight. It's all going to be the champ, the Australian champ, Carl Munchton, in the number 1 spot right now. Here comes the rider out around the outside. The 2562 of Darryl Windsor from NZ in there for that 2 spot as they fly down that the last straight already. It's all going to be the Australian champ, Carl Munchton, taking this one out from the NZ rider of Darryl.
Righto, Cruiser 55, 59 man. It's Greg Hughes from New Zealand. He's leading this one out. Steve Hewitt, great to see you back on a bike, Steve. Awesome, great role model as well. In there for the it's a 12. That's Nashy from Cairns. He'll be have to go and put his jumper on in a minute. He'll be getting that cold. But it is Greg Hughes. He's going to take this one out. Hewitt in there for 2.
Another rack of the 50 to 59 men. This is the last rack of them as they come down the 1st straight already. Already down the 2nd straight. It's going to be Domingos from Brazil in there for the number one spot, followed by Jason in there for the 2 spot. I can't roll my R's, I wish I can, but here we go. Brazil's got a company all over his back wheel. The 2A of Jason in there for that 2 spot, but Brazil has taken over the lead. Domingos, he's going to take this one out, followed by the 2A of Jason taking 2nd.
Wow, bit of power here. It's Evelyn Daly out of Rockhampton. She's in there for the 1 spot. Olive Birch in there for the 2. Harper Matthews, I think she's trying to hold on to the 3. She is riding a great race there, little Harper. She's going to try and hold on here as well, but it's all Daly. She's going to brain him in this one. Birch in there for 2. Matthews needs to get on the gas to hold on to 3. Let's hope she can do that.
We've We've got representative riders in this one, 4Q, 5A, 5V, and 7Q. But leader out in front, Eatwell, leading the charge right now. Hincliffe in there for that 2 spot as they come down the 3rd straight already. The leader, Edwell, number 1 spot, pulled away from the pack. Half a straight out in front. The riders in there for the 2 spot, all bunched up as they fly around the last corner right now. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and 5th. That's where it's at right now. But the leader out in front, Adeline, she's absolutely flying. And it's going to be the rider in there for 2, a Poppy.
Righto, here we go. It's a New Zealand rider, Micah Wallace. She's out and about. She's going to lead this one. Stevie Raquel, she's in there for the 2 spot. In there for the 3 is Olivia Foss. That's sort of how they're going to sit at this stage. But it's all Micah Wallace. She's going to take this one out. She's going to take it easy, actually. In there for 2 will be Raquel. In there for 3, Foss.
We've got the Australian champ, we've got the world champ, we've got 1WA, we've got the world number 7. Holy dilly, it's a race in this one. It could have been Josie Bunt in the number 1 spot. Here we go, coming down the 3rd straight. It's the Australian champ out in front right now. The world number 7 in there for the 2 spot as they fly around the last corner right now. Coming down the last straight, we've got McDougall in there for 3 for the world number 1. But coming down the last straight, great racing, girls.
Righto, here we go. Shiloh Finch can gate this young lass. Don't you worry about that. It's Shiloh Finch leading them out at this stage. Got a good break there as well. Needs to get on the gas a little bit there. Shiloh doing a great job though. In there for 2. That might be Penny Simmons, I reckon, sitting all over a back wheel now. But I tell you what, Finch looks like she's got control of this one. Oh, nice little pedals out of that berm there. It's going to be Finch. She's going to hold on. Simmons in there for 2.
Another stack race, Australian champ, state champ, world number 2. Oh, sorry, that's the next race. Here we go. We're going into this one. It's Chloe Hart, number 1. Gabby in there for 2 spot. Brianna in there for 3 as they fly down the 3rd straight already. It's all the Australian champ in the number 1 spot. It looks like Mackenzie in there for 3 now as they're coming down the last straight. It's all the champ, the Australian champ, taking this one now. That's going to be Chloe Hart. Rider coming through right now too. We've got the rider 161, Peyton Buckby.
Righto, Cruiser, 17 to 24 women. There must be a few. How about we go 25, 29 women? Nicole McMurtry, Feister Wood, and Tony James. And it's going to be a 581 of Selena Feister there from New Zealand. And I reckon that'll be Tony James as well out of New Zealand. I can see Emily Wood there as well from the Terrigal Club. She's got the 1A on the number plate there as well, but it's all out in front. The 2 New Zealand riders, Selena Feister and Tony James, your big W, big 2. Who's going to hold on here? It's a drag race. We're going to leave it to transponders. Oh, what a race. It'll be James or Feister. Leave it to transponders.
35-39 women out on track. Emily Ballard in the number 1 spot, followed by Nicole Sinclair in there for 2. There we go as they're coming down to 35-39. In there for 3, it looks like Courtney Whitby in there for that 3rd spot. But coming down the 3rd straight already, it's all going to be Emily Ballard. Came from lane number 5. Nicole tried to cut her off at the start, but she was just not fast enough down that 1st straight. But great racing women. It's going to be all Ballard 1, Sinclair in there for 2, and Courtney Whitby in there for that 3 spot.
Righto, Janet Harvey, wow, nice little move there. It's your New Zealand rider, W1 in there for 2. It's the local Lady Letitia Weatherhead, big 1, big A. It's all about W and A's in this race. In there for the 3 spot, it's your W5, Donna Head. It's raining W's and raining A's here today, but it's all going to be Jeanette Harvey. I'll tell you what though, she's not too far off of Letitia Weatherhead. She'll just get there for 2nd.
45-49 women, 2nd rack out on track right now. Michelle Newbert, the 1WA in the lead right now. Ruth Begg in there for that 2 spot. We've got Jamie Marie in there for 3. Melinda Stevens there in there for that 4 spot as they go into the final corner right now for the 45-49 women as they fly over the step up, step down section on the last straight. It's all going to be the leader out front. The 1WA, Michelle Newbert, going to take this one out, followed by Ruth Begg and Mansbridge and Stevens.
Righto, Cruiser, 55-59 women in front. It's Lulu Adamio from Sydney. Fiona Langfeld, she's in there for the 2 spot. We'll pick up the other numbers, but it's Lulu Adamio in there for the 1 spot. Fiona, taking a nice line there. She's brushed back about a length on her, but the front rider, she's off and running. It's Lulu that will take that one off. Fiona Langfeld, she'll be in there for the 2 spot.
Excellent racing there for mode number 2. And can we have all the mini wheelers getting ready for your race? So mini wheelers, get your helmets and gloves on because you're going to be up very shortly on that third straight mini wheelers.
So that's Moto 2 run and done. We've only got one Moto to go, and then we'll move into the finals.
No, it's good to know.
Mini wheelers, you guys need to be in place. I can see a few of you over there now,
That's good feedback.
ready to go. As we cast our eyes up to the 8 metre there, the big boys and ladies of the sport will be there trying to fly for their third moto. As we go to that super class section of the day.
Have you ever been up to the 8 metre start hill, Peter?
I have, yes. And anyone that knows me really well will know I don't like heights. And I'm flat out standing on a chair, to be honest. And yeah, I just couldn't do it. So I take my hat off to anyone that just even rolls down there.
Well, I'll give you some wise words. Just believe in yourself. Just do it.
Yeah, no. The older I get, the worse my heights issues got.
So some hills, when you're on the gate, you can't see down the hill. So you just see the kink, and then you can't see it down. So how good is that feeling? Yeah. So that's why I take my hat off to all those superclass riders, all the elite riders. So when you snap out the gate, you can, after about the first or second pedal, you can see the down the hill. So yeah, these riders and the men and the women have no fear at all, and I absolutely take my hat off to every single one of them.
See, that just gives me heart palpitations, that does. So good on them. Lovely to see them, and it's fantastic viewing. So hope all of the viewers at home are enjoying the coverage as well as much as we are watching it here live.
I'm going to have a go at the mini wheel. Is that fine?
Yeah.
I love calling me. Here we go, coming down. I don't have any names in front of me, but I'm going to call what's in front of me right now. We've got the pink colours out in front right now. The 7-2-3 leading the charge right now. I think she might have jumped the gun. Or she's got fast reactions right now as they fly. Sorry. Got the names, but 7-2-3 leading the charge, 4-2-0 in there with the blue DK in there for that 2 spot as they sweep around. The boys in there having a great time, the 300. Look at that old school boy. Got the white rims on there, the 300 in there for that 2 spot. Look at the 2 riders out in front right now. Over the tabletop they go. Absolutely flying out here right now. Mini wheelers, we've got to give them some plates, world number plates, Australian plates as they fly down the last straight right now. They got no pedals. All their pedals is their feet, so they start and they stop with their feet, and it's absolutely adorable. They are absolutely adorable, especially when you're running beside them too. They see a fan and they go straight to them and they cut you off and run over your feet. I love that feeling. But here we go, coming through 38, having a good look at the crowd, having a wave. There we go. I love seeing the Spider-Man outfits too and all the different anime characters on their gear.
Okay, that was our mini wheelers done and dusted. We're back up on the 8 metre hill for our superclass men, and we're moving into Moto 3. As we move around, there'll be a lot of hustling and tussling for points in Moto 3, moving forward into qualifying and then getting the best way. So we're back up top on the 8 metre and we're ready to go. I'm joined with Alex, and we're going to look after you for Moto 3.
Yep, great to be back here with you, Mel. It's great to have you here from New South Wales. It's always great to get together a good commentary team. I think we all bring our different skills, which is really nice. We just had the 2 gentlemen, the country boys, they called themselves. So they bring, like Joe brings the riding perspective and John's got a bit of the technical. We bring the empathy and...
We do. As they race down the bottom of that 8 metre hill, we got your superclass men, Moto 3 out and about. Looks like Ollie Moran's got the best of her, pushing in and out of this first turn. And that is Andy Hughes pushing into the second spot. Stopper in there for the 3 as they work around into that bottom turn now. Moran, Hughes, Stopper. They're going to hit up this third straight and they're moving through. Stopper's looking for a place to go, doing some shopping in this last turn now. But it's Ollie Moran holding on tight to the lead. He's moving down the final straight and Hughes is right on his back wheel as they go over the stripe. Moran, Hughes, Stopper.
Gary, you want me to go over and message him line?
Second gate now of your Superclass men. Nice start from AJ. Might have got a good one. The rider in there for the centre. That could be Greenoff. AJ slots in there for the 2. So that's going to be Greenoff, I believe, getting the whole shot, 2:02. Preston is in the mix as well there somewhere. But it is going to be the 5:05 is the rider in there for 3. That is Jesse Green. So I believe it's Greenoff, Donald and Green for your top 3 at the moment. We've got Goodwin, Murray, Hogan, Swiatek and Maloney on the list. But it's going to be Greenoff, the one that they are chasing. Looking comfortable. But look at AJ right on his hammer. I think just bumped bars a little bit there. Here comes Jesse Green. So it could be, it's going to be close, but Greenoff, Green and Donald.
Next rack of Superclass out and about. You got Asmus, Moon, McNair, Mangan, Franks, Kogan, Tugas and Lander as they work their way in and out of this first straight there. You got Jesse Asmus sitting on second place at the moment, right in there behind Finn Kogan there from New Zealand, pushing down through that second straight. They're all sending it high in the sky. Even the young guns are getting a bit of air as they push their way in and out of that second turn now. You got Kogan from New Zealand. Jesse Asmus coming up on the outside now. He's going to push himself around this turn. He goes high. Kogan cuts him off. Heading down that final straight now, but Jesse comes home strong. He's going to take the win. Kogan will sit in there for 2.
All right, a couple of riders pulling out of this one. We've just got 4 out on track. This is your 4th gate of Superclass men. Let's try and catch them. I think that's a New Zealand rider in there for the 1 wearing the, I think that's Jack Greenoff, perhaps. We should have, according to the list, we've got Aston Shepherd, Wade Turner, Zane Radajak, Jack Greenoff. I believe that's Jack in the 1 spot. Dinsdale, Argent, O'Grady. Not sure who's left. Some of them have decided not to race this one today. It's a big decision for these guys. As we were saying earlier, all important racing for our elites. But Jack Greenoff, great ride from him.
Definitely, it's all part of their decision as they move into this turn, and that was a tight decision. In and out of that turn there, it was Marsh, Seckold, Cofield, Fletcher, Brooks, Maloney, Beck and Brereton Styles pushing in and out of that bottom turn now. I can see Seckold sitting in third wheel, pushing it down this third straight, but it's Joel Marsh might be leading them out there. It is the 921 Aaron Beck from Germany. He's your leader as they work their way through there, and it might be Canada in 2 and Seckold in 3.
6th gate of Superclass men. Southwell getting a great start there. He's going to get the whole shot. The rider on the outside. Oh, the nice tight corner from the 441. That's going to be Hocking. He's just battling it out there for 2-3 with the rider in there for Black, who's just got that inside line. We should have Daff, Connor, Wigg, Shamata and Smith in this one, but it is definitely Southwell doing it nicely in the number 1 spot. The rider in there for 2. That's going to be the 47. He just cased the jump a little bit. That could be Shamata from Japan. So it's a battle between Hocking. He's going to take the 2 though. So it'll be Southwell and Hocking for your 1-2.
Here we go now into the next rack, and you got a gaggle of riders from all different countries coming in and out of that first turn, but it is Hugo Marzalek from France sending it high in the sky. He went super high as they come in and out of that second turn now. We got Shram, McGee, Burt, Gatt, Copland and Naki all in there with him, but it's Marzalek. Oh, making a move there. That was Declan McGee trying to squeeze through. Shram's back in 4th wheel, but it's all Marzalek. He's holding on tight for the win.
What a treat to have Molly Simpson leading out the first gate of our ladies, the Canadian champion in there. We've got the 26 in there for 2, followed by the 97. So that's going to be Mia Webster and the Japanese lady, Nanika Nishimura. Hope I've said her name correctly, but look at Molly Simpson. She's done really well on the world stage in 2025, and I'm sure she's going to want to better that this year as she heads to Australia for the world titles later on. She's doing a great job now. She's going to take the win. The Canadian champion Molly Simpson, Mia Webster, what a ride from her, and then the Japanese lady.
Moving into the Superclass, remember we lost a couple on that first straight. They'll get looked after by our medical as they work their way through there. We've got Zoe Claessens from Switzerland. She's leading them down into that second turn. Megan Williams from New Zealand. She's tucked herself in there for the 2 spot. It looks like we've got Bella Stram in there for the 3, working their way down that third straight now. It is all Claessens, Williams, Stram up in your top 3 at the moment. Moving back with Thornley might be holding out the 4th wheel, but that is going to be Zoe Claessens taking the win for that one. One of our riders is back up. Great sportsmanship and support from our spectators here around the track. That was was a quick race coming down in there. We're sitting in Moto 3. That was our second Superclass women. We had a lot of riders from different countries, Canada, New Zealand, and Switzerland in there. The USA, we had a USA rider in there, Ava Corley. She's been here in Australia for a few weeks doing a lot of practice, so our riders are being looked after there, but they're starting to move on through. As we were saying, Moto 3 is all about those points. We're supporting those riders as they leave the track, getting ready for our next class of women.
It looks like one of our Canadian riders there, so hopefully she's going to be all good. That must be Victoria. We wish her all the best. So two of our riders just coming down as our third gate of Superclass women just get ready for their Moto number 3. So these ladies will have semi-finals later on today, as will the men. Well, they'll actually have quarters and then semi-finals. So some great qualifiers coming your way after Moto 3.
It's going to be some hot racing this afternoon. Alex, it's sort of started the day. The first 3 motors have been great. We're going to move into those qualifiers and it's just going to ramp up the excitement here.
Yeah, as Mel said, very exciting to have so many international riders joining us for this meet. Of course, our New Zealand friends from not too far away, so great to have so many of them. And then, yeah, so many others getting some all-important practice on the Sleeman track before the world titles in just a few months. It's going to be upon us before we know it.
Absolutely, it's been exciting times for our younger riders. They normally watch from afar or on a small screen or a big screen, watching their favourite riders from all over the world, and to see them in person and walking around the track, you can just see some of those little 5 and 6 year old jaws drop, knowing that that person is there right in front of them. So it has been really great. What an experience for some of our younger riders here in Australia to see these riders that they watch so often on YouTube reels over and over and over again.
But this is only a small taste when you think about it, because just imagine the elite racing at the world titles, like 2 days of racing where you're just going to have all of the big names right here at Sleeman. And yeah, I'd say it's going to be pretty crowded. There's going to be lots of cheering. Very exciting. So a bit of a different order. Normally we have the challenge riders first and then the elites are on the following weekend, but opposite order this time. So our elites are going to be racing first in July and then our challenge races will follow that. I'm trying to coax Jesse to commentate. I said he should come and commentate the world after he's raced, but he's not sure.
It's a bit of a big ask, but hey, I agree with it. Why don't we just give him an ask? We can have, or we should just get all 5 Asmuses up here and
why not
commentate. We've had Sam. TJ hasn't.
No, I'm not sure if TJ'd give it a shot. Shout out to TJ if he's watching. You're going to commentate with me next time?
Hey TJ, I think Sophia might be a bit busy. She might.
Yeah, she's had a little go. She had a little go in Perth, 2024.
She'll have her hands full in July.
She will. Oh yeah, don't forget as well, we've got our shootouts starting again in southeast Queensland. So next weekend at Ashmore, if you hadn't had enough of racing this weekend, I mean, who's going to have had enough? You're going to want more. Head on over to Ashmore next Saturday for the first round of the shootout. So if any of our international riders are still here, head on over to Ashmore next weekend for some great racing.
That sounds like some great racing in Queensland, the shootout. We've got some great racing down in New South Wales called MacArthur Mayhem. So there's some posters and some things around the track. How about you jump on socials and check that out? The guys at MacArthur push the Mayhem every year. It's very different, different kind of racing, but it's fast. There's lots of things up for grabs, whether it's prizes or some whole shop money, lots of whole shop money flowing around. So MacArthur Mayhem, jump on their socials and check out the agenda for that race.
So is that coming up next weekend or?
No, that's in a little while. I'm just starting to build up here.
Good,
I think we're talking August.
Oh, right. You've got a long time to plan for that one. Start saving for a trip down to MacArthur.
Oh, well, look, I may as well get in early. We're talking shout-outs for shootouts. So I was going to just do a shout-out for the Mayhem as well. I couldn't think of an M name right then.
Shout-out for the first, I think it's the first rounds of the State Series as well at Emerald on the other, up the other direction. So head on up to Emerald, very passionate little club up there with some amazing riders coming out of there. So head on up to Emerald, Central Highlands. No, not Central Highlands. Yes, it is. For the state series, it's coming up in March, not too far away.
I think by the sounds of it, we've got lots of racing around the traps and tracks all throughout Australia as we move into July. We keep talking about the Worlds, but all of the states have been working hard to set their calendars to give a different perspective at different tracks and give the riders a lot of exposure before that time here in July. So it's going to be a lot of different racing throughout the states. We've got a couple of state series and state round happening shortly in New South Wales as well. So, you know, everyone's getting out and getting track time for that in July.
Don't forget also, we mustn't forget the Australian titles. Let's not forget those ones. They're happening in April. So down in Shepparton, we all love Shepparton, don't we? Great track down there, great supportive community. So that will be coming up soon, and that's the all-important first chance to qualify for the Worlds if you are a challenge rider. So I'm sure that's going to be a big event.
Absolutely. We've had some great events down at Shepparton there, and they, as you say, the community and the Shepparton community get behind BMX down there. There's always lots of exposure and posters and different things like the cows. Oh yeah, the cows are always on our social media as soon as we get an event in Shep. Someone's got to have a picture with a cow or a different cow, but there's also those pictures of the BMX riders as you're driving, so it's quite exciting. It really builds the excitement as you get there.
Well, we've got our own BMX cow as well. That makes it extra special. BMX, green and gold BMX cow down there.
No way. How come I missed that one?
Yeah, you'll have
BMX green and gold cow.
We have to get a photo with Mel and the BMX cow down in Shepparton. If you haven't had a photo with the BMX cow in Shepparton, you haven't quite lived the true BMX life.
Put it on your bucket list, people. Put it on your bucket list.
Another shout out as well to one of our trusty officials, Paul Connors, once again. We didn't get a lot of time to give him a big shout out yesterday. It was his birthday yesterday. We did give a quick shout out, but it was pretty quick racing. So if you happen to see Paul floating around, he's one of our most consistent, I think. He's been around for a long time, knows a lot, highly credentialed official. Big happy birthday to him. Given up his whole weekend for BMX, as he often does, but especially memorable on his birthday.
There's a lot of officials that give up their time for their birthday, but yeah, yesterday was a big one. The officials sang to him probably about 37 times just to remind him that he was another year older.
I'm sure he loved it. Yeah, so keen to hear as well. Don't forget we've got our Mighty 11s qualifier happening today. So all those important points will be tallied up, and they've got one more moto here. And can't remember whether their final points are counted or not. It used to be motos, but we'll find out, I'm sure, and there'll be a presentation for them, which will be a big moment. I know the 11s yesterday, it was a very big age class, so I'm assuming it's the same today.
Yeah, the Mighty 11s, and I know we spoke about that earlier. It's definitely one of those races that is big, not just for 11-year-olds, but for other riders that were in that class back in their day. So there's a lot of big names that have been in the Mighty 11s team, and it's nice to see them still talk about it as well. They use it in their stories, in their in their social media, and even in their books if they write one. So it's good to see that that Mighty 11s is a part of our BMX riders' story.
Yeah, and it's really exciting when you see the big trophy that they've got. You can go and read all the names of the people who've been in it, and so many big BMX names from, as early as Sam Willoughby and Anthony Dean on that trophy, and then all these following through as well. So very exciting. A very exciting opportunity for these riders.
It's also a great concept that was created between an Australian family and a New Zealand family. So it definitely is an amazing concept to have that. And specifically for the 11-year age group, which is a memory for that family also. Alex, we've been talking a lot about our superclass riders, our superclass men and women, but we've got some great junior superclass riders and younger riders moving up the ranks. So whether they choose to race superclass or not, some of these riders have been out front all weekend and they're amazing. Like we've got some 14 and 15-year-olds that have been up front. Luke Petroni comes to mind, the number 86 on the plate from Lake Mac. He has been up the front quite a bit and he'll be moving on through. I'm pretty sure he'll be in the up-and-coming superclass riders over the years. So we've got a lot of few junior riders as well that are moving on through, and I'm pretty sure we'll start seeing their names up the top in years to come.
Yeah, definitely. Junior Superclass is a great initiative for these guys because, you know, they may win their age groups quite easily, but to mix it up with some of the older riders before heading into Superclass is really good. You did a shout out for a New South Wales rider, shout out for a Queensland rider, Maddie Fox. Foxy's doing well as well. All the way from Cairns. He's one to watch in Junior Superclass. They're actually, Maddie and Luke are in a moto together coming up very soon, so watch out for them.
Yeah, that is great. And we've got some other, Jaden Bradbrook, that's a name that we all know quite well. He has been riding well for the last few years and popped himself up in Junior Superclass this year. And we've seen lots of riders over the years go so well in their junior years and then move through into Superclass. So it's nice to see some of these big names. And even our younger names as well. We've got some great racing out there from our younger age groups. And our 8-year-olds racing for the first time.
Love watching 8-year-olds. It's always one of my favourite races, especially at these big meets early in the year. Because I know for some of these little guys, we might think, oh, look how little they are. But a lot of them have been riding since they were mini wheelers.
Yeah.
And then they finally get a chance to make a semi or make a quarter, make a final. And it's just so exciting for them. And you're probably the same. You watch them come through the sprocket ranks. And then when you finally see them out there, vying for those wins, it's very exciting for them.
It is very exciting. We have a joke at our club that one of our now 8-year-olds, he started as a mini wheeler and he's been in BMX for 37 years. So when he graduated to 8-year-olds, we definitely had a party. We celebrated all of our Sprocket graduates, but he was definitely one that we celebrated, especially his mum. So big shout out to the Tracy family because, it was a great time when he graduated into that competition class.
Yeah, definitely true. Great one to watch. So our 8 boys and our 8 girls, a really fun one to watch this weekend, and it's great to see so many riders in each of those classes. So just waiting for our medics to finish their work, their all-important work here at Sleeman. We are in third moto. We've got the third gate of the Superclass women up on the 8-metre hill. So 2 more gates of them, and then we move back to the 5-metre, and we're going to move on to 5 gates of Junior Superclass men, and then the 3 gates of Junior Superclass women.
That's right, Alex. The weather has changed as well, moving on to this Moto 3. So we've had the rain. The wind is picking up slightly here. It's just a slight breeze and the sun has come out. So it's got a little bit hot, but I don't think that will change the situation too much. But definitely that rain has all dried up on the track now. The track isn't wet. And they'll have a different surface to race on moving through this Moto 3.
Yeah, it's great because a lot of the riders were being a little bit cautious at the beginning of that second Moto, which is good. They probably knew the rain was going to pass over, so just being careful on those corners because we don't want that sliding out. So yes, now we should have a nice dry track as we finish off our Moto 3 and then move into qualifiers and finals. So 2 very long days here at Sleeman. It's good practice though, isn't it, if you think about it? Good practice for all of our officials and our families as well, getting used to those long days at the World Titles, because that's definitely something that they'll have to be prepared for. Bit different weather. Hopefully it'll be nice and dry, but it should be beautiful, mild winter weather here in Brisbane in July. We do hope the rain stays away.
Definitely. Okay, put your hands together for our fallen rider as they are escorted from the track. Our riders are getting ready to resume.
The bars bit, I was alright, I didn't whack the head, I just did like the army roll. The freight train behind me that rode over the top of me. Yeah. Just me and trees.
Magnetic trees. Yeah, Bryce's phenomenal. Yeah.
Yeah. E-bike territory.
Oh, yeah, he's pretty good now as well.
Are they doing shuttles there now?
Yeah, one area, I think. So you can sort of shuttle yourself.
Ah, yeah.
If you have enough of you can, rotate.
I went up with you, I went for 3 I need an e-bike. Yeah.
That's no fun.
An open face, it's not a full face, you know, we went up there thinking, oh, it's going to be like, right, you know, you're going to have the full run, you're going to have the kit on, and in the end, what people...
It's great to see the track lined with spectators as well. Always good to see the support. Bit of a memory from the, not quite as many people, but a bit of a memory from the World Cups we had here at Sleeman in 2024, and I'm sure it's going to be a prelude to the World Titles as well. We're just seeing so many people. We've got people sitting along the first straight, seems to be popular, and up here behind us on in between the second and third, we've got a lot of people sitting up there. Some people sitting out near the velodrome, getting a good view from over there. It is a beautiful venue. Great place to watch some amazing talent out here on the track.
There's definitely a lot to do here at this venue as well, Alex, so it gives the spectators time to have a look around at the pro shops, grab what they need from the food vendors, and then come and grab their prime spot trackside. Behind us has been a great spot to spectate. They've got lots of people there today, and then they're filling up the front straight and the final straight as well.
So we've got our third gate of Superclass women. They're up there getting ready for their race.
They're just doing a practice gate drop now. They'll do a practice gate drop and then they will load the gate and get back to racing.
So I'm watching out for Laura Smolders from lane 7 from the Netherlands. I'm expecting a good start from her. Also got Layla Walker and Sienna Powell and a couple of young guns in there. Okay, so a couple of riders down in this one. This is your Superclass women, third moto. That's going to be Layla Walker on the outside there. She's going to get the whole shot. We go back in there for the 2. That's going to be Sienna Powell. Looks like we're missing a couple of riders, but that's definitely Walker and Powell in there for the number 1 and 2. We've got Stephanie Alexander in there for the 3, and Isla Basser in the mix as well. So Sienna and Layla, these two have been racing together. They're the same age. They've been racing together for a long time. New Zealand versus Australia. It's New Zealand in front, but Sienna comes quickly finishing, but it will be Layla followed by Sienna.
Okay, we've almost got a full gate in this Superclass women as they head down the last one from Moto 3, bringing it in and out of that first turn there. We've got our World 8 on the track, Axel Etienne from France. We've got our Canadian rider out there, Kira Murphy. We've got our Belgium rider, Vossen, our New Zealand rider, Brooke Penny, and then our Australians at Banks, Jones and White as they work their way in and out of this last turn now. We've got the World 8 Axel Etienne, she's leading them through, and then we go back to the young gun. I think Ballette Schulte is in there from Denmark as they head over the line.
All right, first gate of our junior superclass men coming out from our 5 metre. We've got the Italian in there. I think he did well before. That could be him in the one spot. That is William Gall. He's going to lead them out. We go back to the 179 in there for 2. That's going to be Jaden Soulsby from Bendigo. So it's Gall from Italy, Soulsby from Bendigo for your top 2. We should have Butterfield, Benson, Cully, Backer and Morris in the mix as well. But it is going to be the Italian rider. How exciting to have him here today. Soulsby trying to get up beside him there. We go back to the 25 of Heath Cully in there for that 3 spot. So it's close between 1, 2, 3, but it is going to be the Italian who takes the win. Close between Soulsby and Cully for 2 and 3.
Next gate drops on your junior superclass man. We've got Finch, Kirchner, Nobules, Herben, Mangan, Schroeder and Kane as they race down this first turn. We've got the flyer out in front, and that is going to be the 101 of Eli Schroeder tearing up the second straight now. He's got Bale and Finch with him. Not too far behind them is Brody Kane. We've got Deacon Kirchner and Joel Noblias in there as well, but it's all Eli Schroeder bringing it down the third straight. As a loser rider there in the third straight, he'll get looked after by the medics. So picking up our second rider now, that's your 411 of Balin Finch. He's got the 2 spot covered, and in there behind him is Brody Kane, but it's going to be all Eli Schroeder for the win.
Plenty of talent in this one, junior superclass. They're all plenty of talent. Third out of 5. We've got Cameron Miller getting the best of the start. Jung, he got out quick too, though. He slots in there for 2. Nixon Banks was in the 3 spot when he went past us, but plenty of action behind his back wheel as well. That looks like it's going to be the 182 in there of Nash Harvey for 4. But out there in the front, the big W4 on the back, that's going to be Cameron Miller for the win. Jung close in there for 2.
Next track of junior superclass out and about, and check out our flyer out there, out the front there, as they work their way through into this first turn. That's going to be Harry Rollins. Then we go back to the 62 rider there, working their way down into that second straight now. It's all up front with Harry Rollins. He's got the lead on this one. Matty Fox in there for the 2 spot, bringing it into the last turn now. We've got Rollins, Fox, and then we go back to Jed Lillicrap in that 3 spot, all the way to the line. Rollins for the win.
All right, the 3 on the plate followed by the 32, so that's going to be the 3A and the 32 in there for 2. So that's Dylan Secker out of Mackay and Hayden Gross in there for the 2. This is the 5th and final gate for your superclass men. So Secker, he's been on fire every time he hits that track, but he's got a bit of action in the 32 machine. He's not too far off. The rider in there for 3 looks like it might be Tyler Habel. He's been doing well this weekend as well, but Secker, he'll take a win. It's close in there for 2 with Gross, and I think it could be still Habel for 3.
Moving on to junior superclass women now, and it's Ruby Pereira leading the charge. She's got Mia Tello right there with her. That's the Stay Strong rider making a move down that second straight, popping herself up into the lead, moving into the second turn. That's Mia Tello. Ruby Pereira, she's holding on tight for that 2 spot there, but we've got a close runner back there in the 3 spot. That's going to be your 4A of Penny Allen holding out that 3rd position as they work their way through. We've got Mila Bax in there for that 3 spot as well, working her way to the strap. That is Mia Cello.
Second gate of your junior superclass women, that's Zoe Weatherhead with her nose in front at the moment. We did have Tilly Guy in there for 2. I think that's still the way they sit. We've got Stitchbury from Tuggeranong in there for the 3 spot with Molly Williamson rounding out your top 4. Kelson and Waters just trying to get close to that top 4, but it is going to be the FD2 colours of Weatherhead. She'll take a nice win. Tilly Guy will slot in there for 2. Then we go back to Stitchbury and Williamson.
Next track of junior superclass women, and it's Beth Walker leading them down the second straight. She's got Dusty Schroeder right there with her, being a big front runner all weekend. Dusty, as they work their way through there, we've got Willow Pogmore, Alexis Dawkins, May Ellis and Zaylee King in the mix as well. Zaylee King holding out the 3rd wheel at the moment, but it's your 152 of Beth Walker from New Zealand. She's bringing it around that final turn, streaking down that last straight, and she'll take the win, Beth Walker.
Masters women out and about for their third moto. It is going to be Samantha Malloy from the Pine Orchards BMX Club out there on the one spot. Tony James, she's got the W3 on the plate from New Zealand, doing a great job, not too far back in there for 2. The Japanese lady of Mickey in there for the 3 spot. We go back to the 21 in there of Nicole Sinclair in there for the 4, but the action's all out there in the front. Samantha Malloy, she'll take this one home, but it's going to be close in there for 2 with Tony James.
Change of pace now for your 8 boys as they work their way down this second straight. That's Roger Zhao. He's got the lead, bringing it down into that second turn. There we go. Zachy Brannigan, Lukey Thompson, Judah Scari, Oki Tracy, Byron Finn, Jack Cooper and Noah Merritt all in the mix. As we said before, these 8-year-olds have been waiting to race for a long time, and this kid here, Roger Zhao, he's up in the lead and has been for all weekend. Noah Merritt's holding out that 2 spot with him in there. Judah Scari, the 555 machine, he's got the 3 spot covered, but Zhao for the win.
All right, little Jakey Anderson from New Zealand. He's been on fire all weekend for our 8 boys. He's leading the chase at the moment. It's close in there for 2, though. The 89 of Bo Williams. We've got the 114 of Levi Duncan doing a great job as well. Aliet, Lunig, Gundry, Brown and Blake rounding out your field of 8 boys, second gate. But it is still going to be the 120 from New Zealand. That's Jake Anderson doing a great job. Bo Williams still in there for the 2. Levi Duncan. Oh, look at the action. Is that going to be Williams? I think he might have just stolen the 1 spot, so Williams will take the win away from Anderson, then Duncan.
More 8 boys action. This time it's Freddie Stansfield from New Zealand leading the charge down into that second turn there. He's got Ace Cohen sitting about third. We'll pick up our second rider as they work their way through. We've also got Mondakar Morgan in the mix as well. But our second little rider there, that's going to be Clement Mondakar there. Cohen in there for the 3 spot as they work their way through. But it's going to be Freddie Stansfield taking the win for this one.
All right, moving along to our next gate of 8 boys. It was the 311 of Hislop from New Zealand. I've heard his name a lot this weekend. He's going to be tired. What a great weekend of racing he's had. The 4, I think it could be 01 of Boston Searle. Well done to Boston. Shout out to the Searle family. In there for the 3, we've got Harrison Hennessy, but it is going to be Hislop in that 1 spot. Nice solid ride from Boston Searle from Maitland for 2. We go back to Harrison Hennis for 3.
Moving on now, we've got our 9 boys. They'll be navigating around that third straight there. We're moving into the second turn, and it is Toby and Nakagawa Coronis as they work their way down this third straight there. We've got Flynn Jasinski. He's moved himself back into the 3 spot. In the 2 spot there is going to be your 7A rider of Lewis Anderson as they work their way around there. Jasinski's holding out 3. Anderson trying to make a move down that final straight now. He wants the top spot in Moto 3. Cronus will hold on for the win.
Right, little fallen rider just gets a bit of help off the track. Always great to see them walking off. As we move on to our second gate of 9 boys. Almost locked and loaded and ready to go. There they go. Track is clear. Gate is good to go. All right, your 9 boys. Is that gate 3? Of course it is. That's Archer Zwerner. I was going to say the little rider in lane 3, but I know who that is. That's the Kalula rider of Zwerner. He has snapped that gate like a toothpick. The 3 goes in there for the 2, followed by the 10. So that's going to be the 3A of William Wiggers and the 10 machine in there of Sydney Gregory. They're your top 3 at the moment. We've got McKinley, Gow, Nielsen, Tate and Kim rounding out your field. These are your 9 boys. But look at this little guy out in the front. They don't give world plates out in cereal boxes. This boy had to earn it. Look at him go, W2, and he's only 9 years old. He's going to want to imagine how exciting it's going to be for Archer to race before his home crowd in July. Archer Zwerner, he'll take the win. William Wiggers for 2, Sydney Gregory for 3.
Here we go now. We've got our next rack of 9 boys. I tell you what, it was a bit of a battle down that first straight there between Jax Moss, Archer Adams and Memphis Isaacs. We've got Smith, Maloney, Viljon and Riley all in the mix with Nathan Duff as well as they work their way down this third straight now. It's going to be your 5Q followed by your 13. So it's Jax Moss with Nicholas Viljon holding out that 2 spot there. Our little ace race riders pushing up through, as is Nathan Duff, but Viljon will take the win.
9 boys, 4th gate, 1A, National Lucas. He's got a rider on his outside though, so Nash is going to get the whole shot. The rider going with him, that's going to be the 904, I believe it is. That is going to be Caleb Newby. So lane 1, lane 8. Newby doing a great job getting into that second position there. We go back to the NZ5 of Archie Walker sitting in there for the 3 with Ballantyne, Lambert, Bellini, Tanner and Randall rounding out this field. Fourth gate of 9 boys, but it is going to be the Lake Macquarie rider. That is Nash Lucas doing it nicely in there for 2. Newby and the New Zealand rider in there for 3. Archie Walker, nice and evenly spaced as they head towards home. That's the way they'll finish. So Lucas, Newby, Walker.
Next rack now is Dimitri Doran leading the charge down this second straight for the 9 boys as they work their way through there. They've got to sort themselves out, work their way, navigate in and out of that second turn. Berkeley, Easdale in the mix, Rushbrook, Thorne, Shamada, Rhodes, Price and Entwistle as they work their way down now. It's still Doran leading the charge. Right in there behind him is the that's going to be the 808 machine there. Ryan Entwistle, he is holding on tight, but we've got a little shredder coming down. He's coming down hot, trying to take the win, but it's going to be Doran for the win.
I'll tell you what, 5 New Zealand riders in this one. New Zealand versus Australia. I'm going to guess that Matthew Inui is going to get the best of it. He's been doing that all weekend, and that's him out there in the 1 spot. Our New Zealand friend in there of Matthew Inui in there for the 2. We've got another New Zealander in the likes of Frank Waters, and then we go back to, I think that might be the 50. Maybe I read that wrong. I'll try and catch him as he comes around, but it is a New Zealand 1-2 at the moment with Matthew Inui and Frank Waters. Matthew Inui looking very comfortable. Frank in there for 2. We go back to the 599 perhaps, 589 maybe that is, of Jaden, also from New Zealand. So nice strong ride from the New Zealanders with Machinui, Waters and Verrett.
10 boys next rack, out and about. What a great start there out of gate 5 and 6. Marcus Brereton and Keegan Whiteman. That's where your battle is, but we've got a little front runner coming in and out of this turn already. That's your 251 machine. Thor Pizzo, 351 from New Zealand. Then we go back to Marcus Brereton and Keegan Whiteman. That's your battle in your 2 and 3. Whiteman in the 2, Mark Brereton in the 3. Working their way in and out of that second turn now. That little rider up in front, Pizzo from New Zealand. He has cleared out, got a lot of daylight between the next 2 riders, and that's Whiteman and Brereton. They've banged bars a lot, had lots of little battles over the years, but all the way through to that white stripe. Pizzo's going to take a nice win.
Murphy Cooper with the 2A on the plate. He's the one leading the charge for our third gate of 10 boys. We go back to Addison Gleig in there for the 2 spot. So 2A, 5A battling it out. Patrick Kempton, he was up in about third wheel. Elijah Moy wasn't too far off as well as they head along third straight there. So no change to those top 3 or 4 actually. So that's going to be Cooper, Gleig, Kempton and Moy for your top 4. Oh, nice challenge from Gleig. He'll take the win. What a fast finish from him. Cooper for 2.
More 10 boys coming at us. Are already in the second 2. We've got Kingston Hislop, your New Zealand rider. He's been leading it out. He's had a couple of good races up in the lead the last couple of days. We've got Mav Leeworthy in there for the 2, trying to make a move up on the outside there. That's your 1A, Tommy Josephson. He's pushing hard, all in white with that bright orange machine, pushing down the final straight now. It's going to be Hislop, Josephson, Hislop. Hislop will hold on to the win.
Looks like about lane 6 getting the best of that start. So that could be Lachlan McConkey. I'll just confirm that as he comes past in the bright yellow helmet there. Yes, it's going to be Lachlan in there for the 1 spot. In there for the 2, we go back to the 728. That is going to be Logan Healy. The 17 was up there in 3 as he came past us from Western Australia. That is Zach Marchant. We've got Mondaka, Cleverly Dixon, Robinson Griffiths and Hunter in the mix of this one as well. This is your 5th gate of 10 boys, but it's the bright orange yellow helmet of Lachlan doing a great job in the 1 spot. Healy still in there for the 2. Oh, we've got a bit of a challenger in the red jersey. Don't think he can quite get in front of Zach Marchant though, so it is going to be McConkey for the win away from Healy for 2. I think it's still Marchant sitting in there for the 3 spot.
Moving on now, it's going to be, it looks like it's going to be this, might be the 77 there. We've got more 10 boys action coming at us. I think we've got Fong, Rocho, McQueena, Troella, Douglas, Gilbert, Wrench and Tihu working their way down this third straight now. Make sure I'm calling the right names out to you, picking them up as they come through. It's the 47, the 401, so that is going to be the 401, that's Tati Fong in there for the 2. It might be Raki Thiu holding out the lead as they work their way down. Tati Fong fitting in the big ones. Thiu will take the win.
All right, heading into another gate of... heading into our final gate of 10 boys. It was the 3A of Richie Lucht in there for the 1 spot. We went back to Daniel Chen from New Zealand in there for the 2, and the 7A of Aston Johns. He was in 3rd wheel at the moment. These are your 10 boys final gate. The rider in there for the 4. That looks like it could be the 716 of Maxton St John, but it is going to be, oh, look at the little slicing and dicing from our 3 spot. Aston Johns having a great finish. I think it'll be Lucht for the 1, Johns for the 2, Chen for 3.
Moving on to our next track, we've got 11 boys, and leading them through is George Wu, your New Zealand rider, but he's got Cortina coming at him hot and fast. Merritt's in there for 3. Cortina's passed him now down into this last turn. That's a 333. Cortina leading the charge. He's in that hot pink jersey. He's got Wu in there for 2. Merritt holding on for 3, but here comes Thompson.
Second gate of your 11 boys heading along 3rd straight. We've got Goff, Lenz, Andrew, Milne and Nagara, Cullen and Smith in there. Nice battle between our 2 front runners, the 15s just on the outside. That is Harrison Cullen in the bright yellow there. He's going to slot in there for the 2, and our front runner, I didn't quite catch his number, but a great ride from him.
Moving on to the next one now, we've got, that is going to be Leishman, Chamings, Flanagan, McDonald, Fraser, Ritchie, Kakura, Matthews. They're spreading themselves in and out of that second turn. They've got to dial it in, pick up a great line down this 3rd straight, and doing that great line nicely will be Caden McDonald. That's going to be Karakura, I'm sure, riding down there, picking up that second position, working their way around.
Oh, great start from Daniel Villian. He was bar to bar with Hendricks, Karakura, but just got the best of that first corner. So it's Villian and Karakura in there for 1 and 2 for our 4th gate of 11 boys. We've got Collie, Delaney, Pereira, Searle and O'Shaughnessy in the mix as well. But Villian, he's taken it and run with it. Karakura still sitting comfortably in there for the 3. We go back to the 43 of Pereira from Redland sitting in there for that 3rd wheel. But strong win from Villian. Great ride.
Braxton Stagg leading out the charge down for this 11 boys down the second straight. We've got Hugo Cole in there for the 2 spot. Sanders, Salerno, Hill, Arnold, Marvin and Ewing all in the mix there. But it is all up front. Hugo Cole up in having a battle up the front there, and he is having that battle with the 17 machine of Braxton Stagg tucked in there for the 3 spot. All important or all exciting bright orange bike, I should say, but taking the win for that one will be Braxton Stagg.
Our 6th and final gate of your 11 boys, Kai Hooper from lane 8 getting an excellent start with the 1A on the plate from Western Australia. He's going to lead the boys with a good lead into the rest of the track there. We've got Butterfield sitting in there for that 2 spot. The rider in red there, I'll just grab his number as he comes past. So it is Hooper, Butterfield, and then we go back to 27 in there. The rider in red, that is Cooper Stokes. He's from Townsville. He's got a bit of a challenge there in the blue jersey, but he's going to hold on to it. So it'll be Hooper for the win, Butterfield for 2, Stokes for 3.
This is going to be Lee McAuliffe, I think, leading the charge. He's got Finley Power right there with him on his hammer, charging through that second turn. Oh, speaking of which, Power just swooped in like a little magpie and picked up the top spot. Oh, getting a bit sketchy back there in that 3 spot, but held on tight. That opened up the door for your 3V of Hugo Ma. So he's picked up that 2 spot now, but Finley Power's cleared out, closed the door, taken the win.
All right, great start there from Cordell Daly from Rockhampton. He's wearing the Aussie jersey there. This is his second gate of 12 boys. So it's Cordell in the 1 spot. The 5SA, I believe it was, of William Adams sitting in there for 2. We've got Mackenzie Olsen, Thompson, Musty and Ransom in the mix as well. But it's Daly. He's the one they're chasing. The 5 in there for 2. Then we go back to the, could be the 4SA of Musty sitting in there for that 3 spot in the red jersey. But it is going to be Daly. He'll take a nice win. It's close in there for 2 with Adams finishing strong.
What a great start there from Ollie Bergman coming out of lane 8, moved across. A little bit of a tyre touch it was, but they all held on tight, all upright. Bentley Smith in there as well with him. Another move down in that bottom turn. I think that's what's going to be happening here in Moto 3. But Ollie Bergman, 2A on the plate, leading the charge into this last turn now. Going there with him is going to be Baden Prescott, your New Zealand rider. They're side by side now. Prescott might have just moved himself in front, and that leaves in there for the 3 is Smith.
It's the New Zealand rider out there in the lead for your fourth gate of 12 boys. That's Matatini in there for the 1 spot. We go back to the 1A of Oliver Mace in there for 2. Nice battle between these 2 guys. The New Zealander and the Australian from Canberra in there for 1 and 2. The rider in there for 3. That's going to be the 3N of Knox Birch in the 3 spot. So nice ride from the New Zealander. That's Matatini taking the win away from Mace in there for 2 and Birch in there for 3.
Okay, we're just holding the gate a little bit. We've had a rider down in the last straight, but they're being looked after there by our officials and our first aiders. Put a little pause on the gate so we can reset.
Little break again as we wait for our next lot of 12 boys. So we've got 2 gates, I think, of 12 boys left before we move on to 5 gates of our 13 boys. So they're just getting locked and loaded now.
Okay, next gate away. It's our second last gate of our 12 boys as they race down that first straight there. Looks like Zheni Zhu from China got a great start there. We're going 4 wide. No, we got 2 wide in and out of this turn, but picking up the whole shot there is going to be your 801, and that's a Zheni Zhu. Then we go Ryan Sharkey, popped himself in there for the 2 spot. We've got Harrowfield, Zhu, Stevenson, Evans and Hancroft all in the mix. We've got New Zealand, China, Australia, all banging bars out there for your 12 boys down the third straight now, but it's Zheni Zhu, your Chinese rider, all up front as they work their way through in and out of this last turn. Now your 777, Samuel Evans, he wants a piece of the top action, so it's all moved around. Sharkey and Evans, that's where the battle is. Sharkey can just hold on.
Right, we're up to your final gate of 12 boys, and it's the SA rider, the 2SA of Ethan Fenton getting the best of that start there. We go back to Archie Kakura from New Zealand, who was in the 2 spot. So it looks like there's definitely the Australian out there with the Australian jersey. So our South Australian rider, a bit of a challenge from another rider. That was the 248 of Memphis, Blake in the fast colours. He's going to challenge for the win, actually. Can he make it? I think he'll settle for 2, so Fenton and Blake for your top 2.
Are we? Moving on now, we've got our next rack out and about, and it is a great race down this second straight there. We've got our 13 boys. It's Cochrane, Ajeda, Klopter, Clark, Barrington, Hart, Berenhart and Holland racing down into this third straight to 898 rider. That's Patrick Klopter. He has got a great lead as they chase him in and out of that last turn. It's Klopter all the way down that final straight. He'll take the win for this one.
Do love it when riders have their signature colours. That's Jax O'Connell. I think he's looked the same since he was a little sprocky. I always recognise him out there, but he's always at the front, so he's pretty easy to recognise. The Pine Rivers rider of Jaxie O'Connell in the black and red there. He's in the 1 spot. We've got the 130 bike in there for the 2. That is going to be Brock O'Neill, and the 426 in there for 3, or 429 of Tobias Dixon. But out there in front, look at that one. He's going to win by a mile. Jax O'Connell.
We've got our New Zealand one leading the charge there. That is Finn Lawrence. He's got Liam Wilson going right there with him. We've got Ryder Brooks in the mix, and we've also got a high flyer back there in that red jersey as we're heading in and out of that second turn now. Dialing in the line down the third straight. It is Finn Lawrence leading the charge. Then we go back to Carter Dorman. He's got the 2 spot covered. We're picking up Liam Wilson there as they head around, but it is going to be all the New Zealand rider Lawrence for the win.
All right, moving along to our 13 boys, the 21, the Memphis McLeod gets a great start there from Rockhampton, I believe. We go back to the 238. It could have been a Benning from Geelong. I think that's him sitting in there for 2. This is your 13 boys, so McLeod in the 1 spot, Benning in there for the 2. We go back to the 7A. That's going to be Jensen Blake sitting in that 3rd spot from Cairns, but it is going to be the rider out there in front, Memphis McLeod. He'll take the win.
Last rack of 13 boys heading in and out of the first turn now, and we've got a little battle there. That's going to be Noah Joyce up the top end, but I'm pretty sure he's having a battle with Freddie Coote in there. They do battle in the South End races all the time, these 2 boys, Freddie Coote and Noah Joyce. There, you 1 and 2. They're now side by side down this 3rd straight. It's going to be an exciting turn as they head into the last turn there, holding on to the 3rd spot. That is Alexander McKay, but it's Coote and Joyce. Coote will take the win.
All right, it's our New Zealand rider of Rico. That's going to be Rico Ryan in there for the 1 spot. We go back to the 12 in there for 2. That is Nate Chammings from Ashmore. So Ryan Chammings. We go back to 3. Cooper Murphy, also from New Zealand. So our New Zealand riders looking to progress through to the next round, looking very strong. The rider in there for 4, that could be Kobe Eric doing a great job. But out there in front, it's going to be Rico Ryan from New Zealand. He'll take the win over Nate Chammings.
Just lost a rider down here, 14 boys, as they head around this first turn into the second straight. We've got Wilmot holding out the second position. We've got Orbell, Cowley, Pickett, Sanderson, Gillard and Baldock working their way through that second turn now, moving up into the third straight. We're holding out our front runner there. That is going to be a 917 of Braxton Gillard there. He's got Brodie Wilmot tucked in behind him on the 2 spot all the way to the white stripe. It's going to be Braxton Gillard from New Zealand. He'll take the win for that one. Our MacArthur rider of Brodie Wilmot with the 321X on the plate. He is in there for 2. That was our 14 boys. We had Connor Orbell, Cody Cowell, Jackson Pickett, Samuel Sanderson and Nate Baldock all in the mix. Getting our rider looked after in the first berm as our next rack of 14 boys are locked and loaded. We have 4 more gates of 14 boys. They're full gates, all 8 riders as they work their way through their Moto 3, chasing some points for the qualifiers.
Yeah, so we were looking at full quarterfinals for our 14 boys, so 4 full gates.
They're definitely in race mode in this Moto 3.
Some of them will be wanting to get a place to actually make it to quarters. Others of them will be wanting to get a good time because their time in the third moto actually determines their race pick in their quarter. So they're wanting a fast time for this one. Because even if they win a moto, in Moto 3, if their time's a little bit slower, they could have... if their time's a little bit slower in Moto 3, they could actually have a further down pick than they would consider in the quarter because we are just looking for that time in the third moto. And then, of course, once we get up to those qualifiers, it's dog eat dog. We just top 4 in, bottom 4, sit on the sidelines to watch. But yeah, heartbreaking, but character building, I think.
Absolutely. I definitely think there's been some lessons learnt over the years moving into those qualifiers. And of course with qualifiers they're a little bit different, Alex. They don't get given a lane, they get a lane pick or a gate pick, and they get to choose what gate they would like to race out of, and that is in order of qualification. So your top qualifier gets the first gate pick. They get to choose their favourite gate or their most strategic gate for that qualifier, and they will then we moved down the qualifying ranks and they get to choose what gate they want to go into. So there's lots of strategies when it comes into gate pick. isn't it? A lot of the elite riders have a certain rider they want on their left side or a certain rider they want on their right side, or they want to get those inside gates to make the move on that first turn.
Yeah, I think typically most riders would say at most tracks, from what I've heard anyway, I'm not a rider, that lane 1 is usually the advantage because they have the inside as they come to that first corner. But then every track's a little different, because I have heard that some tracks lane 1 sort of narrows out a little bit. So sometimes lane 1's not the best, because if you don't have a really fast start and you're in lane 1, sometimes you can get cut off. But I do believe, from what I've seen and heard, that lane 1 at Sleeman for most riders is an advantage. But there are some, like you said, some do prefer an outside gate for a particular reason, different riding style or different strategy or technique.
That's right. Well, there's been a Gate 8 story for the last few years, hasn't there?
has.
And there's not just one rider that likes the Gate 8, speaking of Nick Keeman, but, it has been a definite story for other riders. Last year's Nationals, Hayden Fletcher came out of Gate 8 and took the win. So it tends to be a strategy that they like to take up on the outside there, gives them time to get out in front, move across if they need to, or take a high turn in the turn to come down that pro straight.
Yeah, I have also heard that sometimes if a rider knows their gate start's not their strength, often they'll choose an outside gate because they know that they don't quite have the strength or the speed to get out quickly. So instead of choosing one of the inside lines where they might get cut off, they choose an outside one in the hope that they can get a bit of speed down that hill. Because you'll often watch, especially as you come into quarters and semis, that the riders will try and move into the inside because they want to get that, it's science, isn't it, of some sort. I'm not a scientific person, but they want to try and get that shorter distance around the corner, which obviously is going to be the inside. So you will often see riders who'll start out, but they'll move across so that they're getting into position for that nice tight line into the corner. And often you might see a rider who gets a really good start out in lane 8, but they hit the corner and all of the riders will go underneath them because they've just got that tighter line. So that can be a bit of a disadvantage. So we'll see that happening, as I said. Times for Moto 3 are really, really important. And of course, these 2 race meets today are really great practice for these riders, just getting used to the rules and the format of racing, getting ready for the Australian titles in April, and then the world titles in July. A lot for the younger ones to learn and remember.
It is a lot, and that's where the BMX community can come in. Their local club, their local state can come in and, help with education. Lots of emails or social media, or lots of just little spot posts about different things that they might not be aware of. In particular, the gate pick. 8-year-olds, it's a new thing for them. So, and then we go into different things at different levels. So moving into the national titles and then obviously onto worlds, there definitely has been some changes we've made locally to make sure that we're getting our riders ready for this year, because it is a big year, 2026, for BMX in Australia.
Definitely. And just to add more confusion to it, there's different rules again. I think Peter mentioned it earlier, different rules again for our elites. They actually come into the world titles ranked. So they're lane picked. So if a rider, for example, goes into the world titles ranked first in the world, they will get first pick. So very, very different. So that's why we were saying earlier that the elite racing, it's not just, about one race, one win. It's all accumulation of points and rankings. So each race you see our elites running, not so much the superclass today, it's a little bit of a different format, but our elite riders yesterday, every position is important to them because it contributes to their ranking, which is going to contribute to their very first lane pick. And interestingly, in Worlds, for elites, if they win their first moto, they go straight through to the next round, so they actually get to skip a race.
Right.
So it changes again. So they learn all these rules as a challenge rider, and then they'll get those slight changes when they head into elite.
So that must add to their training regime, right? So they're not just training on the track, not just building their strength, but they would also have to look at strategies and probably looking at old videos or however their coaches work these days. I know they do a lot of videos during training and racing. So, and I'm sure you know better than I do, having an elite rider yourself, that they have those things that they have to work towards.
Yeah. Well, it's all down to the line, because I know some of the QAS riders, the Queensland Academy of Sport riders, did a race sim the other day. So they came and did a training session that ran exactly like a race would run, just so they could get used to the timing, especially in the heat. To get used to the timing, get used to, knowing when to have to hydrate, knowing when to eat, knowing the times they've got for warm down, cool down. So it's all very, very technical. It's not just a game to these. They love it, but it becomes quite a specific routine that they follow as they prepare for racing.
Well, that's like with any elite athlete, any Olympian, any world champion. They all have their, in any sport, they are training in a lot of different ways. And a lot of the young riders are doing that now you mentioned academy. So a lot of the different sports academies around the states, they have the young sports academies from the age of 14 to 18, the region academies that actually take them out. They don't just have to train in their sport. They do lots of classroom education on social media, on nutrition and things like that as well. So that's good coming into these times, and it's great to have BMX included in those amongst the sports like netball and NRL.
Definitely, and also mindset's a huge thing. Just having the mindset of, being able to handle a setback, a disappointment, being able to get themselves together if they have a bad race and bring themselves together for the next one. There's so much mindset, and I'm sure a lot of people watching have read Saya's wonderful memoir. She talks a lot in there. Saya Sakakibara talks a lot about, the mindset challenges that she had to overcome. And a lot of even our young riders here today, our challenge riders who are, have a goal to make it up to world level, the mindset's a huge thing. I've heard before sometimes it's 80% mindset. If you've got your mindset right, then the training and everything will follow after that.
That's right. Speaking of Saya's memoirs, I'm definitely not a reader, and those who know me and know me well know that I will not pick up a book, but I tell you what, that is a book I didn't put down.
Yeah, it's a great book. I can shout out for Just Go by Saya Sakakibara. If you haven't read it, if you haven't bought it, grab it to support our girl. We all sort of own her. She's become a commodity of Australian BMX. As a teacher, I'm actually using it as a teaching resource later in the year.
Great.
Because we had to do an Australian context, so very excited to be able to use that. Real life story of a amazing person who can be an encouragement and a motivation to all.
Definitely. And what an incredible female athlete for Australia, for all of our young riders, both male and female, to look up to and to read that story. It is quite interesting to read it and about her mindset, because that has impacted or helped, either way, a lot of riders along the way.
But you're going to see, like, if you look back at her races at the Olympics, you look at it and just think, clean, perfect racing. And for those who are just watching, they sort of take it for granted. Oh, yeah, she's a clean, perfect racer. But just think of all that went into that. The years of mindset, the years of setbacks, knockbacks, disappointments, fears that she had to overcome to get that, air quote, perfect race. She made it look easy, but, those of us in the BMX world just know what a story it was behind that.
Absolutely, and to the point where she almost gave it all away.
She did.
And, to concentrate and work with those professionals and those professionals that work in a lot of the sporting industries and, mindset coaches, and not just her strength and conditioning coaches, looking at coaches, changing coaches. Like, that is such a big step for her to take. And a lot of these elite riders have done that over the years.
Yeah, that's right. Definitely true. But I often think for our successful riders who do so well, I think of the quote, it takes 20 years to make an overnight success. that sink in for a bit. I think a lot of people watching Saya at the Olympics, she hadn't won a gold before, maybe people had never seen her before, but how many years had gone into that one moment, like 40 seconds on a track, and yet so much. And all of our riders, not just our elites, but even our young guys coming through, like the ones we're about to watch, our 14-year-olds, like a lot of them have been riding for 10 years as well. They're only 14. And a lot of them probably have big goals. And, you know, behind their successes are parents. Shout out to the parents.
Absolutely.
And coaches and friends and supporters and mentors and, you know, other athletes they're looking up to. Siblings, like so many people. Siblings. There's a shout out to the siblings who get dragged around tracks. We see a lot of them, but some of them are just so supportive of the riders they're here to watch.
Absolutely. Even those that could be incapacitated themselves, and just supporting their riders and being right into the racing. And
yeah,
you know,
that's right.
We're just having a bit of a joke here, but you know, all jokes aside, it can be very hard. But yeah, let's do a shout out to the families, the supporters. Like, you know, I always say there used to be this T-shirt going around circulating about 6 or 7 years ago. I'm a BMX mum. I'm a regular mum or a BMX mum, but just cooler.
Yeah,
just
that's
like
right.
a regular mum, but cooler. And, you know, BMX mums, they can carry 3 chairs, 2 bikes, an esky,
and a baby.
And a baby, yeah. We've got lots of those heading around. So there's definitely something to say about the strength, support from the families that are riders.
Yeah, definitely. I've just done it on the live stream, but I do want to just give a shout out to the parents here today. You are the source of your child's success, and we want to honour you, parents. Thanks for being here. Thanks for supporting your rider, whether your rider is 6 or 8 or 12 or 21. We know that an elite athlete is not made without supportive parents, grandparents, siblings, coaches. So we thank you to all of those who are here supporting their riders. It's looking like it's going to be beautiful conditions for the rest of racing as we head into the mid-afternoon.
That's right. As I said, that breeze is nice enough for the spectators here, just take the edge off the heat and the humidity, but not too much to affect the riding or the riders on the track. The cloud has seemed to dissipate a little, and it's definitely looking to be a cracker of an afternoon.
Yeah, it's still warm, but I think the bite in the sun is just starting to fade a little, which means I think it's going to be beautiful conditions for the end of our third moto and then our qualifiers and finals. Shout out to anyone who's watching the live streaming from the other countries we have represented. So shout out to anyone from New Zealand, of course, and Canada, Great Britain, USA, Italy, Latvia. Who else have we got? China, Japan.
We had some
Netherlands.
Riders from Tahiti yesterday,
Yes,
which
that was
really
very
exciting. Being part of the Oceanas.
Yes.
We had our Tahiti riders, and of course our representative, Tiva from Tahiti. He was here as well. So
Yeah, he came to present the elites with their awards, which was very special.
Absolutely.
Who else have we got? I hope we haven't left any countries out. I wonder if there is anyone watching. I know when we watch World Cups, we're often up in the middle of the night. We find it quite exciting.
Absolutely. We have often squeezed either in front of a 15-inch monitor, all 5 of us, while we're watching overnight.
We love it. We often have, as a family, if we're watching the World Cups, we will have, Brazil, shout out to Brazil. We'll have a watch party, so we'll buy snacks, treats, and we'll set up in the lounge room at 11 p.m. or 3 a.m. or something, and just sit and scream at the screen. It's very exciting. We're crazy. We're always very tired in the days to follow, but we wouldn't swap it for anything.
No, absolutely. I'm pretty sure my neighbours thought there was something going on at my house when Sayo won her gold medal. That was
about 4 a.m., wasn't it? I think
it was
4 a.m.
Very early in the morning for Australian time, and they said I was quite loud, but I tell you what, that is a memory. And also at that, after that as well, at World Titles last year, one of our riders got herself a world plate, and I was once again screaming at the TV. So, but I think that all ties in what you were saying, Alex, about the support of families. And look, as a BMX community, we're just one big family. It doesn't matter who you are. I've heard some stories around this weekend of people just wanting to help.
We've always found that. Yeah, it's just amazing.
Whether it be they need to lend a car or pick up someone, or it doesn't matter what they're doing, they just, you just drop everything and help your mate.
That's it. Well, even I remember once one of my kids, when we used to have the Southeast Queensland titles here many years ago, I remember one of my kids popped a tyre, and one of his fellow riders, so my son had made the final, and this boy had just missed out. And yet his dad went and took the wheels off his bike to put it on my son's bike so that my son could race in the final that his son had missed out on. And I just never forget those sorts of stories. And we've got so many of them where just people have stepped in and just offered to help because they care about our kids and they want to see their success. Absolutely. So yes, big round of applause is being heard here for our fallen rider as he is just helped off the track by our wonderful medics. They've certainly been busy this weekend, our medics.
Yes, it's not a role that we want to have be busy, but they have been outstanding and helping our riders throughout the weekend. So the crowd are showing a lot of support for this rider as he leaves the track.
They're very qualified too, for those who are not familiar with BMX watching the live stream. Our medics are extremely qualified, which is, it gives parents and supporters watching the riders such confidence to know that our riders are being well looked after.
Absolutely, very qualified paramedics.
I think we've got a range. I think we've got paramedics. We've got some that are higher than paramedics. We've got nurses. Yes. All right, so big round of applause for our fallen riders. As we were just saying on the live stream, we are most grateful to our medics. We've had a busy weekend, medics, and we really, really appreciate you. And we wish our fallen rider all the very best. Officials as well. It's been a busy, very, very busy weekend for our officials. 2 long, hot days in a row. So big shout out to our officials. Just make sure if you see someone in a blue shirt, just give them a thank you. Just a thank you. It's been a really, really big, long, hot weekend. And some of our officials have to take time off work, take flights, spend money on accommodation just to be here to volunteer at this event. So please thank an official before you leave today. And a medic. Or 2, or 3, or everyone you pass. So once we're all set up for racing, we will be turning our attention to the 5-metre hill, and we have our very patient 14 boys waiting up there. We're going to start with Jaden Bradbrook, Charlie Bergman, Jed Dobson, Noah Hogan, Cooper Knight, Luke Petroni is on the list. I didn't see him ride junior superclass. Dylan Entwistle, I think, and James Miller.
I think I've pronounced that 3 or 4 different ways. So if anyone would like to correct me on that, that would be amazing.
We do always say, please come and tell us, but sometimes, I'm speaking for myself, sometimes I do take a while to remember the correct pronunciation, but please persist. But please be patient. You can come and have a look at our list of names sometime and you might see how tricky it can be, especially when we are trying to sort of remember 3 or 4 numbers while also reading names we've never heard of before. So we appreciate your patience. But we don't mind if you laugh at our pronunciations, do we, Mel?
Absolutely not. You can even laugh at our jokes if you want.
Oh, yeah, I don't hear much of that, do we?
A lot of people from New South Wales would be getting very tired of my dad jokes, I think.
Oh, shout out to Brenton as well from New Zealand. If he's listening or anyone here knows Brenton, just pass on our thanks to him. And we wish his son all the best for a speedy recovery.
Absolutely.
All right, these are your 14 boys. I'm expecting a fast start from Jaden Bradbrook. He should be there somewhere near the front end. Let's see who else is going with him. That's going to be Bradbrook in the 1 spot. I believe the 289, the 86 goes in there for the 2. So that is Bradbrook, and then we go back to Petroni. So he is in this one. Bradbrook, Petroni, they're your top 2 for your third gate of 14 boys. They have really cleared out from the rest of the field at this stage. Check that rider in there for 3 in a moment, but Bradbrook, Petroni, they are clear from the rest of the field. The 21 sits in there for the 2. That's going to be James Miller from Great Britain. So great to see our British rider out there. So Bradbrook, Petroni, Miller.
Here we go with our next rack of 14 boys, and they are flying in and out of that first turn there. It looks like it might be Logan Willoughby. At the top end, we've got Daly out there as well with Ransom, Roma, Park, Top, Flanagan and Kruger. They're into the third straight already, and they're making some moves down this third straight now. Need to pick up a great line and a great entrance into that last turn. It's Logan Willoughby leading the charge. That might be Daly just on his back wheel, and Albie Flanagan holding out the third spot, but it is going to be Willoughby for the win.
All right, I think that's the New Zealander who got the best of the start there. That's going to be John O'Hanson, the rider in there for 2. That's going to be Chase Westbrook with the 5A on the plate from, I believe, Western Australian rider. So great to see all of our states represented here as well. John O'Hanson, though, from New Zealand. Still got a couple of bike links back to Westbrook in there for the 2. We go back in there for the 3. That's going to be the 677 of Brooklyn Hanson, also from New Zealand. So it's New Zealand 1-3 at the moment. Hanson for 1, Westbrook for 2, Hanson for 3.
Here we go now. We're moving on to our last rack of 14 boys, and that is Charlie Withington leading the charge. He's got Reese Tisdale on the 3A right there with him. Jack Stevens, 5Q, there or thereabouts. Lucas Sturzaker in the mix as they work their way down this third straight now. It is Charlie Withington from New Zealand. He has got that dialed in and leading the charge all the way down that final straight there. It's going to be the New Zealand rider of Withington for the win.
15 boys, first gate out of 6 of these. Kai Field from lane 8 getting a great start there. Moved across very quickly, as we were commenting on before. Balin Finch from Emerald. I was saying our state series coming up in Emerald soon. He's in there for the 2 spot. That is Balin. We go back in there for the 3. That is going to be the 97. That is Jarvis Mangan from Castle Hill, but Kai Field from Terrigal. He'll take this one home away from Finch and Mangan.
Moving on to our next rack of 15 boys there. It looks like it's going to be the 55 machine of Joshua Myberg there. Our rider out in front is JJ Myberg, Travis Chilton, Blake Henman, Chase Foe, Cooper Mace, Emerson Newby and Eli Smith all in there. It's going to be Myberg leading the charge. And then we go back to Eli Smith in there for that 2 spot as they work their way in and out of that last turn there, sorting themselves out down. We've got a late charge from our 4th rider, but it looks like it will be Myberg for the win.
All right, we've got Crosby, Backer, I believe it is, in there for the 1 spot from Kalula. McNamara, I think it was, from Happy Valley. That's out over there in South Australia, in there for the 2 spot. These are your 15 boys. 3rd moto. I'll just confirm that front runner is the 885. That is going to be Crosby doing a great job out there. Nice, strong win from him. McNamara is going to take a solid 2nd.
What a great turn in this first turn here by the 1-2-2. That was a awesome turn by Nixon Banks, the New Zealand rider. He had a bang and bars in there. Dyson Drew, Deacon Kirchner in the mix as well, but they were down the third straight already and we're sorting ourselves out. It is going to be the 1-2-2 with Miles Davies tucked in there behind him as they work their way around. We've got some moving in that fourth position there, but it will be Banks for the win.
Seca's batteries again. Sorry about that, just swapping microphones. All right, Dylan Seca with the 3A on the plate from Mackay, getting the best of that start, as he likes to do. The 414 of Cresswell from New Zealand tries to go with him. Oh, dear. And we have Seca comes down then, so that's Cresswell then goes through in the one spot. Seca just coming down, unfortunately. Troy Miller is the rider in there for the two, with Alderton, Grant, Benson, Zeta and Tariff rounding it out.
Sam Langford leading the 15 boys down that second straight. They're into the second turn already. We've got Lupton, Lochtenberg, Fitzgerald, Anderson, Smith and McDonald all there with him. But it is Langford leading the charge. He's getting a bit of heat from the 911 machine of Ben Anderson. And then back there in that three position could be McDonald pushing on through. But check out the battle all the way to the white stripe with Langford for the win.
16 boys out and about. First gate of these guys. Jung is going to be up near the front end. That's him in the one spot, I believe. The 291 goes with him in there for two. That is going to be the 291 of Jensen Bentley from Narang. Great to see him doing so well this weekend. So it's Jung and Bentley, both from Narang. Then we go back to the 7N of Nicholas Minogue in there for that three spot. So Jung looking nice and comfortable. Bentley, Minogue. Then we go back to the 75 in there. That's going to be Jake Bergman rounding out your top four, so that's the way they'll finish. A nice strong ride from our two Narang riders of Jung and Bentley.
16 boys now as they come in and out of the first term. They are close and they are banging bars. We've got Gel Gersma, Gosford, Philp, Thorne, Donald, Cruikshank, Nobulus and Yates working their way down this third straight now. Your lead runner is going to be your 329 machine of Zane Cosford moving into that first position. Oh, great move in that final turn, but it's going to be a Cosford for the win.
The 52 out and about leading the chase for your 16 boys. A third gate, it is Connor from Canada. So welcome once again to our Canadian riders. If anyone is watching the live streaming, shout out to you, Canada. Great to have your riders here with us today. That is Connor from Canada doing it nicely in there for two. That is going to be, I think it was Jaden Soulsby from Bendigo. But look at the close battle between 2 and 3. But I think that'll be the top two in the likes of Connor and Jaden.
Moving on to our 16 boys now, and it's going to be a 616 of Dominic Goslingberg, another Canadian rider leading the charge. And then we go back, we've got Hunter Simmons in the mix as well with Baxter, Covers and Edwards and Cooper. We've got an Italian rider in there as well, but it is your Canadian on 616. And then we go back to William Gall, your Italian rider. He's holding out the two spot there. We've got Riley Cooper in that three spot, but it's going to go to Goslinberg.
All right, Schroeder getting the best of the start there. This is your 16 boys final gate of these guys. I was just getting excited that I had a Matty Fox race to call, but I don't know if he's in this one. He might be saving himself for junior superclass. That is Schroeder in the one spot. We go back to Rowlands in there for the two. We've got a nice battle there for our minors, but your top two are nice and clear. That's going to be Schroeder and Rowlands for your 1-2.
17 to 24 now, moving on in through these races. We've got lots of 17 to 24. With this one, it's Mitchell James. He's leading them down the second straight. We've got Jack Armstrong. I think he's holding out the second wheel at the moment as they work their way down this third straight, but it is definitely the 11 machine of Mitchell James. And then we go back to the 8 and the 2-2-3. So that's Jack Armstrong and James Wallace, your New Zealand rider, holding it out. Yeah, they're your top three as they head over the white stripe.
Oh, nice tight corner for our next race of our 17 to 24 men. I think that was a 28. That could be Bremer, I believe, in the one spot wearing the FD2 colours. Full gate of these guys, 7 gates. They had a huge age class yesterday with 1/8 finals. That is going to be Bremer, followed by the 16 of Van Bladel. And then we go back to 139, I think, or Tyler Julian. So it was Bremer, Van Bladel, Julian.
More 17-24 action coming at us, and leading the charge for this one is going to be VJ Isles as they work their way down that second straight. He is holding out the lead. We've got Beams, Pennell, Harkness, Tolmie, Craig, Keon and Rossiter Dustin all there in there with him, but it's Isles closely followed by the 513 and the 180. That is in the 2 spot, Jack Keon, and in that 3 spot will be Nathan Pennell, but it's Isles for the win.
All right, we just lose a rider there in the first corner. This is your 17-24 men continuing. I believe it is going to be the 1NZ of Tom Coleman getting the best of that start there. I think that was Noah Hart just sitting in that 2 spot, doing a great job. I think we've got a Tasmanian rider in here too, which is great to see. The 522 of Levi Banks from New Zealand. He sneaks up to take that 2 spot. So it's going to be New Zealand 1 and 2 with Tom Coleman and Levi Banks. Shout out to those watching the live streaming from New Zealand.
I think just in those few little races there, Alex, we had Italy, Canada, New Zealand, all representing out here. So how good is that? And that's in our 15, 16s and 17 to 24 age groups.
So exciting. So I think our qualifiers and finals are going to be very exciting to see how many countries we have represented in those.
Absolutely. It's going to be exciting times, and what a great time for them to travel over here and have a go on this track at such a great event here in Brisbane.
Well, a lot of them have come over, a lot of the elites I know have come over to train in our beautiful summer weather. They've left their winter to come to our beautiful summer, but then when they come for the Worlds, they're going to be enjoying our beautiful winter as well. They're just going to see what a lovely climate Australia is. We do get our heat, you know, those really hot days are tough, but I think our World Titles is going to be a beautiful time of year. As I said before, let's just hope that rain stays away.
Absolutely.
So for those who may have just joined the live stream, we are just up to our 17 to 24 men. So we're almost up to halfway through Moto number 3. So after Moto 3 finishes, we'll be moving on to our qualifiers. So there'll be a few age classes with quarterfinals, quite a few age classes with semi-finals, and then of course our finals to finish off the day. For those who are also watching the live streaming, this is the first round of Australia BMX National Series. So there are a number of these races throughout the year. There are individual awards for each race, so each race is counted as an individual race on its own, but then there's also cumulative awards for riders who do a certain amount of them. There'll be overall series winners later in the year. Yeah, big round of applause. Big round of applause for our fallen rider. Our next gate of 17 to 24 men up on the gate. As I was saying before, this was our biggest age class yesterday at the Oceanic Continental Championships. We had 9 gates of them, which meant they had a 1/8 final, which is not something we see very often at an Australian level race, or you know, a race in Australia. You see plenty of them in the world titles, But to have so many here, just from Australia and New Zealand, was pretty amazing. There's 7 gates of them today, so they don't quite have those 1/8 finals, but they will have full quarterfinals. So that'll be 4 gates of 8, top 4 to make it through to the semi, bottom 4 to sit on the sidelines and cheer. We'll wait for their next chance to make a final. It's a very interesting age group, the 17 to 24 men. Often they're top riders who've been racing for a long time, and they make the decision to go the championship route rather than the elite route, just because they love the sport, but they may not necessarily want to commit as much time and dedication as an elite rider does, may not want to go from the 8 metre either. So they choose to race 17 to 24. So often we've got some, some really quality riders who've often been, Australian champions or Australian finalists all through their age racing, and they converge together with all those age groups, 17 to 24, and it's always a really, really exciting race to watch.
It definitely is one of those exciting races to watch, and as a mum of 3 sons who race in the 17 to 24 age group, you do often cross your fingers and hope that they're not in the same race for various reasons.
As a mum of 3 sons who've done BMX, I know exactly what you feel like. I've had many times when my kids have been in semi-finals together and be 4th and 5th, and that's not a place you want to be, but as we said, that character building that comes with the sport.
That's right, and for those of us who travelled in a car, that's a long trip home.
It definitely is.
We're going to put our hands together for our fallen rider as he exits the track. Young Rosian there from South Lake, in good hands with our officials and our medics. As we look up on the hill on the 5 metre, we've got our 17 to 24 men. We have 3 racks left of those. We're up to race 413. And we'll be getting those started. The riders up there on the gate and in staging are being well looked after in these times as well. So we've got our 17 to 24 ready to go. Then we'll be moving on to our 25 to 29 and 30 to 34. Starting to pick up here a bit in Brisbane, so the riders will adjust accordingly as they head out of the gate and weigh up their options as to which line to take and which move to make, whether they keep their wheels on the ground, pop in a manual to find that best position. We're getting a green flag ready to go. Okay, we are back on track with the 17:24, and it's Felsman, Smith, Vaccarella, Wilson, Nyberg, Meddy, Taylor and Brunton charging down that first straight now. We're sorting themselves out in and out of that first turn. It's going to be the 777 of Brodie Wilson. He's picking up that whole shot, leading the pack down that second straight. He's got the 7A of Blake Meddy tucked in there behind him as they head down the third straight now. They're sorting themselves out in that second turn, but it is Brodie Wilson leading the charge. Blake Meddy holding out that 2 spot. In the 3 spots, Jet Brunton as they work their way through. Vaccarella in that 4, but it's all going to be the 777 of Wilson with the win.
Looks like we've got a full gate here of our 17-24 men, 6th gate of these guys. I think the Australian jersey is going to be Ryder Schroeder out of Toowoomba. He may just get the whole shot. The 307 tries to go with him. That's the 301 of Blake Jackson. In there for 3 was Jackson Philp from Mackay. So we've got Toowoomba, Sunny Coast, Mackay. They're used to this nice sunshiny weather. So Schroeder now, no, he drops back a bit. So the 529 now in command. That is Philp. He had a great couple of straights there. Philp in the 1, Schroeder in there for 2. It's going to be close for 3-4, but I think it could be still Jackson holding on to it.
Last rack of 17-24 women, that's going to be Nate Morosky leading the charge down the second straight. He's got Lachlan Hines in there for the 2 spot. And then we go back, we've got Shaw, Gooch, Fraser and Lawrence all hanging out there with the cool kids down this third straight now. It's still Nate Morosky. He's got the lead. Then we go back to your 2, 4, 6 and your 13. That's Lachlan Hines and Aiden Tillotson charging him down that final straight. But Morosky will hold on for the win.
W2, Zach Hutton. I feel like in Australia we've got a lot of W2s. It seems to be a popular one. Let's hope all those guys can back it up with a W1 in July. Zach Hutton, though, knows how to make that bike move. W2 from Bundaberg doing it nicely. In there for 2, we've got the 56. That's going to be Nathan Glab. No, it's not. That is, Mitch Burke. Very close in there for 2. Glab's in there for 3. And then we go back to Nick Heron, but a nice ride from the W2. Hutton for the win, Burke for 2.
Moving on to our 30-34 now, and leading the charge is going to be, that might be Matthew Blake there out in the lead. We've got Panopoulos in the mix. Tommy Clark's out there with Luke Byrne, Bryce McGibbon and Armando Ringo. Armand maybe up in the top end there if he's on the track as we head down this final turn. That is Armand in the 2 spot. So on that top spot is Matty Blake there. Then we've got Armando Ringo holding on the 2, but here he comes, throwing down the gauntlet. Oh, it looks like Blake's going to hold on.
All right, moving on now. We've got our 30-34 men, gate number 2. It's the 144 of Joshua Nash from Cairns. He's leading the gentleman along second straight there. We go back to the 188. That's going to be Bailey Stewart in there for the 2. Then we go back to, I think that might be Brandon Bullows in that third wheel. So Nash, Stewart battling out for 1 and 2. We go back to the 169. That's, Harrison. So Bullows not out there at the moment. And Anderson in there for the 4, but a nice ride from Nash for the win.
Okay, this is going to be Zach Webb from Terrigal charging down there. He made a great move down that first straight. That made him pick up that whole shot, leading him down the second straight. He's got Graves, Kozlauskas, Worth, Thorne and Hook all there with him, but Zach's getting some heat now. It's coming from the 72 plate rider of Wade Worth. Worth's got the best of it in and out of that last turn. Webb will just follow him down the final straight and finish off the lap. So that's going to be Wade Worth for the win and Webb for the 2.
It's the 128 they're chasing in the next race. That is going to be, might be the 126 of Matthew Kennedy. These are your 35-39 men out and about. Could be the 1A, or it's either Troy Roberts, one of the Troys in there for the 2 spot as they head along second straight. But it is definitely going to be the 128 followed by... so 1A is in there for the 3, so it must be Troy Lenz followed by Troy Roberts, but Kennedy, he'll take the win.
Here we go now. Joel Rhodes leading the charge on that 81 machine. He's got Glenn Swain. He'll be there or thereabouts. Charles Avery, Schultz, Adams, Harris and Meredith as they work their way through. It's Rhodesy bringing it down the third straight. Just so you all know, yes, he does have a jersey on. Bringing it into the second straight now. It's your 58 machine followed by Glenn Swain, the Swain train on the 12. It's going to be Paul Adams in the 2. It's going to be all Joel Rhodes. He'll take the win. Adams for the 2 and the Swain train.
All right, the 61 getting the whole shot there for your 40-44 men. That's going to be Sean Brunton as they head towards third straight. The 1Q, he sits in there for the 2. That's going to be Brendan Knights. So Brunton stretching out his lead along third straight there from the Caboolture Club, the Mackay rider of Knights, sitting in there for 2, but over his back wheel he has got the 4Q of Jonathan Baldock, nice and close. Jonathan trying to get to that top 2 position. Brunton, though, he'll take the win. Here comes Baldock. He might just steal the 2 away from Knights.
Here we go now. We've got our 45-49. We're down to 4 riders in this one. It's Shane Whitby leading the charge. And then we've got Mark Fuge in there for the 2. Drury Jasinski. So that's going to be your F&F riders in there for your 2 and 3. That is Fuge and Jasinski. We've got Shane Whitby leading the charge. He's on the 17 machine. Here comes the battle, elbow to elbow, Jasinski and Fuge. And then rounding out the pack there on the 17 machine, that is Paul Drury. But it's all Whitby for the win.
45-49 men out and about for their third moto. It is going to be Chambers is in there for the 2. So I think that's Tiago from Brazil leading them out. Chambers in there for the 2. Then we go back to Dormand and Ganakovic in there as well. But it is the 46 of Tiago, very close to Jamie for your 1-2. Can Tiago from Brazil hold on to it? I think he will just. Oh, it's going to be close with Chambers in there for 2.
Moving on to our 50 to 15 for men now, and that is going to be, might be Tony Thornley from New Zealand leading the charge. We've got Matty Yates in the mix as well. Yates will be up the top end. We've got Booby. We're missing a couple as we work their way around. We've got 4 riders out on the track. This is your 50 to 54 men, and up in the lead there is your 369 rider of Matty Yates. Then we go back to your 17 and your 198. So that's Nigel Coombs and William Phillips. Rounding out the pack there is going to be Danny Booby as they work their way through there. Matty Yates will take the win.
All right, it is Alec Begg from the Hinterland Club that's leading the chase along second straight for your 55 to 59 men first gate. The rider in there for 2, that is going to be Micah Head from New Zealand. Then we go back to the 71 in there of Brian Dunn. We've got Anino Vaccarella and Brad Bellett in the mix as well, but it is going to be the rider all the way from Hinterland. He's going to take the win. That is Begg.
Moving into your 55 to 59 now, we've got leading the charges Carl Mustin, Steve Ewitts in the mix, Jason Eason, and all the way from the Brazil, it is Dominigos Lamagalia. Let's just go with that as they head down the third straight. It's all Mustin bringing it down into the last turn there, always up the top end. For this man, he's definitely a champion, but that's going to be the Brazilian rider. He is charging him down like a hot tamale all the way down to the white stripe. Lamagalia might have got there.
All right, side by side for our little 8 girls. 2 of them, that was going to be the 25 of Hannah Leishman. She's been doing great all this weekend, and I think it was the 155 of Marjorie Zhao. They were side by side coming down that first straight. Leishman just making the most of that inside line as we were talking about before. So it's Leishman in the 1 spot. Marjorie sits in there for the 2. Great to see her back after her crash earlier on. We've got Sage Lawrence from New Zealand doing a great job in there for the 3. Looks like Kiala Bates might be sitting in that 4th wheel, but it is going to be the bayside rider of Leishman taking a nice win.
Poppy Ewing just took a tight turn through that first turn. She's got Lottie Kakura, Mia Moy, Sophia Kovacs, Zilu, Penelope Dixon, Zara Bergman and Brooke Matthews all with her, but it's young Poppy on the big 203 machine flying down this third straight now. She's got the hot pink helmet and the purple pants, bringing it through the last turn. Going there with her is going to be the 029 machine and the 32, so that's the 009 of Z Lu and Zara Bergman in there for the 3 spot. But Poppy Ewing, can she hold on? Takes it to the white stripe for the win.
All right, more of our lovely ladies hitting the track. These are your 9 girls first gate, and it was the 880 from New Zealand. That was Pippa Walker getting the best of the start there. The 1N follows you in there for the 2. That is going to be Elle Adams. The 126 doing a great job. That is Araya Kennedy as well. We've also got Pippa, Fuge, Duffo and Coot in the mix, but our New Zealand rider there, she stretches out a lead on the rest of the field. The Aussie jersey, that is going to be Elle Adams sitting in there for the 3. Aria Kennedy, I think it is. No, it might actually be Adelaide Coot now. Come up to that 3 spot, but it is going to be a great ride there from Walker for the win, Adams for 2.
Here we go. We've got our 9 girls out on the track. Our second of 3 gates of these girls, and it's Winnie Murphy, the New Zealand rider, leading the charge down in that bottom turn. I tell you what a great turn. That might have been Audrina Smith with the 2Q on the plate, popped herself up side by side with Nico Pyatt, but Winnie Murphy, she's got the lead at the moment. Oh, looks like we've got a little move going to happen up on the inside. Oh, she doesn't quite stick it. That was Nico Pyatt, tried to put a move on. It hasn't quite worked for her, so Murphy will take the win, and Smith might even pick up the 2.
All right, heading on now to our 9 girls, third and final gate. So semi-finals for these ladies coming up soon. Luca Upshaw got a cracker of a start there, and she stretches out her lead as she heads along third straight. I think that's Lucia Sturgis sitting in there for second at the moment. We've got Willow Whitby from Terrigal. She's in about third wheel at the moment. Also should have Peters, Holman and Isaacs. I think we've just got one of those girls not in at the moment, but it is going to be the Hinterland rider of Upshaw wearing the pink gear there. She's going to take a nice win away from Sturgis and Whitby for 2-3.
Your first track U10 girls, and Evelyn Daly had a cracker of a start. She has got not only daylight but a couple of bike lengths in between her and the second rider, and that's Libby Cousins holding out that 2 spot at the moment. But Evelyn Daly with the 1A on the plate, leading the charge down into that last turn. Libby Cousins in there for the 2 spot, and then we've got a great little battle here with Indiana Shooter and Audrey Joyce. They are banging bars heading into the last straight, but it's going to be Daly for the win.
Second gate here, 10 girls, just heading on to the third straight now. Nice little bit of a challenge there. It was Isla Reid in the front, but we may just have had Olive Birch, the 2A machine, may have just taken over that spot. No, still the 6'11" out there. That's from New Zealand. Isla back in there for 2. Olive, nice close battle between Harper Matthews and Elise Jeffcoat. Look at them side by side for the 3, but it is going to be Reid for the win, Birch for the 2. We're very close for 3-4. Could be Matthews or Jeffcoat.
Okay, we're moving on to our 11 girls now, and it looks like we've got Sylvie Douay. She has been up in that skinny digit all weekend. She's got that 1A on the plate. Then we go back to our second rider, Mila McMullen from New Zealand, and Lottie McDougall. It's just making a move. As I look back up to the track, we can see her with the pink wheels and the pink pants. She's in the 2 spot now, and as we head through to the white stripe, Sylvie Douay will take the win. Maddie McDougall in there for the 2.
Full gate of your 11 girls, second gate of 4 for these ladies. Cora Stevens, she has been out there in front all weekend, doing it very nicely. The rider in there for 2, that is going to be the 7A of Maya Holder. So it's Stevens and Holder battling it out there in there for you 1-2, pretty close, but Stevens looking in control as she heads towards the final straight. Looks like, I think it might have been Sophia McKenzie from Townsville sitting in that 3rd place there, but it is going to be nice and close for 1-2, but Stevens will take it away from Holder, then McKenzie for 3.
More 11 girls action, and Aislinn Lloyd, she was leading the charge down that in and out of that first turn. She made a great move. That's your New Zealand rider. She has got 3 riders nice and close, and they're hunting her down this 3rd straight now. But it is all up. But we've got 3 wide in the last turn. What's going to happen here? It looks like Lloyd's going to hold on. She will bring it down to the final straight now. She's got Isabel Miller chomping at her heels, but it's going to be Lloyd for the win.
11 girls out and about. It was a nice start from lane 7 for Marley Dixon. She got plenty of speed on that first straight, and she continues her lead. The rider in there for 2 doing a great job, though. That is Bonnie Grantham from the Northern Territory. So we've got Dixon and Grantham there. You 1-2 at the moment for your 11 girls. We go back in there for 3. That's going to be the 177 of Ali Campbell from New Zealand, doing it nicely. Very close for our minors in this one, but take nothing away from our front runner, Dixon, and then Grantham.
Moving on now, we've got our first lot of 12 girls, and it looks like it is going to be Lily Bolger leading the charge in and out of that first turn, but it was a great drag race down the first straight. They've sorted themselves out a little bit down this 3rd straight now, and they are moving into the last turn. It's Lily Bolger in the 1. Then we go back to the Olivia Anderson holding out that 2 spot. Oh, what a great move in underneath there. I missed that little rider, but that was an awesome move. It's going to be Bolger for the win, and Anderson might just hold on.
Plenty of action in our 12 girls, second gate. We've got a plate to plenty in this one. It's the big W1 out there leading it. In there for the 2, we've got the 2A. That is going to be Harla Sinclair. Indy Eric is in there. We've got the 3A in the mix as well, but the big W1 out there in front, that is Penelope Blackwell from the Happy Valley BMX Club in South Australia. Penelope will take a very comfortable win. Harla Sinclair, no, Indy Eric is going to take the 2 away from Sinclair, who's from Frankston.
Okay, gate drops, and on our last rack of our 12 girls as they charge down the first straight, you've got Foss, Sim, McKinley, Moss, Maguire, Gibson, Reichelt and Wallace as they fly in and out of this turn. It's going to be Wallace with the lead. Tucked in there behind her is the 3-2 of Olivia Foss there. Your New Zealand riders are 1 and 2 at the moment as they charge in and out of that last turn. Or Michael Wallace, she's got the NZ1 on the plate. She's got a couple of bike lengths between her and Olivia. They're heading down this 3rd straight now. We've got another little rider wants a piece of the top 3 action. It's going to be Wallace. Then we go back to Olivia Foss, and then in there for the 3 spot. I think that might be Adele McKinley, but she's being swamped. We've got 3 riders charging for that 2nd position, but Michael Wallace is all clear with the win.
4 gates of 13 girls heading your way. This is the first one now heading into 3rd straight. Shiloh Finch from lane 1. She got a cracker of a start there. She's from the Emerald BMX Club, Centenary Highlands. Amelia Dobson sits in there for 2. She's from Terrigal. She's not too far off the front end there. We go to the 134 or the 154 of Penny Simmons. She's nice and close. Penny may have just come and taken that 2. It's close between 2 and 3. Finch is going to take it. It's going to be close between Dobson and Simmons for 2-3.
What a great start for you 13 girls in this rack, race number 443, and it was Addison Harrowfield charging down that first straight. But I tell you what, Chloe Pieper, the Castle Hill rider with a 31 on the plate, she followed it in and out of that second turn, stuck like glue to her back wheel, and she's still there in that third straight now as they work their way around. Ruby Soki's in the mix as well, but it's Harrowfield. She's starting to make a bit of a lead now. Addison Harrowfield take the win with Chloe Pieper in there for the 2.
Wow, stacked gate here for your 13 girls. We've got World 4, 1A, 3A, 8A. It is the World 4 of Maggie McDougall out there in front, but all over her back tyre we've got Wrench and Bunt. We've got McKee. They're all trying to find a way through. Looks like it could be McKee now in that 2 spot. Wrench, sorry. So it's going to be McDougall. She'll take the win. Wrench is in there for the 2, the 1A. Then we've got Josie Bunt rounding out your top 3.
Here we go now, more 13 girls, and it's Charlie McCulley, your Ashmore rider. She's got the 13 on the plate and leading the charge down there. We've got lots of 3s in this one, your 3-1-3, your 3-3, your 1-3, your 2-3. Let's just sort them out as they work down the third straight. See what I did there? As they come in the last turn now, that's your third berm. Working around there, that's all I got, folks. Charlie McCulley, she's going to take the lead all the way down the final straight now, picking up the white stripe for the win.
Well done, Mel. I heard your good jokes there. The 3 theme. We've got your 14 girls, and it was the 13 girls too. So look at that.
Oh,
there you go. We're on to your 14 girls now. 3 gates of these lovely ladies in the 1 spot. I think it could have been Indiana. I'll just confirm that. Yeah, 7. I think it is her in there for the 1 spot. We do have Indy McCullen, Sarah Keege, Indiana Henriks, Taylor Jackman, Paige Knight, and Brianna Lenz.
Moving on to your 14 girls, and Madeline Newcomb, your New Zealand rider. She had a great start, but Mila back. She's right on her back wheel. Hallie Fox, Indiana Mitchell, Peyton McCarroll, and Alicia Babs all in the mix. Your New Zealand rider, your 149 machine of Madeline. She's leading the charge and got Mila Backs right there with her. And then we go back to young Indiana, or it might be Alicia Babs holding out that 3 spot. But I tell you what, she's got some heat, and it's coming at her, but it's going to be Newcomb for the win.
All right, a couple of riders down for your third gate of 14 girls, but it is going to be Dusty Schroeder. She had a great start. The rider in there for blue was really close to her. I'll catch her number as she gets a bit closer, but it is Dusty Schroeder. O'Hara Radigan in that 3 spot. I think it could be Zaylee King with the 88 on the plate, doing a nice bit of manual work there along third straight, but Schroeder should take a great win for this one.
Up to 15 girls now, and Ruby Pereira with the 1Q on the plate. She's been a hot contender all weekend here. She's got Gabby Reichelt right there with her in the mix. She's holding out that 2 spot. We've got the 777 holding out the 3 spot now. That's Maya Perrott from New Zealand. She's got that 3 spot, but I tell you, the rider in the white and green, she's going to chase it down and wants a piece of the third action there, but Pereira will take the win.
Hitting third straight, you've got your Frankston rider out of Victoria. That is Maya Ellis doing it nicely. She's got the New Zealand ladies all over her back tyre, and the likes of Sophie Penny and Luca Penny. I'm assuming maybe sisters or cousins. The Pennies behind Maya, but it is going to be the Victorian Maya Ellis. She'll take this one home with the Pennies in there for 2-3. And we also had on the sheet Dawson, Owers and Grossman.
Some great racing there by our 15 girls. We had 2 racks down. We've got 1 more to go. Moving on to our 16 girls. So the ladies are really stacking up here. We were talking yesterday, and just talking to our live streaming fans, talking yesterday about how great it is that our women BMX races are growing in numbers. It's definitely been something that is a positive addition to BMX. girls are locked and loaded or finding up here. We've got the likes of Pogmore, Urquhart, Summerley Griffiths, Mackenzie Butterfield, Jacqueline Waters and Penny Allen all waiting to have their go up on the gate there. Just clearing the track now, and we will be moving in to the next rack of 15 girls. We've got some young riders up here, actually quite a few Queensland riders in this one. Got a young rider from Bathurst in New South Wales and a Knox rider from Victoria. But we do have 3 Queensland riders. No internationals in this one for our 15 girls. We've got one more rack of 15 girls from Moto 3, then we'll move on to our 16 girls. We've got the green flag. We're going to resume racing.
Is that you, Mel? I think it's you.
Okay, we're moving on now. We've got our race 451 out on the track. It's Willow Pogmore, Sophia Urquhart, Summerlee Griffiths, Mackenzie Butterfield, Jacqueline Waters and Penny Allen. As we head in and out of this first turn here, it looks like it's going to be Mackenzie Butterfield, your Ashmore rider, I should say. Getting all my suburbs mixed up as they work their way in and out of that second turn now. It's going to be Mackenzie got the lead there. We'll pick up our second and third rider because they're coming at her hot down this third straight now. Mackenzie's in the lead, and then we go back to young Penny Allen there holding out the likes of Jacqueline Waters for the 3 spot as they work their way through. Pogmore, Urquhart and Griffiths in the mix as well, but it's going to be Butterfield for the win.
16 girls, first gate of these ladies. Looks like it's going to be the Latvian, the World 8. I don't think I've called the Latvian today. That is Melania Kuder. Hoping I'm saying her name right. Shout out to any Latvians who are watching. Zoe Weatherhead's in there for the 2. We've got the 315 of Stitchbury from Canberra in there for the 3. Nice and close between our front 3, but it's going to be the Latvian of Kuder who'll take the win away from Weatherhead and Stitchbury.
Moving on now to our second rack of 16 girls, and we've got Georgia Kelson. She was having a ding-dong battle with Sophie Cahoon there in the second spot. No, Cahoon's moved up to the first spot. Your New Zealand rider there, Sophie Cahoon, leading them around. Then we've got Georgia Kelson in that 2 spot. Going back our third rider, Holly Tribble. There are other New Zealand riders as they sort themselves out. We're single file down the final straight. How pretty does that look? It's going to be Cahoon for the win.
All right, 17 to 24 women. First gate out of 4, Stella Begg getting the best of it. In there for 2, I think that might have been, Talia Marsh. Sorry, that's definitely Talia Marsh in there for 2. Ivy Westbrook in there for the 3. So we've got Begg, Marsh, Westbrook. We go back to the 219 in there for 3. That is going to be Natalie Stevens. But as they head towards home, look at the battle. Talia Marsh wants to take that top spot, but she's not going to quite get it. So it'll be Begg, then Marsh.
Moving on to our next lot of 17 to 24 women. It looks like it's Briley Dowse leading the charge, our Frankston rider there. We've got Chloe Hart in the mix. She's got the 6A on the plate. Emma Kelly out there as well with Ellie Biddick. Charlie Miatello in the mix in that Stay Strong gear. But it is your 331 rider now of Amber Robson. She's taken the lead, and that gets Briley Dowse back in the 2 spot. Oh, making a move in underneath on that beautiful blue chase. I'm not sure who that rider is, but that was nice to talk about. Dowse will take the win.
All right, a few riders down in our third gate here of 17 to 24 women, but we do have Lauren Winter doing it nicely out there in the 1 spot. We go back to, I think that's Monkley sitting in 2. We've got Crocker in there as well, doing a great job. It could be one of our X-plates. No, the 24, that might be Brianna Robertson. That doesn't look like Brianna. So just a few riders out for this one, but I think that's Winter, though. She'll take the win.
Georgie Venables had a cracker of a start here. She is leading the charge down that second straight as they work their way through there, and it might be the likes of Jessica Stewart right there with her, but Venables, she's got plenty of bike lengths between her and the second rider, and in there for the 2 spot's going to be Jess Stewart. Then we've got Young Robertson there. That's Turbo Talia. She's holding out the 3 spot, but Georgie Venables, what a great win by her.
Heading into our 25 to 29 women, Amy Martin from New Zealand getting the best of that first straight. Pretty sure that's Gemma Lee Thomas sitting in there for the 2 spot as they head along third straight there. So it's New Zealand in command. Thomas in there for the 2. We go back to the 5-1-2. So that's Gemma Lee Thomas. Sorry about that. So another rider in there for the 2, but definitely Amy Martin from New Zealand taking the win.
Here we go now, moving on to our 35 to 39 women, and that's the 17 machine of Courtney Whitby leading the charge of that beautiful purple machine. She's got Monica Henry in there for the 2 spot. Brooke Goff, the 44 machine, holding out that 3 spot. Oh, as I look back up, it might be Goff tucked in there behind Whitby as they work their way through. Whitby's taking the lead now into this last turn, but Goff's just carved up that third straight and jumped on the back wheel of Whitby. She wants to chase her down that final straight. The number 90 in there for the 3 spot of Monica Henry. Whitby holds on for the win just in front of Goff and Henry.
Heading along the third straight, we've got your 45 to 49 women being led about by the 151 from New Zealand. That is Donna Head. The 1WA of Newport sits in there for the 2. Then we go back to Jamie Mainsbridge. She's in the 3rd spot. We should also have Upshaw Potter. Potter's not out there. So Bourne Begg in the mix. But it's going to be a great ride from the crisp colours of New Zealand. Donna Head, Newport for 2.
Let's cast our eyes to the track as we get our under 5 sprockets out and about, and leading the charge is a big 1-3 machine of Bruce Scarborough, aka Puddles. Checking it out, the first straight, he was ducking down, making sure he was looking where his head's going, looking where his bike's going down that second straight. Young little 5-year-olds got the style already as they head through that second straight there. We've got Ethan Zhao in the mix, Angus McMurtry, Parker Sturgis, Harrison Tam, Edmund Bates and Kobe Murray as they work their way down the third straight now. Brucey Scarborough, big look over his shoulder. Just look forward, bud, look forward. All the way to the third straight. Here he goes. Bruce in the top position. We go back to Edmund Bates there, chasing him down the final straight. They have got race mode locked and loaded. Harrison Tam hitting this up. That's young Ethan Zhao following after his big brother's footsteps, and Angus McMurtry doing an amazing job.
6 sprockets, first gate, or 1 gate of these guys. Leviticus Mahuika. I've heard his name a lot this weekend. He's doing a great job from the Narang BMX Club. These are your 6 sprockets heading along third straight. That is Leviticus. We've got Hudson Bell in the 222. He was in the 2 spot. I think he could be back in there for 3 now. So the rider in there for 2. He's had a great straight. That's going to be the might be the 98 of Theo Williams, and Hudson Bell slots back in there for the 3. Elliot McNamee's doing a great job as well, but it is going to be the Narang rider of Leviticus Mahuika. He'll take the win for this one.
We've got 7 sprockets out there at the moment, and it looks like we've got just 2 riders out and about. So we'll just check out the action as they work their way through. I've got the 42 machine and the 99 machine out and about. They might have just missed their race and they've thrown them on there, so I think I threw my paper away. My apologies. Our 42 and our 99, they are doing an amazing job. Great racing all the way to the end.
Our 7 sprockets full gate, first gate of these guys out of 2. I saw our Chinese rider in there for the 2 spot. I'll catch the little front runner. Can't quite see his number when he's faced in that direction, but it is going to be the Chinese rider of Kian Deng in there for the 2. We've got McDonald, Heron, Pickett, Mumford, Forrester, Hunter and Wang rounding out your field of 7 boys. Great riding.
Here we go now. We've got Carter West with his 7 boys leading the charge down this second straight. We had two little riders drew up their bike down the bottom of the start hill, but they popped themselves back up. This little one coming in and out of the first turn, the 500 machine of Dylan Smith, popped himself up like a hot potato, got himself back on his bike, but we've got the 111 machine leading the charge, Carter West, as we head down into the last turn there. We've got Caleb Defoe in the mix, Dylan Smith, Kieran Gallagher. Here comes the big 17 machine, popular number, Ollie Cooper, as he heads down in and out of this last turn. Making up some room was Dylan Smith. Check him out. Let's give him a round of applause. He dusted himself off and got himself in and out of that last turn. He's done a great job to work himself around there. Our little Lake Mac rider, and we're just looking after our little fallen rider down the bottom of the start hill there. That's a pretty big hill to get themselves down as a little 6 or 7 year old. We're moving on. That was our last rack of our 7 sprockets. We'll be moving on to our young sprocket girlies as they head themselves out, stack the gate.
Yeah, according to our sheets, we've got a full gate of 6 girls. I have a feeling it's under 5 and 6 combined, just from a few little ones I've seen out there. Because I know we've got little Millie Zwerner in this first one and her sister Evie Zwerner, and I know they're not the same age. So I have a feeling we've got probably like 4, 5s and 6 girls in here. So a bit of a range for them, but it's great to see they've got 2 nearly full gates.
Definitely. I'm pretty sure Hallie Caldwell is not 6, as Isabel Harrison, she's pretty young as well. So, yeah, you're right there. We've got the 4, 5s and 6 all in the mix. So once they get on a pedal bike, they can just ride as a sprocket. And some of these names, a lot of these names actually, I'm not even sure if there's a name there that we haven't already called today. So they'd be the younger little sister of some rider that we've called in the older ages.
And they... probably been riding for a couple of years, some of them. It's hard to believe, isn't it? So tiny.
Well, as some parents say, it's, rather than having them sit and empty the esky out under the tent, let's just get them out on a bike.
That resonates with me very deeply, actually. I remember I used to pack all these food, and some of my kids had eaten them before gates had finished, and then it's like, okay, no more food.
We always say that we've got to, with a lot of our families, but once they get them out on balance bikes and sprockets, you're like, why are they out there already so young? It's because the esky's already empty.
That's right. I'm sure with the long day of racing today, I'm sure we've got some families out there who say, yep, I hear you, my esky's empty. It's been empty for a couple of hours.
Absolutely. Just look at your neighbour. I'm sure there's someone else in the tent with a full esky. We've got parents out there that pack for 3 or 4 families. So, but we're just looking after our little guy down there. So we've got our Moto 3. We're almost there. We've got a few gates to go. We're moving into our cruisers very shortly after our sprockets finish.
Yeah, head on over. Hopefully we've still got some food left. I know the food vendors have been working very hard to try and keep us all fed and hydrated and coffeed. I'm sure they're going to enjoy a rest tonight as well after a busy weekend. So head on over. Slushy van's still there. Coffee van I can see. We've got the donuts, plus up at the velodrome, the other vendors as well. So head on over to grab some refreshment if you need it. We do still probably have a few hours of racing because this is still Moto 3. We're up to page 15 out of 19, so we are getting close to the end. And then we'll be moving on to a few age groups who do have quarterfinals. And then we'll be moving on to semis and, of course, finals. So looking at our list here, we've got quarterfinals for our superclass men, then our junior superclass men. We've got 9 boys, 10 boys, 11 boys, 12 boys, 13 boys, 14 boys, 15 boys, 16 boys, and then your 17 to 24 men. So basically, I think just missing our 8s, don't quite have quarters for our 8s. But every other one of our boys up to 24 will have some quarters. So they're going to be very exciting, as we've been saying. Top 4 to make it through to the semi, bottom 4 to sit down and watch. So just Just a reminder for the locals or anyone who's still here next weekend, Ashmore has a shootout round. So head on over for that one for some more great racing. I feel like shootouts are great. Good racing, but not as much pressure. I think a bit of fun, and I think that's where a lot of racecraft happens, when riders sort of take a bit of pressure off themselves and just go out there and have a bit of fun. So they're still getting good racing, but just no pressure.
So tell us what the difference is for us in New South Wales between a shootout and a regular state round.
Well, a shootout, it's more like it is a series, but it's more of a club level series rather than a state level. So you do sometimes get riders who may be travelling. We get some of your New South Wales friends. We get our Clarence Valley friends come up and ride shootouts often. Shout out to the Clarence Valley BMX Club. We also do get some from, they might travel from Mackay or somewhere if they're determined enough, but usually it's the locals, so it'll be the Southeast Queenslanders, and the format's changed each year. It used to be, I'm not sure what it's going to be this year, it used to be that everybody had a final. So even if they did put the top 8 into a final, but everybody else had a final as well. So it wasn't a matter of you missed the final, you go home. Everyone had those 4 races. I think it was 4. I can't remember whether we had quarters and semis. As I said, the format could be changing a little. So just less pressure. It was more like a practice. It's really, really great for the newer riders are encouraged to come. Shootouts also used to have novice class. So if a rider, for example, I think we talked about it earlier, you'd say a 13-year-old starts racing BMX, they're often racing against someone who's been riding for 10 years. And so to come to an open day where you're riding against a world plate holder, that can be quite intimidating. So going to something like a shootout where they might have a novice class, it's a really great time for them just to get that practice, that racecraft out on the track without the pressure of such, high stakes.
Sure. It sounds pretty exciting and a great experience for some of those riders that are getting ready for those things.
So up on the gate, we are going to have our 6 and under, we're going to call them, 6 and under Sprocket girls. So according to our sheets, big round of applause for our fallen rider. We do wish them all the best. I think it's one of our 7 Sprocket boys. As we turn our attention back to the 5 metre, we're going to have our under 6 girls. So we're going to have Hallie Caldwell, Isla Rose Isaacs, Nina Cole, Isabel Harrison, Millie Zwerner, Elke Andrew, Jalen De Silva and Mackenzie Verrett. So one New Zealander amongst our Australians. Looks like mostly from Queensland. We've got 1 or 2 from New South Wales. That's New South Wales, isn't it? South Lake?
It is. They're both from South Lake. Hallie Caldwell and Isabel Harrison. So, as we were saying earlier, they're both little sisters of other riders who have been riding in the older groups, and definitely, they've had their moments, young Hallie and Isabel. It's whether they want to get out there or not. But I tell you what, now that they're little sprockets, they've been racing well and having a great time.
It's often the case for little girls. I don't know if you remember from Saya's book. She actually said at one stage of her journey she only did it because her brother did.
Absolutely.
And now look at her. So who knows? Who knows how many of these little girls are following their siblings out there and who one day may become a next world representative or Olympian. We never know, do we? Often I like watching these young ones and thinking, who's going to come up? Who's going to be the ones we're watching at World Cups?
Well, maybe I think there's a baby sibling sitting behind us. Was it something that she wanted to do for BMX, or just chasing what your big siblings were doing? Because all 5 of the Asmuses all raced, and we've got the baby here. So, Abby, tell me, just because you saw the boys race in Sofia, did you want to race just because of them, or you wanted to give it a go as well?
I always said with my little girls, because Trent, my husband, would always say, yeah, the girl's going to ride, and I'd say, no, they'll ride when they want to, and eventually they did. Eventually they just got sick of hanging around digging in the dirt. Back in those days, I feel as though we didn't have as much bitumen. We had a lot of dust. I've got a lot of photos of dusty, muddy little girls.
Yes, I definitely have two young boys. My youngest two always came home in their underwear because their clothes were covered in mud. So
they loved it though. They loved it. I didn't love it so much when I had to do all the washing and clean the bikes and chairs and whatever else, but the kids loved it.
Exactly right. Looks like we're getting the green flag, Alex, so we've definitely got lots of pink jerseys up there ready to go. They've got their pigtails in the right spot and they're going to hit the track.
So do we have a full gate? Looks like we're missing a few, but most of them are there. Some getting some help. Look at that. They're probably some of our little almost, 4-year-olds out there getting some help from the officials. Our little front runner in the blue helmet, she's just looking over her shoulder. Oh, look, we're going to have a nice tight corner from our 161. The 589 got the best of the start though, so it's the 161 of Hallie Caldwell that you were just mentioning from Southlake. She did a really great first corner to take the win. Mackenzie Verrett from New Zealand, she was quick out of the gate but just left the door wide open. That could be our New Zealand rider actually taking back the lead, so it's definitely about a battle between Verrett and Caldwell at the moment, the Southlake rider and the New Zealand rider. Let's see who got the best of it. Looks like Verrett just in control, but here comes Caldwell on the inside. Look at them go, slicing and dicing. Caldwell trying to take that one spot. We go back in the rider there for 3, doing a great job in the pink and purple, but it is going to be, I believe it is the New Zealand rider of Mackenzie Verrett taking a win away from Caldwell.
We've got our second rack of 6 sprockets, and that's going to round out our sprocket gates, and we'll move into the big wheels. But it is our 6 sprockets out and about. Leading the charge was Evie Zwarner, and then we had Grace Hennessy out there as well. We've got Asher Gregory, Isla Heron, Hallie Boxall, Bridie Evans, and Cora Nielsen all in the mix. But check out this little battle with Evie and Grace as the cheers behind me. Go Evie, go Grace. It was a bit mixed up, but that was all exciting. Cora Nielsen's in there. She's going to pick up that little 3 spot there. And then we've got young Isla Heron. Check out the action of the all pink. That might be young. I think that is Cora as they head their way through.
All right, Cruiser 8 to 10 boys out and about. One of our riders in there, the middle getting the whole shot. Maybe, no, the rider on the outside. He's got a bit of speed there. As he all note, the yellow bike, that's the 99. A bit of slicing and dicing action between our 8 to 10 cruisers. This is going to be the 99 from Cairns. That's Elijah Moy. The 17 goes in there for the 2. That's the Western Australian of Zach Marchant. The rider going past us in 3 was from New Zealand. Frank Waters doing a great job. Our front 2 runners, though, have taken it and run with it. That is Moy and Zach. Let's see if they're still in that order. We do have the 17 machine Marchant now in command of this one. So Moy back in there for the 2, and then I think that's still the New Zealand rider of Waters sitting in there for the 3, but a great ride from Zach Marchant from Western Australia.
Second rack of 8 to 10 cruiser boys as they head around that second straight now. We've got Keegan Whiteman leading the charge. Bowden Lamb, the New Zealand rider in that 2 spot. I look up, I've dropped a little rider there in the second turn. We've got Archer Adams in the mix as well. But our lead rider is Keegan Whiteman. And then we'll go back to young Bowden Lamb there in the 2 spot. As we pick up our 4th little rider, I think it might be Jersey Blake as they work their way through. It's going to be Whiteman for the win.
Our third gate of 8 to 10 cruisers hits the 3rd straight now, so it's going to be Arlo MacArthur from Canberra who got the whole shot. Gilbert's in there for 2, also from Terrigal, and Alexander, but Sia, I think I got that right. The beautiful colours in there. No, he's in there for the 4, I believe. We've got great riding happening for our 8 to 10 cruisers, but it's going to be Arlo MacArthur taking the win.
So we're moving on to our next rack of cruisers, and it's Cordell Daly in that Aussie jersey, leading the charge down that second straight. And then we went back to Hugo Cole was in there with Harrison Cullen working their way through this 3rd straight now. Caden Butterfield will be in the mix as well. That's that little helmet moving about. Kamikaze Caden up on the inside, up on the outside. The big 15 machine might be Harrison Cullen there. They're making a move. Cordell's under fire, but he'll hold on for the win.
All right, we've got your 11 to 12 Cruiser boys now heading along second towards third. We've got Bentley Smith, Jordan Dawson, Bodie Searle, Aston Longmottom, Rory Baldock, Aidan Steinhardt and Knox Birch. Let's catch our front runner as he heads towards. That looks like it's going to be the 2-5-1 or 7 in there. That's going to be Aston Longbottom from Maitland. He's going to be the one to take this home wearing the nice purple gear there. So Aston Longbottom takes a nice win.
Next rack of 11 to 12 Cruiser boys. They're heading down the second straight. The first straight was a great run. It was a big drag race down that first straight. Darcy Winch got the best of it. He's leading them down the third straight now. We've got Dylan Johns. He's holding out that 2 spot. In there for the 3 is going to be George Hardy there. He's holding out the 3 spot. It looks pretty tight. Oh, George Hardy, what a big move down the final straight. Pops himself into the 2, but Winch will take the win.
Fourth and final gate of your 11 to 12 Cruiser boys. Memphis Blake from Ashmore getting the best of that start there. We've got Flanagan, Adams, Hustler, Thompson and Harrowfield in the mix as well, but it's Blake they're chasing. The rider in there for the 2. That looks like it's going to be the 4-5-2 of Flanagan from Hinterland. Very close for 3-4-5. Could be a Victorian rider, I think, just battling it out there. Oh, look at him. The race for 2-3-4 is a good one, but Blake for the win.
13 to 14 Cruisers coming at us now. They're already down the third straight, and it's Max Ransom. My apologies on the 125, but Carter Dorman, he's putting down the charge and going to pick up a couple of lengths on him. He's coming up side by side now, popping himself next to Ransom. Can he hold on? It might be Dorman for the win over Ransom for the 2.
13-14 boys, second gate hitting third straight. Jared Benning from Geelong was getting the best of it. He's got the 2A on the plate. I think that's him in the 1 spot there. We go back to the very small numbers in there for 2 and 3. We've got a few 2s at the beginning, so we've got a 27 and a 2. I think they're up near the front end. It's either going to be Benning or Jamal Jamenko taking the win.
Here we go now. We're moving on to next rack of 13 to 14. Looks like Brodie Wilmot's leading the charge down the third straight. He might have Mason Park or Ryder Brooks in there with him. That's the 45 machine. Mason Park side by side now. It's Radio v Ace. That opened up the door for another little Ace rider. Popped himself in underneath, but Brodie Wilmot's going to hold on for the win.
Fourth and final gate of your 13-14 Cruiser boys. This New Zealand rider, Rico Ryan, he's been on fire all day. Hudson Daly, you wouldn't want him on your back tyre. Hudson's looking determined in there for the 2 spot. We go back to the 8-9-8, I think it was, of Patrick Klopter sitting in there for the 3, but it is going to be Ryan for a strong win. Daly for 2, Klopter for 3.
We're moving on to 15 to 16 boys now. I tell you what, he's lost a spot down in that second spot, but Maverick Lister, he squeezed himself into the first turn and popped out in front, but he's got a bit of chasing to do now as they come down into the last turn, and it looks like it might be Ethan Dowse leading the charge down the final straight now. You 15 to 16 boys. I think it's going to be Dowse over Lister.
I'm pretty sure it's Sam Langford leading the chase for your second gate of Cruiser 15-16 boys. Eli Smith was sitting in there for the 2 spot, but it was pretty close. We've got Van Smith as well. We've got Tariff, we've got Cruikshank, we've got Minogue, but that is going to be the 5. No, it's not. I think that's going to be the 11 of Sam Langford taking over that 1 spot. Nice second and third straight from him. It's going to be close. Sam Langford and maybe Smith battling it out. It's going to be close for that one.
Here we go now. We've got our 15 to 16 boys racing down that second straight. There was a great little move. I was trying to pick up the rider. It might have been JJ Myberg that popped himself up in the top end, but we'll pick up the names as they come down the third straight here. It is your 854 and then your 4N. So it's 654. It's Ollie Philp there in the lead. And then we go back to young Lachlan Wallace there holding out the second spot.
All right, 17 to 24 Cruiser men. First gate of these guys, Jacob Craig getting the best of the start, but it looks like Fraser's just taken over that lead. So it's Fraser now in the 1 spot. Craig close behind in there for 2. We go back to the 13 machine of Beams in that 3 spot at the moment from Tasmania. But look at the battle for 1, 2 and 3. It's Fraser and Craig. Craig and Fraser. Fraser, I think Craig might have just taken it from Fraser and then Beams.
Last rack of 17-24 Cruisers, and it's Brodie Wilson. He's leading the charge in front of the New Zealand rider of Kea Moana as they head down this third straight. Now it's going to be Wilson in the lead. Moana is getting some heat from Lewis Couchy, I think it is, heading down the final straight, but it's going to be Wilson. He'll take the win for this one.
Cruiser 35 to 39 men out and about. Bailey Stewart getting the best of that start. He's got a rider on the outside trying to get a bit of speed. We've got Anderson, Kaslauskas, Mella and Jones. Let's catch that other number. It is Stewart battling it out there. I can't quite see his number out there, but doing a great job. He's going to take the top spot away from Stewart. So great ride from him and Stewart for the 2.
Wade Worth had a great start. He popped himself up in front, but he's got a lot of heat. It might be coming from the rider of Sam Scarry as they work their way through this third straight now. But it's Wade Worth taking the lead with 890 there. 990 Adam Lawrence in the mix for the 2 spot. Sam Scarry in there for the 3 spot. Check out the battle up front, but holding on for the win will be Wade Worth.
40 to 44 out and about. First gate of 2 for these guys. It's the Terrigal rider of Jeremy Gilbert getting the best of that first straight. We had John Dollinson from Logan in there for the 2 as the other riders just find their way in the spot there, which is nice and evenly spaced for our 4 riders. So no change for that front end. The 519 is the rider in there for 3. That is going to be Lindsay Verrett from New Zealand, but it will be Gilbert for the win, Dollison for 2, Verrett for 3.
Next track of 40 to 44, and that's Luke Pretlove throwing down the gauntlet to the rest of the boys. There's only 4 out on the track, but I tell you what, these boys have still got style. He's bringing it down through here, been racing a long time, Pretlove, as he pops himself through that final turn there. Tucked in there behind him is Scott Murphy as they work their way down the final straight there, in there as well as Brendan Knights, but it's going to be Pretlove for the win.
45 to 49 out and about. Looks like these guys have got a full gate. I'm going to guess that's the Latvian with the W5 on the plate leading the chase at this stage. So great to have our Latvians out and about with us today. The rider in there for 2, that's going to be the 17. So that is the 17 of Shane Whitby from Terrigal, but a nice ride from our Latvian. He'll take the win away from Shane Whitby.
We've got some great action with this one, 45 to 49. We've got 4 New Zealand riders and a Brazilian in there with a couple of Aussies as they head down the third straight. It might be Szymanski in there taking the lead as they work their way down at the third straight, and in there for the 2 is going to be Tiago Dias, the Brazilian, working their way down. Oh, he gets a little bit squirrely, he holds on tight. I'm pretty sure there's going to be white knuckles under those gloves.
Cruiser 50 to 54 men heading into third straight. It was a great start from Jason Ewan from Logan. Nigel Coombs in there for the 2 spot wearing the crisp colours. We've got the 42 of Tom Gilfelder in there nice and close. No, looks like it's going to be maybe that was William Phillips come up into that 3 spot. So it will be Ewan for the win. Close in there for 2-3 between Coombs and Phillips.
50 to 54 men now. They definitely don't slow down as they come through this third straight. Matty Yates, he's been up the top end all day and he's holding on strong right there at the moment. And then tucked in there behind him is going to be Darren Perrott as they work their way through. Danny Booby not too far behind. We've got Mark Lewis, Craig Barrington in the mix. But Matty Yates, he'll take the win for this one.
3 gates of our Cruiser 50 to 55 men. So these guys are going to have, 55 to 59. They're going to have a semi-final later on. It is the Brazilian rider out there in the 1 spot. Hewitt sits in there for the 2. It's a battle between the 12 and Jeff Williams. That's Dean Nash and Jeff battling it out for 3-4, but it is going to be Dominguez Lamangolia. I don't think I said that right. For the Brazilians, and then Hewitt for 2.
Sounded right to me. 55 to 59 men hitting up the third straight. Carl Mustian, he is hitting the third berm in top spot. Jason Theobald in there for the 2 spot as they work their way around. We've got Ball, Reed, Curtis and Eason all in the mix, but the man himself, Carl, he'll take the win.
55 to 59, third and final gate for these guys. The New Zealander Greg Hughes and the New Zealander Daryl Windsor. So NZ 1-2 at this stage. Simon Belfield was the rider in there for the 3, in there for the 4 at the moment. We do have the 5-3-1. That is going to be a Nino Vacharella, but a nice ride out there from the New Zealanders. Greg Hughes for 1, Daryl Windsor for 2.
And we're changing it up. We're going to the 8 to 10 Cruiser girls, and check out the battle up top. Evelyn Daly and Olive Hollywood Birch. Olive's in that ace race gear in the 2 spot. We've got Evelyn Daly in the 1. Then we go back to Harper Matthews in that 3 spot there. She's got a little bit of heat coming from Audrina Smith, but here comes Olive. She's wound up that orange machine as she winds herself up. She'll stick in the 2 spot with Daly taking the win.
It's Micah Wallace for New Zealand, getting a bit of airtime there, looking nice and stylish for your 11 to 12 Cruiser girls. She's got a good lead on the rest of the field. Micah Wallace has had a great weekend of racing. Chloe Knight sits in the 2 spot. We go back to Edesdale in there for the 3. Regan Morgan rounding out the 4 from Moranbah, but it is going to be Micah Wallace taking a very strong win. Chloe Knight might just hold on to the 2, but it's going to be close.
Second rack of 11 to 12 Cruiser girls into the third straight, and leading them out is going to be your 5 machine, followed by your 2 2:09. So that is Adeline Eatwell and Stevie Reichelt in the 1 and 2 spot. We've got Paige Pieper there as well and Olivia Foss in the mix.
Mel and I are dancing with our cords here. It is Addison Harrowell with the W7 on the plate from New Zealand doing it nicely. These are your cruiser 13-14 girls. I think that is Shiloh Finch sitting in there for the 2. But look at the battle from the other rider. She's got 71 on her back. That might be Taylor Jackman. She's going to be close, but it's definitely Harrowell for the win.
Next track of 13 to 14 girls are already into the last turn as I look up at my page, and we've got Maggie McDougall sitting in the 2 spot there, holding out the lead, and might be Penny Simmons with the win.
The 1A machine of Chloe Hart leads the chase. These are your cruiser 17 to 24 women. We are on our last page of Moto number 3, so quarterfinals are coming your way very, very soon. If you're in a quarterfinal, make sure you're in staging. Chloe Hart, been loving watching her ride this weekend. Looks like that's the 88, I think it looks like. That is Gabby Reichelt doing a great job from Moranbah. Shout out to the Moranbah riders. Great club out there. Hart for the win, Reichelt for 2.
Okay, we're down to our last 5 gates, and we've got 25 to 29 women. Check out the battle up top end in the front straight in the first turn. That might be Tony James from New Zealand and Selena Pfister from New Zealand. We've got Nicole McMurtry and Emily Wood in the mix as well. I tell you what, 1Q, W2, 1A, all out and about with Selena Pfister out there as well. But we're checking out our front runner there. That's going to be your 581, that's Selena Pfister holding the lead, and that's going to be Tony James in there for the 2 spot. Then we go back, we've got Nicole McMurtry and Emily Wood doing a great job.
All right, plenty of talent out there for our cruiser, 35 to 39 women. I think that was Nicole Sinclair getting the best of the start. Emily Ballard in there for the 2. We've got Baldock, Robinson, Griffiths, Whitby, O'Shaughnessy and Dries in the mix, but I'm pretty sure that is going to be Nicole Sinclair out there with the 21 on the plate. Back in there for 2, that is still Emily Ballard. Rounding out your top 3, that's going to be the 17 out there of Courtney Whitby from Terrigal, but nice and evenly spaced our top 3. That will be Sinclair, Ballard, Whitby.
This is a great battle, you 45 to 49 men. You've got World 1 from New Zealand, v World 5 from New Zealand, Carla Meddy and Ruth Begg in the mix as well. Leading the charge at the moment is Jeanette Harvey. She's just got the lead just in front of Donna Head as they work their way through this 3rd straight now. Jeanette's just got a few bike lengths on Donna as they work their way around the final turn. In and out of that final turn, Donna's stuck herself in there for the 2 spot. Then we go back to Ruth Begg and Carla Meddy holding on tight, but taking a great win was Jeanette Harvey.
All right, it is Letitia Weatherhead. She's going to lead out our cruiser 45 to 49 women. Second gate of these ladies. Mainsbridge is in there for the 3 spot. We've got Melinda Stevens, Michelle Newport and Belinda O'Grady in the mix as well, but it's the Bayside rider wearing the FD2 colours of Letitia Weatherhead. She's the 1A machine doing a great job. The 2 different colours on the plate is very hard to read. Just letting you know, I can't quite read the number in that 2 spot, but it is going to be Letitia Weatherhead. She'll take a nice win. Jamie Mainsbridge in there for 3.
Okay, your last gate for Moto 3, your 55 to 59 women. Don't rule these women out. I tell you what, they can race. Doing it well is Lily Adamiri from Sydney. She is got the lead at the moment. Tucked in there behind her is Fiona Langfeld, and then Sandy Cameron, the champ, in there for the 3 spot. We've got Natalie Upshaw, Alyssa Eyre and Nancy James doing great as well. It's going to be Luli for the win. In there for the 2 will be Fiona Langfeld, and rounding out the top 3, Sandy Cameron.
All right, that is the end of Moto number 3. Well done, Mel. It's a long moto. Well done to all our commentators, actually. Big thank you to Joe and John and Abby, Peter as well. Peter will be back for finals. I'm going to pass over to Abby and Joseph, who are going to do our quarters and semis. Looks like our Superclass men heading up to the gate for their quarter final.
now on the gate, Superclass. We've got Jesse Asmus, New Zealand rider Bennett Greenoff, Aaron Donald, Benji Schramm. All right, here we go, gate drops. All right, Superclass. Superclass are out on track right now. Here we go. Jesse Asmus got the whole shot right now. He's in the lead right now. Get behind your riders as they come around. Only top 4 making it through to the semi-final. Who's in that important 4th spot as they fly down that 3rd straight right now, making it look easy. The 111 in that number 1 important spot. Benji Schramm. Can he hang on to it? Jesse's through. Benji Schramm makes a move around the last straight and makes it through. Superclass quarterfinal number 1. Done. Next up on the gate, top 4 making it through to the semi. The other 4 are going to be watching the semi-final.
All right, second rack, the Superclass men quarterfinal. Let's see you got a good gate outside. It's going to be pretty close as it come down that first berm. But have to catch the numbers as it come around. Oh, we've got the rider on the inside there. That might be Hugo as he comes around in that first place. It's going to be a battle there for the all-important number 4 position there. I think Bailey's out there in that 4th position. But it's all going to be Hugo as he comes around that second berm. We'll see if anybody else. Oh, a bit of a battle there for number 4. Something's been pushed off the track. I think Bailey's gotten up there into that 3rd position. And we've got number 1, it's going to be Asuma sitting in there very nicely for number 2 with Bailey in there for the number 3, but as we come around, it doesn't look like we got that nice 4 positions. Hugo's going to take that 1.
There we go, quarterfinal number 3 on the gate. Gate drops down now. Here we go. Oh, Canada. Number 1 spot right now. That's Ryan Tugas. He's in command right now. Here we go. I'm looking for the New Zealand rider, Franks, in there for that 3 spot and 4 spot. 75 plate rider in there as well as they make the way. They go sky high right now. Here we go. 2nd straight done and dusted. Top 4 making it through. It looks like Daniel Franks, though. He's in that 4th. He's on the bubble right now. We've got Harvey Brooks all over his back wheel in there for that 5th spot. Last straight action right now. It's all Ryan Tugas in command, in control right now. He's making it through. Daniel Franks is going to get that, secure that top 4.
And this is the last rated Superclass men quarterfinal. Let's see, you got a good gate. Oh, really good gate out of the number 2 there. I think that might be Aaron Beck in there. But oh, here comes Ollie Moran on the outside. He's in that all-important 1 position there right there. And we've got Jack Greenoff sitting in there for the number 2. Big battle there between 3 and 4. Let's see who's going to get it. I think that might be Zach Stopper sitting in there in that all-important number 4 position. Had a few riders out there in that the pro straight, but it's all going to be Ollie Moran as we come down that 3rd straight with Jack sitting there very nicely. I believe Joshua is sitting in there for the number 3 position as well as to come around the last straight. I don't know if it's going to change. Zach is sitting in there in that bubble in that 4th spot, and I think he's going to get it. It's going to go Ollie, Jack, Josh, and Zach.
We've got to ride it down the last straight too. Quarterfinal Superclass men. Absolutely flying out here right now. So they're going to be moving on to the semi-final. We've got Junior Superclass men quarterfinal number 1. We've got Cameron Miller, Dylan Secker, Nash Harvey, Mason Thorne, and Timothy Cresswell. Gate drops down now. Junior Superclass quarterfinal number 1 as they come down the 1st straight right now. Looks like Cameron Miller on the world number 4. He's in the lead right now. Going with him right there though. The 17 makes the move. 162's in there for that 2 spot. The 162 play rider could have been the Nash Harvey as they come down the 2nd straight. The top 4 making it through. Who's in that 4th position as they fly down that 3rd straight? They're all getting bunched up right now. Who's going to make that move on the last corner? We're going to find out. Number 3 play rider 380 Dylan Secker's on the bubble. Can he make that move? But coming down the last straight, the top four starting to pull away from the pack. Dylan Secker unlucky. He's going to be missing out.
All right, we've got the second gate of the Junior Superclass men quarterfinal. Let's see who gets a good gate. Really good gate from the inside rider out there. That might be the New Zealander. We'll have to catch some names as we come around the berm, but it's all going to be single file as we come around. Let's see if we can catch some names here. We got Eli, Nixon, Heath, Isaac, and Kai. And looks like it's going to be Heath and Eli sitting in there very nice for that 1 and 2 position. Let's see if we can make some moves as we come around. I think that might be Eli's getting that number 1 position out there. We're going to catch. Oh, we got some bit of a wobbly there in the number 4 position. Bit of a battle for that 4 position. That's going to be between the Isaac and Kai battling for that 4th position. Let's see who's going to get it as we come down that last one. But it's all going to be Eli. He's going to take the win this time. I believe he's going to get the 2nd, Nix for the 3, and Kai for 4.
Junior Superclass quarter number 4, final number 3 coming down the first straight right now. Look at them all bunched up as they come into the first corner right now. Pulling away from the pack. It's going to be the 77 plate rider. He's in the number 1 spot. That's going to be Harry Hollins. We've got the Fox in there as well going right beside him. Who's in that 4th position as they go into that 2nd corner right now. Down the 3rd straight right now. We've also got Jaden, Luke Morris, and Jaden Broadbrook as they come down into the 3rd straight right now. The rider in there in that 4th position. That's going to be the 289 of Jaden Broadbrook. He's just got to hang on 1 more straight as they make their way down the last straight. That's going to be quarterfinal number 3.
All right, gate drops on quarterfinal number 4 for the Junior Superclass men. We've got it all pretty even start between these men. There's one rider out there in the white who's getting a bit of a lead on the rest of the pack as we come around. Oh, we've got some moves happening there in the first berm. Bit of ishy squishy. Let's see who can get in that number 4. That's going to be the it looks like it's going to be William and Justin sitting there, and Luke is sitting in that all-important number 4 spot there. Let's see if we can make some moves come around that 3rd position, but straight, but doesn't look like it's going to be any change. Bit of a battle there between number 1 and 5, and I think that might be Tyler sitting there in that 5th position. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it as we come down that 3rd straight, but who knows? Bit of a battle there between 2 and 3, but it's all going to be this William, Justin, Luke, and Jed are going to be the qualifiers.
All right, here gate drops down now, make some noise. 9-year boys, quarterfinal number 1. Who's making it through to the semi-final? We've got the world number 2. Looks like he's in command right now. That's going to be Archer leading the charge right now. Looks like the 2Q in there for that 2 spot. 904 in there for the 3. That's going to be Caleb Newby as they make their way down that 2nd straight right now over the tall double. They're making their way into that 2nd corner. 2 more straights left. Let's see who's going to get that top 4 positions right now as they make their way down that 3rd straight. Over the step up, step down section is still your leader out in front. The world 2, Archer taking it out so far. The world number 3. The world number 3 is in there for that 4th position. Coming down the last straight right now. Let's see if he can hang on to it. I think they can.
Oh, another rack of the 9 boys out there. I think that might be the 3A, I believe, out there in number 1 position. That's going to be all William in there, but he's got some people here hot in his tail. Real bit good battle there for that all-important 4th position there, but it's all going to be William. Nicholas in there for the number 2. I think William might be battling out there for that number 4. Let's see if he can make some moves as we come down that 3rd straight, but it's all going to be William coming down the 3rd straight. Nicholas is hot in his heels on that tail, and I believe that's going to be the number 13, Sydney in there for the number 3 position. That's going to be William. He's still sitting there in that 5 position. Let's see if he can make some moves coming down to this last straight. No doubt he's going to want to make that semi-final. Oh, here he comes. Here comes William. Can he make it? Oh, I'm not sure if he quite got that 4th.
The next quarterfinal out on track right now. Here we go, single file coming down that 3rd straight. Here we go, coming over the double. They're hanging on to it, the nerves. They're hanging on to it so far, making 1 and 2 a fight it out. They're in 1 and 2 position, hanging on to it, boys, as they fly around the last corner right now. Top 4 starting to pull away from the pack. The 5th rider's got to pull out a miracle to make it through. But it's great racing there from the boys.
All right, another rack of the 9-year boys out there. I think that might be the New Zealand rider sitting in there for the number 2 position. That's going to be Kieran, but it's going to be Nash in there for the number 1. Toby for 2, Mason for 3. You got Lewis and Kieran battling that all-important number 4. Let's see if we can make some moves coming down that 3rd straight, but there's going to be no catching Nash as he comes flying down there. Oh, we've got a bit of a battle there for the 3 and 4 position. That's going to be the number 999 of Kieran. He's going to be wanting to make some moves as he comes down that last straight. Let's see what he can do. Oh, I'm not sure if he's going to quite get it. I think it might be Nash, Toby, Lewis, and Mason are going to make it through the semis.
10-year boys quarterfinal out on track right now. The front runner's absolutely flying. Here we go into the first corner. There go the 351's got the whole command right now. Who's in that number 4 position? It looks like the 4V could be in there as well. But coming down the second straight right now. Look at second, third, and fourth and fifth all bunched up. They got 2 more straights to go as they make their way down into the second corner and turning out third straight right now. The front runner absolutely pulling away from the pack. He's trying to secure his way into that semi-final and he's almost there. 2 more straights to go. 1-1-1-5. Here's we go, the fifth 5A plate holder in there for that 3 spot. 4 spot, that's going to be Addison. Addison hanging on for that 4 spot, the most important spot. And he's going to secure himself into that semi-final.
And the gate drops on the second quarterfinals for the 10 boys. We've got New Zealand that qualified 1, 2, and 3. Let's see what happens in this moto. It's going to be pretty close. Oh, I think that might be the triple one machine out there in that front, all important. That front position is going to be a bit of a battle there for that number 4, but we'll see what happens as it comes around that second straight. Oh, we've got 3 riders in there battling for that 4 position. It's going to be really close. We got New Zealand in a 1, 2, and 3. Let's see which Aussie can get to that number 4 position. We've also got a Chile rider out there battling in as well, but it's all going to be New Zealand as we come down that third straight. We've got a couple riders there, 2, 3, maybe battling that for that number 4 position. Let's see what we can do as we come around. Here comes the 44. He's wanting to make some moves coming into that last ball, and that's going to be Lachlan. I think Aston is sitting in that number 4 position right now, but here comes Lachlan. He wants a bit of that action. Let's see if he can do it. I don't know. I think it's going to be Martini, Frank, Jaden, and Aston.
10-year boys quarterfinal number 3. Make some noise for your riders as they make their way. Look at this, 3x3 going into that first corner. The 311 in the number 1 spot. The reigning champ in there for that 3 spot. That's going to be Thomas Josephine as they come down that second straight right now. Here we go over the triple step up. There you go. The reigning champ. He's in that 3 spot. We've got 4A Marcus Brimson in there for the 4 as well. But coming down the third straight right now. We also got Elijah Moy in there on the bubble. He's in that 5th spot. He's got to make a miracle happen into that 4th spot. But the 4th spot is 7-2A Logan Healy from New Zealand. So let's see if he can hang on down this last straight. This is going to be 10-year boys quarterfinal number 3.
All right, this is quarterfinal number 4. Let's see what happens. We got New Zealand. That was the first qualifier in this one. Let's see what he can do as he comes down that first straight. Oh, it's going to be pretty close there. A bit cramped going into that first bend. Let's see what moves we can make. We got that pink rider out there sitting in that number 1 spot. He is looking nice and sweet there. I don't think there's going to be any catching him. That might be Kingston out there. I'm not really sure. Oh, that's going to be Richie and Keegan out there. I think Lenny might be sitting in that number 3 position, but who's going to get that all-important number 4? We'll have to see. Oh, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. They're coming, spreading about from the rest of the pack a little bit, but we'll have to catch some numbers as it come through. Bit of a battle there for that 4th position. That's going to be number 2, 2, 2. Kingston is going to be battling out there for that all-important number 4. I don't know if there's going to be any catching him. I think it might be Richie, Keegan, Lenny, and Kingston making it to semis.
11-year boys quarterfinal number 1. We've got Daniel on the 12 bike leading the charge right now. In number 3 spot, that's going to be Harrison Cullen in that number 3 spot. Trying to catch that number 4 spot. He's still in number 4 spot. That's going to be Harrison as they come down the third straight right now. The front runner, Daniel, he's out of here. He's gone. The 3 plate rider, Baudet, is in there for the 2 spot. Here we go, the top 3 runners. They're trying to cut each other off. They're going to try and make it through. Here comes the 5th rider right now as he makes his way over the tabletop. He's got 1 person to beat. Is he going to make it through? Oh, leave that to the transponders.
And we got the second rack of 11 boys. Oh, we just got a bit itchy squishy there. Somebody crashed. He's not going to be too happy about that. But as we come around that first berm, let's see if we can catch. I can see number 20, 2Q in there maybe. I think Bray might be in there somewhere. But in that front there, I think it's going to be Kai Hooper. Bray's going to be in there for the 2, Cooper and for the 3. We'll see if we can catch that number 4 position as they come around. There's 3 riders that are pretty close to that number 4 position. They're going to be battling all the way to the end, trying to get through the next quarterfinals. But it's all going to be Kai as we come down here. Oh, there's a bit of a battle there between number 3 and 4. We've got that blue rider in there. I know it might be the New Zealand rider, Fletcher, potentially battling for that number 4 position. Let's see if he can get that. But it's going to be Kai, Bray, Henry, and I'll have to leave the 4 to transponders.
All right, round of applause for the fallen rider. It's not easy caught crashing into the quarterfinals. You trained all year, months, weeks, and days for this event, and then your heart is broken by crashing the quarterfinals. There's always races, more races throughout the year. Here we go, quarterfinal number 3 for 11-year boys as they make their way down the first straight. Look how bunched up they are as they come down that first straight right now. Over the double they go. The one pulling away from the pack. He's trying to secure himself in that number 1 spot. Is around the corner. It's going to be the 17-plate rider leading the charge right now. That's going to be Braxton Staggs. Braxton Staggs out in front right now. We've got Lawson's in there as well on the 7Q machine as they make their way down that second straight and into that second corner. Great move there by the front runners. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. All sorting themselves out as they go to the step up, step down. The new leader out in front, the 916. He's got command right now. He's out in front. Can he hang on to it around the last corner? That's going to be Caden McDonald. Here we go. 3 and 4 are battling out right now. Over the tabletop they go. They're hanging on right now, and they're going to secure their spot in the semi.
All right, we've got first rack of the 12 boys, the last rack of the 11 boys out there. Hendricks is going to be out there, number 1, Caden battling that there from number 2. Hendricks, he's getting a bit of a safe spot in front of the pack here, but there is a battle back there for that all-important number 4 position. There's one rider sitting in the 4, but he's got 2 riders hot in his tail. That is going to be number 80, I believe. That is going to be Joel. He is sitting in that number 4 position, but he's got some riders coming up. Let's see if he can hold on to it, and I think he might. Bit of a battle there for 1 and 2 and 3, but Hendricks and Joel.
Quarterfinal number 1 for the 12-year boys. Martini, the number 1 rider for New Zealand right now. He's out in front, followed by 2 SA of Ethan Fenton in there for the 2 spot. Here we go, 3 and 4 going single file down this last third straight. That's going to be the rider of the 3A in there for the 3 spot, and the 600 of Sam Hickey in there for 4 as they make their way down the last straight right now. Top 4 starting to pull away from the pack, so that's going to be the 12-year boys, and Martini's going to take this one.
Another rack of the 12-year boys out there. I think that's all going to be Cordell Daly pulling ahead of the rest of the pack. He's looking for a safe spot in them semis, but he's got a few riders hot in his heels, trying to take that spot away from him. I think that might be Memphis Blake sitting in there in that nice old 3rd position. Let's see who's going to get that 4th as we come around that 3rd berm. Or it's going to be pretty close there between 4 and 5, but it's all going to be Cordell as he comes down the last straight. A bit of a battle there between 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Let's see who's going to get it. It's going to be a bit of a hard one as we come around. We've had Cordell. Can Cordell hold on to that number 4 position? It's going to be a close one for that all-important number 4. Oh no, I'm going to leave that to transponders.
Holy dooly. Now back into the 12-year boys quarterfinal number 3 as they make their way. 1 rider's already down the first straight. Here we go into the triple step up they go, manualing up the front 2 runners. 6, 7, he's got the whole front plate right now. That's Dylan Jones. 2A Oliver Bergman, he's going with him in there for 1 and 2. Their boys are fighting it out for 1 and 2. Boys, it's top 4 making it through to the semi-finals as they make their way around that second corner. The 3 and 4 making their way into their pack right now. Here we go, 5 plate rider. He's coming in right now. So here we go down the last straight. We've got 1 more straight to go. The 5th plater, he's going around the last corner. Let's see if he can make the move. But the 1 out in front, they're trying to catch Oliver and Baden. They're going to go through to the semi-final. Great racing, boys. Great racing here from all the quarterfinals. Round of applause for the fallen rider. Got a bit stuck over that step-up section. The wind's starting to pick up. Trying to keep that black straight in this gusty winds is tricky, especially when you have 7 other riders right beside you.
Last track, the 12 boys quarterfinals. Let's see what other 4 make it through to these all-important semi-finals. Our top 4 qualifiers were Finley, Artie, Oliver, and Anderson. Let's see what they can do in this race. Oh, it's going to be pretty close as they come through that first berm for 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's see who's going to get it. Oh, we got the 3, 5, 7. That's going to be Artie, the New Zealand rider. He is going to be sitting in that nice safe spot in that the number 1. We have Artie and Oliver sitting in there very nicely for the number 3, 2, and 3. But let's see about that 4 position. Can Anderson get that 4? I don't know. We'll have to catch his number plates as it comes around. It's all going to be Finley and Artie going to be battling that number. That's going to be the World 3 or the 3V of maybe Hugo, and they're sitting in there, or Tate sitting there for the number 4. Oh, it's going to be pretty close there between 4 and 5, 3, 4, and 5, but it's all going to be Finley, Artie, and Oliver.
Gate drops down now for the 13 boys. We've got Finn, Noah, Carter, Liam and Logan for the 13 boys. Quarterfinal number 1 as they sweep around the first corner. It's all Finn Loris, the NZ rider. He's out in front right now covering his inside line. Here we go, the 17715 going with him. The 1Q on the bubble right now. That means he's in that 4th position. His dreams could come true or it could pop. But coming down the last straight, the 1Q, the state champ, Liam Wilson, he's going to make his way to the semi-final.
All right, we've got another rack of the 13 boys out there. That's going to be Jax O'Connell sitting in there very nicely for the number 1. Ryder's in there for the number 2. And we also have Jensen sitting in there very nicely for that number 3's position. But who's going to get that 4? Is it going to be Harry or Freddie? I know it's going to be pretty close between them as they come down that 3rd spot. It's going to be really close. Harry or Freddie, who's going to get it? Harry's on the outside there. Freddie's on the inside, but no giving up. Anything can happen. It's going to be pretty close between them. Oh, I think Freddie might be Jax, Jensen, Ryder, and Freddie.
21 Memphis, 13 boys. Memphis McLeod on the 21 machine. He is out in front right now. 4Q is in that 4th position. That's Alexander. We'll also go Brock, Braxton, and Xavier in this one as they make their way down the 3rd straight. Memphis is absolutely flying right now on the Prophecy. The 138 in there for the 2 spot. That's going to be Brock O'Neill. Here we go. Last straight action right now. Who's going to hang on to it? Who's got the nerves to stay on? Here comes the 5th rider in there for that 4th spot. Who's going to get it through over the step down? They go. Lunges forward. We'll see who got that one.
We just had our winning rider come down in that first bump, so he's going to be out, unfortunately. I don't know who that was come down. I think that might have been either one of the top 2 that came down, but as we come down, it's going to be Tyler. He is going to be sitting there very nice for that number 1 position. Then Roman's in there for the number 3. I think Jara might be in there sitting in that very number 2 position, but all these 4 have made it through, which is always nice for them. They're going to go straight on through the semi-finals.
Here we go, quarterfinal number 1 for 14 boys. Gate drops down now. Who had a great start? Lane 3 had a great start, but lane 1, he's out of here. Jaden Brodford Brooks, he's in the number 1 spot, pulling away from the pack right now as he makes his way into the number 1 spot. So it's going to be Jaden leading the charge right now. Coming into that number 2 spot is going to be Kobe. Also got Nate, Mason, Braxton. Get behind your riders and they make their way down into the 2nd corner, down the 3rd straight right. Oh no, he's gone down. 2 riders are going down right now. Who's in that 4th position? But coming down, who's in that 4th? Who got 2 in there for the 3 right now? The 3rd spot coming down right now. Here we go. 4th position is open for grabs. There's 3 of them up for grabs right now for the 4th position. Can he hang on to it right now? Can he do it right now? So, oh my God, heartbreaking moment on the 2nd corner.
Another rack of 14 boys out there. I think that might be the New Zealand rider of Charlie in there for that number 1 position. In the number, going back to number 2, that's all going to be Kobe. He's holding on, but let's see, he's going to get that number 4 position. I don't know, it's going to be pretty close, but in there for that number 2, he's just holding on. That's going to be the 21 of James, doing a great job in there securing that number 2 position. So we've got Charlie, James, Kobe. Who's that 4th rider going to be to make it through? I don't know who the 4th rider is, but it's going to be Charlie, Hudson, and James.
Great racing here, quarterfinals, quarterfinal number 3 for 14 boys on the gate. Gate drops down now. Willoughby had a great start. Also, Cooper Murphy from New Zealand had a good start too. But Logan Willoughby's out in front right now, pulling away from the pack. Jet Hansen from New Zealand in there for that 2 spot. We've got the 777 in there for that 4 spot. The 777 of Felix hanging in there right now. But coming down the 2nd straight, the 2 front runners are styling up. Absolutely fine right now as they go into the 2nd corner and down the 3rd straight over the single and double they go. It's all going to be Logan Willoughby out in front. Hansen in there for 2. The runner in there for 3. The 57. Oh, Jono Hansen, sorry, in there for the 3 spot as well in the 2nd spot. Coming down the last straight right now, 1, 3, 4. Cooper Murphy's got that 4th spot. But coming down right now, that's quarterfinal number 3.
Another rack of the 14 boys out there. I think that might have been the number 86 of Luke, doing a great job in there for the number 1, but following very close behind is Rico. They're getting a bit of a gap on the rest of the pack, hoping to secure their spots in that all-important semi-final. We've got Noah sitting in there very nicely for the 3. I'm going to try to catch that number for that number 4 position, but he's got some riders hot in his tail as they come around that 4th straight. Let's see if we can hold on to it. Oh, there's a battle for that 4 and 5 position. I don't know who it's going to be, but Luke, Rico, and Noah have made it through, and I'll leave 4 to transponders.
15 boys quarterfinal number 1 out on track right now. The Mackay Pioneer right on lane from lane number 8. Dylan Secker had an absolute screamer of the gate. He's in that number 1 spot right now. As he comes down the third straight, it's all going to be Secker. 102 in there for that 2 spot. The 182 of Nash Harvey in there for 2. As they rip around the last straight, it's all going to be Secker styling up right now. And it looks like it's going to be the rider of Zeta in there for that 4 spot.
All right, we've got another rack for 15 boys out there. Let's see who's got in that number 1 position. I think that's going to be Nixon in there for the number 1. Jax for the 2, Ben for the 3. I'm going to try to catch that number 4 position, but it's going to be pretty close again between 2 riders for that number 4. But 1, 2, and 3 all battling that as well. That's going to be number 4, 1 of Balin Finch sitting on that all-important number 4 position. Let's see if he can hold it. I think he can hold it. It's going to be Nixon, Jax, Ben, and Balin.
Gate drops down now, quarterfinal number 3 from 15 boys as they make their way down that second straight. Here we go, they're all bunched up as they go into that second corner. Beautiful move there for 4 spot as they make their way down that third straight. Over the stepped up, step down, 1 and 2 are pulling away. The 414 Timothy has taken over lead right now. He's taken over command. The 97 play rider in there for that 4 spot. That's Jarvis Mangan. Can he hang on with the fluoro pink rims? And yes, he can.
All right, this is last of the 15 boys quarterfinals. In that number 1 position, I think that might be Kai Field doing there, and that's going to be John sitting in there very nicely for that number 3. Pretty close there between the 4 and 5 again, but it's all going to be Kai. It looks like he's getting a bit of a gap on the rest of the field, but look at 4 and 5. There's 3 of them out there battling for it. See if another one can come into it. Oh, it's going to be pretty close. I see number 23 there battling for it, but I know it's going to be Kai and Harrison. And
16 boys quarterfinal number 1 out on track right now. Boost into the triple into that second corner. That's going to be Eli Schroeder. But it's all the lead around front. Harry Rowlands, Eli in there for the 2 spot. Tyler in there for the 4 spot. It looks like the 291 of Jensen. Bentley in there for 3 as they make their way around the last corner and down the last straight. It's all going to be Rowlands, 1, Schroeder, Bentley, and Hable.
all right, got another rack of the 16 boys out there in that number 1. That's all going to be the Canadian rider of Dominic holding out that number 1 position. He should be safe to go through to the quarterfinals. That's going to be Isaac doing a great job in there for the number 2. And it's going to be pretty close there at the back, but it's all going to be the Canadian rider. I don't think there's any going to be catching him. We've got number 219, 129 of Mason's battling in there for that number 4 position. He's going to try to hold on really tight, but I think it's going to be Dominic, Isaac, Zane, and Mason making it through.
Gate drops down now for the 16 boys quarterfinal number 3 as they make their way down that second straight already. It's all going to be Salisbury, 1, Cully in there for the 2 spot. That looks like Nobelius in there for that 4 spot right now as they make their way down that third straight. It's all going to be Cully, Salisbury. Here we go, coming down on third straight. 1 more straight to go. The 52 plate rider in there for that 3 spot. That's Riley Cooper. Nobelius is hanging on to that number 4 spot and they're making it through to the semis.
Last track of the 16 boys. We're going to got 3 rides out there on the track for them. This is going to be pretty cruisy qualify for them. No matter what happens, they're all going to make it through. I think it might be Caleb, William, and Connor out there on the track, but I have to just have checked their numbers as we're coming through. We have a Canadian, an Italian, and a New Zealander out there battling for that 1 position, trying to get a good pick for their semi-finals, but they're going to have a really super easy qualify here. But it's going to be Caleb and Connor.
17-24 men out on track. Nate Morosky's absolutely flying on this track right now. Oh no, we've got a rider down. Looks like could have been 2 riders down right there too. But it's going to be Nate Morosky in the number 1 position. We've got the rider in there for 2. Noah Hart, the 45 plate rider of Kendall. Shepard in there for 3. 25 in there for that 4 spot. That's coming around the last corner right now. That's going to be the Canadian rider. Can he hang on to that 4 spot as they make their way down the last straight? The top 3 have made it through, and the Canadian.
All right, 17-24 men. It's going to be Jacob Bremer sitting in there very nicely for that number 1 position. Blake is going to be doing a great job in there for the number 2. And sitting in that all-important number 4 position, that was Levi, but he's got some battling there. Oh, there's a battle there for 4 and 5. There's maybe 139, I believe, or the 529s, maybe Jackson. He is in there for the number 3 position now. Bit of a battle there, but it's all going to be Jacob, Jackson, Blake, and Tyler.
Few riders down, 1 on the second straight and 1 on the last straight too. Quarterfinals, 17-24 men are all stacked too. 8-man quarterfinals. Absolutely stacked racing here this weekend for the national round here at the Sleeman complex. applause for the fallen rider, 777. I see on his back. Good to see him back on his feet and walking off. Another rider going with him as well.
Mum didn't get much of a look in with this one, eh? Oh, you're all blue.
So yeah, there's the quarterfinals right now. Semi-finals up next. So the people who are new to the sport, top 4 make it through to the semi-finals. So you try your best throughout the motos. You've got 3 motos, and the top 32 make through to the quarterfinals. Depending on the numbers too, sometimes you have 5-man quarters or 6-man quarters as well. Bit of a fallen soldier on the last straight. So heading to him, but tough racing out here in this competition. Everyone's trying to compete for those spots for the world titles, and this is the world's track right here. Yes, the Brisbane Supercross Sleeman track. Okay, looks like they're getting ready, but we've still got to ride it down the last straight. We've still got to ride down the last straight too, so it's been some great racing here at the BMX Sleeman complex quarterfinals. Especially racing back in the day, you make it through, you're like, it's the best feeling ever. You got the top 4, you make it through to the semi-final, and you got to do it all over again. It's always heartbreaking. You don't make it. While we got a fallen rider right there. Now, have you commentated while your brother was racing, Jesse? Have you commentated his race yet?
Not during like these events. I haven't done any of his ones yet, so I haven't done a lot of the superclass events there.
Yeah, because I know a lot of parents who commentate, they don't want to commentate their child racing too, because it's so nerve-wracking too, and they always want to watch. Yeah, because I remember a couple of times they start commentating, they notice their child or their siblings on the track, and they're quickly like, oh, no, can you take over? But yeah, so yeah, Jesse's been run absolutely phenomenal. And then yeah, when I was watching the live stream, I could hear you in the background just cheering, and what a fantastic race by Jesse. And then there's the superclass here today, absolutely stacked riders, all the international riders too. Yeah, like Pete said, it's like a World Cup here with the little mini world titles.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool seeing all the countries out here. I know there was a couple from China and Philly, and we got a bunch of Canadians here as well. So it's really cool seeing all those riders.
It's always fun trying to pronounce their last names as well. Colombians. There's not many Colombians here, which is they always got the real long last name. The New Zealand riders, I've noticed, have a real long last name. Brenton Harrison, he was telling me last night at the hospital, he's like, oh, you pronounce this rider's name wrong, you've got to say it like this. There's no way in 1,000 years I can pronounce the names correctly, but I love having a go, I love commentating and making mistakes, that's how we learn. But yeah, the racing this weekend has been absolutely phenomenal, and yeah, you can see all the hard work that everyone's been going through over the holidays and the Christmas period, and yeah, it's all paying off. And yeah, thank you all again to the parents and the families who've done all the sacrifices as well, paying for the new helmets, gear, the bikes too, because all this gear right now is absolutely phenomenal. It's like riding especially my bike right now, it feels like I'm riding a spaceship. The technology is absolutely phenomenal. So just a heads up to if you have a fallen rider or fallen loved one that's had a fall, not meant to go onto the track, but the medical tent's behind the start to the finish line too. So I made crash yesterday and I had to find where the medical tent is. So medical tent is after the finish line down there, and just let them know who you are and who you're attending to, because it's like an emergency ward back there. There's people walking back and forth asking questions to the patients and the riders too. So yeah, just make sure. I know it's a stressful situation, but yeah, just try to stay calm as much as possible, and just let them know who you're there for. And yes, it's a tough time for everybody there. So the rider looks like they're on the stretcher right now. They're going to carefully walk the rider off. And great hands right there too. So yeah, so shout out again to the medical team too. I went there yesterday. Very kind and patient and caring over there. They helped my mate out too, helped me out too, just let me know where to go. Yeah, it's not easy seeing a loved one crash in front of you. Round of applause for the fallen rider. Again, stretch it off over to the medical tent. So if that's your rider or your loved one, make sure you start heading down over to the medical tent, which is behind the start finishing line. Game with the 17-24 men quarterfinal number 4, because we've got a mechanical for quarterfinal number 3. We've got Lachlan Hines, VJ Isles, Zachary, Nathan Purnell, Connor West, Jack Fraser, Jacob Craig, and Deegan McCormick. It's going to be an awesome quarterfinal. This is number 4 for the 17 and 24 men. I cannot wait. So we're just going to sweep off the last straight, making sure there's no debris on the track, and then when it's safe to go, we'll get the green light, and then we'll let these races on the gate. Quarterfinal number 3 is on the gate now. They did a swap. Looks like they're locked and ready. Good luck, riders. Gate jumps down now, 7:24, quarterfinal number 3, back to racing right now. The inside rider had a great start. That's Jack Kewen in the number 1 spot right now. Absolutely fine yesterday as they make their way into this first corner, into the 21 of Ryder Schroeder in there for that 2 spot as they make their way down that second straight right now. Top 4 making it through to the semi-final. Who's going to make it through? Let's find out as they make their way around that second corner, down that third straight. It's all your leader out in front. Jack from New Zealand leading the charge as they fly into, here we go, second, third and fourth. 17 plate rider in there for that 3 spot. That could be the run of Koa. They're coming down the last straight right now. 1, 2, 3 are pulling away from the pack and they're securing their way into the semi-final. Great racing there for the 17-24. Quarterfinal number 3, quarterfinal number 4. It looks like could be another mechanical. All right, in the meantime, make some noise. Who's from Queensland? There's about 3 people from Queensland. Who's from Queensland here? Oh, yeah, it's been a long day, I know. What about New South Wales? Who's from New South Wales? Yeah, there's about 5 people from New South Wales too. Who's from Canberra? Anyone from WA? 2 people from WA, fantastic. What about Victoria? I'm loving the atmosphere right now. Who's from NT? No one from Northern Territory. And who's from Tassie? One from Zeus. Usually always forget Tassie as on the geography map. Yeah, it's been a long day, I know it's been a long day. But it's been absolutely amazing racing though. But yeah, I'll always try to say it on the mic too. So when that gate drops down, there's no better feeling when the crowd goes absolutely nuts. Especially being on that gate too. Sometimes I hit that gate and I'm like, oh man, I've got no chance making it through. But then when I hear the crowd erupt, even though they're not cheering for me, I just feel like, oh man, I've got another boost of energy. And it's always a great feeling, and it's always a great feeling getting around the riders too. They've trained so hard for these events. And it's awesome atmosphere too. And it's always a great camaraderie around BMX too, so I always see people helping each other out. Someone having a flat tire, they're helping out too with it too. So always love the sport of BMX for that reason. It's always beautiful people willing to help at any time. Looks like a mechanical for the 17-24, so it looks like we have a semi-final, number 1 for the 9-year girls on the gate.
All right, the gate drops the 9-year-old girls semi-final. This is a very important race because it determines who's going to be in the finals. We got Pippa, Ella, Nico, Lingui, Olivia and Ari on the track. Oh, it's going to be pretty close there for 2 and 3. Let's catch some numbers as we come around. I think that might be I think Pippa might have gotten a good start in there. That's a New Zealand rider out there in the pack. We also got the Aussie jersey sitting in there very nicely for the number 3. But as we come around that second straight, it's all going to be Pippa in that number 1 position. Nico's going to be sitting in there very nicely for number 2 with Ella for number 3. I'm going to have to catch that number 4 number as we come around. We've got to get that all-important number 4 spot. Oh, it looks like 1, 2, 3, and 4. They are going to be pulling away from the rest of the track. I don't know if the order's going to change much, but anything can happen in BMX, so you just got to wait. But it's all going to be Ella as we come down that last straight. I think that might be maybe the China rider, maybe Lingui in there for that 4th position, but I can't be too sure. But it's definitely going to be Pippa, Ella, Nico, and Lingui for number 4.
Gate drop down now, last quarterfinal out on track right now, 17-24. On track right now, let's see who had a great start. Looks like there could have been Zachary, had a great start from the Incident Club as they make the way into that first corner. It's all going to be VJ Isles, though. He's in the one right now with the red and black colours as they fly down that second straight. Over the double they go into that second corner right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, all spacing out right now. Let's see what the 5th rider can do in this situation. But it's all going to be VJ Isles in the number 1 spot right now. He's got company all over his back wheel. The 16-plate rider, Zachary, going with him in there for the 2 spot. Here comes the 5th rider jumping onto the tabletop. Is he going to make it through? I don't think he is.
The second rack, the 9 girls semi-finals. Let's see as they come around that first corner who's going to be in that lead. That's going to be number 137, the New Zealand rider of Winnie. She is going to be leading this race as they come down that second straight. I think that might be Audrina sitting in that 2 spot, and Luke is going to be in that number 3. I don't know who's in that all-important number 4 position as they come around that 3rd straight, but they have pulled away from the rest of the pack a little bit. I think 1, 2, 3, and 4 might be safe, but I know it's all that New Zealand rider of Winnie. She is going to be leading this race from start to finish. She is securing herself a nice spot in that all-important finals. That's going to be in number 17. That is going to be Lucia sitting there very nicely for number 4, and that's how it's going to end.
Great job down there for 11-year girls. Semi-final number 1 as they make their way into the second corner already. It's all going to be Cora Stevens in the number 1 spot. Lottie McDougall in there for that 2 spot. Looks like Marley in there for 3. Could have been Isabella Miller in there for that 4 spot as they make their way down that third straight right now. It's all the triple 4 Cora Stevens. 1, 2, 3, 4, all packed up right now into the last corner they go. Who's going to hang on to that 4th position? Is that going to be Isabella on the 6A machine? I think she's going to make it through to the final.
All right, we've got the second rack, the 11 girls semi-finals. Let's see which of these girls are going to make it through to that all-important final. Oh, we've got 2 little girls at the front there. They're going to be pulling away from the rest track. Bit of a battle there for them. All-important number 4 position, but I think there might be a New Zealand rider out there in one of those front positions. She's looking to secure her spot in that final. That is going to be Bonnie and Georgia, and Sophia's doing a great job in there as well. But as we come around that last berm, is all going to be Sophia. Bonnie still, she's going to be holding on to that number 1. We've got that New Zealand rider doing a great job in there for the number 2. It's going to be pretty close there between 4 and 5. Let's see who's going to get it. I don't know who's going to get it. Here comes the little girl on the inside. I think that might be Maya. I think she might be just holding on to that number 4 position. Oh, but it's going to be close. It's going to be battling bars. It's the 2 of them shoulder to shoulder. I don't know who it's going to be. I think it might be Bonnie, Georgia, Sophia, and Maya.
Gate drops down now, 12-year girls semi-final number 1 as they make their way down the first straight. Get a bit of the air time over that step up into the second double they go. The leader out in front is going to be the world champ Penelope. She's out in front right now. Followed by the rider in there for that 2 spot. It's going to be the 2A machine in there for 2. That's Sinclair. Bolger in there for the 3 spot. And it looks like it could have been Mia Grant in there for the 4 spot. As they make their way down the second straight into the second corner they go. It's all the champ, the world champ Penelope, absolutely flying out right now. She's showing us why she's the world champion. She's the one to beat as she makes her way into the last corner to a Harla, trying to Sinclair, trying to hang in there to the 2 spot. We also got Lee and Maya in there as well as they make their way down that last straight. Who's going to get that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot? I think it's going to be Sinclair, Bolger, and Grant.
All right, second rack of the 12 girls semi-finals. Oh, it's going to be a bit of a close one, but I think that might be Micah in there. I think she might be pulling away from the rest of the pack. Pretty close there between number 2 and 3. Oh, we've got some moves happening there in the first berm. We've got the little Netherlands jersey coming out there. Nicely. That's going to be Indy Eric doing a great job there in that number 2 position. Oh, number 3 and 4, they're coming together, but they both managed to stay up. I think that may be Adeline, and they're doing a great job in there for the number 1. Micah's going to be there for number 1. Indy for 2. Olivia for 3. And Adeline holding on to that all-important number 4 position. But let's see if these girls, there are 2 girls coming up behind her wanting to get a piece of the action. They really want to make it that final. But let's see if Adeline can hold on to it. I don't know. I think it might be Micah, Indy, Adeline, and Olivia.
Gate drops down now. Here we go, 13 girls semi-final number 1. Here we go. We got McDougall. She got a bit of cut off at the start. Can she reel her back in? She's in the top 3, so she's safe so far as she makes her way down the 3rd straight right now. Your leader out front is going to be McCulley from the Ashmore Club. She's at number 1. Here comes world number 4, McDougall. Absolutely flying down this 3rd straight. She goes from 3rd to 1st, so it's going to be McDougall 1. McCulley in there for the 2 spot. Who's going to get that all-important 4 spot? They're coming down the last straight. Great race in 13 girls.
All right, this is a pretty stacked 13 girls race. We've got a 1A, 8A, 3A, and World 1, but I think that's all going to be Addison. Addison is the World 1, the New Zealand rider. She comes around there pretty close there between 2 and 3. Oh, and that all-important number 4 position. There's 2 girls battling it out. Josie Bunt's going to be sitting in there for 2, but it's all Addison in there for the number 1. Mila's going to be in there for the number 3, but the number 4 position is going to be pretty close between these 2 girls, but oh, we got number 4. She's coming up. Let's see what's going to happen in this last berm. It's going to get a bit nishy squishy, but it's all going to be Addison. She is going to get the number 1 position. I think Josie settled for the number 2, and 3 and 4 of Miller and Kaylee are going to get number.
Great racing for the semi-final. 13 girls. Love the atmosphere right now. Here we go, semi-final number 1 for the Superclass men. We've got Jesse Aspers, Jack Greenoff, Joshua Swaiter, Hugo from France, Bailey Seckel, Zach Stopper, Asuma Nakai, and Joel Marsh. Good luck, riders. we go, gate drops down our semi-final number 1. Here we go, Superclass man. Don't blink because that's going to be over within a minute. Jesse Asmus, he's in the number 1 spot. Joel Marsh looks like in there for the 2 spot. The 506 in there for 3. Holy moly, that's Jack Greenoff in there for that 3rd position. But it's all Asmus, 1 and done right now. Can he hang on to it right now as he goes around the 2nd corner, down the 3rd straight, silky smooth. That's going to be Asmus, Marsh, and the 506 in there for that 3 spot. Greenoff, who's in there for that 4th spot right now as they make their way down. One more straight action, they're gapping it. Wherever the tabletop they go, but it's all going to be Asmus and Marsh.
All right, second rack of Superclass men out there. Let's see what's good. Oh, really good from the lane number 2. I think that might be the Canadian rider in there. That's going to be Ryan doing a great job in there, and Ollie Moran sitting in there very nice for that number 3 position as well. Got a few riders out there battling. Benny Stram's up there battling for that number 4 position as well. Bennett is doing a great job in there. He's trying to get into, a bit squishy there. Ollie Moran, he's battling for that number 4 position. Can he hold on to it? Here comes AJ Donald. He's sitting in that very nicely for that number 3 position now. Chugos is in there as well. I think Bennett's in there as well. It's going to be Chugos, Bennett, AJ, and Ollie for 1, 2, 3, 4.
Here we go, Superclass women out on track, semi-final number 1. Great start from Zoe Clarkson in the number 1 spot right now. Here we go from 3rd to 4th to 1st, 2nd, sorry, that's the 66 of Sienna Powell in there for that number 2 spot. That's all Clayson's 1. Here we go to Powell, Schramm, we also got Mia, Isla, Danica, Murphy, and Nikita as they come down that 3rd straight right now. The one they're trying to bid is a Swiss rider, Zoe Clayson, absolutely flying out here as she goes into the last corner right now. Last straight action. Who's going to get that top 4 right now? Who's going to make it through? But it's going to be definitely Zoe. She's going to make it through, and it's going to be Schramm making it through as well.
All right, that's the second rack of the Superclass women coming down the gate. We've got a lot of international riders in this gate. That's a really good start from lane number 2 there. That's number 44. I think that might be Molly Simpson pulling out in the head in the front there. But I think that might be Layla Walker following very close behind. Bit of a battle there between the New Zealand rider at number 4 position. I think Molly, the New Zealand rider, might be holding on to that number 4. But as they come around that last bend, it's all going to be Molly Simpson as she comes down. Layla's doing a great job in there for the number 2, 73. That's going to be Megan in there for the number 3 position. We've got the New Zealander. That's going to be Brooke Penny for that number 4. That's Molly, Layla, Megan, and Brooke.
Here we go, Junior Superclass men, semi-final on the gate. Here we go, gate drops down now, Junior Superclass semi-final number 1 as they make their way down the 1st straight right now. The Fox leading the charge right now on the brand new radio. He's out in front right now, going with him there, the 122 in there for that 2 position. The 77 in there for 4. That's going to be Harry Rowlands. He's in that 4th position. Can he hang on to it? Only top 4 make it through to the final. Here we go, round that 2nd corner they go. It's all the Fox on the brand new radio. He's in out in front right now, absolutely flying. The 122 in there for the 2 spot, still hanging on. The 77 in there for 3. Harry, the 1-2, Jet Lillycrop in there for 2. But Fox is pulling away. This is his semi-final to win. He's going to take this one out.
All right, the gate drops on June Superclass men's 2nd semi-final. We've got, so we're going to be pretty even as they come into that 1st berm. But we've got that Chris Bryder. I think he might be pulling ahead of the rest of the pack. He's going to secure himself a place in the final. Let's see if he can hold on to it. It's going to be pretty close there for that all-important number 4 position. Let's see who's going to got it. But it's all going to be the world number 4. That's going to be Cameron in there for that number 1. I think it might be the Italy rider, William, doing a great job in there for the number 2. And we have got number Schroeder. He's holding on to that all-important number 4. Let's see if he can hang on to it. He's got some riders hot in his heel as we come around that last berm. I don't know if they're going to be able to catch him. A bit of a battle there. Put it into that 4. Can Schroeder hold on to it? I don't know. But it's going to be Cameron, William, Heath, and I think Schroeder for 4.
Junior Superclass Women's semi-final number 1 out on track right now. Here we go. We've got 5 riders in this one, so 1 rider's missing out. We're coming down the first straight right now. Absolutely fine. It's going to be the rider of 27 leading the charge right now. That's Zoe Weatherhead. She's out in front right now, showing them how it's done. They go the tall step up double into the second straight, second corner they go. It's all Weatherhead leading it out right now. The 27. We've got Tilly Guy, Amelia, Jacqueline, Maya, and Penny in there as well. As they come down to that third straight right now, it's all the rider, the 3-1 for Amelia Stitchberry. She's in that 4th position. As they make their way down the last straight, it's all Zoe. She's going to make her way through to the final.
Junior Superclass Women's second semi-final. Let's have a look at as we go, breakdown under. It's going to be pretty close. We've got some riders pulling out at the head. They're trying to secure themselves. I think that might be Zaylee doing a great job in there for that number 1 position. Let's as it come around a corner. It's going to be pretty close there for that number 4 position. But Molly Williamson's doing a great job in there as well. And Mia, she's going to be holding on to that all-important number 4. Let's see if she can hold on to it. But it's all going to be Beth. She's in there for the number 1. Dusty for 2. Molly Williamson really holding on nicely for number 3. It's going to be Mia. Do you reckon she can hold on to number 4? It's going to be pretty close. She's got that 5 rider up her butt there. She comes around that last berm. I reckon she can hold on to it though. I think it's going to be Beth, Molly, Dusty, and Mia.
Gate drops in now, 8-year boys semi-final number 1. We've got Hudson, Roger, Jake, Ace, Max, Levi, Charlie, and Haru in this one. Who's going to make it through to the final? We're about to find out in less than 20 seconds as they make their way around that second corner and down the third straight right now. The 2 front runners are pulling away from the pack. They're hugging their inside line. They're protecting their lines. Great racing, boys, as they make their way down that third straight right now. The rider in there for that 4th spot. He's in the 444. Charlie hanging on there. He wants that final victory. He wants to make it into the final, but he's got company all over his back wheel there. The top 3 runners, they're making it through. 444. Can he hang on to it though? Oh, Charlie. We'll leave that to the transponders.
All right, we've got the 8-year boys out in the track there. We've got some moves happening in the first berm. Let's see who can hold on to that number 4 position. But updating that number 1, I think that might be the 901. I think Freddie's going to be holding on there nice for that number 1 position. Ollie's doing a great job in the number 3. Noah in there for the number 3. But let's see who's got that number 4 position as we come around. Oh, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're pulling that away from the rest of the pack. But, you know, anything can happen in BMX. So let's see if we got some moves happening on that last straight. But it's all going to be Freddie. He's going to hold on to that number 1 position. I also see the number 305 of Charlie holding it out there somewhere. I think he might be in the 5th position, but I believe that might be Bo. I think he might hold on. So it's going to be Freddie, Ollie, Noah, and Bo.
9-year boys semi-final number 1. World number 2 had a great start. Dimitri Doran in there as well. He's in there for that 3 position. We've also got Caleb Newby in there as well. Archie Walker from New Zealand in there as well. But coming into the second corner right now, they're starting to sort themselves out. They've got 2 more straights left to go, but it's all the world number 2 of Archer. He's showing them how it's done. Manuel's down the step down. Dimitri Doran coming through. Here comes a 3A as well. They're going with him. William Wiggers, 1, 2nd, and 3rd are fighting it out. The rider in there for that 4th spot. That's going to be Sydney Gregory. He's going to try hang on to that number 4 spot, but the 1 out in front, Archer, he's going to secure that number 1 spot.
Oh, as the 9-year boys come down, everyone's in a line coming into that first berm. Let's see what's going to happen as we come out of it. It's going to be pretty close. They're all really close there. We've got some good number plates. We've got 1A, 5Q, 7A, and 8A. So let's see what's going to happen in that first spot there. I think we might have Nash Lucas battling out there for that top 4 somewhere. We'll see as they come around that last berm. Let's see if I can catch some numbers, but number 2 and 3. Oh, here comes the rider at the back trying to hold on to that number 4 position, but I think it might be Nash and Jax. I think they're going to be holding on very comfortably with that number 1 and 2 position. That's also going to be, I think that might be the 7A of Lewis potentially battling out there for that number 4 position. Ryan's in there battling out somewhere as well, but let's see what happens. It's going to be pretty close between 3 and 4, but I know that Nash and Jax are making it through the finals.
Gate drops down there for the 10-year boys semi-final number 1. They've got the longest name in the world right now. He's out in front, the New Zealand rider, but I say this one, Matuna. He's out in front right now, absolutely fine right now. He came from lane 1 and absolutely blitzing it. In there for that 2 spot is going to be Richie. Elijah Moy hanging in there for that 3 spot. Who's in there for the 5 spot? That's going to be Addison Glegg as he makes his way down the last straight right now. The New Zealand rider making his way through. Here comes 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Who's going to make it through to the final? I don't think Elijah made it.
Oh, it's pretty close here for that all-important number 4 position in the 10-year boys. But out there in the front there, I know that might be one of the New Zealand riders, potentially Thor's doing a great job out there at number 1 position. I think he secured him a spot in that nice final. I know Thomas and Jaden are in there for the number 2 and 3. Who's the number 4 position? Oh, he's got some battle there for that number 4. They're 4 and 5. They're battling out. It's going to be pretty close. Anything can happen as we come down to that last straight. It's going to be the number 7, 2, 8. I think that is going to be Logan holding on very nicely to the number 4 position. Do you reckon he can hold on to it? Here comes someone. I think it might be Thor, Thomas, Jaden, and Logan.
11-year boys out on track right now. Here we go, handlebar to handlebar action. It's the rider out in front, the 3.56 of Hendricks. He's leading this semi-final, number one for the 11-year boys so far as they make their way into the second straight. Over the triple step up he goes. It's all going to be Hendricks leading the charge as they fly around. Oh, beautiful movement there for that second corner. Here as they sort themselves out, the 15-plate rider. That's going to be Harrison. Secures that fourth spot as they make their way down into the last straight. Make some noise for your riders. Here we go, top four going to make it through to the final. 15 Harrison, he's making his way from fourth to third. The top four making it through.
All right, now the Racket 11 boys out there have got a really great start from the inside. That's all going to be Daniel in that number one spot. Kai Hooper doing a great job in that number three with Will Goff in there for the number three. We've got the number four rider. They're pulling away from the pack a little bit, but here come number 5 and 6. Let's see if they can make some moves, but that's all going to be. We've got 27 battling in there for the number 5 there. And let's see, that's going to be Cooper. Let's see if he can do something, but it's all going to be Daniel, Kai, and Will.
Day drops down now. Here we go. The rider out in front. Martini from New Zealand leading the charge right now. We've also got Knox and Sam and Bentley in this one. Handlebar to handlebar action as they make their way down into the second corner and down the third straight. This is the 12-year boys semi-final number one as they make their way over the step up, step down section on the third straight. Here we go. 1, 2. That's Cordell Daly in there for that 2 spot. The rider in there for the 4 spot as he makes his way around. He's on the beautiful Speedco. He's got company though. Here comes the Prophecy rider in there for that 4 spot. Oh no, the rider out the front hangs on to it.
And the gate drops on the second lot of the 12 boys semi-finals. It's all going to be really close as they come into that first berm. We'll have to see what those number plates as they come in and out of it. Oh, we got some moves happening. Let's see. Anything can happen in these berms here. But as we come around, I think that might be the 357. That's all going to be the New Zealand rider of Artie. He is in that nice number 1 spot, and I think that might be another New Zealand rider of Dellen in there for the number 2. Oliver, the 1A, is doing a great job in there for the number 3. But as they come around that third straight, let's see what's going to change. I think 1, 2, 3, and 4, they managed to pull away from the rest of the pack a little bit, but that's all going to be the NZ3. I believe that might be Tate doing a great job in there holding on that 4th position. Let's see if he can do it. I think it's going to be Arden, Dellen, Oliver, and Tate.
Gate drops down now for the 13 boys semi-final number 1 as they make their way into the second straight, already into that second corner. The high flyer Jax O'Connell on the 3A machine. He's out in front right now. Here we go as they fly down that third straight. Look at how silky smooth they are down that third straight. Here we go, Jensen Blake, shake and bake in there for that 4 spot. He knows how to ride a bike, this kid. He makes his way through to the top 4 as he makes his way down that last straight. It's all going to be Jensen, shake and bake for 4.
13 boys just dropped. We've got one rider out here. I think that might be the New Zealand rider who's going to be pulling ahead of the rest of the pack a little bit. Number 75 on the back, that might be Carter, doing a great job in there for the number 2. But it's all going to be the NZ1 of Finn. Memphis is doing a great job in there for that number 1 position. The NZ rider sitting in there somewhere as well. But as we come down, 1, 2, 3, and 4 seem to be pulling away from the rest of the pack a little bit. I think that might be the New Zealand rider sitting there for that number 4 position. But as we come around that last straight, I know it's going to be Memphis for the 1, Carter for the 2, and 3 and 4.
Gate drops down now, 14 girls semi-final number 1 as they make their way down the first straight. Drag strip between the first 2 runners as they fly down into the triple step up and into the first corner. There goes the 31 plate rider. She's out in front. That's going to be Dusty Schroeder leading the charge right now. Show them how it's done as she manuals that double into that second straight and into the triple step up as they go. But we also so it's going to be top 4 riders making it through to the final. Who's going to be that 4th position as they make their way down the third straight? It's all Schroeder 1 as he makes their way down that third straight. It's going to be the rider in there for that 2 spot. That's going to be the rider. Could have been of Indy. Here we go, 3rd and 4th. I fight that out. Last straight action. Here we go, single step up. Who's going to make it? Here comes the 5th rider coming past. Over the step down, she goes, lunges for the line.
And now the rack of the 14 girls out there is going to be pretty close, but we've got one rider. I think that might be Indiana. I think she might be pulling away from the rest of the track as well. Got the New Zealand rider as well in there. That's going to be Madeline. She's doing a great job in there for the number 2. We also have Mila, Indiana, Sarah, and O'Hara somewhere out there in the pack as well. In that number 4 position, that's all going to be Indiana. She's going to be holding on to it. Let's see if she can do it. I think it's going to be Indiana, Madeline, Mila, and Indiana.
Gate drops down now, 14 boys semi-final number 1 as they fly down. They're getting faster and faster these semi-finals as they're already into the second corner and fly down the third straight. It's all Jaden Bradbrook. He's out in front right now on the 289 machine as they fly into that third straight. The 660 Rico Ryan in there for the 2 spot, hanging with them, but it's all going to be the leader out front. Jaden in the number 1 spot, followed by Ryan, Withington and Noah.
Oh no, our 4th contender rider has just come down there. He was going to be, oh no, we've got a few crashes happening here. We've got 1, 2, 3. They're pulling, they have a nice gap on the rest of the pack. They should be nice and sweet, but who's going to get that all-important number 4 as we come down? I know that's going to be, we have Kobe in there somewhere, Luke and Logan. They're going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll catch that 4th number as we come down, but Logan, that's going to be the, I think there's going to be Chase. I think he's going to be in that number. So it's going to be Luke, Logan, Kobe, and Chase.
Round of applause for the fallen rider back to his feet. Tricky situation to crash on right in between the triple step up and the last double section. It's good to see him back on the bike too. Back on his feet and walking away off the track. It's always good to see. Back into racing right now, semi-final number 1 for the 15 girls out on track right now, absolutely flying right now. Who's going to make it through to the final? The front runner absolutely flying right now. That's going to be the 350 of Maya. She's absolutely flying. Maya Alice. We also got Butterfield, Penny, Dawkins, Parrott, and Sophia as they make their way into the second straight, over the triple step up and into the second corner, down that third straight right now, over the double they go, over the step up, step down. It's all Maya Allison, the number 1 spot, the 151 in there for 2, that's Luca Penny in there for that 3 spot. It's going to be the rider as they fly around. It's all going to be the 2 runners, Alice and Butterfield, fighting it out, but they're making it through to the final.
Oh, it's getting a bit squishy down here in that first straight for the 15 girls, but let's see who came out of that corner alive. On the track, we should have Sophie, Penny, Ruby, Jacqueline, Gabby, and Lainey. Let's see who's going to get the number 1, 2, 3, and 4. I think that's going to be Sophie. She's a New Zealand rider, doing a great job there in the number 1. The 4, Penny sitting in there for number 2. We've got 1Q, Ruby, and I think Jacqueline might be holding on that number 4. Oh, wait, but here comes that 88. That's going to be Gabby. She's battling it on. Gabby and Lainey are battling. Who's going to get that number 4 position? I think it's going to be Sophie, Penny, Ruby, and I have to leave 4 to transponders.
Gate drops in now. Dylan Secker slipped the gate, so I'm going to be watching him as he slices through the field right now, bro. It's all going to be the leader out front. We've got 885 of Crosby backer. He's in that top 2 position as they go down on the third straight. 2 more straights to go. It's all the 122 of Nixon Banks from New Zealand. He's in number 1 spot, followed by the rider 885. Where's Secker? There he is. He's in that 3 spot. He's going to make it through to the final. 4 spot's going to be a close one.
Hell yeah.
All right, we've got another rack of the 15 boys out there. These guys always get so close on the track. It's a bit scary to watch sometimes. But I did see the number 166 of Jackson there somewhere. I think, oh no, we got a crash there. With the fourth contenders have crashed in the first burn. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 there pulling out the front. I think we might have Miles, Ben, and Jackson there for the 1, 2, 3. That's going to be Balin. He's going to round out the pack. And I don't think that order is going to change. We have Miles, Timothy, Ben, Jax, and Balin.
Gate drops down there. We've got the fallen rise. They're going to be going around them. But we've got the 16 boys semi-final. Number 1, we've got Connor, Schroeder, 1 and 2. Here we go. The third plate rider. He's stealing that second spot. He's into first spot right now as he flies in. That's the 77 plate rider, Harry Hollands. He's gone back in the second spot though. There's going to be all the leaders though. It's going to be Connor, Harry, Eli, 1, 2, and 3. Fourth is going to be a close one as well.
And the gate drops in the second 16 boys semi-finals. Let's see who gets a cracker of a start. I know that the Canada rider's going to be doing in there a great job in there. I think he might be the one pulling out the front there. Oh, it's going to be pretty close here coming into that first berm. Let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be pretty close there for that number 4 position, but it's all going to be the Canada rider. He is going to be doing a great job. Heath is going to be settling there very nicely for that number 2. Let's see if they can hold on. Oh, it's going to be pretty close. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're pulling away from the rest of the pack a little bit. That's going to be Isaac in there for number 3, and I believe that's going to be number 24 of he's going to be sitting in there. That's going to be Isaac sitting in there in that all-important number 4 position. So I know it's going to be Dominic, Heath, Isaac, and
63 leading the charge right now, 70-24 women. Talia Marsh, here she's out in front right now. Beautiful black as she flies down that second straight. Into the second corner they go as they rip around the second corner, down that third straight as they go into this. This is semi-final number 2 for the 70-24 women. Sorry, semi-final number 1 as they make their way into the top 4 right now. At the final corner, the top 4 are pulling away from the pack. This is awesome racing here for the 70-24 women, but it's all going to be Talia Marsh going to take that one.
all right, 17-24 man drops down. Let's see who's going to make the finals for these girls. I know there's going to be Stella Begg. She is in there for that number 1 position, number 1 and 2. Emma is doing a great job in there for number 4, I believe. And it's going to be Stella and Ivy out there. They've got a bit of a group gap on the rest of the pack. So does number 331 of Amber sitting there very nicely for that number 3 position. We also have that Chris Brider in there for the number 4, but it's all going to be Stella, Ivy, Bridie, and Amber.
Gate drops down now, 17-24, man. These boys are absolutely flying. I've been checking their times throughout the weekend, but it's all going to be the rider out in front, VJ Isles. He's a number 1 spot, followed by Kewen, followed by Van Bladel in there for 3. That looks like the rider in there for that 4 spot. That's Lachlan Hines. Can he hang on to that 4 spot? Here we go right now. It's going to be Isles. It's going to be Kewen. It's going to be Bladel. Is it going to be Connor? Is he going to make that 4th spot?
All right, 17-24 men out there. It's going to go really good out there from the. That's going to be Nate Morosky. He's doing a great job in there for the number 1, followed pretty closely behind him by the FD2 rider. That's going to be Jacob Bremer. We also have Cadell Shepherd doing a great job in there. Oh, but here comes that number 4 rider. That's going to be number 139, I believe. That's going to be Tyler. He's in that number 4. I think they're going to be our final contenders going to the finals. It's going to be Nate, Jacob, Tyler, and Cadell.
11 to 12 year boys cruises semi-final number 1, Cordell Daly from Rocky. He's in the number 1 spot, followed by the 251 plate rider in there for 2. That's Ashton Longbottom in there for that 2 spot, but it's all Daly 1, Longbottom 2. We've also got Johns and Butterfield in there as well as they sweep around that second corner, going out wide. Here we go, coming down that third straight, manual and double over the step up, step down section. It's all still Daly leading the charge right now. 251 of Ashton Longbottom in there for that 2 spot as they make their way down around the last straight. It's all going to be Cordell Daly 1, Longbottom in there for 2, and it looks like Dell and John's in there for 3.
All right, we've got 11 and 12 cruise boys out there. I think that's going to be all Memphis Blake. He is going to be in that number 1 position. He should be able to secure himself a nice, easy spot in that semi-finals. Then we've got number 15 rider and doing a great job in there. That is going to be sitting in there very nicely for the number 4, but it's all going to be Memphis as to come around that 3rd spot. Oh, here comes another rider. He wants a piece of the action. He's going to try to get that all-important number 4. We also have Harrison in there for the number 3 position. Darcy doing a great job in the number 2. I'm going to catch that number. That is going to be the 7A of Harrison. He's holding out that all-important number 4 position. He's got some heat in his wheels as it comes down that 4th straight. Can he hold on to it? Can Harrison hold on to it? I think he can. He's going to get the number 4.
8 to 10 year boys semi-final number 1 as they make their way down their second straight already. It's all going to be Marchand, MacArthur 1 and 2 as they make their way into the second corner and down the last straight, third straight's all Marchand, MacArthur 1 and 2. Here we go, the third plate rider in there for that 3 spot. Fourth is hanging in there. He's got a bit of space in there for that 4th position. That's going to be the rider of the 8. My wind's blowing on the sheet of paper. 5AC could have been, but coming down the last straight right now, it's all going to be lead around in front. It's going to be Zach Marchand followed by MacArthur.
All right, we've got a rider down there in that second straight as the 8 to 10 cruiser boys come by, and I think that might be the number. We got the number 96 and 99 doing a great job in there for 1 and 2. That's going to be Keegan and Elijah. They're doing a great job with Frankston. Very nice for number 3. It's going to be pretty close there for the number 4. Let's see who's going to get. I'm going to have to catch his number plate as he comes around. I think that might be the 318 of Ace in there for number 4. He's just overtaken. I think he might have just secured a spot in that all-important number semi-finals. So in the final story, we're going to have Keegan, Elijah, Frank, and Ace.
Round of applause for the fallen rider as he makes his way around the second corner. Semi-final number 1 on the gate. Semi-final number 1 for the 13 boys cruisers as they make their way down the first straight. Rico Ryan absolutely had a fly of a start as he makes his way down that first straight right now. Absolutely flying, but it's going to be the 1-9, then Z1 Ryan leading the charge right now. We also got Jara, Brody, Carter, and Max in there as well as they make their way into that second straight and around the corner they go. Absolutely flying. The front runner just pulling away from the pack. Absolutely got skills to pay the bills. Here we go, second, third, and fourth all bunched up though. Here comes the 5th rider, the 175. He's in there for that 5th spot. Can he make the move right now? Max Ranson. Here we go, last straight action. Let's see if who can hold their nerve down this last straight. Everyone kept their nerve.
It's all going to be Hudson Daly as we come down that second straight with the 13-14 cruiser boys. I don't think there's any catching him. I think he's going to have a nice, easy spot in that final later on. We also have Patrick in there for that number 2 position, Gus for the 3, and then the all-important number 4 is going to be Mason, but he's got some heat in his tail as we come into that last berm. Anything can happen. I think Cody might be in there mixing it in with the pack. It's going to be close to that number 4 position, but it's all going to be Hudson, Patrick, and leave the 3 and 4 transponders.
Gate drops down now. Here we go, 15-16 boys. Semi-final number 1. We've got Langford 1. Philip in there for the 2 spot. Looks like Eli Smith hanging in there for that 4 spot. Here we go, left and right action as they go down that third straight. Right now, though, it's all going to be Langford. Phil 1 and 2. The 98-point rider in there for that 3 spot. We've got Eli Smith in there for 4. Coming down the last straight right now. Here we go. They're all bunched up. Who's going to make the top 4 position? But it's definitely going to be Langford and Phil.
All right, 15-16 cruiser boys flying down the pack here. We got Ethan, Nicholas, Lachlan, Levi, Tyler, and Liam all out on the track there. It's going to be pretty even spread out there, but it's all going to be Ethan. He is there sitting there very nicely in the number 1 spot. I'm going to catch the number plates as we come around. I see number 17 sitting in there very nicely. That's going to be Levi in there for that number 3 position. I believe that might have been the 114 of Tyler in there for that number 4, but it's all going to be Ethan for the number 1, Levi for 3.
Gate drops in now for the semi-final number 1 for the 55-59 men. It's all going to be the reigning champ Carl Munson in the number 1 spot. We also got Jason, the second plate rider, 2-way in there for the 2 spot. We also got Steve Hewitt, Raymond Reed, Dean Nash, and Jason as they make their way around that second corner down the last straight. It looks like Dean Nash is in that 4th position. He's securing it right on the inside. He's got a bit of a black length on the 5th rider, but it's all the reigning champ out in front. That's going to be Carl Munson. Jason in there for the 2 spot. That looks like Dean Nash. He's going to secure his spot into the final for the 55-59 men.
All right, this is the last semi-final of the 55-59 men. We've got Domingos, Greg, Daryl, Simon, Jeff, and Anina all on the track there, number 1 and 2. They've gotten a bit of a big gap on the rest of the track. It's all going to be the Brazilian rider, though. That's the 71 of Greg in there for the number 1. I think Brazilian might be sitting there for that number 2 position, and Jeff's going to be holding out that all-important number 4. Oh, a bit of a battle there between 1 and 2. I think Brazilian might have gotten number 1. Greg's going to have to settle for 2, and Nina for 3, and Jeff Williams for 4.
All right, there's the semi-finals are all done and dusted. There we go. Finals coming up soon. We've got the mini wheels and the sprockets coming up next. Oh, sorry, is there mini wheelers out there? Mini wheelers? We got the sprockets lined up on the gate. Under 5 sprockets there on the gate. Is Is there any mini wheelers out there wanting to do? There we go. I can see 2 of them on the third corner. Look at them go. Is there a speed limit around this track? Because I definitely break it out. Look at that kid going. He's hooking it. I reckon about 25k. I can see 3 or 4 of them. There we go. 5 of them actually. Absolutely flying down around that sweeper, the concrete sweeper. Looks like we're getting locked and loaded for the mini wheelers. I don't know what the official's saying, but all those kids are ready to rock and roll. Usually they're from the ages of 2 to 4. Toughest part is getting them to listen. They got that thick helmet on. All they want to do is go. I think it's just ready, set, go. The pink rider's always having a great start here. Look, I got the numbers now. As I move the numbers over to the side, make the call. It's the 723 leading the charge. That's Marshall. Marshall wide, 420 in there for that 2 spot. That's Caspian Gundry in there for the 2 spot. They're the 2 speedsters. Where's 300? 300 of Presley always has a big smile. Look at the other 2 riders. They're all riding and looking at the other riders. The 222 in there for that 5th spot. The 222 of Rory. Who's going to make it through to the final? We're going to make it exciting. Here we go, coming down the last straight. Look at these little mini wheels. Absolutely love it. Oh no, we've got to ride it down the last straight over the single. Oh, his friend he cut him off. He's looking back. He's making sure his buddy's all right. Oh no, he's going over again. That's right, champ. Sorry, I don't know if it's a boy or girl. I can't see that far. Oh no, he's going down too. Good teamwork. Now the other friend's got to stop now too. Nah, she's like, nah, I crashed first, so I'm going to go straight past you. No friends on the track right now. So a round of applause for the speedsters as they make their way down the last straight. This is the mini wheelers absolutely flying out there. Yeah, I love calling them because usually there's no rules. They usually cut the track as well. But I love seeing them out there pushing their way through and looking around at the families and all the cameras.
Yeah, sprockets. Yeah. I'm going to go grab my water out of it. Can you grab my water out of it? Just throw my black bag.
Yeah.
And the gate drops now. They pop for the under fire sprocket boys. Oh, we only got 3 of them on the track. I think we might be missing a couple, but we've got the little boy in the orange jersey out there doing a great job. Oh no, he's just losing some momentum. I've got a number, I think it's a 523, maybe doing a great job out there on the outside. Oh, but here comes a little 111 or 911 of Kobe. He came really nicely on the inside there, and we also got that 3rd rider. I think that might be the 21. We've got Ethan Harrison and Kobe on the track, and they're going to be battling it out there. I think that might still be Kobe doing a great job there in the number 1. He did a great move in that first berm, and I think there's going to be no catching him as he comes flying down that 3rd straight. But no, here comes Harrison. He wants a piece of the action as well, and Bruce is also around that, the top 3 position. Let's see what happens, but it's all going to be the 911 machine of Kobe. I think he is going to take this one. We've got the 523 Ethan in there for the number 2. Bruce, I think Harrison is going to have to set off that number 3 position.
All right, gate drops down now for the 6-year Sprocket boys as they fly down the 2nd straight already. It's all going to be the lead around front. Theo Williams on the 98 machine. It looks like it could have been Hudson Bell on the 222 machine in there for that 2 spot. As they go, look at this. One's going inside, one's going outside. Let's see what happens down this last straight. Here's the 222 going to boost around this last straight. Here we go. He's looking for a star like Sonic as he flies around. We've got the 76 in there for that 3 spot. That's Alien McCaney. And we also got the rider in there for that 4 spot. But it's all going to be Williams going to take this one out, followed by Bell and Elliott.
We got the 7 Sprocket boys out there on the track. That's all going to be Noah Heron doing a great job in there for that number 1 spot. Cade is going to be in there for the number 2. It's going to be pretty close though as it comes down that 3rd straight. This is going to be the last year of Sprockies for these guys, so it is super exciting. And we got a battle there, 1 and 2. Let's see who's going to take it. We've also got Dylan doing a great job in there for the number 5 position as it come around that last straight. It's all going to be Cade, all going to be Noah. Who's it going to be? I think Cade might take the win. Oh, Noah's going to take the win. Cade's going to have settle for the number 2 position.
7-year Sprocket boys are out on track. It looks like the 111 machine, Carter West, absolutely from the Shepparton Club. That's where the national trials are there this year. It's all going to be, it looks like the monster colours though on the 111 on his back, but it's all going to ride in there for 2 spots. Got a bit of company, the 2-plate rider of Dang in there from China. He's in there as well, but coming down the last straight right now, it's all the leader out in front. The 111 machine of Carter West going to take this one out, and the Chinese rider in there for 2 of Dang.
All right, and we move on to the little Sprocky girls as we come round. I see a whole heap of pink and purple on that track. Let's see, I think I saw some 5s there. That might be Mackenzie from New Zealand doing a great job in there for that number 1 spot. We also have that little purple jersey holding on really nicely for that number 2 in that number 3. Oh, we've got another little rider coming down the back there as well. That is going to be the New Zealand rider for Mackenzie. Oh, I don't think there's going to be any catching her as she comes flying down that 3rd straight. But here comes little purple jersey. Let's see what she has to say about that. I think she might want to have a look at that little single digit. Let's see. That's going to be the number 54 out on the track there. I'll have to find her name. We've also got 19 of Isla Rose doing a great job in there for the number 2, but it's all going to be Mackenzie. There's no catching her. That might be Jalen in there for the number 2. And we got the 19 of Isla Rose rounding out your top 3.
All right, we've got 3 riders of this one, 6-year Sprocket girls. It looks like we've got Miller, Asha, and Grace Hennessy in this race right now. They're starting to spread out. Down the 2nd straight they go. 1's already, down the 3rd straight already. That's all going to be the riders out in front. This is going to be the 6-year Sprocket girls. Moto number 4, so this is their final as they blitz it down the 3rd straight. It's all going to be the leader out in front. 60500 by of Grace Hennessy, absolutely from the Knox BMX Club. She's ripping around that last straight and bringing it on home. So it's going to be Grace Hennessy in the number 1 spot, followed by the 281 rider in there for that 2 spot. That's going to be Asha Gregory in there for that 2 spot. She rips around that 3rd corner and making her way home as well. And the 22-plate rider in there for 3 of Millie Zona, absolutely flying with the T-square colours. She makes her way down the last straight over the single, step up, and cruises over. And that's the 6-year girls, motor number 4, done and dusted.
Advice on what a real paramedic's supposed to do?
confirm that as they come back towards us, but still your race leader there is going to be Tory James. Might be the 77 in that 3 spot. Now it's a 2-1 bike there as they swing around the final turn here. That is Nicole Sinclair, but it's all Tory James. Down on the line, she'll get the win there. 2 will be Malloy, the 3, Nicole Sinclair. While we're loading another rack of finals up there, just like the welcome Brenton Harrison back from New Zealand.
Hey Peter, how are you tonight, mate? It's great to meet you. I didn't get to meet you last night.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstances for yourself, but I think you guys over, Brenton.
Well, here we go. It's final number 10, and it's the 11 girls on the road. It's a full go to them as they come back down towards us now. We'll oversee who's out there. We've got Ronnie Grantham, Georgia Power, where's Cora Stevens, Soph McKenzie on the middle. There we go. Hold on, and Hattie Barrington. Out the front, though, I can recognise that right. Georgia poking off Poe Edwards. She's got her nose out front, and now she's keeping going down to the second corner. As we start to look to see who's coming back down towards us. It's the Kiwi out the front. Can they catch her? They chasing it out. Hunting like a pack of wolves there behind her. Into the work she comes. Back down towards me here. Georgia Poe Edwards out the front. She's singing around the back up to 75 plate in the number 2 spot. There's a look though. Must be the 25 plate down the corner. Bonnie Grantham. She's pushing out, but she's going to come here for her outside wheel. As they push out, who's going to get the 2nd spot? We're going to take that one upstairs.
Right, yeah, Blackwell's out there. Who's going to slot in there? Looks like might be in the NZ one. I think of Michael Wallace in that 2 spot. In the 3 is going to be Indy Eric. She's got a little bit of company on the outside there. Might have been just pushed back to the 4 spot. As they swing around turn number 2. Still Blackwell though, out in front doing it nicely. Got a pretty handy lead there over your NZ1 rider of Wallace. So Blackwell and Wallace, they are your 1-2 as they swing around the final turn here. Might be Equal holding down 3 at the moment. Eric's just going to try and pick up that spot as they head down through the home straight. It's going to be tight in the line between Equal and Eric's maybe Eric's in the 3 and Blackwell and Wallace will take 1-2.
Here we go, leads 11, it's final number 12, it's our level boys, Daniel Fillion, Kai Hopper, Eric Strahokota, Caden McDonald, Wolkoff, Henry Fraser, Harrison Cullen, Brave Flanagan, into the work, here we go, into the 12 plate out the front, that's Daniel Fillion, he's having a good crack, what can we see is the 1A in behind him, that's Kai Hooper, he's at the number 2 spot, what's going on, as we come into the 2nd quarter there, they're pushing hard, still pretty close, it's anybody's game at this stage, here they go, the move's going to come down, it looks like we might have lost the rider in the corner, but coming back down towards us now, it's still your 12 plate of Daniel Fillion in the front, yeah, to the one they go, here we go, the 3, 5, 6 is going to have a go, that's Henry Starcott, can he move up to the number 2 spot, I don't know, probably a little bit too late down the final straight, as they cross the line there for final number 12. Oh, there we go, Wolkoff, unfortunately taking a bit of a spill, great to see back up on the bike, who finished the lap.
Right out, 12 boys final off the 5-metre hill. We got Manatini in there. We got Daly Fenton, Blake, Katakura, Johns, Mace and Bird. As they go into the first turn there, the rider on the get the job done at the moment. It's going to be speed of 5.63 there. That is Manatini. He's going to lead us down through the 2nd straight until Brent will pronounce his name far better than what I can, but I'm doing my best as they swing around turn number 2 now. Now, 563 bike out of New Zealand. Look at the real estate he's put on the rest of the field as he goes down through the 3rd straight. So he's going to be a race leader there. Big shopping done there by the 2 SA bike there. It's Benton slotting in that 2 spot. And it looks like the 357 of Kakura. He's going to cross the line for the 3, but it's Martini Hill making the win. Perfect, perfect.
Here we go, we're into it, it's an 8 boys game, it's final number 14, I tell you this is a true Anzac battle with the 4 Kiwis taking on the 4 Wallabies, it's good they go, I can see it, that must be none other than Hudson Haslop, on the 3-11 plate, that kid, he's pushing hard, he's got coming all over his back wheel, as we look for Free Stanfield, on the 901, if you got the 120 front of your eyes, that's Jake Anderson, Ollie Beach on the 199, Rogers Anderson on the 5 there, sitting on the 11, it's Noah Merriman, Bo Williams is sitting on the 89 plate, and the 444 plate belongs to Charlie Bryan, back down towards us now, the senior rider on the 311, that's Hudson Haslop, he's got his work cut out for him, I think I'm at a 528, Rogers down possibly, here's the 2 spot, here he goes, the track race down the final, the battle's on for the number 2 spot, looks like Hudson, hang on, I don't know, he's going to be close to call from this angle.
Rightio, 9 boys out on track. Looks like spinning well. Number 2 there, Archer's into the charge at the moment. We need our 5 top 5 test team qualifiers for the day. Top 5 boys and girls head to the ACE race tech to prepare for your presentation, please. Right out back to racing down the home straight. Go with your 9 boys. We'll be taking the win. Will be Archer as Werner.
Here we go, 10 boys and flying down the hammer. It's little Piso, pushing hard into the work there out of New Zealand. He's flying it down. Thomas Coffison, that's all Louis Hill. He's in the mix there too with Roger
Jaden Pocket Rocket Verrett, he's coming along. Logan Healy, Edison Clegg, Daniel Chen in the mix, but it's Thor Piso throwing down the hammer, but he's got company in form of the 111 plate. That's Matua Nui Hill. Can he go? Somebody call the police. Here we go down the final straight. It's going to be there. Thor Piso looks like he's going to hang on. It's a Kiwi for the 1 and 2.
Memphis McLeod's going to lead the charge here. 13 boys out on track as they headed up through the second straight. The 2's going to be your NZ1. That is Finn Lawrence. You've got Jax O'Connell in there. Freddie Coote, Carter Dorman, Noah Joyce, Jared Benning, Jensen, Blake. But out front at the moment, the 21 bike of McLeod. McLeod is the rider in charge. And now the final turn looks like McLeod. He'll grab the win. The NZ1 off Finn Lawrence for your 2. Jax O'Connell for the 3. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for our fallen riders. Got the 100 bike there, Noah Joyce.
Here we go, they're getting faster and faster. It's the final number 18. It's our 14 boys as we look to see who's going. We're going Jaden Braddock, Luke Payton, Logan Willoughby, Kobe Butterfield, Rico Ryan, Charlie Winton, James Miller, Case Westbrook. Into the work they go. Flying down there, I'm going to make it out. He's got the 86 plate on the back of his shirt. That must be Luke Patrioni. He's having a crack, and behind him, though, I'm going to say it's rocketing Rico Ryan in the number 2 spot, coming back down towards me now. As we're going to confirm that up there, though, out the front, it's your 86 plate. That's Luke Patroni. He's having a go, rocketing Rico Ryan in the number 2 spot, but he's got company in the form of the 2-9-8, I don't know. They're going fast for the number 2 spot. What can happen? This is going to be one for scores in the replay. That's for sure as they cross the line for final number 18.
15 boys got to be second, leading the charge there. Looks like the 1-2-2 on the back of the jersey. Banks in the 2 spot at the moment. They are absolutely motoring down through the second straight. They're in and out of turn number 2. Still your race leader though is the 3A of Dylan Secker. Look at him light up the 3rd straight. Secker still the one in charge, the 1-2-2. That's going to be Banks in that 2 spot. They're in and out of the final turn now. The minor placings, ding dong battle going down for those ones. But Secker and Banks, I'll be your 1-2.
Here we go, into the whole shot they go. It's our 16 boys for final number 20. We're looking for Dominic Gilzenberg, Heath Cully, Ellie Schroeder, Jensen Bentley, Isaac Benz, Harry Rowlands, Tyler Harble, and Connor Breton Stiles. Into the second corner they go, and they're coming back down towards me now. We're going to see who's who in the zoo. Here they go, they're coming down thick and fast, but it's going to be Connor out the front, I believe, and Dominic in the number 2 spot. But here we go, what can the 6-1-6 do? He's gone high. Oh no, there we go. The 77 plate having a good crack. That's Harry Rowlands. He might even get a nose out front. I don't know, I can't see from this angle.
17-24 men now flying down the first straight here. Morosky picks up where he left off yesterday, looking for a big win here. Here we go in and out of turn number 1. The 5-1-3 is in that 2 spot there. That is Jack Kuhn out in New Zealand, but it's still Morosky, Kuhn there, the 1-2. Jacob Bremer slots himself into the 3 spot there. They're into the 3rd straight now. It's still all Morosky though. Morosky doing it nicely, Kuhn. Then we'll go back to Bremer. It looks like we've got the 16 bike there of Van Bladel. Have a look at a big move there by Bremer. He jumps in the 2 spot now. Makes a small mistake. Kuhn might have got it. They'll cross the line together, taking the win, Morosky.
Here we go, we're into it. This should be, I believe, it's going to be a 25-39 men as we're coming along, but my sheets are quite all over the place at the moment. We got Zach Hutton, Mike Mitchell Burke, and Nathan Glab out there at the moment as they come back down towards us now. We're looking for Zach, and he's out the front, I believe, coming through on the 23 plate there, sitting in the number 2 spot. That's Mitchell Burke with Nathan Glab. They're rounding us out on the 56 plate as we cross the line here. There we go. Now there's a 4th on the track. Okay, that's okay.
Rightio, here we go now. Looks like we've got a 30-34 men final. They swing around turn number 1, the 1-4-4, the 1-8-8. They go 1-2 at the moment. It's going to be Nash and Stewart. They are 1-2 as they head down through this second straight. Looks like a 65 or 5-5. It might have been a burn sitting in about 3rd wheel, but it's all Nash and Stewart. At the moment, they are still your 1-2. Nash out front. Stewart starts to charge down that 3rd straight now. They come bar to bar into the turn. Stewart and Nash lean on each other. Nice defensive work there as they head down the home straight there. Stewart, he might just hang on to it there. Nash maybe on the line in a tight one.
Here we go, though, racing down the first straight. It's final number 24, and into the work they go as they come flying round now. I'll look to see who's who in the zoo, but they're flying through. We got Wade Worth, Zach Webb, we've got Matthew Kennedy, Troy Lenz, Joel Hook, Troy Roberts, Andrew Ashton, and Marius Kazumskis coming towards us now. It's Matthew Kennedy at the front and Wade Northworth. He's in the number 2 spot at the moment, coming back down towards me now. These guys should know better. They've got work on Monday. Somebody better call their boss. Oh, there we go, the 72 plate. He threw it down, Wade North. He came in with a dirty 90 undercut. As it crosses the line, you can tell that boy was born in the 90s.
Gates down in a final of 40-44 men. Rhodes, Brunton, Adams, Swain, Avery, Meredith, Baldock, Gronbeck, one rider missing out of there. I think we got 7 starters. We're in the turn. Number 1's going to be Brunton. I think it might be the 61 bike. Sean Brunton's the one in charge at the moment. Rhodes looks to be sitting in second wheel there. In the 3, looks like the Swain train. He's going to make a move now into that 3 spot. They round turn number 2. Here we go now down through the 3rd straight. Still Sean Brunton, the one in charge. Rhodes trying to reel him in, but Brunton, he's got it all over him at the moment. In and out of final turn. Brunton, Rhodes. Here comes Rhodes starting to close the gap down through to home straight, but Sean Brunton will get it done. Rhodes will take the 2 back in the 3. Glenn Swain.
Here we go. It's manualing into the whole shot there. Coming flying around the corner. It's our final number 26. 45-49 men on the 17 play. We've got Shane Whitby. 46 is Tago Dias. Jamie Chambers on the 393. 2027. That's Joshua Jasinski. Mark Fuge on the 93. Paul Drew on the 17X. As they come back down towards me now, it's the 601 of Grant Dawes and Terry Kaczynskis on the 747. Oh, we've got a bit funky with it here. It's the 46 plate having a crack around the outside. There we go. It's going to be Tago Dias. Can he make a move up it? I don't know. I missed the first plate. Oh, my giddy yarn. He got funky with it down the last straight.
Rightio, 50-54 men, 83 riders turning up for Moto number 4. Pretty sure it's going to be Yates and Coombs. They are your 1-2 at the moment. Phillips holding down the 3. They're in and out of turn number 2. They're just cruising at the moment. Rider up front there, he's just shut it down. He's had a big weekend. He can't be bothered. They're all pretty much cruising now. Coombsy, though, he'll slot himself in there. He'll take the lead, do the Bradbury in the last straight there. Nice one, Joey, but down home straight they go. They're going to try and cross the line together.
Here we go, though, coming back down towards us now. We've got a full gate. This is final number 28, I tell you. This is our 55-59 men. Into the work they go, flying through there. We're going to be looking for the 1A plate. That's Carl Mutchin on the 105, though, heading into the second straight. It's Dominicos Lumagola as they come back down towards us, though. It is Dominicos Lumagola out the front. Alec Beck in the number 2 spot coming back towards us. Mike Head on the 88. Steve Irwin on the 113 coming into the work early. It's the 7-1 plate of Brian Dunn and Inio Vacarella on the 531. They're getting funky with it into the last corner. And the 25 plate there is going to hang on. Here we go. The challenge is on down the final straight. Well, look at this. We're going 3 wide across the finish line. Oh, my giddy yarn. Somebody get the replay.
Rightio, they'll all be able to go home and watch it on SBS on demand. Rightio, we go to our girls final. We pick them up as they come around turn number 1. It is the 009 bike followed by the 25. So there's Z.I. Liu in that 1 spot there. Hannah Leishman is going to be in the 2. We'll grab some more numbers for you as they come back towards us down through the 3rd straight. But it is Ziyi Liu out of China doing a sensational job there with Hannah Leishman. Hot on a hammer though, but still Liu out in front. Leishman is in that 2. Oh, she's been pushed back to the 3 now. Ewing throws herself into the mix. Poppy Ewing trying to hold the Chinese rider there, trying to hold off Ewing. But here's Liu sitting at the front now. Liu, Ewing's throwing everything at him. Liu will take the win, your 8 girls.
I'll tell you what, here we go. After 8 comes 9, Peter, and it's the 9 girls out there at the moment for final number 30. Out the front, though, Pippa Walker out of New Zealand. Alongside her mate, Winnie Murphy. They're going to be having some stories on the plane. That's for sure. Can they hang on as they come back towards us? Nico Payer on the 5A. Ella Adams on the 1NS. As they got Audrey Smith on T2Q, the 87 plate of Luca Upsall. Li Yung Zhu out of China on the 531 and the 17 plate. That's Lucas Sturgis, but is it going to be Pippa Walker across the line? Only scores can tell as we round out final number 30.
Right, yeah, pretty sure that's Evelyn Daly sitting in about third or fourth wheel at the moment. Your race leader's going to be Isla Reed. She's followed by Olive Birch in that 2 spot as they come in and out of turn number 2. I tell you what, one rider there might have picked the wide lane because I think she come flying out from the outside, maybe set herself a challenge, but still your 611 bike is the rider in charge. That is Isla Reed. Birch is in the 2. The 1A though, Evelyn Daly's trying to hunt down Birch as they go down the home straight, but hanging on for the win there. Reed. Birch, Daly, there, 1, 2, 3.
Lucky for some, unlucky for others. It's the 13 girls. Here we go. It's final number 32. Addison Harrifield, the number 1 in this pack. She's having a crack. Will she get the whole shot? I don't know. Only time's going to tell. And it looks like she might have got the whole shot as she dominates into the work. We're looking for the 8A plate. That's Josie Bunt. Maggie McDougall on the W4. She's chasing down the work. The 1A of Miller Renich, and coming in is Josie Bunt in the 2. Charlie McCulley in the 3. And it is Addison Harrifield out in the 1 as we look for Amelia Dobson, Chloe Pieper, Kaylee McKee as they come back down towards us now. Here we go. They're chasing down Addison Harrifield. Can Eddie hold it on? I don't know. There's going to be a bit of juice in the tank here. Here we go, the challenge. Up the outside, the afterburners are on, the lights are going. And we're going to go. The sugar's going to kick in as we cross the line, but it looks like it's going to be the Kiwi for the 1.
Have a go at the drag race between Dusty and Indiana down the first straight, but Schrader got the best of it. Hendricks Clifton's going to have to settle for the 2 as they go in and out of turn number 2. Dusty Schrader out of the Toowoomba Club looks to have a pretty handy lead there. Does have Indiana just tucked in behind her. We'll go back to your third place rider now. That looks to be... that might be the 88 bike, I think it is, of Zali King. In and out of the final turn we go now. King's got a bit of heat in the tail there, but down through the home straight we go. Schrader's going to get it done. Indiana, Hendricks Clifton too.
Holy heck, I tell you, the 350 plate there, that is Maya Ellis as she came out of that gate like a rocket, I tell you. Into the work, though, we're looking for the 191 of Sophie Penny. It's Penny Allen in the 2, but it's going to be out the front. It's got to be coming back towards us now. I'm losing track as they come. We're looking for Sophie Penny, Luca Penny, Maya Ellis, though, still in the domination. She's into the last corner. Mackenzie Butterfield, Penny Allen, Alex Dawkins, Ruby Pereira, Langley Gossman, pushing through there, but I'm still confident it's going to be your 350 plate crossing the line.
Rightio, picking up the whole shot. The world number 8 is going to get the best of the starts. Your 16 girls, Zoe Weatherhead, it will be in that 2 spot. Pretty sure it might be Stitchbury holding down 3s here, down through that second straight now, but still your race leader doing it nicely. There is going to be Zoe Weatherhead, I think it was. No, it is a world number 8, yes. So that's Melania Kudea. As they go into the final turn now, pretty sure I didn't quite nail that name, but as we get down the home straight, it is Melania Kudea taking the win over Zoe Weatherhead, the 2.
Here we go, final number 36. If you lost count, it's the 17 to 24 female. Into the work they go, coming back around this corner, flying fast. It's Stella Big, Tyler Marsh, Georgie Venables, Lauren Winter, Ivy Westbrook, Amber Robson out of New Zealand, Mackenzie Copeland, and Dryly Dowsey out in the 1. It's Georgie Venables, and the number 2 spot sitting with Stella Big at the moment. Is that it looks pretty civilised out there at the moment. These ladies have got the skills that pay the bills. Into the work they go. 1 and 2 still sitting as it is. The 727. Stella Big sitting in the mix as we cross the line here, rounding out final number 36, 17-24 women.
Right, 25-29 women. It looks a bit of 67 machine of Amy Martin. She's the one in charge at the moment. Selena Pfister out of New Zealand. She is in the 2. Couple of riders having a great battle for those minor spots at the moment. This is Moto number 4 of your 25-29 women, but out front at the moment it is all Amy Martin. She has her stablemate there in Pfister out of New Zealand in that 2 spot, but Martin and Pfister, the Kiwi, showing us how it's done at the moment as they head down through the home straight. They'll take out Moto number 4.
Here we go as the sun goes down, so does the gate, and that's on final number 38. It's the 35-39 woman, and into the work early we go as we look to see who's who in the zoo. We're looking for Vanessa Robertson-Griffiths, Heather Mumford, Monica Henry, Courtney Whitby, Kirsten McBride, Amanda Hale, Brooke Goff, Kimberly Baldock, as they come flying along now, looking pretty civilised though. Middle of the pack though, the 88 plate having a crack though. That is Vanessa Robertson-Griffiths. She's having a go. But in the number 1 spot, I believe it's Courtney Whitby at the moment. With the 2 is Brooke Goff. Coming in through is Monica Henry in the 3. But let's just check that out as they come back down towards us now. It is going to be the 17 plate. Yep, that's the one out the front. That's Courtney Whitby. She's hung on the whole way into the final corner. She looks like she's got this under control as we head home for final number 38. That's our 35-39 woman.
Right, yeah, the 151 bike at Donna Head got off to the best of the starts. It's going to be Michelle Newport in that too. Then we'll go back to the that FD2 colours there. Who's that going to be in the 3? I don't know if it was Newport. It might have been Mainsbridge, I think, but Donna Head is still the one leading us down this third straight now. Still Head out in front. Then you got your double 1WA there of Newport in the 2. They're going in now the final turn now, but it's all done and run.
All right, Peter, this is hectic. Right, we've got 2 sets of race sheets. That's how many finals they're going here.
Here I was thinking we were done, mate.
Yeah, it would have been a nice early night for us, wouldn't it?
Earlier.
Yeah, I think I've passed my bedtime, to be fair.
Yeah, look, we do give the authority for anybody that does, any child that does want to have a day off tomorrow. You got my blessing. Any adult that wants to have a sickie, you also have my blessing.
Yeah, Peter's offering to write and sign letters.
Yeah, come and see me for your sick notes.
I'm sure we can bribe a few medical staff to validate that too, right?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I'm getting the nod here from the paramedic to my left, mate. He's going to sign it off.
Take donations.
For the Kiwis out there, an Australian medical certificate will suffice as well. Some kind of reciprocal agreement, I believe.
Well, we are reciprocal countries, I believe, with Medicare.
Here we go, we're into the cruisers. This is our 8 to 10 boys. It's final number 40 into the work though. We're looking for Zach Merchant, Keegan Whitman, Elijah Moy, Arlo MacArthur, Lewis Anderson, Frank Waters, Ace Cohen, Alexander Berdoka coming through there. Look at this, they're lining themselves up. Single file, super cool. It's the 17 out the front. It's Zach Merchant. Oh, there we go, the 1, 2, 3. Keegan Whitman, Elijah Moy pushing through. Here we go, back into the second corner. They're looking pretty organised as they come in. This is how it might line up. But anything can happen here in BMX racing. That's why we love the sport. Into the work, there we go. It is just 17 plates still out the front. Zach's having a crack. Can he hang on? The rest of the pack are catching up. This is where there we go. Look at that. Yeah, I'm going to call Frank Waters. Had a move on the inside. Out of New Zealand. Can he hang? And Cromwell, to be exact. What's he going to do across the line? I don't know.
Right, here we go now, 11-12 Cruiser Boys, final Cordell Daly got off to a cracking start. He lit up first straight, but have a look right on his back. Max is going to have Memphis Blake there on the 248 bike. Here we go now, they're banging bars. Oh, Blake there slots into the one spot now. Daly pushed back to the 2. The rider out of China, he lays it down in turn number 3, in that 3 spot there, but getting the win. Blake and Daly, there you 1-2.
Rocking in behind them, it's final number 42, the South 13 to 14 boys at the front, the NZ1, and he's the NZ1 for a reason. That's rocketing Rico Ryan with Jariah Benning in the number 2 spot. He's having a crack though, the 2A. He's got the spot. No, at the front, it's the 100 plate in the number 2 spot now. That's Hudson Daly. He's going to give Rico a run for his money as we chase across the line. There we go. That's going to be final number 42, Cruiser 13 to 14 boys.
Rightio, 15-16 Cruiser Boys. We've got Dowes, Minogue, Anning, Wallace, Langford, Philp, Smith and Lister. Who's going to lead the race to turn number 1? Tell you what, it's going to be tight, but it's going to be the 11 bike. I think it might have been the 17, sorry. Oh, no, it might have been the 11 there of Sam Langford. Just getting confused there, the 1-7 and the 1-1. So Langford's going to lead the charge there. Dowes is in the 2. It's a ding-dong battle going on at the moment. We have one rider exit stage right on turn number 2, but still Langford out front. Dowes is starting to close the gap. The 654 bike throws himself in the mix too. That's going to be Ollie Philp. Dowes has a little dig in the final turn, but it's going to be Langford. Langford will get it done. Dowes will take the 2, and we lose a couple there in the last straight.
Here we go, 70-24 men looking for the Lone Ranger, the Kiwi. That's Kai Temawana on the 77 plate coming towards us. No, though, Brody Wilson's out the 1, Jacob Craig in the 2. Oh, Kai Temawana, he's going, it's the 117. He's in the 3 at the moment. That is Jacob Craig. Into the work they go. The battle's on for the 1 spot. It's not going to be safe. Here we go. What's going to happen? I can't see over the hills. Oh, my giddy aunt. That's not a cruiser race. That is going full hanging.
Right, 35-39 Cruiser Men gate goes down. Worth, Lawrence, Jones, Stewart, Anderson, Kozlowskis, Scary and Thorne. Who's going to get the best of it? I reckon it'll be the 72 bike there. Wade Worth's the one in charge at the moment. Back in the 2 spot there. Might have been the 990, was it, of Lawrence as they go down through the second straight there. Worth and Lawrence there, you 1-2 at the moment. It's Aussie versus Kiwi down through this third straight, but still Wade Worth, your race leader. Lawrence is in the 2. Jamie Chambers, I think it might be, in that 3 spot there. Then we'll go back to the 9-2 bike. That's got to be Benjamin Anderson. Worth under siege now. Worth has been passed there. So I think it was going to be Lawrence getting it. Wade Worth take the 2.
Here we go, final number 46, Cruiser 40-44 men. We've got the 12 plate of Luke Petrov. We've got Scott Murphy on the 135, the 3Q of Jonathan Baldock, the triple 1 plate of Jeremy Gilbert, Brendan Nuts on the 81, the 61 plate of John Dollison, Lindsay Ver in the 589, and the 17 of Gareth Harris out in the front there at the moment. It's going to be the 12 plate. That must be Luke Petrov into the work though. Here we go into the last corner. There's a ding-dong battle on for 3 and 4. Down the straights we go. Those lactic acid will be burning in those legs as they push hard. They're going to get some cold fizzies, no doubt, when they get home.
Right, yeah, pretty sure that's going to be the Latvian rider there. Gertz Donkus. Gertz Donkus going to lead the charge into turn number 1. It's going to be Szyminski out of New Zealand in the 2. So we got the Latvian out front, the New Zealand rider Szyminski in that 2 spot. We got a Brazilian in there as well as an Italian. This is like a World Championships final as I head down through this third straight. But still out front though, it is Gertz Donkus, the Latvian, doing it nicely. He's going to lead him in the final turn now. Head down through the home straight. It's going to be the Latvian of Jonkas. He'll take it out over Szyminski out of New Zealand too.
Here we go, Desert Parrot out of Tauranga trying to have a crack. He's not quite going to get the whole shot here in final number 48. That's a Cruiser 50-54 men. They're pushing hard. What's going to happen? We're looking for Jason Ewan, Matt Yates, Nigel Coombs, William Phillips, Darren Parrott, Mark Lewis, Tom Gilliford, Ross Davidson. Coming back down towards us now, Jason Ewan. He might have got out the front. Desert Parrot in the number 2 spot with Nigel Coombs sitting in the 3. But it's too close to call. You could throw a tea towel over these boys. Into the last quarter they go. What can Desert Parrot do? He's gone low. He's got the afterburners on. He wants to take a piece of the action home. He might get his nose out front. I can't tell. He's possibly taken it.
Big scary moment there. It might have been Lamoglia out of Brazil, but Carl Mustian, he's going to be the one that leads us down the second straight. Going to be Greg Hughes, I think it was, in the 71 bike in that 2 spot at the moment. As our other rider there getting a little bit loose. He's just into second turn now, but it's all Mustian at the moment. He's been on it all weekend. The 71 bike in the 2. We'll go back to the, might have been the 12 machine in that 3 spot there, but Carl Mustian, your current 1A, sensational ride by him.
No rest for the record, Peter. We enter final number 50, mate. They've thrown them down thick and fast. Talking about thick and fast, it's our 8 to 10 girls out there at the moment. The 87 plate, that's Luca Upsall. We got the 17 of Willow Whitby. Adriana Smith there on the 27 plate, the 1N of Olive Birch. Evelyn Daly on the 100 and the 258 of India Shooter. Harper Matthews on the 6Q, but out the front, I believe it's Evelyn Daly. Olive Birch, in the number 2, and Harper Matthews in the 3. Coming back down towards us, yep, it is your 100 plate of Evelyn Daly. She's got it covered. The bright orange bike in behind her, we can see her in the dark, that's for sure, as they make their way back down that final straight. Looking pretty solid, but the battle's on for 3 and 4, and to the work we go down that rhythm straight. Who's going to take out the final number 50?
Right, our 11-12 Cruiser girls, they flew around turn number 1 here at Sleeman SX track. Michael Wallace, so she was the rider in charge out of New Zealand. Adeline Eatwell, the Mackay rider, she's in that 2 spot at the moment. Probably going to be Steve Rikelp or Hinchcliffe in the 3. We'll confirm those as they come towards us. But Wallace and Eatwell, they are your 1-2. It is Stevie Rikelp in that 3 spot now as they swing around in the final straight. But great ride there. Michael Wallace, she's been on the heat all day. She'll take another win there. Addison Eatwell, the 2, Rikelp 3.
Here we go, it's final number 52, and out the front, there we go, Josie Bunt on the 1A plate. That's the W1 of Maggie McDougall, and the world number 7 of Addison Harrifield sitting in the 3, as we look for Chloe Pieper, Penny Simmons, Sheila Finch, Taylor Jackman, Ruby Soak, but it's going to be on the bright pink bike. There we go, I tell you, throwing it down super fast, the 13 to 14 Cruisers. That is final number 52 as they take it out.
Rightio, let's grab some numbers. They swing around turn number 1. Looks like it's going to be the 7A, the rider in charge at the moment, or was it the 1A of Chloe Hart? This is your 17-24 Cruiser women. Pretty sure it's going to be Hart. She would be a race leader there. The 2 is going to be Gabby Rikelp. So Hart and Rikelp, they're your 1-2 at the moment. Hart out of Pine Rivers, Rikelp out in the Moorumbar Club up there, up the coast in sunny Queensland, but still it is going to be Raquel and Hart. They are your 1-2. Hart, the one, though, down the line we go. Chloe Hart, she'll get it done. Raquel will take the 2.
Here we go, the gate is dropped and it's into the work nice and early for the final number 54. This is our 25 to 29 cruiser female. I tell you what, I think my eyes are deceiving me, but Selena Feister, wasn't she just out on the track a minute ago? She's back out now, double classing alongside Tony James. The 2 Kiwis, 1 and 2, 2 and 1, battling it out. We got Nicole McCaffrey in the front there too. Emily Wood on the 1A, she's in the mix alongside there, but here we go. The Kiwis are battling it out. Tony James out the front, Selena on the 2. What's going to happen in this last corner? It's going to go. Selena's going to make a move. This is exciting stuff to watch into the last corner. She's gone low. Tony went high. Here we go. The afterburners are on. This is too quick to call. It looks like Selena might have got a nose out front as they cross the finish line for final number 54, cruiser 25 to 29 woman.
Tell you what, Sinclair had a cracking start out of the wide lane to pick up the whole shot there. So I think it might be Whitby. She might have been the 2 or 3 at the moment, but Nicole Sinclair absolutely dominated that first straight. She's now the Big Rivers Club up there in the Northern Territory. So Sinclair, your race leader. Kimberly Baldock, she's in that 2 spot now. Should be Whitby or Whitby who should be there or thereabouts in that 3, and it is the 17 bike in the 3, but as they head down through the home straight, 1, 2, 3, it'll be Sinclair, Ava, Baldock and Whitby.
I'll tell you what, if you're not trackside, get your backside here because it is final number 56, cruiser 45 to 49 woman. We got your World 1, World 5 into the work they go. Out the front, we look to see who it is. That's your World 1. I think I made it out as they come flying back down towards us now. That is Jeanette Harvey, I believe, out the front. We're looking for Latilla Weatherhead. She's on the 1A, the W5 of Donna Head out of New Zealand, Michelle Newport. There we go, though. It is Jeanette Harvey out the front. Latilla Weatherhead in the number 2 spot. Coming back down towards us now. We're looking for Ruth Bigg, Jane Marie Masbridge, Carla Matia and Belinda O'Grady. But there we go. The battle's on now. Into the work they go. What can Donna Head do? She's in the number 2 spot in the crisp clothing. As she makes a move down the outside, it's going to be your World 1 by the looks. Who's going to round out the final number 56 of your 45 to 49 cruiser woman?
Oh, Eddie Amo and Langfelt there, 1, 2, the 99 bike, high visibility, Sandy Cameron. She is in your 3 at the moment, but it's Lulai Eddie Amo out of the Sydney BMX Club. She's going to lead the charge there. Cameron, though, comes up alongside Langfelt. Langfelt starts to close the gap also on Eddie Amo as they go down through the 3rd straight. But Lulu, she is the one in charge. Langfelt, though, trying to rule her in. Cameron just a few lengths back there. She's doing a great job also, but it's going to be Lulu Adiemo. I think she might take it out on points today. This is moto number 4 for these ladies. She'll get it done over Langfelt. The 2. The 3 is going to be Sandy Cameron.
Up on the gate, though, it's final number 58. It's the first of our super class. Up there on plate number 11, Mia Motiello. On the 315, Amelia Stitchbury. The 42 plate of Telly Guy. The 350 plate of Maya Ellis. We're looking for the 53 plate there of Molly Williamson. Dusty Schroeder on the 31 plate. The 152 of Beth Walker and the 27 plate of Zoe Weatherhead. That's your junior superclass woman final. Snap, crackle and pop. You'd think it was Guy Fawkes the way these women went out that gate into the work they go. Let's look to see who's who. I think I can make it out. That looks like it's Beth Walker in the donuts. There we go. She's gone. She got the whole shot. That is Beth Walker, I tell you. She's riding on the 152. Into the work they go. That's so close you can throw a T-tail out of them still at this stage. As they come flying back round, it's Dusty Schroeder in the 2. What can they do? Can Dusty make it? Oh, Dusty's got it. Dusty looked like she took the 1. She went low. What can Beth do? Has Beth got anything left? Can she make a move? She's doing coming in her outside wheel. But into the work, that final corner, there she goes. Dusty Schroeder looks like she might have it under control now. Beth Walker trying to hang on to the 2 spot. You better pedal, girl. Here we go. Across the line they go for the junior superclass women final.
Rightio, what a great junior final for our women. Up on the gate, junior superclass men. Matty Fox, Cam Miller. We got Will Gall, Heath Cully, Harry Rowlands, Eli Schroeder, Nixon Banks, Jed Lillycrap. I expect big starts from Fox and Miller. Let's watch this one with interest. Look at him charge down the first straight. Oh, we got a ding-dong battle going on. The 77 machine at Rowlands puts himself in the top spot, just hung up on the outside there, but the 107 bike of Gall. But Rowlands puts himself back in front now. Gall's in the 2. Looks like Foxy's trying to find a way through, sitting in about third wheel at the moment. But look at Harry Rowlands in the Creek House colours. He lights up the third straight now. Rowlands put plenty of lengths on the rest of the riders now in and out of the final turn. It is Rowlands. It's going to be Gould in that 2 spot. Back there, Lillycrap will take the 3.
Well, there we go. Up on the gate now, final number 60. This is our super class woman, and I'll tell you what, it's a super class field. We got Zoe Klassensen. Oh, there we go. Mate, I just got so excited. I was just like, let's go. What are we waiting for?
We got an empty hill, mate. We're going to call a ghosty.
We could just run it, you and me. Let's just go. Let's just make it up.
I hope you guys are enjoying the excitement of Brenton. He certainly brings a different kind of a genre than a lot of us do here in Australia. He's full of energy, and we love having him here, and we really do appreciate him. Just to give you a bit of history, we had him here for one moto yesterday. His young fella took a digger in the 17 to 24 class. He's pretty much been in hospital ever since. Got the clearance today, so that's great. And Brenton's good enough to bring the young fella back to the track, drop him down to the pro shops to buy some new gear, and come up here and help us out. So we appreciate it, mate.
Truth is, I think the hospital just wanted me out of there because I was doing a bit of talking while I was there, and they just want to be out back here.
Probably couldn't get us on YouTube, eh? The hospital, they look after you with the TV. And
They were good, mate. No, we got the free Wi-Fi and pulled up the iPad and watched a bit of the live stream yesterday.
How's the food? Food good?
Yeah, I went down the road. Hospital food is, it's hospital food, right?
That's it, mate. It's meant to keep you in there.
And there we go. I was even looking at the wrong gate, potentially. Okay, now I'm back on track up on the gate for a superclass woman, and what a superclass field it is. Zoe Klassensen's out of Switzerland, Sienna Powell, we got Isabella Schrum, we've got Axel Italine, we got Molly Simpson, Leela Walker, Megan Williams, and Brooke Penny. I tell you what, look at them go down the pro straight into the 8 metre hill, into the pro straight there, clocking up the freaking floor miles, down into the work they go. We're looking to see who's going to get the whole shot. They're going hard, they're going fast. I saw the skinny digit though. Is that the skinny digit? No, I couldn't work it out. We've got the numbers coming towards me now. As I'm looking forward, it's Zoe Cousins out the front. It's Molly Simpson in the 2, Sienna Powell in the 3. I heard a lot of oohs coming back down towards us now though. As we look for Zoe, she's out the front still, looks like she's hanging on. It's the 44 plate in the 2. That is Molly going on in the number 2 spot as they round it out. The battle's on though for the number 2. It's not going to be anybody's as they're going across the line. This is going to be one to watch. That was some exciting racing from our superclass woman. Over to you, Peter.
Jeez, I don't know, it might be my eyes, but I think Powell might have just grabbed the 2 there off Molly. Rightio, up on the 8 metre hill, we got our superclass men final in order of qualification. Jesse Asmus, Joel Marsh, Ryan Tugas, Jack Grenoff, Hugo Marzalak, Bennett Grenoff, Aaron Donald, and Oliver Moran. Good luck, fellas. Gates down. I tell you what, it's a pretty good even start there. The outside and inside lane got off to a cracker there. Smith, though, he's going to whole shot it there. Oh, look, it's going to be the 506 bike slotted into that 2 spot now. So that's going to be Grenoff. Asmus, Grenoff there, you 1-2. Might be Tugas. Looking for that 3 spot now. In and out of turn number 2 we go. Down through the pro straight there. Jesse Asmus, he's got a shot to bits as he heads into the final turn. Asmus, Grenoff, it's going to be Tugas there, the Canadian, slotting in that 3 spot now. Moran shopping for a 4, but it's going to be Jesse Asmus getting a double this weekend up here at Sleeman. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, once again, thanks for your patience today. Big shout out to all our fallen soldiers. We hope you are recovering well. We hope to see you all very, very soon. Big shout out to all our volunteers that ran this event this weekend, to our Burmese, right through to our green shirts, all our medics, officials, guys out the back staging. We appreciate it very much. And I guess we'll see you. Where's national round number 2, Jeffrey? Ah, good help there. All right. It's somewhere, but we'll see you shortly. Thank you. Sorry, putting pressure on. I don't know.